Chapter 321 set off to Winyan City. Extremely arrogant. Luo Yuhua's words made everyone in the hall furious. They couldn't wait to rush up and tear this guy into pieces. But Yang Mucheng didn't speak, so they could only endure it. Anger surged in his heart. If his eyes could kill someone, Luo Yuhua would have been struck by thousands of arrows. But I didn't expect that he actually coveted Yi Xianer. Everyone felt extremely frustrated. Could it be that Yang Mucheng really wants to worship this Kai Tao? Could it be that only by relying on him can we become the talkative person in Jiangnan County? Do you still want to give Yi Xianer to this arrogant boy? Until. Are these your last words? After Yang Mucheng spoke, everyone couldn't help but trembled. Only then did they react with surprise. When did Yang Di lower his head? When did Emperor Yang bow his head and proclaim himself a minister? Even if you are the sky, Emperor Yang will make a hole in it. Even if it is your land, Emperor Yang will tear it apart. You, a little Luo Yuhua, dare to dominate in front of Yang Mucheng? Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the courage? What did you say? Luo Yuhua originally thought that Yang Mucheng would give Yi Xianer to him. But when he suddenly heard these words, his pupils closed and he shouted angrily. How dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I will go back and report it to Master Kai. And then you will go back to the mortal world in despair. Ha 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 ha. Yang Mucheng laughed. Why are you laughing? Luo Yuhua's face became more and more gloomy. I laugh at your ignorance. And I laugh at your fearlessness. You are just a dog in front of Kai Tao. But you dare to talk to me like this. Do you think you can still go back alive? As for Kai Tao, I will naturally go to see him. However, you are going to see him with your head in front of you. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, only the sound of bang 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 was heard. And the doors inside and outside the Su family were suddenly closed at this moment. Obviously, Yang Mucheng is ready to close the door and beat the dog. Wu Guijian, you deal with this guy. Remember, just keep your head. Yang Mucheng said coldly. Yes, Holy Mountain. Wu Guijian stood up quickly. Without saying a word, he grabbed his right hand towards the void, and the warhammer appeared directly in his palm. Then, he took one step forward and pushed directly in front of Luo Yuhua. The huge warhammer smashed into the opponent with the force of sweeping thousands of troops. Chest. In the hall, strong winds suddenly rose, and a roar suddenly broke out. Thousands of air currents turned into knife-like strong winds and swept out quickly at this moment. The stone slabs on the ground flew up, and were then torn into pieces by the strong winds. Luo Yuhua felt a suffocating and crazy pressure. Yang Mucheng, if you have the guts, fight me alone. Who do you think you are a hero if you send me my subordinates? Luo Yuhua roared. He swung his right hand, and a strange energy passed through the field. With a clang sound, the long sword flew out from behind and flew in front of him. The moment Luo Yuhua grasped the sword, Wu Guijian's giant hammer suddenly hit him. Dang! The long sword trembled, bursting out thousands of sparks, and the sword bent to the limit. Like a powerful bow stretched into a full moon, Luo Yuhua felt an unstoppable force suddenly emerge. The entire frame of his body was shaking wildly at this moment, and his whole body was ejected directly. Boom! A loud sound like thunder spread loudly. Starting from Wu Guijian's body, a fan-shaped radioactive trace appeared in front of him. Everything in this area was completely razed to the ground. Luo Yuhua, who was arrogant before, was blasted into a huge rockery. His body was embedded in it, and he was vomiting blood. Yang Mucheng, I want to fight you! Luo Yuhua almost broke his teeth. Gua now! Kill him! Yang Mucheng ignored him, and sat down calmly. Wu Guijian even grinned and said, You are not even my opponent, and you still want to fight with the Holy One? He can kill you with one slap. Go and reincarnate as soon as possible. Keep your eyes open in the next life, and remember who can be offended and who can't offend. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Guijian rushed forward and rushed in front of Luo Yuhua again, like a wild lion. The warhammer was raised directly above his head and crashed down. Not good! Luo Yuhua was shocked, and quickly raised his sword to block. But the previous hammer had already left his long sword full of cracks, and this hammer directly smashed his long sword into pieces. After the warhammer shattered the long sword, it crashed down with unabated force, and hit Luo Yuhua directly on the shoulder. Boom! A sound like a bell sounded out. Luo Yuhua was directly hit by the hammer, and fell to one knee. His knees hit the ground hard, and the huge power even splashed a ring of dust. The dust was mixed with terrible air currents, which shattered the walls of the entire courtyard. Wow! Luo Yuhua spit out a mouthful of blood. After receiving this blow, half of the bones in his body seemed to have been smashed into powder. He struggled to get up and escape. But before he could move, Wu Guijian grabbed him by the collar and held him like a chicken. He picked it up like a cub and threw it heavily, hitting Yang Mucheng at his feet. Yang Mucheng! Just when Luo Yuhua was about to curse, Wu Guijian came up and stepped directly on Luo Yuhua's head. The huge force crushed half of his head into the ground. Fortunately, Luo Yuhua was a warrior at the peak of Xianyi. Otherwise his head would have exploded like a watermelon if he was stepped on like this. Mr. Wu! Be careful. Your Majesty will still take his head and return it to Kai Tao, Yi Xianer said with a smile. When Luo Yuhua heard this, he couldn't help but was speechless. He quickly pulled Luo Yuhua's head out of the pit, took a look and said, It hasn't exploded yet, but the bridge of his nose was crushed by me. That old dog Kai Tao should be able to recognize him. Come on! Personally, drag him out, chop off his head, and seal it with ice beads. Yang Mucheng always sat calmly. The little Luo Yuhua still wants to confront him head-on. I simply don't know how to write the word death. After concentrating for a moment, Yang Mucheng said, Pass me an order to give another order to the talkers in 72 cities to get them to Wunyan City. Don't these people think that with Kai Tao behind them, I can't do anything to get them? In that case, why don't I just take them all down? Come on, let's set off for Wunyan City, Yang Mucheng said in a cold voice. Almost at the same time that Yang Mucheng set off, the leaders of the 72 cities also received the letter asking them to gather in Wunyan City. For a time, there was an uproar in Jiangnan County. No one knows what Yang Mucheng wants to do. Chapter 322. The whole city is in turmoil. Dari City, Gaofeng City, Baiyu City. Talkers in many cities all received letters from Yang Mucheng. What does this kid want to do? Xianan's face was full of doubts. According to everyone's estimation, Yang Mucheng should have realized after they all rejected and ignored him last time that it might be possible for him to stir up trouble in places like Qinshui City. But it is not that easy to reach out to the entire Jiangnan County. Let all the talkers from 72 cities go to Wunyan City. What on earth is he planning? The talker from Summit City looked at the letter in his hand, pondered for a long time, and finally couldn't help but shake it, shook his head. He really couldn't figure out what Yang Mucheng had in mind. I guess there is really nothing left to do. Do you want to have a final showdown with Mr. Kai? The person in charge of Baiyu City looked at the letter and sneered. Qianan raised an eyebrow and said, Then shall we go or not? The talker in Baiyu City laughed and said, Go! Why don't you go? Go and give Mr. Kai a boost. Go and see how embarrassed Yang Mucheng is. And see how he is driven back in despair. Qianan was stunned for a moment, then patted her thigh heavily, nodded and said, Wonderful! Wonderful! If you say that, I really have to go and see how this boy was taught a disgraceful lesson by Master Kai. Except Dari City. Almost all the talkers have this idea. Very Mountain City. The speaker looked at the letter in his hand, snorted coldly, and threw the letter into the brazier. This kid Yang Mucheng really doesn't know how high the sky is. He asked us to gather in Wunyan City. What does he want to do? Just because he wants to fight Master Kai? If Mr. Kai hadn't looked down on Jiangnan County capital, he would have become the talker of the county capital city long ago. How could he have any share? How dare a small emperor of the mortal world dare to ride on our heads? It's simply ridiculous. I don't know how high the sky is. Come on. Let's set off for Wunyan City. Suhai City, Main Hall. Ha ha. This Yang Mucheng is so interesting. He actually dares to issue an ultimatum. The last time he asked us to go to Stormwind City. This time he actually asked us to go to Wunyan City. A middle-aged man looked at the letter in his hand, and with a pinch of his right hand, a flame surged up, and in an instant the letter burned to ashes. He is Zhang Shihao, the talker of Kuiqing. Zhang Shihao stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the ashes scattered on the ground, and became concentrated. This kid is able to claim the title of emperor in the secular world, and also climb to the position of the city's talker in the martial arts world. He is obviously not the kind of person who is brave and foolhardy. He transferred all the talkers from the 72 cities to Wunyan City. That Wunyan City is Master Kai's territory. The den of the dragon and the tiger. What he is doing is probably going to be a final showdown with Master Kai. A county capital can only accommodate one voice. It looks like there will be something good this time. With this in mind, the middle-aged man sneered. Let's set off to Wunyan City. Wunyan City. A letter with the same content was also delivered to Kai Tao. Kai Tao glanced at the content and frowned slightly. Since Liu Yuhua hasn't come back yet, he doesn't know what happened in Stormwind City. However, he vaguely sensed that Yang Muqing's move was a little strange. Mr. Kai, what is in Yang Muqing's head? He actually let everyone from 72 cities come to Wunyan City? A warrior said. Humph. There must be a reason for him to do this. However, according to my speculation, he probably wants to have a final showdown with me. Kai Tao smiled faintly and said loudly. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. Because there is no one in Jiangnan County who can rule the entire county. I am a mountain. Anyone who wants to rule the entire county must come to me and worship the mountain without my permission. I can't sit still. Yang Muqing came here this time, presumably to move this big mountain away from me. Hisses. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of air. This Yang Muqing is too courageous. How dare he do this in Jiangnan County? This kid. No one was shocked. Only people born and raised in Jiangnan County know how terrifying Master Kai is. Although he is not the talker in the county capital, his status is higher than that of the talker. After the talkative people of any city come to power, they all come to him to worship at the top of the mountain. It was Su Chen who single-handedly dominated the existence of the entire Tianmu Forum. And it was only because of Kai Tao's support that it could continue to be established. Kai Tao is the local emperor of the entire Jiangnan County. Now, Yang Muqing actually wanted to bring down Kai Tao. Isn't this shocking? Master Kai, since this boy came to Jiangnan County, he has caused a storm in the entire Jiangnan County City 72. Now I still want to challenge you. Master Kai, as long as you say a word, I will kill this boy immediately. Doghead. A sturdy warrior held his fist in his hands, stepped forward and shouted. This powerful warrior is named Lei Ming, and he is wearing a giant sword. This sword is 2 palms wide and 1 person tall, and the blade is not sharp. But no one dared to underestimate him. As the saying goes, a heavy sword has no edge, and great skill is as good as skill, condensing 1,000 kilograms of power on a giant sword. No matter how strong you are, you can kill it all with one sword. Does the sword need to be sharp? Ha ha. How can you kill a chicken with a knife? Lei Ming, if you go, I'm afraid the entire Stormwind City will be razed to the ground by you. Last time, a city in another county was razed to the ground by you. Have you forgotten your lesson? A man in a green robe looked at Kai Tao with a smile and said, Master Kai, let me go and kill this man. I will definitely take off his head without anyone noticing and cut off his ears to serve as a snack for you. The green-robed man had a gloomy aura. His hands were folded in his sleeves, and although there was a slight smile on his face, he was as cold as a poisonous snake. For a while, in the main hall, everyone was quarreling constantly. Everyone wanted to snatch the killing of Yang Muqing. Kai Tao raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Why argue? Why argue? He is a little Yang Muqing. Why should I send people to kill him? Is it possible that he has a huge reputation? 3 days later, people from the 72 cities gathered here. He, Yang Muqing, will also come when the time comes. I want to see how much ability this kid has, and how much he dares to challenge me. If he surrenders obediently, I will let him be the boss of Qingshui City. If he dares to contradict me, I will destroy his cultivation first, then cut off his hands and feet, and drive him out of the martial arts world. Emperor? Haha. An emperor in the mortal world dares to show off his power in front of me. Does he have the qualifications? The noisy people in the hall suddenly became quiet, as well-behaved as Nianyang, and they all looked at Kai Tao in awe. Chapter 323 The royal robe is added to the body. 3 days later, in the vast Wunyan City, people from the 72 cities still came one after another. There is a sense of solemnity in the huge hall. Kai Tao sat at the head of the table, with 2 black stone eagles placed on either side of his body. The eagles were flying with their wings spread out to 3 meters in an impressive posture. Going down one by one, 72 seats were arranged, and they were filled with speakers from the 72 cities. The main hall was dim, with only the braziers set up one after another providing light. This main hall does not look like a meeting place to welcome Yang Muqing's arrival. Instead, it looks like the execution hall of Dali Temple. Is it possible that this guy Yang Muqing doesn't dare to come? Qianan raised his brows and became impatient with the waiting. The two copper balls in his hands were spinning faster and faster. Qian is known as the Great Thousand Hands in Jiangnan County, and all his skills are in his hands. These two copper balls were made of Hunyuan fine gold, with a layer of copper paint painted on the outside. Each copper ball weighed 3,000 kilograms. He said, glanced at the copper ball in his hand, grinned and said, I heard that Yang Mucheng wanted to gather all the talkers in our 72 cities. So I had people make these two Hunyuan fine gold for me overnight. I don't know whether his head will be harder or my Hunyuan copper ball will be harder when the time comes. Zhang Shihao, the talker in Kuiqing, raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Qianan, I'm afraid you don't even have a chance to take action. If this kid dares to show up, I will burn him to ashes in an instant. Boom! As soon as his pupils opened, a strange force passed through the field. And at this moment, the brazier in the hall jumped to the extreme. Countless flames turned into wisps of threads and gathered behind Zhang Shihao. The flames grew bigger and bigger, and turned into a phoenix with spread wings. With a faint smile, Zhang Shihao flicked his right finger, and the phoenix exploded with a bang, and many strands returned to the brazier. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Could it be that this kid is playing tricks on us? They call us to Wunyan City, but they stay in Stormwind City to sleep? Everyone was whispering. However, Kai Tao always sat at the top of the table. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he were two eagles under a seat, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. No one could see his face clearly, and no one could guess his thoughts. At this time, suddenly, a person in the main hall said loudly, Thanks to that boy Yang Mucheng for gathering us in Wunyan City this time. As the saying goes, a group of dragons without a leader is like a pile of loose sand. Every county has its own talker. We have our own county king, but we don't have one. Doesn't that guy Yang Mucheng want to be the boss of Jiangnan County? Why don't we stop thinking about him completely? Kai Tao seemed to feel something and opened his eyes slightly. Qianan rolled his eyes and said, I don't accept anyone except Mr. Kai as the talkative person in Jiangnan County. I think Mr. Kai is the number one. That's right. Zhang Shihao nodded. We in Jiangnan County have always been leaderless. So some people are always coveting this position. Today there is Yang Mucheng, and in the future there may be Niu Mucheng, Ma Mucheng. Except Master Kai. I will not accept anyone. Everyone here. What do you think? I agree. I agree. That's right. The tone of everyone's words was surprisingly consistent at this moment. Then it's settled. Qianan laughed loudly, stood up, hugged Kai Tao with both hands, and said loudly, Qianan, the talker of Dari City, has met the king of Jiangnan County. I have met the king of Jiangnan County. There was a sound of drinking. More than 70 people gathered together to pay their respects. It was only then that Kai Tao opened both eyes. After he pondered for a moment, he said, Well, since you have all elected me to be the king of this county and the position of the capital of Jiangnan County, I will reluctantly do it. In the past, I was unwilling to do it because I felt that in this county, everyone has everything to say and everything. It's too annoying and annoying. It just so happens that Su Chen is exactly what I want. So I support him in starting the Tianwu Forum to solve all the miscellaneous matters in the county. However, the Tianwu Forum is not a long-term solution after all. Without a leader, disaster will eventually occur. Just like Zhang Shihao said, because there is no one sitting in the position of the county king, there will always be some young people who want it. Worrying about it will only lay the foundation for trouble. Everyone, get up. Kai Tao raised his palm lightly and said calmly. Immediately, all the speakers stood up and sat back to their original positions. At this time, Kai Tao continued, The new official has 3 fires to burn when he takes office. But I only have this fire to burn, in order to prevent anyone from stirring up trouble in Jiangnan County in the future and disturbing everyone's peace. This time, I decided to punish Yang Mucheng severely. He will be abolished. What do you think? Cut off his limbs, destroy his entire family, and drive him back to the mortal world. Agree. Qianan said hurriedly. Agree. There was a sound of drinking. Gradually, the hall returned to its previous silence. But at this time, everyone was no longer waiting for Yang Mucheng as eagerly as before, but instead looked like they were watching a good show. Qianan turned the fine gold and copper ball in his hand with a sneer on his face. I'm afraid Yang Mucheng never even dreamed that he tried so hard to get the position of Jiangnan County's capital talker. But we recommended it to Mr. Kai. In this position of Mr. Kai, even if Yang Mucheng has 3 heads and 6 arms, He may not be able to take him away. Master Kai has already spoken, and there is no place for Yang Mucheng in the entire Jiangnan County. I wonder what the Emperor of the mortal world would think when he learned about this situation when he came here. Xian naturally thought so. As for what other people were thinking, only they themselves knew. Anyway, no one present would watch helplessly as a boy from the mortal world sat on top of them and lorded it over them. Psychologically speaking, many of them were not convinced that Yang Mucheng had just entered the martial arts world and had achieved such great achievements at such a young age. After all, it took more than 50 years for the people present to get to this point in the shortest possible time. Why was Yang Mucheng able to control 3 cities in less than half a year? Moreover, he even boasts that he wants to become the talkative person of the county capital? Even without Kai Tao, Yang Mucheng would not have been the talkative person in Jiangnan County. This is the consensus of almost everyone present. Here it comes! Yang Mucheng is here! At this time, Kai Tao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked directly ahead like a goshawk overlooking ants. At this moment, everyone sat upright and looked towards the gate. They wanted to see how this boy who wanted to dominate the martial arts world died. Chapter 324. Anyone who refuses to accept, die. The open door stretches across the vast plain, and you can see the vast plain. A team of about 800 people slowly appeared. The imperial sedan carried by 36 people held Yang Mucheng in the center. The 800 inner masters all have perfected their cultivation in Xian Qi, and a few have reached the level of Grand Master or even Xian Liquid, wearing uniform yellow-grade top-grade armor. His momentum is like a rainbow. What a big battle! Kai Tao snorted coldly. In addition to these powerful masters, this guy also has 20,000 black flag troops. But this time, it seems he didn't bring them, Qianan said with a smile. Although the other talkers present had sneers on their faces, they were also roaring in their hearts. Although, there are not many masters in the mysterious liquid realm among these masters, but they are able to gather such a large number and take such arrogant warriors as their own. They can command them like an arm. It has to be said that Yang Mucheng's method is definitely not the best. Ordinary people can imagine. Master Kai, why don't you let me give him a blow? Zhang Shihao said with a smile. I will definitely make this kid unable to get in. Kai Tao raised his eyebrows and asked, why are you doing those useless things? Let him in. I want to see what tricks this kid can do. I saw. The masters from inside came slowly. Finally, it stopped outside the main hall. The royal sedan was raised high, and the 3 Xuanqi masters were kneeling, bowing, or standing, forming a human staircase. Yi Xianer stepped forward and opened the sedan curtain, and then Yang Mucheng stepped down on the 3 Xianqi masters. The Aoqi masters did not stop. They carried the sedan chair and receded like the tide. Standing outside the main hall, only Yi Xianer and Wu Guijian were left beside Yang Mucheng. What method did he use to train these masters to be so obedient? Saw this scene, Kai Tao also felt a thump in his heart. In the capital of Jiangnan County, there are many rumors about Yang Mucheng's inner masters and the Black Flag Army, but none of the people they spoke about had seen it with their own eyes. After all, who has such a level of cultivation who is not a proud and arrogant person? Is he willing to be your slave? Is he willing to be your eagle dog? Even the Shangqing dynasty couldn't do it. I have always underestimated this kid. With his ability and skills, he will be able to replace me in at least 3 years. Kai Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, with murderous intent already in his heart. Other speakers were also shocked. They recognized that many of them were people they had attracted in the past. They even offered a huge price. But the other party didn't agree. But now they actually appeared in Yang Mucheng's team. Death Ring Sun Yang. 5 Poison Steps Yi Jikuan. Hun Yuan Forbidden Hand Fan Yilong. Yang Mucheng's background is definitely no worse than any other talker. In fact, it is several times stronger. In fact, it is much more powerful than Mr. Kai, who has been operating in Wunyan City for many years. This kid has only been in the martial arts world for half a year, and he has developed like this. This scene made many people roar in their hearts. It looks like everyone is here. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, glanced around, found that the whole hall was full of people, and nodded. Now that we are all here, let me get straight to the point. Open the skylight and speak plainly. I want the position of Jiangnan County's spokesperson. From now on, the entire Jiangnan County's territory will be completely included in my Dacian kingdom. Everyone present, everyone is a citizen of my country. This is intended to swallow the entire Jiangnan County in one go. although everyone present had already anticipated Yang Muqing's plan. These words coming out of his mouth still shocked people. Qian sneered, clutched the fine gold and copper ball and walked out. He squinted and stared at Yang Muqing and said, Yang Muqing, according to your opinion, you will be our master in the future? From now on, when we see you, we must bow down to the ground, count out 3 times, and bow 9 times, and shout long live the Holy Lord. Yes. Yang Muqing nodded. The whole hall was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. You're kidding. What qualifications do you have? Even the members of the royal family of the Shangqing dynasty, when we saw them, they just bowed their hands and saluted. You, an emperor in the secular world, also want to proclaim yourself emperor in the martial arts world. Kai Tao waved his right hand lightly. Suddenly, the noisy hall fell silent. Just listen to Kai Tao say, I thought that you originally wanted to be the talker of Jiangnan County, but I didn't expect that your appetite is bigger than I thought. You actually want to bite off a piece of flesh from the Shangqing dynasty and extend your tentacles into the martial arts world. Becoming the talker of Jiangnan County and incorporating Jiangnan County into the territory of Daqian Kingdom are 2 different things. The first one is that no matter how much trouble you make in Jiangnan County is still the territory of the Shangqing dynasty. The Shangqing dynasty is still your master in name only. But the second type is to be on an equal footing with the Shangqing dynasty, completely superior to everyone else. Kai Tao shook his head and continued. Unfortunately, just now, I have been elected as the talker of the entire Jiangnan County. If you want to control Jiangnan County, you have to ask me if I agree. Yang Muqing, the capital of Jiangnan County, will pronounce the verdict based on the identity of the person involved. I want to destroy your cultivation, cut off your hands and feet, and drive you out of the martial arts world. By the way, I heard that as an emperor, you also like to destroy people all over your family. Today I will also destroy your family. If you kneel down, if you beg for mercy, I will spare your life. If you don't want to, I will put you in a pig pen and make you live like a pig for the rest of your life. Ha! Yang Muqing, are you convinced? Kneel down quickly. There is still a small life left. As the saying goes, it is better to die than live. If I were you, I would beg for mercy. You have no choice. Either kneel or die. Waves of ridicule continued. Yi Xian'er and Wu Guijian's expressions changed, and they were about to reason. However, Yang Muqing waved his hand and motioned for the 2 of them to retreat. You seem to have made some mistakes, Yang Muqing said lightly. I called you here just to tell you that Jiangnan County is already the territory of my Daqian Kingdom. It doesn't require your consent. It's useless for you to object. Besides, Yang Muqing changed his tone and stared coldly at Kai Tao. Who recommended you to be the talker of Jiangnan County? Everyone present agreed. Kai Tao snorted coldly. Yang Muqing laughed loudly. The laughter shook the hall, and the sarcasm in it was almost undisguised. After his laughter fell, he stared at Kai Tao and said in a cold voice, Even if everyone in the world agrees, it's useless. If I don't agree, you can't hold your position as the talker. Even if you do, I have to pull you down. I came here today just to make a statement. All of you. Jiangnan County belongs to me. Those who refuse to obey will die. Chapter 325. The Flame Dragon Breaks. Those who disobey will die. Yang Muqing's calm words resounded through the entire audience like thunder, making people deafening. Everyone was stunned, looking at Yang Muqing. They seemed to have heard the most incredible words in the world. This sentence is even more shocking than the previous inclusion of the entire Jiangnan County into the territory of Daqian Kingdom. There was silence in the hall at first, and then a burst of roars and roars erupted. Yang Muqing, what did you say? How dare you? A little emperor of the mortal world. Ignore us, the heroes of the martial arts world. I'm not convinced. I want to see what you can do to me. Shouts, roars, growls, sounds that hit my ears. Many of the talkers clenched their fists and prepared to take action. Yi Xian'er and Wu Guijin frowned and looked at these people who were looking forward to it with vigilance. But Yang Muqing still stood with his hands behind his back. It seemed that he was not the one who caused the public outrage. Kai Tao was even furious. He stared at Yang Muqing with unbearable murderous intent in his eyes. But after seeing Yang Muqing's calm expression, he burst out laughing. Okay, an emperor in the mortal world can also have such courage. I don't know whether to admire your courage, or because you don't know how high the sky is. You want to include Jiangnan County in the territory of Dakian Kingdom. And you want us to be your I am the first one who refuses to obey. But I want to see how you kill me. With that said, Kai Tao prepared to stand up. At this time, Qian quickly stepped forward and said, Master Kai, how can you kill a chicken with a knife? I specially made these 2 fine gold and copper balls for this little emperor. Today, I will use these copper balls to smash them. His head. Kai Tao snorted coldly and said, If that's the case, then you should take action. And the method should be clear and sharp. Don't make my hall a bloody mess. Yes. Qian grinned and immediately took 2 steps forward. Your Majesty, shall I deal with him? Wu Guijian whispered. How can I let you personally take action for such a small role? Let me do it. Yang Yukin wanted to agree. But after thinking about it, he gave up. The reason why he gathered everyone from the 72 cities here today was to rule the entire Jiangnan County with the power of thunder. If Wu Guijian were to take action, the iron-blooded effect would not be achieved. When it comes to killing someone, it's better to do it yourself. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Qian took action. 2 fine gold and copper balls weighing more than 3,000 kilograms each were thrown by him. With a sharp roar, it was already madly smashing towards Yang Maicheng. This fist-sized copper ball was like a roaring cannonball, rushing towards. What a trick! Zhang Shihao closed his eyes and praised. Don't look at these 2 copper balls that make no sound. But with a lot of internal energy, even a hill and rock can be smashed into a hole. Not bad. Kai Tao also nodded secretly. Yang Maicheng raised his eyelids, swung his sleeves and waved out. A fierce wind swept out, and the copper ball weighing more than 3,000 kilograms was blown back in an instant. Qian squeezed the copper ball with both hands, and felt a huge force pouring into the copper ball, which made his body tremble. And he stepped back dozens of steps, making a depression in the ground. How can it be? Qian's arms were shaking sadly from the shock. He could clearly feel that the bones in his arms were shattered by the shock. Back to you. Yang Maicheng looked at the shocked Qian, raised the corners of his mouth, and lightly stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet. There was just a click sound, and the floor made of basalt stone under his feet exploded and turned into a piece of broken stone. At the same time, Yang Maicheng squeezed it gently with his right hand, and one of the stones flew to his fingertips as if it had spiritual consciousness. The next moment, Yang Maicheng flicked his finger. Call! This pebble was as fast as lightning and flew to Qian in an instant. Not good. At this moment, Qian's expression suddenly changed. In a hurry, he grabbed 2 copper balls and flew towards the stone. An amazing scene appeared. I saw that the stone killed 2 birds with 1 stone at this moment. Directly penetrated the 2 fine gold and copper balls, and exploded both of them. It flew away with unabated momentum and hit Qian's head. Just hearing a dong sound, a burst of blood mist burst out. The stone hit Qian's forehead and hit the back of her head. The unparalleled power knocked Qian away 7 or 8 feet away. The remaining power of the stone did not diminish, and it directly smashed one of the dark eagles in the hall, collapsing a wall before stopping. This scene is a long story, but it happened in a flash of lightning. No one expected that Yang Maicheng would stand still and kill a speaker with just a stone. How can it be? This kid is only in the late stage of Xianyi. How can he have such strength? It's just a stone, but it's so powerful. For a while, in the main hall, everyone gasped and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Until then, only then, did they understand that anyone who dissatisfied with Yang Maicheng's previous words would be killed. This is definitely not an empty talk. Nor is it aimless. But he really has this kind of cultivation, and this kind of absolute strength. Humph! I don't know whether to live or die. Wu Guijian looked at Qian's cold body, and shook his head secretly. Although the Holy Master is only at the late stage of Xian Liquid, if he explodes with all his strength, he will not be inferior to the Master of Xian Liquid. Yang Maicheng, you are seeking death. Zhang Shihao roared, and was already 1 step ahead of the mountain. I saw him pushing forward with both hands, and a strange force quickly passed through the hall. In an instant, the 108 braziers in the hall erupted like a volcano, erupting with endless flames. Each flame shot into the sky, leaped 3 to 4 feet, and gathered rapidly. He stared at Yang Maicheng and said coldly, You will never have the right to speak here. Taste my fierce flame Tianlong Pa. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately saw 108 flames rising into the sky and converging behind Zhang Shihao. In an instant, it transformed into a tumbling and shocking fire dragon that was 18 feet long. The huge dragon body is suspended in the void, and the steaming heat waves are like rolling magma, constantly spreading in all directions. Even at this moment, all the iron objects in the entire hall began to melt. "Burn it to ashes!" Zhang Shihao roared. With a sudden push of his right hand, the fire dragon was formed, and at the same time it let out a shocking roar. It flew close to the ground and flew thousands of miles in an instant before it flew in front of Yang Mucheng. The long dragon tail swept away with a piercing scream, and even caused a shocking wave of fire behind it. Roar! The fire dragon roared, opened its big mouth, and tore down, as if it was going to completely engulf Yang Mucheng in this moment. Chapter 326, I'll be the first to kill you. The blazing dragon breaks? Feeling this terrifying power, everyone turned pale with fear and retreated back, fearing that they would be surrounded by Zhang Shihao's attack. "I didn't expect Zhang Shihao to use all these tricks." One speaker slowly shook his head. "Huh? It's natural. That kid Yang Mucheng killed Qian in an understatement. He didn't have to use all his strength. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter," said another talker. "However, using this flame dragon break is probably going too far, isn't it? The last time Zhang Shihao used this move, the flames that broke out burned Linke Mountain for more than half a month. The livestock within an 80-mile radius were extinct, and there were no more animals. Trace!" Boom! In the midst of everyone's discussion, the fire dragon rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. If he were an ordinary person, he might still be a little afraid of this fire dragon, but he has mastered the fighting spirit of fire, and this fire dragon is as harmless as the fluorescent light of a candle in front of him. Grinning, facing the fire dragon, Yang Mucheng made a gentle move with his right hand, as gently as a mother calling her child to eat. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the fire dragon was more like a tired bird returning to its nest, slowly surrounding Yang Mucheng. Zhang Shihao's expression changed, and he took a few steps back. Hisses. Countless warriors in the hall, their eyes almost bulging out, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "This move is not bad, but it is also harmless to me." Yang Mucheng gently patted the fire dragon's head with his right hand, as if stroking a puppy, glancing at the pale Zhang Shihao. He grinned and said, "Back to you." Phew! The next moment, the fire dragon roared and rushed towards Zhang Shihao at a faster speed than the incoming force. The fire dragon was like a running cheetah, like the howling wind, like the raging lightning. A rapid fire flashed in everyone's eyes, and it flew in front of Zhang Shihao in an instant. Bang! Fire splattered and fire tornadoes whirled. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Zhang Shihao was completely burned to ashes. This moment, the main hall was as quiet as death. When this kid was at the Tianmu Forum, he was not so relaxed when it came to killing an entire city. How long had it passed before he had already reached the point where he was killing people while talking and laughing? How could this be described as more than just terrible? "Yang Mucheng!" Kai Tao drank coldly and stared at Yang Mucheng. If eyes could kill, he would have shot Yang Mucheng into a sieve at this moment. "Do you really think that with all your strength, you can make a difference in our Eagle Hall in Wunyan City?" After saying that, Kai Tao waved his right hand, and in an instant, he saw that with a fierce push of his right hand, the dark stone eagle sculpture in the hall suddenly came to life at this moment. A crack broke out on the statue, and countless stone SHLs fell from the eagle's body, crackling on the ground. After the stone SHL broke free, the eagle actually swelled up when the wind blew. From the original height of a person, it suddenly grew to dozens of feet. Its wings spread out to be a full 100 meters long, as if it was a kind of beast, the power that covers the sky and the sun. This eagle is actually a medium-sized monster in the mysterious liquid realm. A piercing scream of an eagle's cry resounded, and the eagle spread its wings, bringing up a strong wind and sweeping towards Yang Mucheng. Hook-like talons flew down from the sky. At this moment, the ground seemed to turn into tofu. When the eagle grabbed it, there was a pit several meters deep. In the hall, thunder surged. Outside the main hall, many warriors and masters were anxious. Especially the ear-piercing eagle cry made many people feel the energy and blood surging all over their bodies. Some weaker people were so shocked that blood gushed out from their eyes, ears, mouths and noses. What happened in this hall? Kai Tao's bodyguards were naturally not as disciplined as those of Yang Mucheng's masters. I saw. At this moment, many alchemy masters stood in a square formation and guarded in front of the main hall. before Yang Mucheng gave the order. They would not leave even if they died. But Kai Tao's guards were shocked, and they all whispered about what happened in the hall. "There must be a fight," one of the guards said. "Master Kai was previously elected as the talkative person in Jiangnan County. As the so-called three things happen when a new official takes office, he will definitely attack Yang Mucheng. An unstable factor," someone whispered. "That's natural. Then isn't this kid doomed? Everyone in 72 City is here, and Master Kai can kill this kid with just one slap." A guard couldn't help but snickered. Boom! Suddenly, the hall trembled, and a huge creature crashed into a wall and flew out of the hall. After the behemoth flew out, it rolled across the ground, crushing houses and city walls as easily as crushing ant nests. Finally, he fell into a cloud of dust. Before everyone could realize what was going on, they heard a harsh eagle cry again, and the huge beast rose up from the ruins. This is actually a medium-sized monster in the mysterious liquid realm. Who blasted this big monster out? Many of the guards felt frightened and distraught. They quickly looked into the cave, and they saw a young man standing in front of the cave with his hands behind his back. It was Yang Mucheng. Is Yang Mucheng fighting this big demon? Did he blast this big monster out? Countless questions arose in everyone's minds. However, before they could figure out what was going on, they saw the great demon eagle let out a sharp roar and flew down desperately. The eagle in midair closed its wings violently, followed by a quick crosscut. Wow! Two giant blades transformed by internal energy crossed over and slashed out. Just hearing a bang, the eagle palace was completely torn apart by this giant blade. "You bastard! I'm playing with you!" "But I didn't expect you to be so excited." Yang Mucheng smiled coldly and grabbed the void with his right hand, as if he had caught everything. At this moment, the infinite wind seemed to be held in his hand. He slashed downwards violently, and the eagle rushed towards him. Suddenly, it was like being cast on a body-fixing technique, and he was suspended in midair. Before everyone could look at it, they heard a crack sound, and the eagle was cut into two halves. It hit the ground with a dong, dong sound, and a burst of blood fell like rain. Kai Tao, do it yourself. After taking a look at the dead but still trembling eagle, Yang Mucheng turned his gaze and landed on Kai Tao, who looked ashen-faced. "If you are the first one to disobey, I will be the first to kill you. If the entire Jiangnan County does not accept it, I will kill everyone in the entire Jiangnan County. Is it?" At this moment, Kai Tao was furious when he heard this, and with a loud bang, he clenched the seat handle to pieces. Chapter 327. Yang Mucheng. "You are too impatient. Want to kill everyone in Jiangnan County." When everyone heard this, they felt frightened. This is indeed what the emperor said. When the emperor is angry, no one can stop him. Good. 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 Kai Tao nodded and said 3 good words in a row. He laughed angrily, stood up slowly, and walked down the stone steps step by step. The originally vast and majestic Eagle Hall had long been turned into ruins. But Kai Tao had no impact at all. Every time he took a step, his momentum rose. When he came to Yang Mucheng, his momentum was so high that no one could match it. Master of Xuanye. The energy was completely released, and the churning breath was crushing in all directions like a mountain. Even the ground couldn't withstand his pressure. It was squeezed and exploded, breaking into pieces with cracks. The pure inner energy swept through his body like a flame, jumping wildly. Yang Mucheng. Kai Tao stared at Yang Mucheng. His eyes were like a dragon overlooking the ground. His eyes were arrogant and arrogant. "I would like to see how you, the little emperor in the late stage of Xianyi, are qualified to kill the entire Jiangnan County. If you are like the monstrous flood sweeping through the martial arts world, then I will be your unshakable Mount Tai. Drink." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a loud roar. There was a loud rumble, and the soles of his feet hit the ground hard. At this moment, the entire earth seemed to turn into an undulating sea, and countless rocks jumped up at this moment. Kai Tao waved his right hand, and in an instant, countless stones shot out of the hole like an arrow from a string, rushing towards Yang Mucheng's position like lightning. These rocks are filled with endless internal energy, and each one is like a crossbow arrow filled with energy. Not good. Master Xianyi took action, and the power was extraordinary. The numerous talkers only felt an overwhelming pressure coming over them. Even though the target of this blow was not them, they still felt an extreme sense of suffocation. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. Looking at the rocks all over the sky, he said slowly, Tarzan, today, I will show you how powerful I am. Taking a step forward, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand forward. A deep white palm print flew out directly, pulling out a wave of air that was tens of meters long on the surface. Like a wild dragon passing by the sea, fiercely facing the terrifying attack. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions resounded, and one could see that the rocks all over the sky exploded in an instant, turning into endless powder. In the blink of an eye, this deep white palm print flew quickly in front of Kai Tao. Kai Tao closed his eyes and punched Shenbai's palm mark. He suddenly felt a huge surge of force coming in. His body trembled in shock, and he staggered back a few steps behind him. Every step hit the ground with a sonorous force, leaving a messy trace. How is it possible? He actually fought off Mr. Kai? Seeing this scene, the warriors present felt like a cock being strangled by the throat, and could hardly breathe. This kid is only in the late stage of Xian liquid. Everyone roared in their hearts. Why panic? At this time, Lei Ming shouted. Kai Tao, the great heavenly king, thunders. Lei Ming was seen holding a giant sword, holding his fists, looking at the battlefield, and said loudly, Master Kai hasn't shown his true strength yet. So what if we let Yang Mucheng be proud for a while? Wait for Master Kai to explode later. After that, it would be easy to kill him with one slap. That's right. It's a pity that Mr. Kai did it himself. I wanted to play with this kid. The man in a black cloak said with a sinister smile. He is the second heavenly king. Yi Xiang. Just these two people are enough to defeat a country. Many of the talkers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the two kings standing aside. They have been with Mr. Kai for so many years, so they must know the details of Mr. Kai. Neither of them panicked at all. Presumably, Mr. Kai's treatment of Yang Mucheng will not cause too much trouble. Furthermore, Mr. Kai is a master of Xuanya after all. Isn't it a trivial matter to deal with a late-stage warrior? The previous defeat by Yang Mucheng was just a matter of Mr. Kai underestimating the enemy. If he was prepared to take action, it would be extremely simple. Everyone was thinking in their hearts and looked forward again. Kai Tao stepped back a few steps, crushed the stone pillar behind him, and then stopped, looking at Yang Mucheng. His expression darkened. Yang Mucheng, no wonder you dare to speak so boldly. With such strength and talent, I have never heard of it or seen it before. When it comes to talent, you are definitely the number one among the younger generation. Kai Tao stood there with a pair of eyes, staring at Yang Mucheng quietly. It's a pity that you are too impatient. If you are willing to lie dormant for 3 years and then break into the martial arts world, no one will be able to stop you. Not to mention me. It is the entire Jiangnan County, and it is the entire Shangqing dynasty. They will all be razed to the ground by you. Anxious? Why do you think so? Yang Mucheng stood there and asked with a smile. Ha ha. You are only 16 years old, and you have already reached the late stage of the mysterious liquid realm. You have 800 internal masters and 20,000 black flag troops. You have iron-blooded skills and extraordinary methods. Kai Tao could not hide his admiration in his words. But he shook his head. If you had been dormant for 3 years, the situation would have been different by then. In 3 years, you will be able to reach at least the Xuanye Grand Master, and even the Xianhai realm. Your inner masters will have at least 1,000 people, and the Black Flag Army will have 100,000 people. With your order, the Shangqing dynasty will all I was completely crushed by you. Having said this, Kai Tao's pupils closed and erupted with thousands of cold lights. It's a pity that you are too impatient. I took action 3 years ago, and I have killed countless geniuses in my hands. Yang Mucheng, no matter how talented you are, you will die in my hands today. After saying that, Kai Tao laughed loudly. With a surge of inner energy, he actually transformed into 2 cloud wings behind his back. With the soles of his feet slightly on the ground, he suddenly flew forward. He was like a cheetah scurrying on the grassland. And suddenly, he rushed towards Yang Mucheng. This rush was like teleporting. When he came to Yang Mucheng in one step, he suddenly put his hands together. Rumble. At this moment, the entire earth trembled crazily. At this moment, the flat ground was shaken by a terrifying force. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, 2 vast and horrifying giant palms formed and swatted towards Yang Mucheng. Master Kai is angry. Looking at this vast palm, Lei Ming took a breath of cold air, unable to conceal the shock and astonishment in his eyes. He looked at Yang Muchung sympathetically, shook his head slowly and said, "The Lord Buddha is so powerful that all living beings are in ruins. Even if the Emperor comes, I'm afraid Yang Muchung will not be able to escape today's disaster." Chapter 328 Buddha Ascends to the Throne. In the martial arts world, Kai Tao is known as Buddha. This is because he has a smiling face and is as compassionate as a Buddha. But once he is angered, not even gods can save him. Today, Yang Mu has achieved this. I just saw that as the ground rumbled, countless pieces of gravel and soil rose up quickly, forming a giant Buddha. This giant Buddha is 36 meters high. It looks natural and uncanny in appearance. It is completely made of gravel and soil. Kai Tao's internal energy is so huge that it can compress this endless rock and soil. And the closed palms of the giant Buddha smack towards Yang Muchung. If these palms were closed together, even a bronze statue would be crushed into iron sheet in an instant. "Cut it off!" Yang Muchung pointed his swords together and swiped them suddenly. I saw a sword energy of more than 7 or 8 meters swept past quickly. And in an instant, the huge Buddha's giant palm was cut off by him at the elbow. These two palms were 5 or 6 meters long. After breaking, they smashed to the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble suddenly. Immediately, the broken palm turned into a puddle of soft soil and quickly fell into the body of the Buddha. At this time, Master Kai was already controlling the Buddha statue, and the second blow was already flashing. Just see, where the Buddha statue was broken at the elbow level, a pair of stone palms quickly grew. At the same time, the back of the Buddha statue began to squirm violently at this moment, and quickly grew a pair of arms, causing the main Buddha statue to transform into the posture of a 1,000-armed Arhat. "Die!" Kai Tao shook his hands into a fist and smashed it down. The 1,000-armed Arhat behind him also erupted at the same time, and the endless attacks were desperately hitting the direction of Yang Muchung. In an instant, the entire ground trembled crazily. With every punch, the entire ground would set off a violent wave visible to the naked eye. At this moment, thousands of punches had already fallen, and countless air waves quickly merged into the ground. Together, mixed with dust, a gust of wind hundreds of meters high was transformed in an instant, quickly sweeping around. Every time a punch hits the ground, it will leave a huge punch mark 5 to 6 meters deep and more than 10 meters deep. Terrifying pressure surged down, and booming explosions continued to resound. The ruins of the Eagle Palace were actually completely swept away by this strong wind. Many talkers, warriors, and masters were blown away by this terrible wind, and they were smashed to the ground with loud roars. There were bursts of noise. "Oh my God!" Seeing this scene, countless people took a breath of air. Kai Tao has secretly controlled Jiangnan County for decades, and the murders and arson have always been carried out by his two kings, Lei Ming and Yi Xiong. Everyone only knew that he was scary, but they didn't know how strong he was. But now that he takes action, everyone understands his true terror. With this blow, I'm afraid even the real master of Xuanya will be turned into meat. Right. Everyone was shocked. This is the true master of Xuanya. His inner strength is so profound. It's a pity that Mr. Kai doesn't have much ambition. Otherwise, it would not be impossible to replace the Shangqing dynasty. A reporter sighed. Road. Yang Muchung will definitely be seriously injured by this attack. One person shook his head. The words just fell. Lei Ming on the side sneered. Severely injured? Are you kidding? Master Kai's move is called Thousand Buddha's Wrath, and it is a middle-level Shin-level martial arts skill. Each punch is a full-strength strike from Master Xuanya. Even if you are full of energy, you can't bear it. If Yang Muchung can bear this attack, even his bones will be left behind. Yi Xiong also laughed and said, That's right. This martial art has two parts, the upper part and the lower part. The upper part is called the Wrath of 1,000 Buddhas. The lower part is called Buddha Cloud Pressure. When the time comes, the palms of thousands of Buddhas merge into one and are photographed with all their strength. Master Kai once disabled a Xian Yi master with this move. How could Yang Muchung survive? Boom! 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 While everyone was still talking and laughing, a terrible sound of boxing suddenly came from the battlefield. Just see. At this moment, Yang Muchung faced the Buddha's thousands of huge palms slapping down. But he refused to retreat or give in. Instead, he took a steady stance. And the next moment, he raised his fist and punched out. His pair of flesh fists actually seemed to be made of immortal steel. When they hit the giant palms, not only did they not suffer any damage, but they directly shattered those giant palms that were twisted by countless internal energies. With every punch, countless rocks exploded. What? There were constant exclamations. Lei Ming and Yi Xiang, who had previously concluded that Yang Mucheng would die, almost had their eyes popped out. They never expected that Yang Mucheng could resist Master Kai's attack with a pair of fleshy palms. It's really scary! When Wu Guijian saw the scene, he was speechless. At first, he and Yang Mucheng fought against each other in the stone forest, and he thought that he had a deep understanding of Yang Mucheng's strength. But now that he saw the scene, he realized that Yang Mucheng's strength and potential were by no means as simple as he imagined. I don't believe it! Kai Tao looked at Yang Mucheng. His pupils suddenly closed. He roared, and his hands suddenly clasped together. The next moment, the giant Buddha behind him and thousands of palms closed together at the same speed. Thousands of palms actually merged into one, and then suddenly formed a pair of huge palms that covered the sky and the sun, and crazily crushed down towards Yang Mucheng. This is the lower part of the wrath of thousand Buddhas. The Buddha clouds are overwhelming. At this moment, the two giant palms gathered together were like a large, shocking Buddha cloud, which suddenly slapped down quickly. At this moment, the terrifying cloud even completely obscured the entire sky above Wunyan City. Down. As the giant palm crushed them, everyone felt a chill that penetrated their hearts and bones. Click! A burst of ear-piercing explosions resounded, and at this moment, the ground exploded, shooting out huge lightning-like cracks. It was as if the entire earth was torn apart by pairs of invisible hands. Boom! The giant palm crushed down, and Yang Mucheng felt his body sink. This surging force seemed to transform into a surging mountain, and suddenly hit his shoulder. It even caused his feet to sink, and the soles of his feet sank deeply into the ground. Rumble. Even before the attack arrives, the momentum is already approaching. Just saw that with Yang Mucheng's body as the center, the surrounding ground sank crazily, forming a deep palm print. Are the Buddha clouds overwhelming me? Then let me show you how this move works for me. Slowly raising his head, Yang Mucheng grinned, looking at the huge palm he desperately took. The next moment, flames jumped out of his eyes. Cursed Dragon and Sky Fire. Chapter 329 Two Heavenly Kings. Roar! The shocking dragon roared out crazily. If Zhang Shihao's flaming dragon was like an endless river, then Yang Mucheng's fire dragon is like the Milky Way rising above the sky. The gap between the two sides is simply beyond the ordinary, and they are not on the same level at all. The shocking roar of the dragon made this wild dragon composed of flaming fighting spirits seem to have become a real dragon, wandering among the mountains, rivers and oceans. The roar of the reversal of the Milky Way, tumbling and surging, was vast, and in the shocked eyes of countless people, it hit hard on the giant palm that slapped down. Bang! A terrible explosion resounded. The giant palm that rolled down was torn apart in an instant. The surging fire dragon traveled across the sky and slammed into the giant Buddha. This 36-meter-high stone Buddha was burned to ashes in an instant. Large pieces of exploding rocks were filled with flames and flew out, mixed with long flame tails, like pieces of heavy meteorites, smashing deep pits into the ground. Fire-fighting intent? Kai Tao stood there, feeling the surging flames on Yang Mucheng's body, and a trace of extreme shock could not help but flash in his eyes. No! It's impossible! There are countless geniuses in the martial arts world. No one can master the will of war in the Xian liquid realm. You only have the late stage of Xian liquid. How can you touch the will of war? And you are more proficient than me? Kai Tao looked at Yang Mucheng. His eyes were red, and he couldn't believe it. Facing Yang Mucheng, whom he had always looked down upon, he felt a sense of crisis for the first time. This old guy also has a fighting spirit. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. When Kai Tao took action earlier, he vaguely sensed a fighting spirit from the opponent's body that was completely different from his own. It was a thick and solid fighting spirit. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But it was a pity that Yang Mucheng knew too little about fighting intentions, and could not know what kind of fighting intentions the other party had. But there is no doubt that fighting spirit is definitely a powerful existence. Moves blessed with fighting spirit will be countless times more powerful than ordinary moves. Lei Ming, Yi Xiang, what are you two still doing? Kill him for me! Kai Tao no longer had the confidence he had before and shouted quickly. Tongue! Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, the two kings under him suddenly took action. The first one to rush towards him was Yi Xiang, who was wearing a cloak. He was seen coming quickly like a dragon or a snake. His body curved strangely, like a poisonous snake that chooses people to bite. In an instant, He was approaching Yang Muchung, and at the same time, he stabbed Yang Muchung with his sword. Snort! Yang Muchung snorted coldly, and pushed away slowly with his right palm. His body has been tempered by dragon blood, and his pair of fleshy palms can toughen all things. Even a low-grade Shin-level weapon was broken by his palm. But just when the palm was about to be blasted away, a strange scene occurred. The sword shadow in Yi Xiang's hand was bent strangely, and it seemed to be a living creature bypassing the palm. It was a sharp turn, stabbing Yang Muchung's throat. This is? Yang Muchung took a closer look and couldn't help but take a breath of air. It turned out that what Yi Xiang was holding was not a sword, but a strange black snake. This snake is about 1.5 meters tall, with a flat body and a sword-like appearance. No wonder he could move freely. Even Yang Muchung couldn't tell the difference. Hisses. The snake sword let out a roar, opened its fangs, and bit quickly. A green light appeared on the fangs, which obviously contained highly toxic substances. Frowning slightly, Yang Muchung quickly took a step back. At this time, Lei Ming's attack had arrived. I saw him holding the giant sword tightly in both hands, suddenly falling from the sky, slashing down crazily, slashing towards Yang Muchung's head. Yang Muchung retreated again, and the sword suddenly missed his body and struck the ground heavily. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the earth seemed to be cut in half by this sword, and a huge crack spread along the edge of the sword. A terrifying sword mark was formed that was several meters deep and more than 100 meters long. This kid dodges very quickly. He was able to dodge our combined attack. Lei Ming lifted the giant sword with one hand and hit his shoulder hard. The terrifying weight of the giant sword smashed his feet into the ground. But Lei Ming seemed to feel nothing. He grinned and looked at Yang Muchung, his face full of teasing. Yi Xiang raised his brows and shouted, Lei Ming, be careful. This kid has mastered the flame fighting spirit. Although his cultivation is only in the late stage of Shen liquid, his strength can definitely resist the Grandmaster. We must be careful. Don't capsize in the gutter. Lei Ming grinned, shook his head and said, We have joined forces and have killed 3 or 4 masters without any blood so far. Isn't it easy to deal with Yang Muchung? As he spoke, he glanced at Kai Tao behind him and said, Master Kai is preparing a move. We just need to hold this kid back until Master Kai is ready. No matter how strong he is, he will still be slapped by Master Kai. Shoot to death? You two also want to stop me? Yang Muchung raised his brows and looked at Lei Ming and Yi Xiang. He glanced at Kai Tao and saw Kai Tao standing several hundred feet behind the two of them, with his palms clasped together, his inner energy surging crazily, and the surging power couldn't help churning, obviously preparing some terrible moves. That's fine. I previously absorbed Qian En and Zhang Shihao's energy and blood, and I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. If it swallows the energy and blood of these two people, it should not be a problem to reach the peak of Qian liquid. The 2 heavenly kings have taken action. I didn't expect that he could push Master Kai to this extent. He actually asked Master Kai to ask for help. However, everything should end here. Feeling the condensed power in Mr. Kai's body, which was like a volcano accumulating infinite power, all those who spoke could not help but change their expression slightly, and slowly retreated towards the back. Next, there will definitely be an attack like the earth shattering and sparks hitting the earth. If they are involved in it, they may not escape death. Your Majesty! Yi Xianer bit her silver teeth and was about to step forward. Wu Guijian on the side held her back. The latter shook his head and said, Miss Xianer, don't worry. Since the Holy One dares to deal with it alone, he is sure to deal with it. This time, he is determined to swallow up the entire Jiangnan County. He must not if you don't take action. You have to suppress these people with iron and blood. Only in this way will Jiangnan County be in his hands, and no one will dare to rebel. Yi Xianer was startled and looked forward. Really? There was excitement, ecstasy, solemnity, and nervousness in Yang Muchung's eyes. But there was no fear. Chapter 330 Infinite Madness. Yi Xiang came first. This person is good at assassination. His moves are unexpected, weird and changeable. The most fearful thing is the snake sword in his hand. It is obviously a monster, but it is as commanding as a sword. He looked at Yang Muchung and sneered. My snake sword is made from the black snake. Take its young snake and feed it with elixirs so that its body shape will not grow even slightly after birth. Soak it in special potion every day for 10 as old as the day. The scales of this young snake are like fine iron, harder than Qian level weapons. Yang Muchung looked surprised. Black snake? I know that this snake is a great demon in the mysterious liquid realm. It is only 1 or 2 meters long when it is born, and can grow to more than 30 meters when it reaches maturity. I didn't expect that this kind of snake could be used to use the means to make weapons. Yang Mucheng nodded while analyzing. This kind of weapon is really good. It has weird changes and thousands of varieties. Those with less strength are not the enemy of the whole team at all. Unfortunately, the black snake is a big demon after all, and it is extremely difficult to capture, let alone such a young snake. Moreover, it takes 10 years to refine such a weapon, and the gain outweighs the loss. This is a habit. When Yang Mucheng sees something good now, he always thinks about what would happen if he expanded the scale of this thing and provided it to the experts in the field. But this snake sword, although ingenious, is not suitable for everyone to use. I wonder how hard this snake sword is. Yang Mucheng was confused. This is what I am thinking about. He actually stepped forward and quickly approached Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong closed his eyes, and the snake sword in his hand let out a hissing scream. And in midair, it turned into an afterimage like a dragon and a snake, and flew towards it rapidly. When it was charging, the snake sword suddenly trembled, and its body doubled as if it were swelling in the wind. It grew 100 times in an instant. In an instant, it transformed from a sword into an angry snake, and opened up. The big mouth rushed towards Yang Mucheng to devour him crazily. Huh? At this moment, there was a sound of gasping all around. There is actually such a change. As expected of Mr. Kai's heavenly king, the snake transforms into a sword, and the sword transforms into a snake. With such an abrupt change, he is dead. When everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, and when the huge snake sword was swallowing Yang Mucheng remained calm. He stepped back slightly, and at the same time, he grabbed hold of the sun, moon and stars with his right hand. Countless rays of light and flames quickly gathered together to form a holy dragon blood sword, and then swiped in front of him and slashed down with a fierce sword. No matter how many changes you have, I will kill them all with one sword. A sword energy that was more than 20 meters long was cut down from the air and hit the snake sword heavily. The snake sword, which had taken the elixir and had been soaked in the medicine for 10 years, was suddenly cut in half and crashed to the ground. At the same time, the sword light swept down quickly and slashed Yi Xiong's body from head to toe. This one of the kings of Jiangnan County was completely cut in half under Yang Mucheng's sword. Yi Xiong! When Lei Ming saw this, he howled angrily, and with a raised sword in his hand, he struck at the enemy like crazy. With a single finger of the heavy sword, the vast and continuous sword intent rolled over crazily like a tide at this moment. The rolling sword light condensed and gathered rapidly, just like the wave that set off a stormy sea. At this moment, there was a force that swept the world. Terrible potential. In fact, wherever the sword passed, the ground was lifted up crazily, and everything wherever the sword energy passed was torn into powder in an instant. Oh my god! This sword, what kind of move is it? It's a tide of swords. Swords are like a tide. Everyone's expressions changed in shock. They were far apart, but they could still feel the vast power brought by this sword, like thousands of horses galloping, making the whole earth tremble. Look! Yang Mucheng is making a move. This sword! Clang! A dazzling sword light was like rain falling from the void. Its speed was simply unstoppable. In an instant, it swung down, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, it tore apart Lei Ming's sword tide that swept through the world. There was a sound of flesh being torn apart at the same time. The sword in Lei Ming's hand suddenly paused. A head flew high into the sky, and then crashed to the ground. Take a deep breath. The energy and blood of the two people surged at this moment, sweeping over them quickly. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly resounded, and the layers of accumulated qi and blood made Yang Mucheng finally break through the bottleneck at this moment and reach the peak of Xian liquid. And this time, Kai Tao's moves were finally ready. He glanced at Lei Ming and Yi Xiong, who were already dead bodies, and a trace of extreme anger flashed in his pupils. But he did not take action immediately, but stood still. Boom! He clapped his palms hard, and the already roiling inner energy suddenly surged, flying like angry flames. Between heaven and earth, there were countless spiritual energies that seemed to be attracted and rushed towards his body quickly. This terrifying gesture makes people feel chilled. The faces of the people around him became serious when they saw this scene. Kai Tao's last move, which almost burned his blood, was definitely not simple. Could it be that move? Someone in the crowd closed his eyes and yelled. It's just a fragment of the scroll. But Mr. Kai can actually understand the contents of the fragment. What fragment? What is the content? Everyone was puzzled. The speaker said solemnly. 6 years ago, I got a top-level martial arts book of Shin level from the hands of Captain Yimo Jin. Unfortunately, it was only a fragment, and the content was incomplete. I was afraid of going crazy, so I didn't dare to complete it. I just gave it to Master Kai as a gift, but I didn't expect him to understand it. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous and shocking collapse sound suddenly sounded. The earth suddenly cracked open, and a huge rock with a diameter of more than 300 meters was peeled out from the ground. It was like Gongdong flipping over Mount Buzhou, and it smashed directly towards Yang Muqing's position. This huge rock, in a falling state, almost enveloped the entire Wunyan city, like a meteorite falling from the sky. The falling trend brought about endless wind pressure. The ground in all directions burst open after being suppressed by this huge wind pressure. The terrible shadow approaches quickly, making those who look at it frightened, and those who look at it cold. Some timid people were so frightened that they even had no strength to stand up, and stared at the fallen boulder in stunned silence. This will not only kill Yang Muqing, but also destroy the entire Wunyan city. The crowd trembled. When the nest is overturned, how can there be any eggs? The terrifying wind pressure transformed into a huge wave hundreds of meters high, directly sending everyone flying away. This move makes the wind so terrifying. If it is really suppressed, what kind of power will it be? Yang Muqing. Let me see how you can catch my move. Kai Tao stared at Yang Muqing with infinite madness in his eyes. Chapter 331. I don't mind destroying the capital of Jiangnan County. Your Majesty! Seeing this blow, Yi Xian'er's expression changed drastically. This kind of power has already separated from the human body and ranks among the immortals. The expressions of the masters inside all changed with shock. But the endless wind pressure was added to their bodies, making their bodies seem to be suppressed by a mountain, unable to move at all, let alone being rescued. Even escaping was impossible. Boom! 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 And Yang Muqing was the first target of this giant rock. The pressure he endured was 1,000 times greater than that of others. The terrifying power was exerted on him without sparing any effort at this moment. At this moment, 3 earth-shaking loud sounds erupted. With the first explosion, the rock under Yang Muqing's feet could no longer withstand the huge force and shattered, causing Yang Muqing's feet to be crushed half a foot into the ground. With the second explosion, the earth cracked, like a pair of invisible hands, tearing the entire earth apart. The cracks couldn't be contained and splashed out, spreading thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. With the third explosion, the entire ground collapsed completely, forming a bowl-shaped depression. Under this pressure, all the bones in Yang Muqing's body made a crackling sound, and all the blood in his body was forcibly forced out of his body. Yang Muqing, I am your insurmountable mountain. You want to engulf Jiangnan County, but you are just daydreaming. Today, I will make your bones disappear. Kai Tao roared. Even if he is a master of Xian Yi, it would be exhausting to use this move forcefully. As the roar rang out, blood continued to gush out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, dripping onto the ground. He pressed his right hand, and the falling rock accelerated 100 times faster at this moment. Look at this falling rock. Yang Muqing's eyes burst out with a burst of cold light. In this cold light, he opened his big hands. An endless firelight burst out from outside his body. In this endless firelight, a shadow of a 5-clawed golden dragon more than 30 meters long formed outside Yang Muqing's body. At the same time, Yang Muqing's overall momentum was also rising. Burning chi and blood? Unfortunately, it's too late. Kai Tao, who was hundreds of meters away, could clearly feel that Yang Muqing's power was climbing crazily and constantly increasing. The fighting spirit of the fire even drove the blood all over his body to burn crazily at this moment. Kai Tao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. My move is done. No matter how many ways you have, you can only die here. Fighting spirit, the most mysterious existence in the martial arts world. Even the slightest touch can double your strength. Now Yang Muqing has fully activated the flaming fighting spirit he has acquired. In the sky full of fire, the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him seemed to condense into a solid entity, and then quickly crashed towards the falling rock. The collision of fire and earth. Obviously, this is a matter of victory and defeat between the two of them. Boom! In midair, the 5-clawed golden dragon composed entirely of flames directly hit the giant rock. During the fierce impact, a shocking sound erupted. Amidst the explosion, The huge rock was directly blasted into pieces with a devastating force, turning into countless flames. But the flames that filled the sky gathered together again to form a huge wave of fire, which blasted towards the giant rock again. This terrible attack made the internal energy of Yang Muqing's body seem to stop functioning, making everything in the world eclipse at this moment. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it was just a moment. In the confrontation between the flames and the rocks, the huge rocks exploded and turned into powder, and the flames suddenly disappeared into the void. Puff! The move was broken, and Kai Tao suffered a direct backlash. His body trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, his momentum dropped crazily, shrinking extremely like a burst balloon. But Yang Mucheng stood there proudly. After experiencing a fierce battle, the fighting spirit in him not only did not diminish at all, but instead rose crazily at this moment. Failed? Master Kai, who forcibly used the best martial arts at the Xian level, actually lost. He was defeated by Yang Mucheng. Bang. At this moment, a large section of the crowd fell to their knees. They knew that once Kai Tao was defeated, Jiangnan County would be completely lost, and they were completely finished. Wow! Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was slowly walking towards him, he struggled to get up. But such a small movement caused him to touch the wounds all over his body, and spurt out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Kai Tao was really scared. He did not expect that Yang Muqing's strength was so terrifying, beyond his imagination. If he was given another chance, he would never object to Yang Mucheng taking over the entire Jiangnan County. Instead, he would give up Jiangnan County without hesitation. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Do you have any last words? Yang Mucheng held up his sword and looked at Kai Tao quietly. Boom! Kai Tao knelt down and hit his head heavily on the ground, pounding his head like garlic. Yang Di, I was wrong. Jiangnan County belongs to you. I was blinded by Qian An and Zhang Shihao, and they wanted to occupy the county capital regardless of life and death. Spare me. I will be your dog from now on. A most faithful dog. When he looked at Yang Muqing's unwavering eyes, he suddenly trembled with fright and kept shouting. Yang Emperor, I am the Xian Yi Grandmaster. I am the only Xian Yi Grandmaster in the entire Jiangnan County. I have a wide network of contacts. With me here, Su Yefeng's army will never dare to set foot in the Jiangnan County capital. I can help you occupy the entire Shunqing dynasty. The warriors around looked at this scene with desolate hearts. The Master Xian Yi is almost superior to the entire Jiangnan County. He is even more superior. Don't you see? Su Yefeng has already become the talker of Ping'an County before he reaches the level of Grandmaster. One can imagine how valuable such a master is. But now, this Grandmaster is kneeling in front of Yang Mucheng and begging for mercy. No one found it funny. Kai Tao, who has seen life and death and walked through the gates of H.L., has already given up on fame, wealth and vanity. Now he just wants to survive. Kai Tao, do you remember what I said before? Yang Mucheng looked at Kai Tao and said calmly. I said, I will kill anyone who refuses to accept it. I don't mind a bloodbath in the entire Jiangnan County. But you said you don't accept it. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? So what about Grandmaster Xian Yi? Even if you are Grandmaster Xian Hai, you have to die. Laugh. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Yang Mucheng turned his sword, and a human head flew high into the sky along with a fountain of blood. The talkative person in Jiangnan County, the master of the Xuanya realm, died under Yang Muqing's sword. Chapter 332 All People Surrender. To simply kill a Xian Yi Grandmaster? Those present at the scene felt cold all over when they saw Kai Tao lying on the ground. Yang Mucheng let go of his right hand. The holy dragon blood sword turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. He looked at Kai Tao mockingly and snorted. I need you to hand over Jiangnan County to me. Jiangnan County belongs to me. I don't need anyone to give it to me. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on conquering the capital of Jiangnan County. Wu Guijian felt his blood surge, and a surge of pride surged into his heart. He originally thought, it will take at least 3 to 5 years for Yang Mucheng to swallow up the entire Jiangnan County. But now, in less than half a month, he has completely won it. Congratulations, Your Majesty! This moment, the Alki Master shouted in unison. The sound of drinking resounded through the sky. From today on, Jiangnan County will become the territory of the Dacian Kingdom. I am giving orders to the world today. Whether they are ordinary people or warriors in the county, They must abide by my laws. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Having already proclaimed himself emperor in the martial arts world, Yang Muchung can openly call himself I. The people present trembled all over, knowing that everything was a foregone conclusion, and they were helpless, looking at each other and smiling bitterly. They all knelt down at this moment and shouted, "Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live!" But unexpectedly, after Yang Muchung glanced at the speaker, he shook his head with a half-smile. "What a group of guys who adapt to the changing circumstances! I invited you to go to Stormwind City for a gathering before, but you all shied away and turned a deaf ear to my words. Now that you saw me killing Kai Tao, you came here and surrendered to me? I don't need you people to serve me." Yang Muchung waved his hand and said loudly, "Wu Guijian!" "Yes," Wu Guijian responded loudly. "Kill all these talkers and send their heads back to the 72 cities as a warning to others. If you don't obey, you will end up like these talkers." "Yes," Wu Guijian said. At this moment, the speaker in 72 City felt as if all the bones in his body had been forcibly removed. When Yang Muchung killed Kai Tao without hesitation, they were extremely frightened. But I feel somewhat lucky. After all, Kai Tao took the lead in the rebellion, and now that the culprit has been punished, they should be let go. After all, when the new emperor takes office, he always offers a general amnesty to show the emperor's mercy. But they never thought that Yang Muchung had no intention of letting them go. "Humph! If I had known this today, why bother?" Bai Zhong looked at these limp warriors and felt that they deserved it. The idea of expecting Yang Muchung to be merciful is extremely ridiculous. The emperor speaks with golden words. He said that those who disobey will die. Even if you have a great background and a great backer, they will not be able to save you. Uh-huh. 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 After a burst of screams, the bloody heads were lifted up by ice beads and sent back to the city by alchemy masters to announce to the world. And Yang Muchung also absorbed the energy and blood of Kai Tao and the talkers in the 72 cities. His cultivation level that had just broken through finally stabilized and was completely fixed at the peak of Xian liquid. But, although in name, Yang Muchung has the entire Jiangnan County in his hands, there are still some substantial changes that have not changed. People in Jiangnan County are used to a life where the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. A city is a country, and a speaker is a local emperor. It will take a while to fully reverse this situation. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment, but still planned to administer a few more doses of harsh medicine. "Yi Xian, I'm at your service with pen and ink. I want to draft an imperial edict." Pens, inks, paper and inkstones are all ready. Yang Muchung scolded Fang Qiu and wrote, "I am in charge of Jiangnan County today. Everything in Jiangnan County belongs to me. In the 72 cities, mines and elixir gardens, no mining or picking is allowed without my order. Anyone who violates the rules will be thrown into the sky." There are only 5 or 6 crosses. The words are like the edge of a sword, full of killing intent. Wu Guijian glanced at the imperial edict and felt his scalp numb. "What's wrong?" Yang Muchung casually put down the brush and had the edict and the head sent to the 72 cities for reading. Seeing Wu Guijian's embarrassed expression, he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Your Majesty, the foundation of major cities is resources such as mines and elixir gardens. If you do this all at once, it is equivalent to uprooting the foundation of these people. Isn't it forcing these people to rebel?" Wu Guijian glanced at Yang Muchung and found that the other party did not look dissatisfied. Then he continued, "According to what I have seen, the mines and elixir gardens are left untouched, allowing them to mine. Then they will gradually boil the frog in warm water, and then digest the entire Jiangnan County." Yang Muchung smiled and said, "How many years will this method take?" 3 years. Maybe even longer." Wu Guijian hesitated. Yang Muchung shook his head and said with a smile, 3 years is too long. Do you know why the Shangqing dynasty, and even the entire martial arts dynasty, have difficulty controlling the counties and cities below? It's because the methods are not thunderous enough, iron-blooded enough, and suppressed. Lie those people. Most warriors in the martial arts world are arrogant. If you can't suppress them, they will think you are indecisive and easy to bully. The royal family is also afraid that the people below will cause trouble, and they will be difficult to deal with. So they will let it go. Over time, these people began to become free and unorganized. If I don't have some skills after ruling the Jiangnan County, these warriors will definitely think that I am as weak as the previous Shangqing dynasty. and there will be great drawbacks and great resistance to management in the future. Wu Guijian couldn't help but nodded, but he still had some doubts and worries. Holy Lord, if you take away all the elixir gardens, mines, etc., and these forces quit, what if they rebel? It would be better to rebel city by city. But if all 72 counties join together, I'm afraid it's quite a troublesome thing. What's the trouble? Just kill one person if he doesn't obey. If 10,000 people don't obey, kill 10,000 people. I don't believe how long these people can be restrained. Besides, if they jump up and resist directly, it would be in line with my idea. Kill all those who resist, and the remaining people will naturally behave. Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. Hisses. Upon hearing this, Wu Guijian felt his scalp numb. When Yang Mucheng said this, his tone was so understated that people who didn't know just thought he was joking. But Wu Guijian felt that Yang Mucheng was serious. It's like everyone in the world is an ant in his eyes. It seems that this Jiangning County is bound to suffer a bloodbath. Wu Guijian shook his head secretly. Chapter 333 The War Intention of the Earth. The record of the trip to Tai Mountain. After the imperial edict was issued, Yang Mucheng did not leave, but temporarily stayed in Wunyan City. Other cities dare not say so, but no one in Wunyan City resisted. Everything about Kai Tao was confiscated by Yang Mucheng. When the masters in the palace went to seal up the mine and the elixir garden, no one dared to resist. After all, the battle between Yang Mucheng and Kai Tao alarmed almost everyone in Wunyan City. Moreover, the people who spoke in 72 cities were killed on the spot, which also silenced them. All the mineral resources were recovered without encountering many obstacles. Yang Mucheng also summoned the Black Flag Army. On the one hand, it was to deal with the civil war that might break out in Jiangning County. And on the other hand, it was to welcome Su Yefeng's upcoming army. Your Majesty, during our search, we found 3 items from Kai Tao's treasure house. Zhang Jiao came quickly with a tray in his hand. On the tray, there are 3 things. The first thing is a wooden box. The second thing is a fragment. The third item is an amber. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, but his eyes fell on the wooden box first. He could feel that there was a thick and solid fighting spirit faintly exuding from the wooden box. Even if the box blocked it, patches of yellow light like ripples of tides continued to spread out. Is this the intention to fight? Yang Mucheng was so excited that he opened the wooden box, and a talisman flew out of the box. This talisman is suspended in midair, and the tide of spiritual energy is constantly turbulent. If this is not fighting intent, what else can it be? This fighting spirit is almost the same as the power bursting out of Kai Tao. It seems that is the case. It's actually the fighting spirit of the earth. Wu Guijian, Yi Xian, and Zhang Jiao looked shocked and surprised. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng grabbed it. Your Majesty, don't touch it. Wu Guijian was shocked and shouted quickly. But it was already too late. When Yang Mucheng's palm touched the fighting spirit turned into a stream of light and sneaked into his body. At this moment, Wu Guijian's face was as white as a piece of paper. But what surprised him was that nothing happened and Yang Mucheng was still sitting there fine. It's really the fighting spirit of the earth. Yang Mucheng felt that there seemed to be something more in his body. And then he looked at Wu Guijian. What's going on? Wu Guijian also looked at a loss. Your Majesty, the will of war is the most mysterious existence between heaven and earth, and the power contained in it is extraordinary. Warriors should not touch it easily. Otherwise it will be easy to explode and die. But I won't either know why. Yang Mucheng grinned and flipped his right hand. Suddenly, the war intention of the earth and the war intention of fire appeared from his palm. The eyes of everyone watching this scene almost bulged out. Yang Mucheng actually has 2 fighting intentions. It seems that the Holy One is the person chosen by heaven. Wu Guijian couldn't help but be speechless. Ordinary people, when they get the will to fight, would never dare to absorb it so easily. It can take as little as 3 to 5 years, and as many as 10 years. And they continue to swallow the fighting spirit into their bodies bit by bit. Because there is more than just the fighting spirit in them. The power is huge, and it also contains a certain kind of law of heaven and earth. If you get enough fighting spirit, you can also understand the second level of fighting spirit. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and motioned for Wu Guijian to continue. It wasn't long before he got the will to fight. Whether it was in Stormwind City or Clearwater City, he had searched through various documents and found no content recording the will to fight. Now that he heard Wu Guijian talking about the second level of fighting spirit, he was more than interested. Your Majesty, I don't know much about fighting spirit. I only heard some about it when I was in the Holy Qin dynasty. The flame fighting intent. The earth fighting intent. The strong wind fighting intent. The weak water fighting intent. The lightning fighting intent. These fighting intents are born from heaven and earth, and belong to the most basic first level of fighting intent. If the first level of fighting spirit is large enough, it can even produce a second level of fighting spirit. When I was in the royal capital of the Shun Qin dynasty, a strong man with second level fighting spirit came to me to build weapons for him. The strength of that strong man has reached the golden core realm. Hisses. Golden elixir realm? That is an existence that transcends the three realms of Xian Qi, Xian liquid, and Xian high. It belongs to the third realm of the six realms. There is a famous saying in the martial arts world. If a golden elixir enters my belly, my fate is determined by my will. Before the golden elixir realm, each additional level of cultivation will increase your lifespan by more than 100 years. But once you reach the golden elixir realm, you really have 1,000 years of life. A nearly immortal existence. Second level of fighting intent? Yang Mucheng nodded in seeming understanding. He realized that this fighting spirit was anything but ordinary. Then what is the second level of fighting intention of a strong man? I don't know that. Wu Guijian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The generation of fighting spirit is very accidental, but the number is also extremely large. The first level of fighting spirit represents all things in the world. Every time a fighting spirit is obtained, the fighting power will increase several times. If the second level of fighting spirit is generated from this level of fighting spirit is probably 1,000 times stronger than the first level of fighting spirit. However, the martial arts world is so huge and so vast that it's hard to imagine. There will always be some truly strong people who are unwilling to show up or hide in the dark. It is estimated that only these people know what the second level of fighting intention is. Hearing this, Yang Mucheng nodded. The martial arts world is indeed very big. Just a Jiangnan county is as big as the territory of Daqian Kingdom. This is only a small part of the Shun Qin dynasty. And there are countless martial arts dynasties in the world that are thousands of times larger than the Shun Qin dynasty. There are so many vast clouds and there are so many things I don't understand. Then send someone to collect information about fighting spirit. Anyone who can find fighting spirit in Daqian and gives it to me will be rewarded by me. Yang Mu became enlightened. Withdrawing his mind, Kai Tao had 3 treasures in total. The first one he saw just now gave him such a big shock. So what is this second thing? Picking up the scraps on the tray, Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and took a look. I saw 5 big words written in the fragment. Tai Mountain Travel Record. He opened it doubtfully. I only saw this fragment. Due to the age, many of the papers have been eaten by moths, and the fonts and pictures are no longer clearly visible. But those were just a few hundred words left, which shocked Yang Mucheng, because this is the last trick Kai Tao used. Slowly putting away. Travel to Tai Mountain. Yang Mucheng felt his scalp numb. Previously, I thought that what Kai Tao used was the top-grade Xian level martial arts. But now I can see that this is not the top-grade Xian level martial arts. This is clearly a low-grade martial arts of the earth level. It's a pity that this technique is incomplete. So Kai Tao, it has not exerted its full power. If this martial skill is fully restored, how powerful will it be? Yang Mucheng was very excited. Chapter 334 Jiangnan County is in chaos. Carefully put away the remaining scrolls. After drawing the restoration talisman, this low-grade Tai Mountain Travel Record can be used normally. He set his sights on the last treasure. Amber. This is? Yang Mucheng couldn't help but shrink his eyes. He originally thought that both travel to Tai Mountain and the War Will of the Earth were already Kai Tao's most precious treasures. But now this last thing was far beyond his expectation. Your Majesty, this should be left behind by some kind of demon king or even demon emperor in ancient times. Wu Guijian spoke. I saw, in the fist-sized piece of amber, a drop of blood as thin as a hair was suspended in it. A trace of blood-colored ripples swept across the place, giving people a strange and mysterious feeling. How could this be left behind by the demon king? This is the blood of an ancient dragon. I originally thought that these things could only be extracted from the system, but I didn't expect that they could also be found in this world. What the system gives me is not something that comes out of thin air. It should be something that already exists in this world. He shook his head slowly to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. At this moment, Yang Mucheng could clearly feel that the 5-clawed golden dragon behind him was constantly stirring, as if it was eager to swallow the ancient dragon's blood in his hand. Forcibly suppressed the thought of swallowing. Yang Muchung put away the ancient dragon's blood and then looked at Yi Xianer. Xianer, what else was found in Kai Tao's house? Back to the Holy Lord. Martial arts. Armor. Black stones. I have sorted these things properly and sent most of them back to the Imperial City. Yi Xianer pondered for a moment and continued. In Wunyan City, there are some people are kneeling outside the door and want to see you. Do you want to see them? Let them kneel down and let Baizhong take care of anything. Yang Muchung waved his hand. With his identity here, how could he just see anyone he wanted? After arranging some chores, Yang Muchung went into seclusion with the ancient dragon blood. It is impossible to deal with the affairs of Jiangnan County in a short time. After all, these stubborn diseases in the martial arts world have been around for a long time. In addition, the arrival of foreign enemies has made people panic. Therefore, it will take some time before Jiangnan County can be as bossy as Daqian Kingdom. Sea of Death. A group of people and horses slowly came from the edge of the desert. The leader was dressed as a monk. He was leisurely riding on a white lion and turning the rosary in his hand. At first glance, it looks like an eminent monk. But if you look closely, you will be scared to death. The rosary beads in his hand turned out to be skull heads the size of fingernails. The ghost laughing Buddha. You're late, a one-eyed man said solemnly. This one-eyed man has a heavy sword on his body, and his face is as cold as a snake. When you look at him, you feel like you are being stared at by a snake. Ghost laughing Buddha narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Washington, Su Yefeng has a life-saving grace for you. That's why you work so hard for him. I just want to get the treasure from his hands, so I obey his orders. 3 years later, Su Yefeng has ordered us to kill Su Qin's family. Once this is done, I will fly away. The one-eyed man named Washington shook his head and said solemnly, The mission has changed, and Master Chu is dead. Hisses. Hearing this, Ghost laughing Buddha gasped and couldn't help but exclaim, Master Tua is also a perfect practitioner of Xian liquid. Who can kill him? A little emperor from the mortal world. Rumor has it that in order to hunt down Lord Tua, this little emperor pursued him for 3,000 miles. From Qinshui City to the Sea of Death. I have seen Lord Tuo's body and head here. He was beheaded. His right arm was chopped off. His body was almost completely dead. Washington shook his head. The ghost laughing Buddha was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Master Tua, who was famous all his life, died in the hands of a boy from the mortal world. If this matter is told, I am afraid he will be ridiculed by everyone in the world. Where is that boy now? I'm going to kill him and avenge him. In Wunyan City. Washington said. Let's go. Ghost laughing Buddha narrowed his eyes and raised his head. The news about this team spread like a plague, almost throughout the entire Jiangnan County in the shortest possible time. Every city is talking about this team. It's actually them two who are here. I'm not surprised that Hua Shantian is here. But why is the ghost laughing Buddha here too? If these two people arrive, I'm afraid Jiangnan County will be in chaos again. Who is Hua Shantian? Who is the ghost laughing Buddha? Some people are puzzled. Hua Shantian is one of Su Yefeng's most trusted people. He has always been Su Yefeng's right-hand man in Pingnan County. He was not from the Shangqing dynasty, but came from other countries in the martial arts world. Because of the great encounter, unfortunately, Su Yefeng came to the rescue and saved him from death. In order to repay his life-saving grace, Hua Shantian worked for Su Yefeng. His cultivation level is even higher than that of Su Yefeng. As for the ghost laughing Buddha, although he is not Su Yefeng's subordinate, he still does things for Su Yefeng. After all, Su Yefeng is the talker of Pingnan County and has many treasures in his hands. It just so happens that he is what the ghost laughing Buddha needs. So I will obey Su Yefeng for 3 years. The strength of these two people is very terrifying. It is precisely because of their existence that Su Yefeng can secure his position as the talkative person in Pingnan County. Originally, it was just Hua Shantian who killed Su Qin's entire family. But when he learned that Su Yefeng was dead, he stopped at the Sea of Death and called the ghost laughing Buddha. The ghost laughing Buddha is in the martial arts world. He has a lot of connections. And since Yang Muchung killed Kai Tao, some of Kai Tao's old friends have already gotten the news, and they may join forces with them to rush to Wunyan City. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. But these two people are not a single spark. They are clearly a sea of fire sweeping the world. Original. The leaders and masters of the 72 cities, after the mines and elixir garden were taken back, all acted like they dared to be angry but dared not speak out. After all, Even the speaker's head was sent back. How could they have the strength to fight against Yang Mucheng? But now that Hua Xingtian and Ghost Laughing Buddha are taking the lead, this is completely different. Yang Mucheng is a small emperor in the mortal world. How can he want to dominate the martial arts world? The Blood Demon sect, will be the first to refuse. Yes. Who is he? How can he control us? It is simply a daydream to take away the mind from our Xianin gang. Tianhe Palace will not approve of it either. In each city, some people would jump up unwilling to surrender, and some even raised big flags and followed Hua Xingtian and Ghost Laughing Buddha all the way towards Wunyan City, just when the entire Jiangnan County fell into chaos. Wunyan City also received the news. The capital of Jiangnan County is in chaos. Wu Guijian looked at the messages sent back from the 72 cities, like ants on a hot pot. Where is the Holy One? Where is the Holy One? What should we do now? The Holy One is in seclusion. After he comes out of seclusion, these people will probably know what it means to regret. Yi Xianer said with a smile. Chapter 335. The Ghost Laughs at the Buddha. Secret Room. Yang Mucheng held the ancient dragon's blood in his hand, and couldn't help but fall into condensation. He kept thinking about what the system was, and why it could give these things to him through tasks one by one. Is it the way of heaven? Or is it the world consciousness in this space? Was it because of the system that he was reborn in this world? Perhaps. My current strength is not strong enough, so I still cannot access the place where these truths are. If I can reach the ultimate Tai realm, I may be able to understand all of this. The 6 realms of a warrior: body tempering, chi training, elixir formation, spirit transformation, nirvana, and Tai. Yang Mucheng is now in the realm of chi training. Forget it. Don't think about these miscellaneous things. Without strength, everything is in vain. Only when you are strong enough can you have your own right to speak in this world. Take your thoughts back. Only then did Yang Mucheng's eyes fall on the ancient dragon's blood in his hand. Boom! With 5 fingers, there was a click, sound, and the amber shattered. The dragon's blood steamed out at this moment, suspended in midair, like a crystal-clear bloodstone. A surging suction force exploded at this moment, and this drop of blood gently hit Yang Mucheng's palm like raindrops. To outsiders, it may seem like an understatement, but to Yang Mucheng, it seems like a huge wave. This moment, he only felt a terrifying power surge up quickly, pouring in desperately from his meridians that had expanded several times. The terrifying power was like a monstrous flood, and his meridians were like the tiny, but vulnerable dead branches and leaves in the flood. It was interrupted in an instant. However, the powerful restorative power of the peak of Xian liquid allowed these broken meridians to recover quickly in an instant. Yang Mucheng kept repeating the process of tearing and restoring, until the power contained in the dragon's blood spread rapidly throughout his body. Woo! His body trembled, and he made a muffled sound. Even under this terrifying power, all the impurities in Yang Mucheng's body were forcibly expelled at this moment. The originally white jade-like skin became increasingly transparent and white at this moment. I don't know how long this process lasted, but his already powerful and terrifying body was constantly being consolidated by the dragon's blood. Is this a cleansing of essence and marrow? Looking at the stains on his body, Yang Mucheng was stunned for a moment, and then showed a hint of ecstasy. Cleansing the essence and cutting the marrow can only be obtained by those with great opportunity. Generally, only those who have reached the realm of golden elixir can have the opportunity to do it. I didn't expect that he could reach the state of purifying essence and cutting marrow so early. After washing the essence and cutting down the marrow, his perception of spiritual energy will be several times stronger than that of warriors of the same level. There is still a lot of residual power of dragon blood in the body. Just take this opportunity to absorb them all. Yang Mucheng looked inside his body and continued to close his eyes. 10 days later, Wunyan City. When the first ray of sunlight fell on Wunyan City, the teams of Ghost Laughing Buddha and Hua Xingtian had already appeared on the horizon. The original team of more than 100 people actually expanded to thousands of people. Of course, most of them are small forces from the 72 cities. The Aoki Masters are fully equipped. The Black Flag Army was also fully armed, and everyone greeted the mighty army with their eyes. Mob! Yi Xianer shook his head, being used to seeing the elites of the Black Flag Army and Dachi experts. Other armies are beyond the eyes of everyone. Although this group of troops has a large number of people, it looks like a mess from a distance, without any discipline. Once it is hit, it will probably collapse immediately. After all, they are just a temporary motley crew. Ma Ping sneered. Where is the Holy One? Has he not come out of seclusion yet? Not yet, Yixianer said. However, I feel that in the secret room, the Holy Spirit's energy and blood have become more stable, and he should be ready to leave at any time. Is that Wunyan City? Ghost Laughing Buddha narrowed his eyes slightly and looked forward. He saw at a glance the fully prepared Black Flag Army and the Alki Masters, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Through this journey, my ears were almost ringing with noises about Yang Maicheng. I always thought it was an exaggeration they spread rumors. Now that I saw the Black Flag Army and the Masters from Alki, I realized that the rumors were true. Yes. Washington's eyes were filled with fierceness. Some of these people are from the martial arts world. That boy Yang Maicheng is actually able to subdue the arrogant warriors in the martial arts world. He is indeed a rare character. What's wrong? Washington said, looking at the Ghost Laughing Buddha. But he saw the Ghost Laughing Buddha take out the sound transmission stone and whisper a few words. Then he put the sound transmission stone back with a smile, grinned at Washington, and said, "Those people are almost here, and they will have at most one stick of incense. By then, they will attack Wunyan City with us." The time of one stick of incense? Washington snorted coldly and said displeasedly, "You slow guy. In the time of one stick of incense, I can flatten Wunyan City twice." While talking, the army has arrived in front of Wunyan City without any hindrance. Directly confront the Black Flag Army and the Alki Masters. "Let Yang Maicheng come out," Washington shouted. "I only give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. If Yang Maicheng doesn't come out before I count to 3, I will kill all of you. My sage is in retreat. No one can be seen. If you disturb the sage, no one will survive." Yixianer glanced at Washington and said harshly, "Su Yefeng is already dead. Why would you sacrifice your lives for a dead man? If you quickly beg for mercy, after the Holy One comes out of confinement, you may be spared the death penalty. It's so presumptuous." Washington's eyes widened angrily, and he was about to take action. The Ghost Laughing Buddha next to him was the first to attack. The Ghost Laughing Buddha snorted coldly, and with a flick of his right hand, he shot out a rosary bead in his hand. The rosary was only the size of a fingernail at first, but soon it swelled up in the wind and transformed into a skull head with a diameter of 10 meters, biting towards Yixianer fiercely. "Ghost Laughing Buddha, you, an old senior in the martial arts world, actually attack a younger girl. Isn't it too low of status?" Wu Guijian clenched his right hand, grabbed the warhammer, and suddenly swung a semicircle in front of him, hitting the skull hard on the head. There was just a dong sound, like a thunder exploded on the ground. And then the terrifying skeleton tumbled violently, and flew back at a speed comparable to when it came. Ghost Laughing Buddha twisted his right hand, and the skull transformed into a Buddha speed and returned to his fingertips. "It's actually you?" Ghost Laughing Buddha looked at Wu Guijian and couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if he was extremely surprised. "Exactly." Wu Guijian nodded. Chapter 336 The Holy One is out of seclusion. Turn out to be. Wu Guijian and Ghost Laughing Buddha are old acquaintances. Wu Guijian once made weapons for Ghost Laughing Buddha. The skull rosary in the hands of the Ghost Laughing Buddha was made by him. There are 36 skull heads in this rosary, all of which were taken from the heads of the great demons in the mysterious liquid realm and used secret techniques to shrink them. This magic weapon is even at the middle level of Xian level. Wu Guijian pulled Yixianer behind him, lowered his eyes and said, "Su Yefeng is dead. Why can't big things be reduced to trivial matters?" As Yang Mucheng's minister, he naturally wanted to solve his master's problems. It would be great if we could avoid a major war. "Of course this won't work. Su Yefeng is my employer. Yang Maicheng killed Su Yefeng, and I have been Su Yefeng's slave for 3 years in vain. Naturally, I have to ask Yang Maicheng to get back this debt." Ghost Laughing Buddha shook his head. "Wu Guijian, I think we are old acquaintances, and you once made magic weapons and weapons for me. If you just quit, I won't hold you responsible at all." "Impossible. I have already followed the Holy One." Wu Guijian shook his head. He is well aware of the horror of the ghost laughing at the Buddha. That's why we took action. He wanted to make the other party look at his own face and ask Gui Xiufua not to interfere in this matter. But who knew that Ghost Laughing Buddha was actually determined? "Wu Guijian, the famous Xuanjie forging master of the Shunqing dynasty?" Washington couldn't help but be surprised. Immediately, he shook his head and mocked. "I heard that Wu Guijian once fought with Lei Zhuoran, the protector of the Shunqing dynasty. After losing, Reborn cut off his hand and hamstrings. I didn't expect to escape here. Come on. It's really embarrassing to worship a little emperor from the secular world. Hearing Hua Xingtian mention old things, Wu Guijian's eyes flashed with a stern look. He grabbed his war hammer and shouted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense! If you want to see the Holy Emperor, you must first pass my test." "Old Wu," Yi Xian'er whispered. "I'll hold him back first and wait until the Holy One comes out of seclusion." Wu Guijian responded in a low voice. Ghost Laughing Buddha frowned slightly, with a hint of ferocity on his face. "Old man Wu, since you are firmly on Yang Muchun's side, don't blame me for being rude to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on his face suddenly turned cold. He was seen sitting on the white lion, motionless, and suddenly clapped his hands. The skull rosary in his hand suddenly shattered. 36 skull heads flew up at this moment. Floating in front of him, he squeezed a magic formula with his right hand, and in an instant, the 36 skull heads turned into a white afterimage, rushing towards Wu Guijian. Wu Guijian did not dare to neglect. This skull rosary was made by himself, and he knew the power contained in it better than the Ghost Laughing Buddha. "Upbraid!" With a loud shout, Wu Guijian stepped firmly on his horse. His feet rooted deeply into the ground like the roots of an old tree, facing the 36 skull heads that were smashed towards him. He opened his eyes angrily, and he had already blasted out 108 hands of forging the great cloak. Few. At this moment, all that was seen in the void was the broken shadow of the hammer, which immediately hit the skull rosary like rain. Dang! 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 Waves of terrifying sound suddenly erupted, and with every collision sound, extremely dazzling sparks would erupt. This terrifying loud sound spread all around. Whether it was the Black Flag Army or the Aoki Masters, they couldn't help but cover their ears at this moment. As expected of Master Wu, he has such strength even after his veins have been severed. Ghost Laughing Buddha shook his head and snorted coldly. "It's a pity that if you were at your peak, you could still fight with me. Now, in my eyes, you are only a semi-cripple. If you retreat quickly, I can spare your life. I am here just to take Yang Machung. My life has nothing to do with you." Although he repelled the attack of the Laughing Buddha, Wu Guijian was panting and out of breath. Hearing the words of the Ghost Laughing Buddha, he stood upright and said loudly, "Master once, master forever. If you want me to retreat, you have to walk over my body. In this case, don't blame me for being cruel." Ghost Laughing Buddha narrowed his eyes and made a seal with both hands in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he saw 36 skull rosary beads suddenly tumbling in midair, spiraling rapidly in midair, forming a large circular formation, and twisting directly towards Wu Guijian. 36 extreme heavenly killing formations? Hua Xingtian raised his eyebrows and mocked. Using this formation to kill a cripple? Why not save some energy and deal with Yang Machung then? Not good. Wu Guijian couldn't help but turn pale as he looked at the incoming rosary beads. Ghost Laughing Buddha's strength was originally stronger than him, and with the blessing of this magic weapon, ordinary Xuanya masters were unable to resist. He knew that the situation was critical at this moment, and did not dare to be negligent. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Upbraid!" He stepped on his feet again, and the shocking force exploded crazily at this moment, tearing the entire ground into huge cracks. The arms holding the war hammer swelled crazily at this moment, inflating like an inflated balloon. It's still 108 hands forged by the great cloak. However, at the same time as the 108 hammers were blasted, Wu Guijian clenched his fists fiercely, and a huge force emerged crazily. The 108 hammers suddenly merged into the last hammer, which, with infinite force, struck forward rapidly. Boom! The terrifying attacks collided in the air, and the terrifying sound waves spread rapidly in all directions. Centered around the center of the explosion, an earth-shaking air wave spread rapidly, completely tearing apart everything in its path. Boom! 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 There was a shocking explosion, and 6 skull beads exploded and turned into dust. The rest of the rosary beads were also eclipsed, losing the support of their inner energy, and hit the ground with a dong-dong-dong sound. However, the huge repulsive force of this blow made Wu Guijian tremble, spit out a mouthful of blood mist, and shoot his whole body directly towards the rear. "Old man Wu, I didn't kill you because of my old love. How dare you destroy my rosary? This time, I have to kill you." Looking at his broken rosary, Ghost laughing Buddha exploded on the spot. He grabbed something from his arms. This object looks like a dagger, with two pointed ends and a middle that can be grasped by hand. It is entirely golden. I saw the ghost laughing Buddha staring at Wu Guijian with gloomy eyes, and said in a cold voice, "This is the golden demon-conquering pestle you once made for me. Today I will let you die under the weapon you made." He just finished speaking. I only noticed a sudden breath rising from the center of Wunyan City. This breath surged upwards and blasted into the 9 heavens. Immediately, it spread slowly like a tide, and in an instant, it was surging in all directions. The rocks on the ground began to shake, and Gui Xiufu felt a chill in his heart. He immediately looked towards the location of the aura, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Only Yi Xian'er was smiling. The Holy One is out of seclusion. Chapter 337. The army presses the territory. Yang Macheng. So you were hiding there? Hua Xingtian closed his eyes and stared at the depths of a large hall. The ghost laughing Buddha clutched the guild demon subduing pestle. His expression slightly changed. He only felt that this crazy momentum was gathering, and it suddenly shot towards him. Although the momentum was invisible, the terrifying pressure was real. The impact actually caused his body to tremble, and he took a few steps back. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Yang Macheng! You dare to pretend to be a ghost in front of your ghost grandpa! You are too young!" Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, the gilded demon subduing pestle in his hand suddenly shot out. Call. This gilded demon subduing pestle is only half an arm long, and the force of its attack is like a rushing dragon. He brought up a tail feather that was tens of meters long behind him, like a golden meteor that rushed out in an instant. Wherever it passed, the main hall was completely crushed in an instant, and was directly blasted into the secret room where Yang Macheng was. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Waves of loud shouts kept ringing out. The Black Flag Army and the masters inside all looked at Yang Macheng's position in astonishment. When the ghost laughing Buddha took action, it wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but that they were simply unable to stop him. This blow was so powerful that it brought up an infinite wind and blew them all away. Although Zhang Jiao, Liang Xiao, Bai Zhong and others blocked the gilded magic pestle in time, they were directly knocked away. He couldn't stop it for even a moment, and could only watch helplessly as the demon subduing pestle blasted towards Yang Macheng's position. Boom! A loud and shocking sound resounded loudly. Not just the secret room. Even the entire hall was razed to the ground at this moment, and countless rubbles crackled on the ground like rain. "Your Majesty!" Wu Guijian cried out when he saw the dusty hall. Ghost laughing Buddha's face was full of pride. "Old man Wu, you are with the wrong master. This little emperor can't resist my blow. It's a pity that your master is dead, and you will die too." As he spoke, he shook his head, as if Yang Macheng had been wiped out by his blow. At this time, the venue was shrouded in dust, and no one could see clearly what was going on. Only Hua Xingtian stared there. His expression suddenly changed, and he cried out, "How can it be? What's wrong?" Ghost laughing Buddha was startled and quickly looked towards the location of the secret room. The dust gradually dispersed, and a figure gradually became clear. On the jade stone, Yang Macheng sat cross-legged, his eyes lowered. His skin was crystal clear, like ice crystal jade. You can even see through the skin the white jade-like skeleton of the body, and the blood mixed with a trace of golden dragon blood in the blood vessels. And the menacing demon subduing pestle stopped abruptly in the void. What blocked the demon subduing pestle was just Yang Macheng's finger. No matter how the demon conquering pestle rotates and roars, it can't even penetrate the oily skin on Yang Macheng's fingertips. Is this kid a man of steel and an indestructible body?" The ghost laughing Buddha lost his voice. His gilded demon subduing pestle is extremely powerful, let alone steel and iron bones. Even if you are a master of black liquid, you would not dare to take it hard. Now he was actually stopped by Yang Macheng with one finger, which shocked and surprised him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your release from seclusion. You're a great achievement." Wu Guijian was stunned for a moment, then looked happy and quickly knelt down to Yang Macheng. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your release from seclusion. You're a great achievement." Waves of shouts resounded quickly. Black Flag Army, the masters in the field all knelt down. "Get up! I'm still at the peak of Shin Liquid and have no breakthrough." Yang Macheng's eyes were lowered, as if he was sleeping but not asleep. He slowly raised his right hand, and a surging power slowly emitted. The people kneeling on the ground felt as if they were being slowly lifted up by a pair of invisible hands. Hearing Yang Macheng's words, Zhang Jiao, Baizhong and others couldn't help but be stunned. They had been in seclusion for more than 10 days, and there was no breakthrough. So why should they be in seclusion again? But then Yang Mucheng raised his right hand in vain, and actually lifted more than 20,000 people. This is extremely terrifying. Looking at Yang Mucheng's ice crystal white jade-like skin, they could even see bones and blood. They knew that even if Yang Mucheng's cultivation level had not improved, his strength had made a terrifying leap. Yes! Bai Zhong nodded respectfully. With a wave of his right hand, 800 Alki guards immediately formed two lines. The black flag troops held their heads high and formed neat square formations, lining up on both sides in front of Yang Mucheng. Like a tidal wave, a wide alley spread from Yang Mucheng's place to the ghost laughing Buddha. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. Boom! At this moment, the tide-like momentum swept away crazily. At this moment, Yang Mucheng was like a tiger rising slowly. He raised his eyes slightly and focused on the laughing ghost Buddha directly in front of him. At this moment, ghost laughing Buddha felt as if he was being stared at by an awakened wild beast. Yang Mucheng didn't say a word, just flicked his right hand. Not good! Ghost laughing Buddha only felt his scalp numb. He has been in the martial arts world for many years. In addition to relying on his martial arts, he also has amazing intuition. With almost no hesitation, he fled to one side in embarrassment. The moment he ran away, he saw the gilded demon-subduing pestle that Yang Mucheng held between his fingertips burst out like crazy, using a speed that was even faster and more terrifying than the incoming force. It rushed over quickly. At this moment, the gilded demon pestle was like a scurrying cheetah. The roaring wind, the shocking lightning, and a golden light swept directly against the scalp of the ghost laughing Buddha, as if to tear his scalp apart. The blood all over his body will freeze. The ghost laughing Buddha walked around the gate of H.L. and quickly looked back. I saw. The gilded magic pestle shot out by Yang Mucheng was like a long dragon, fiercely rushing into the rebel army. These rebels are all rebels from the 72 cities, and their lowest strength is at the Xianqi realm. The highest ones even reached the mysterious liquid realm. But under the bombardment of this gilded demon pestle, it was as fragile as paper. Wherever they passed, all the warriors were directly killed on the spot. Their limbs were broken, and their blood flew everywhere and fell to the ground. The warriors around them were thrown off their backs by the strong wind brought by the gilded demon-subduing pestle, and they wailed and fled towards the surroundings in panic. However, the demon-subduing pestle remained unabated and blasted into the void. Wherever he passed, he left a hideous and terrifying path of Shura blood. Seeing this scene, ghost laughing Buddha felt cold all over. If he hadn't reacted in time and quickly avoided it, he might not have survived. Yang Mucheng, you are finally out! Hua Xingtian clenched his fists and stared at Yang Mucheng. He was still a little confused before. How did this little emperor in the mortal world kill Su Yefeng? Did Su Yefeng fall into some of his tricks, which led to his tragic death at the hands of Yang Mucheng? But the power of Yang Mucheng's previous attack made him believe that Yang Mucheng really had the ability to kill Su Yefeng. I've been waiting for you! Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly, looked at the fearful warriors, and couldn't help but slowly shook his head. You three-legged cats also want to avenge Su Yefeng? Yang Mucheng, don't be complacent. Our people will be here soon. They are all seniors who have been famous in the martial arts world for a long time. They are here just to kill you. Ghost laughing Buddha snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt several breaths rushing in from far to near. The ghost laughing Buddha looked happy and quickly looked towards the horizon. Suddenly he shouted, Ha ha! They said Chow 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 is here! Yang Mucheng! They are here! Chapter 338 5 Masters. That is? Someone looked toward the clouds. I saw a small black dot flying rapidly towards me in the void of the white cloud Kangyo. Phew! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the black spot suddenly turned sharply and came down crazily, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Everyone's eyes widened. This was actually a man, and he actually fell directly from the clouds. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the other party was like a straight javelin that suddenly landed in Wunyan City. When it fell, it caused a scream like a wild dragon. Boom! There was a loud sound, accompanied by dust all over the sky, and Wunyan City trembled. Go again! One-Eyed Dragon King! In the dust, a figure slowly became clear. This man was covered with a 2-meter-high war hammer and appeared in front of Yang Mucheng like a statue with his hands behind his back. When he fell, the terrifying force exploded, tearing the earth apart. and the dense cracks were like spider webs, spreading for more than 100 meters along his feet. You jumped down from 1,000 meters in the air, and you're still completely fine. This physique is so terrifying. Countless people gasped. The one-eyed dragon king glanced at Yang Machung, then looked at the pale ghost-laughing Buddha with disdain, and sneered. Ghost-laughing Buddha, you have lived like a dog at your age. How can you even deal with such a boy? No, I saw all your ugly behavior just now. TSK. One-eyed dragon king. This guy is not as simple as you think. Ghost-laughing Buddha shouted. Where are the others? Why are you alone? Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow under the one-eyed dragon king's feet became strangely distorted. It expanded and became huge in an instant. And then a skinny old man, with a hunched body and less than 1 meter in height appeared. The old man was wearing a cloak, like an assassin, but his hands were holding 2 half-arm-long axes. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. What kind of martial arts is this? To be able to hide in other people's shadows. Ghost-laughing Buddha, you called us here just to deal with such a brat? The skinny old man glanced at Yang Machung, with disdain on his face, shook his head and sneered. My god-killing old man's men never kill unknown people. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, another loud sound resounded. From the horizon in the distance, I saw a huge creature flapping its wings and flying high. The huge thing looked like a lizard, but it had fleshy wings on its back and soared above the 9 heavens. At a speed that could rival the wind, it arrived in the sky above Wunyan City in a blink of an eye. Medium-sized monster. Skywing crazy lizard. Wu Guijian's eyes narrowed. The skywinged lizard danced its wings, and the hurricane it caused made countless people retreat as if they had encountered a typhoon. The powerful wind pressure even blew away all the dust on the ground. After the skywinged lizard landed, a middle-aged man slowly walked down from its head. The god-killing old man turned his eyes, looked at the other person, and said with a sinister smile, Master of the Beast Controller, you are late. Hey, this newly subdued big monster is not very obedient. I gave it a lesson on the road. The middle-aged man patted the skywinged lizard next to him, which was as huge as a hill. This medium-sized demon showed unwillingness in his eyes. He wanted to struggle, but he looked at the opponent with great fear. The laughing ghost Buddha, the one-eyed dragon king, the god-killing old man, the master of beast taming, plus a Hua Shitian. 5 masters of the mysterious liquid realm. Such a lineup makes countless people feel cold. The war is about to begin. The warriors from the 72 cities, who followed, watched helplessly as reinforcements from the 3 grandmasters arrived, and all of them eagerly awaited them. This battle not only determined Yang Muching's life and death, but also determined the ownership of the Jiangnan County capital in the future. If these 5 people win, everything Yang Machung has worked so hard for will be completely destroyed, and Jiangnan County will return to its previous disorderly state. They no longer need to be controlled by Yang Machung, and can continue to enjoy the days when the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. But if Yang Machung wins, this Jiangnan County will be truly designated as his territory in the future, and will be swallowed up by the Dacian kingdom. In the future, it is estimated that no one will dare to challenge this emperor who came from the mortal world. War. A leader of Gaofeng City snorted coldly. Yang Machung is indeed powerful, but how can he compete with the 5 masters? This kid's death is about to begin. That's right. Which one of these 5 people has not been famous in the martial arts world for a long time? Just one person can guard a county, let alone 5 people now coming together. And here, only Yang Machung can fight. Do you think he is their chance of winning? But they haven't taken action yet. Who are they still waiting for? Everyone looked forward, but I saw that the ghost-laughing Buddha seemed to be thinking, and his eyes kept looking around, as if he was looking for something. Why didn't Zhongli Tianluo come? Gui Shifu frowned. He has made a breakthrough. The one-eyed dragon king sighed and shook his head. Now his strength is superior to ours. When I set off from Tianhai County, he was still in seclusion. He must be able to reach the realm of Xianhai after he comes out of seclusion, the one-eyed dragon king said. His expression straightened, and he said with a smile, in other words, even without Zhongli Tianluo, it is more than enough for the 5 of us to take care of this kid. Right. You stay here and enjoy the show, and see how I take care of this kid, said. The one-eyed dragon king grinned and walked towards Yang Machung. Seeing this, ghost-laughing Buddha shouted, One-eyed dragon king, be careful. This kid killed him with his own hands. Before the One-Eyed Dragon King heard anything clearly, the One-Eyed Dragon King walked up to Yang Muchung. A cold light appeared in one of his eyes. He raised his right hand high, raised it above his head, and then struck down his head and face. This slap was like a huge wave crashing down from the sky like a dark cloud, desperately heading towards Yang Muchung to crush him crazily. This gesture was as casual as a father hitting his son. The One-Eyed Dragon King also has this kind of confidence. He has reached the level of Master Xianyi. It is naturally extremely easy to deal with a junior who is at the peak of Xian liquid. He does not need to exert too much effort. He was absolutely confident that this slap could knock out all of Yang Muchung's teeth and drag him 7 to 8 feet away. Just when the slap was about to fall on Yang Muchung's face, he saw Yang Muchung raise his eyes and slowly push with a punch. When this punch was launched, it seemed light and insignificant, but later it was like a meteorite falling from Hangyu, and it suddenly hit the One-Eyed Dragon King's palm. Humph! Looking for death. Seeing that Yang Muchung still dared to resist, the One-Eyed Dragon King couldn't help but snorted and laughed. Before the laughter could stop, the smile on the One-Eyed Dragon King's face suddenly stopped. A punch and a palm. A head-on collision. Then the two hidden forces burst out in an instant. What? The moment his fists collided with Yang Muchung's, the One-Eyed Dragon King's expression completely changed. The power contained in this fist was beyond his imagination. This power is far superior to him. How can it be? My heart roared. The One-Eyed Dragon King's body trembled. With an unprecedented shock and fury, he lost his balance and shot backwards. The soles of his feet struck the ground with a loud force, leaving a large set of deep footprints. But Yang Muchung stood there, motionless. Chapter 339. Who else would you rather me? Quiet. Everyone looked at the two people who were about to break up. The people around them were all stunned. No one thought that the strength competition between these two people would end like this. One was a master of Xianyi, but he was suppressed head-on by a warrior who was only at the peak of Xian liquid. And it's still crushing. Absolutely crushing in terms of strength. How can it be? The One-Eyed Dragon King felt his numb palms with a look of disbelief on his face. He suddenly remembered something, turned around and looked at Gui Laughing Buddha, and asked sternly, Ghost Laughing Buddha, what did you just say? Who did this kid kill? Su Yefeng and Kai Tao, said the Ghost Laughing Buddha. Hisses. The One-Eyed Dragon King, the Beast Master, and the God-killing old man, who were still a little disdainful, suddenly took a breath of air. The One-Eyed Dragon King stared at Yang Muchung with his eyes widened. He never expected that this kid could actually kill Su Yefeng and Kai Tao. Now, do you think you can still deal with me? Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the 5 grandmasters in front of him, and shook his head slowly, seeming to be a little uninterested. I always thought that some kind of powerful enemy would come, but I didn't expect that there were still a few 3-legged cats. That's all. That's all. Let's take action together. Don't waste my time. He looked like he was being insulted by taking action against these 5 people. Damn it! The One-Eyed Dragon King clenched his fists. If anyone else dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped them in the face and taught them to be a new person. But now that Yang Muchung was like this, he felt a chill that penetrated his heart. He couldn't figure out why this kid had such terrifying strength even though he only had peak Xian liquid. Little did they know that Yang Muchung had been tempered with dragon blood twice, and his physical strength had exceeded that of ordinary people. The burst of power is even more powerful than these Xuanya masters. Old guys, let's do it together. Ghost Laughing Buddha grabbed it with his right hand, and the skull rosary immediately flew up from the ground and floated in front of him. Of the 36 rosary beads, 7 were shattered by Wu Guijin before, and now there are still 29. The One-Eyed Dragon King frowned slightly, and slowly grabbed the high warhammer behind him. Hua Xingtian, the god-killing old man, and the beast-controlling master also took a step forward at this moment. Master Wu, will it be dangerous for your majesty to face 5 grandmasters alone? Yi Xian'er looked ahead worriedly. Don't worry. The Holy Master has already accomplished his magic and has 2 kinds of fighting intentions. It's easy to deal with these people. Wu Guijian looked at the 5 masters with a sneer and whispered, These people shouldn't be here. If they come, don't even think about it. Got away alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghost Laughing Buddha took the lead. As soon as he put his hands together, the 29 skull rosary beads grew crazily at this moment, and in an instant they transformed into a mountain peak with a diameter of 100 meters, charging towards Yang Muchung crazily. Those skeletal heads opened their big mouths, choosing people to devour. bringing with them a piercing and whistling fishy wind. You heard my people earlier, but I didn't bother you yet. But you came to my door. In this case, I will kill you first. Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold. He spoke in an understatement, as if the master was not a master, but ants that he could trample and kill at will. After Yang Muqing finished speaking, he took one step forward, facing the overwhelming skeleton heads. He connected his right hands and pointed like a sword, slashing in the air. A sword energy of more than 30 meters slashed through the air. Hey! The ground exploded directly. The terrifying sword energy disappeared in a flash, and time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. In the depths of countless people's eyes, 29 skull heads shot out with overwhelming momentum, and were cut in half at this moment. Immediately afterwards, he took a step forward and directly crossed the distance of 100 meters. As if he had shrunk to an inch, he landed in front of the ghost laughing Buddha and hit him with a punch. The two of them fought for the second time, and Gui Xiaofu was already prepared. As soon as he patted the white lion under his seat, the black liquid realm monster, which was all white, even its hair was white, let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests, and rushed towards Yang Muqing, waving his claws, like the giant blades slashed out, and forcefully received Yang Muqing's punch. Boom! In an instant, the white lion whimpered and retreated in panic. The ghost laughing Buddha sitting on the back of the white lion was trembling with fear. However, before he had time to think too much, he saw Yang Muqing standing there grinning and slapping his right hand towards the void. Under the crazily surging inner energy, a huge sky-holding palm suddenly formed above the head of the ghost laughing Buddha, and then crashed down. Boom! Pressing down with the palm, a loud sound erupted. In the blood mist that filled the sky, the white lion on the crotch of the ghost laughing Buddha was turned into a pulp. The deep palm prints on the ground were filled with terrible flesh and blood. With just one strike, he had already killed a grandmaster and a medium-sized demon. Countless people watched this scene with bulging eyes and chills all over their bodies. Boy! Stop being so arrogant! The god-killing old man roared. This skinny old man, less than 1 meter tall, with a stooped back, was actually extremely dexterous. He was like a nimble gazelle. After a few jumps on the ground, he was already on top of Yang Muqing. Two small and delicate axes smashed into Yang Muqing's head. Despite the fact that this blow was silent, when the battle axe fell, the pure internal energy turned into a sharp blade, and it was like two terrifying giant blades that were suddenly cut off. Bah! Within a radius of 30 meters, everything, whether it was air or anything else, was torn apart by the strong wind brought by this giant blade. Even under Yang Muqing's feet, horrifying cracks burst out, and a series of knife cuts appeared, traces like an axe. The two battle axes seem to be cutting everything, and they are coming with overwhelming force. The second one is you. Looking at the two fallen battle axes, Yang Muqing laughed loudly and stepped forward without hesitation. His hands were like a wild dragon coming out of the sea, and he actually caught the wildly falling battle axe. The terrifying wind struck Yang Muqing's body, and there was a dinging, clanging sound, as if it had struck a piece of pig iron, and it was not even able to leave a shallow mark on Yang Muqing's body. Not good! The god-killing old man's heart trembled. Out of vigilance, he directly abandoned his weapon at this moment and retreated towards the rear. However, it's too late. Yang Muqing made a flying kick. No! The god-killing old man let out a roar, raised his arms fiercely, and his inner energy surged crazily, transforming into a several-inch thick inner energy aura in front of him. But Yang Muqing's kick was too fast and too fierce. This several-inch thick internal force did not even last for a tenth of the blink of an eye before it was crushed to pieces. Like a mad dragon, it hit the god-killing old man's chest with a thunderous kick. Forward. Click. All the bones in the god-killing old man's body exploded at this moment. All the internal organs in his body were crushed by huge force at this moment. As the blood in his body reversed in his meridians, it turned into a blood arrow and rushed out directly from his back. This master of Xuanya, who had assassinated countless masters and was known as the god-killing old man, had lost all his life under Yang Muqing's kick, and his whole body was as light as a rag doll. It hit the ground. Behind him, the sky was full of blood mist. But Yang Muqing's body was not stained by any blood. With one palm and one kick, two masters were killed. Sure is as casual as eating and drinking. Who else would I be? Chapter 340 Beast Tide. Da-da-da. The only sound in the huge Wenyan city was the light sound of Yang Muqing's feet stepping on the ground. Everyone present felt as if their throats were being pinched by a pair of invisible hands, making them afraid to breathe. A moment ago, no one would think that Yang Muchung would survive under the attack of the 5 masters. But now, before the combined attack between the masters started, Yang Muchung had already taken the lead and killed the 2 of them, not to mention ordinary warriors like them. Even the remaining 3 people, Washington, One-Eyed Dragon King, and Master Beast Controller, had pale faces. Who dares to underestimate this emperor? How long will it take before we take action? Stop hiding it. Otherwise we will all die here. The One-Eyed Dragon King noticed that Yang Muchung's eyes were sweeping toward him, as if his heart was being clenched tightly, making him unable to breathe. He shouted loudly, and he was already swinging his war hammer, like a running rhinoceros, charging towards him. Chang! Washington clenched his right hand, drew out the huge heavy sword like a door panel from behind, and swooped out like a cheetah, slashing down with one strike. The 2 Xian Yi masters exploded with all their strength. Sword energy and hammer shadows filled the sky, attacking like crazy. Yang Muchung tiptoed and flew into the air. Boom! Infinite attacks fell on his previous position, causing the entire earth to collapse with bombardment, and a huge bowl-shaped crater was sunk on the ground, just like the crater of stars falling from a meteorite. Superior! The master of beast taming shouted loudly, and the sky-winged lizard squatting in front of him was already rushing towards Yang Muchung like an arrow from a string. The big mouth full of fangs bit at Yang Muchung desperately. Can you escape it? Countless Alki masters and Black Flag army stared at this scene with wide eyes. The level of battle between the masters of the mysterious liquid realm is really too high, not to mention being unable to intervene. It is difficult to capture the speed between the 2 parties with the naked eye. Only Wu Guijian could see clearly the situation between the 2 parties. But when I saw it, I couldn't help but feel shocked. Oops! At this time, Yang Muchung, who was flying in the air, had slowed down his ascent, and the sky-winged mad lizard has also come after him. This medium-sized monster is the king of the sky. If you fight it in midair, you will simply be at a disadvantage. Just when the sky-winged mad lizard was about to bite Yang Muchung stepped in the air. His speed increased again, and he flew into the air again, evading the pursuit of the sky-winged mad lizard. You little beast! How dare you attack me? Yang Muchung's eyes flashed. Boom! Suddenly, his body suddenly stopped, and suddenly changed from extreme movement to extreme stillness in the void, as if the scene was frozen, and the whole person was like a drop of rain falling from the sky, carrying a huge amount of energy. The falling posture, with the murderous intent that penetrated everything, was already heavily trampled on the sky-winged mad lizard's broad back in an instant. Boom! When this foot was stepped on, the terrifying force directly caused the sky-winged lizard's back to dent, and a mark of the sole of the foot appeared on the corresponding belly. Crack! The sound of explosions resounded wildly. All the bones in the sky-winged mad lizard's body exploded at this moment, and its huge body was hit by this shocking force and fell from mid-air to the ground. In the end, the terrifying size of this medium-sized monster was pressed to the ground, and then the shocking power was stopped. I don't believe it! Seeing this scene, the master of beast control clenched his teeth and shouted coldly, You can kill one big monster! How can you kill thousands of them? He took out a jade flute from his arms, put it to his mouth, and played it fiercely. The crisp flute sound quickly turned into a ripple of sound waves, spreading into the distance. Almost at the same time as the flute sounded, the roar of monsters and the cries of birds resounded in the forest 100 miles away. Countless birds jumped up in fright, and then a dark cloud came from the horizon. Everyone looked there and suddenly took a breath of air. Where are the dark clouds? It was clearly a black monster. Raging Dragon Spear! Washington let out a roar, and then he stamped his feet violently. His inner energy surged, and the clothes on his upper body exploded. I just saw the muscles all over his body surging, and the spine on his back was writhing like a big dragon and a crazy snake. Terrible internal energy rose from his feet and quickly poured into the spear in his hand. He pointed his spear into the sky, and a shocking spear light was like a wild dragon rising out of the sea, with overwhelming momentum. Even the invisible air waves gathered around the gun light and kept surrounding it, forming the appearance of a wild dragon. At this moment, Washington broke through the shackles and reached the half-step Xian high. The power of this shot was countless times stronger than the previous attack. He even used this move, although the Raging Dragon Spear is a top-level Huang-level martial skill. When he used it in his hands, it had reached the pinnacle. A warrior was amazed. Yes! Especially when Hua Xingtian broke through and reached half-step of Xianhai. The power of his spear was comparable to that of a real Xianhai realm expert. Another warrior was shocked. Hua Xingtian was even more confident in his shot. As if, even if Zhong Litian lands here, he can kill him with one shot. How dare a four-legged snake call himself an angry dragon in front of me? Crush it for me! Yang Muqing's expression was indifferent. His body was still in the void, but his palms were slapping downwards from a distance. This palm is like the Tathagata Buddha suppressing the monkey. Under the violent surge of internal energy, the surrounding clouds seemed to be drawn out by the black hole at this moment, forming a huge cloud-colored palm, which shoots straight towards. He caught the rushing dragon. Boom! 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 There was a burst of explosions in the void, and the 100-meter-long body of the mad dragon exploded and turned into nothingness on the spot. Hua Xingtian's move was broken, and he immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could dodge, he was crushed to pieces by the subsequent palm. This palm is only half a step away from the One-Eyed Dragon King. Seeing helplessly a companion of the Xian Yi master dying in front of him, without even the strength to resist, the One-Eyed Dragon King felt his whole body tremble, as if even the bones in his body were being taken away, and fell to his knees with a pop. No longer dared to resist. You die too? Yang Mucheng turned his eyes, and with 2 fingers, he slashed at the master of the beast, who controlled the beasts. This sword seemed to cut the entire space in two. Another grandmaster was slashed from the head to the soles of his feet on the spot. It exploded on the spot, and his body was split into 2 halves. The whole audience was shocked. No matter what kind of master you are, no matter whether you are a god-killing old man or a beast-controlling master, no matter whether you break through in battle, you are like window paper under Yang Muqing's punches and kicks. Without any resistance at all. 5 masters, 4 died and 1 surrendered. Countless people felt cold all over their bodies. It's over! At this moment, the warriors in the 72 cities felt their scalps numb and their whole bodies covered with goosebumps. Killing the Xian Yi Grandmaster is like killing a dog. How long can these warriors, who are in the early stage of Xian Liquid or even Xian Qi realm, be able to resist? For a moment, everyone's faces were as blank as a sheet of paper, as if they were mourning for their heirs. No, we are not defeated yet. There is still hope. At this time, a warrior looked at the monster beasts flying all over the sky and said sternly, there are many big monsters in this group of monster beasts. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. And a tiger can't fight a wolf. Group! He just finished speaking. The group of monster beasts had already arrived in the sky and flew above Wunyan City. Chapter 341 Crazy Breakthrough. The warriors in Wunyan City were all frightened. When had they ever seen such a terrifying formation? This is simply a tide of beasts. Monsters that are rarely seen in normal times are gathering at this moment. Even if the master of beast taming died, he would leave such a mess behind. Endless birds are suspended in midair, their overwhelming wings moving together like a dark cloud. The Black Flag Army is preparing. When Ma Ping saw this, they all drank. The 20,000 Black Flag troops quickly climbed onto the back of the Xianming war wolf, pulled up the bowstrings in their hands, and prepared to face the enemy. The 800 inner masters also looked at the sky nervously. Now, no one dares to act rashly, because once the master of beast control dies, no one will control these monster beasts. If anyone dares to move, these monster beasts will come overwhelmingly and attack all the warriors. Only Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, as if he was trying to guess what method the master of beast master used to control so many monsters. It's a pity that the master of beast control was killed by him with one sword, and it is difficult to trace the root and reason. Suddenly, a trembling eagle call sounded. These confused monsters swept through the crowd, and pairs of pupils quickly fell on Yang Mucheng. Monsters are naturally hostile to humans. The more powerful the monster, the more so. Although there are tens of thousands of people in this area, the combined energy and blood of all of them is not as good as that of Yang Mucheng. Naturally, Yang Mucheng was the target of their attack. The cry of an eagle was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless monsters and monsters crowed and roared crazily at this moment, rushing towards Yang Mucheng crazily. The terrifying beast tide was like a roaring tornado, or like a huge wave sweeping across the world, oppressing them fiercely. Kyushu has always been people-oriented. Warriors fight against the sky and the earth, but only within a very small range. Only when you truly face the power of heaven and earth will you realize your own insignificance. Shoot! Ma Ping let out a loud roar, and the Black Flag Army launched a full-scale bombardment. There was only a thunderous roar, and a rain of arrows, like locusts, quickly rose into the sky. One after another, the monster beasts were already hit by arrows in their bodies, and they were smashed down. The Alki Masters also all attacked at this moment. However, there are too many monsters in this group. You can't do anything about it at all, even if you kill more than 100 of them. The number of these monsters seems to be just a drop in the ocean. Your Majesty, retreat quickly! There are just too many of these monsters! Wu Guijian held a giant hammer and soared into the sky. His warhammer danced, and every blow could kill a monster. Even the big monster couldn't resist his 2 blows. But there were too many monsters all over the sky, and when they attacked in groups, he looked extremely embarrassed, and was forced to retreat everywhere. This is an opportunity! This is the last chance to kill Yang Macheng! This moment, the warriors in the 72 cities all looked forward. The Black Flag Army and the Alki Masters were all held back by this monster, and Yang Macheng has become the target of all monsters' attacks. If he attacks at this time, there is no possibility for him to fight back. Yes! Take this opportunity to kill Yang Macheng! We must not let him survive! Many warriors with evil intentions quickly made up their mind at this moment. However, just as they were about to take action, the next scene made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Just when the endless monsters were about to cover Yang Macheng, he saw Yang Macheng raise his head fiercely, and a shocking fire burst out from his pupils. 2 flames shot into the air like beams of light, going crazy in the void, flip and fuse, transforming into a galloping flame dragon, which instantly rushed towards the beast tide. Bah! The cursed dragon heavenly fire soared into the sky, and the 3-headed mysterious liquid realm demon that bore the brunt was burned to powder in an instant, leaving not even ashes behind. The beasts in the sky were like gasoline meeting sparks, and they were swept away by flames with a roar. Almost instantly, the entire sky was covered by this vast fire. What was suspended above the middleman's head was no longer an endless herd of beasts, but flames all over the sky. The terrifying sea of fire was like a mirage, covering almost the entire sky above Wunyan City. Even from more than 1,000 miles away, one can see the raging sea of fire above Wunyan City. Fire! 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 A bright firelight flashed out from the wildly jumping flames, and the light reflected the faces of the 72 city warriors in a strange and bizarre way. There are various complex expressions on everyone's face. Shock, surprise, fear, timidity. But the endless expressions all converged into deep despair in the end. A full half hour. Only then did the flames in the sky dissipate, and the endless incoming monster beasts were completely burned to ashes under the flames. Yang Macheng stood in the center of Wunyan City. Take a deep breath. In an instant, the energy and blood of the 4 masters and the millions of monster beasts rushed toward his body crazily. The previous ancient dragon blood was only used to temper the body, but this surging energy and blood is used to improve cultivation. Boom! An aura soared into the sky, churning wildly. Yang Macheng's aura was as obvious as stepping on a step, reaching the extreme. Amidst the eyes that couldn't believe it, Xian liquid reached perfection. But even so, there is still no sign of stopping. Under the operation of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, Yang Macheng's entire body was like a terrifying black hole, devouring it desperately. The speed of this devouring is so terrifying. The infinite energy and blood entered his body, and was immediately transformed into Yang Macheng's own internal energy under the action of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique. Once absorbed and transformed, his cultivation level improved horribly. The mysterious liquid is complete. Master of Xuanye. What a fast speed! Such pure energy and blood! In an instant, I crossed 2 realms! Yang Macheng himself was a little surprised, because this is too scary. But all this is natural to him. With enough energy and blood, combined with the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, if you are still unable to achieve such a terrifying improvement, you will be sorry for the 4 masters and the endless monsters. After the last trace of energy and blood was swallowed by Yang Macheng, his cultivation finally reached the half-step Xianhai at this moment. Such a pity! Only able to reach half-step Xianhai. I really hope that such battles can happen more often. Yang Macheng felt the power in his body. In less than a stick of incense, he has already reached the half-step Xianhai realm. What a terrifying speed is this! This kind of cultivation! This kind of aura! Wu Guijian felt the turbulent momentum on Yang Macheng's body. He was startled for a moment, and then a hint of extreme shock flashed in his eyes. half-step to the Xianhai realm. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for your breakthrough. At this moment, the shouts were loud. And, at this time, the warriors in the 72 cities had faces as blank as a sheet of paper, as if they were mourning for their heirs. Chapter 342, Putting Down the Rebellion. Turn around and stroll slowly. The 72 city warriors trembled all over and fell to their knees. The one-eyed dragon king lay on the ground, pounding his head like garlic. Gun smoke curling up. This battle established the final ownership of Jiangnan County, and became the #1 person in this martial arts world. Yang Mucheng drew his sword and looked around. Looking at the entire county, there was no one who could defeat him. Only those outside the Shangqing dynasty were left. I am the emperor and hold the power of the world. Yang Emperor, I deserve to die. I know my guilt. The one-eyed dragon king's head hit the ground with a bang bang bang. He did not dare to use any inner strength to protect his body, and the skin on his forehead was ripped open enough to see the white bones of his door. Yang Mucheng looked at the one-eyed dragon king quietly. The master of Xuanya, who dominated the entire county, begged for mercy like a dog in front of him. He looked around. The leaders and heads of the 72 cities lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Now that you know your crime, go and die. Yang Mucheng stepped down. Before the one-eyed dragon king could react, he was stepped on the head. His whole head was crushed into the ground and exploded, killing him on the spot. Huh? The warriors in the 72 cities felt chills running down their spines when they saw the scene. Some timid people were so frightened that they fainted on the spot, and they were in a state of chaos for a while. Jiangnan County is my territory. You leaders and family members dare to rebel with outsiders. It is an unforgivable crime. By Zhong, kill! Yang Mucheng looked indifferent, as if these thousands of people in front of him were like ants rather than human lives. The wailing and crying stopped in an instant. Blood flowed thousands of miles. Sienner, prepare an imperial edict for me. Yang Mucheng sat down slowly and said, Paper, ink and pen. Yang Mucheng wrote, Today, the leaders and heads of the 72 cities have rebelled. This crime is heinous and unforgivable. All relevant families, sects, and forces have been wiped out. Concentrate for a moment. Yang Mucheng put down his pen, took out a token from his arms, threw it to Bai Zhong and said, Su Chen interceded for me and died in the hands of Su Yefeng. This revenge has to be avenged. You take this token and lead the 800 internal masters. Bloodbath Su Yefeng's Pingnan County. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. Seeing this token is like seeing me. You can choose the strong men from the 72 cities at will. If you don't follow it, it will be disobedience and disrespect. Let's kill them all. I will obey the imperial edict. Bai Zhong carefully took the token. This is equivalent to Shang Fang's sword. Blood for blood. Tooth for tooth. The majesty of the emperor cannot be violated. From the moment you invade the majesty of the emperor, the future outcome is destined. The Black Flag Army and Alki Masters set out immediately to complete the mission. After this battle, Jiangnan County was completely stabilized, as Yang Mucheng wished. Not only all the flames of rebellion in the 72 cities were directly aroused by the appearance of Hua Xingtian and others. After these people were eliminated, they were killed with the power of thunder. Even if there were still people with evil intentions, they would not dare to do anything wrong again. A full month, Yang Mucidi is in charge of Jiangnan County. All the rebellious families and forces were wiped out. Even if there are a few characters that even the masters in the city cannot deal with. As long as Bai Zhongliang shows the token in his hand, the masters in that city will not dare to disobey and help kill the rebels. But more people were frightened and fled in panic as soon as they heard that the Master Alki was coming with the Black Flag Army. But how do you escape? And how can you avoid being chased by the masters of Alki? For a while, all the warriors in the 72 cities in Jiangnan County were in a miserable state. The reputation of Mr. Yang is deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. They thought that after Jiangnan County changed to an emperor, they could still live a life high in the mountains and far away from the emperor as before. But who would have thought that as soon as the emperor came, he would cause a murderous crime in Jiangnan County, involving more than 100,000 people. The seeds of fear have taken root and sprouted in everyone's hearts. Old Demon Yang has finally returned to the mortal world. In the tavern, a drunk warrior couldn't help but speak. In the past month, everyone in Jiangnan County has been trembling with fear. They are afraid that the rebellion will implicate themselves. If he stays in Jiangnan County for a day, even if he doesn't show up, He will be like a big mountain pressing on our heads. It's a relief to leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, a companion covered his mouth and said with a horrified look on his face, "You can't call Emperor Yang's itinerary. If an expert in the palace hears it, he will tie you up carefully and directly throw it into the lake and plant lotus flowers." The drunk warrior laughed loudly and said, "Don't worry. I know the character of old Demon Yang better than anyone else. I have heard of his reputation when he was in the mortal world. Although this emperor has bloody methods, he never don't implicate innocent people. Don't you see? Apart from the rebel families and their strength, none of the other forces in the 72 cities, including Mr. Yang, have a bloodbath. Right?" Many people in the tavern pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Someone even asked out of curiosity, "Drunkard, you said you know Yang Lamo's character. Can you tell me what kind of person he is?" "It's easy to say." The drunken warrior nodded and said, "First, old Demon Yang cares about the people around him the most. If you touch his people, even the maid who brings him water and tea, he will destroy your whole family. Secondly, if you offend him, you may still survive if you offend him. But if you really offend him, it will be impossible for him to be saved. The third and most important point is that Mr. Yang is also the emperor, and the emperor's words cannot be rejected. If you are obedient, you will definitely be able to prosper. Look at Bai Zhong, Zhang Jiao. These people, some were conquered in the secular world, and some were conquered in the martial arts world. And now they have become great masters. Everyone has yellow-level top-notch armor, various pills, and all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures every day. Enjoy it. This offering is simply higher than that of a city official." The drunk warrior said this with a hint of envy in his eyes. Now Wu Guijian, the most famous forging master in the Shangqing dynasty, has followed Yang Lamo. Maybe in the future, even Xian-level armor can be made in Daqian. As long as you can become a master in Dachi, your future will be bright. Many people in the tavern were secretly moved. Original. They were still a little afraid of this bloodthirsty emperor. But from what they heard, Yang Macheng didn't seem too scary. Many people are already secretly yearning for it. By the way, do you know why Emperor Yang suddenly returned to the mortal world? Is it because something terrible happened in the mortal world? Someone else asked. The drunken warrior frowned and shook his head. I didn't know that. This is a royal secret. I just heard some information that some extraordinary treasure is about to be born in the mortal world. Baby, what treasures can there be in the mortal world? Many people are confused. Chapter 343 blasts into the sky. A treasure from the mortal world? Of course, it's the Golden Buddha and Jade Buddha, the former site of the Weigui Imperial Palace. The huge palace had already been razed to the ground, and even the entire Imperial City had been affected. Now, where the Imperial City once stood, nothing is left. Only a sinkhole that is 100 meters deep. Originally, everyone was a little confused as to whether the Golden and Jade Buddha had been hidden by the Crown Prince in another location. Not in the Imperial City, but just 3 days ago, under the Imperial Palace of Weigui, everyone excavated an underground palace that was several times larger than the Imperial Palace and even comparable to the entire Imperial City. The leader who was responsible for excavating the Golden Buddha and Jade Buddha naturally did not dare to hide the information. He immediately sent people to pass the information to Yang Macheng. So Yang Macheng suddenly returned to the mortal world. I have never seen such a big palace. Countless people were shocked. This palace must have been built by Patriarch Wei when he was still alive. He definitely built it secretly underground. So no news of this underground palace was revealed. Some people wondered, but such a huge palace spreads for hundreds of miles. And it is underground. There must be at least 100,000 craftsmen. And it will last for decades. How can no one know about it? How can you understand the royal affairs? Since ancient times, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he began to build his own mausoleum. Most of these craftsmen were composed of death row prisoners and slaves. After the construction was completed, they were directly executed on the spot to ensure that the mausoleum, the location is absolutely unknown. Well, it seems that the Holy One has not built his own mausoleum since he succeeded to the throne. Someone else asked. The man laughed and said, most emperors in the mortal world will experience wars and chaos. And ordinary people only have a lifespan of a few hundred years. If something goes wrong, he can only be a short-lived emperor. But our Emperor Yang, that is a strong man of half-step Xianhai. Even the counties in the martial arts world have a lifespan of 800 years. Moreover, Emperor Yang has higher qualifications. If he reaches the legendary golden elixir realm, he will live for more than 1,000 years. No problem. Just as he was talking, the noisy palace site suddenly fell silent. I saw. The crowd slowly backed away. And Yang Mucheng, dressed in casual clothes, came leading by Zhong, Zhang Jiao, Liang Xiao, and other senior masters. Is this the underground palace? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and stood in front of the sinkhole. In the 100-meter deep sinkhole, a huge palace appeared. The outline of the underground palace is already faintly visible, spreading over 100 miles in radius. The entrance has been cleared, but most of the palace is still buried in the earth. Yes, the commander in charge of the excavation said respectfully. Your Majesty, it took us more than 3 months to excavate this palace. It was not until 3 days ago that we excavated the palace. This palace spreads for more than 100 miles, and only one has been found so far. Entrance. Your Majesty, please wait for 3 more days. In 3 days at most, we will be able to excavate the entire palace. Bai Zhong, Yang Mucheng said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhong took a step forward. What palace do you want? His goal is the golden and jade Buddha in the palace. This palace has existed underground for at least 1,000 years, and it is still as pristine as before. There may be some kind of trap. Just destroy the palace and get the golden body and jade Buddha. Clang. Bai Zhong drew out his long sword and slashed in the air. He stood outside the Tiancong, and everyone seemed to see only a dazzling sword light, slashing down quickly with an attitude of tearing everything apart, with a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to destroy the entire palace. Just split in half. Just when the sword light was about to hit the palace, Yang Mucheng suddenly said, Bai Zhong, stop! But at this moment, the arrow is on the string. How can it be stopped at any time? Buzz. The peaceful palace seemed to suddenly come to life. It trembled violently, and saw an indifferent light burst out from the center of the palace. This light appeared like a firefly, and gathered like a sky curtain, turning into it looks like a big bowl, and is placed above the palace. This scene is a long story, but it only happened in a split second. As soon as the light curtain was formed, Bai Zhong's sword struck it heavily. Boom! The loud and trembling sound resounded crazily. The entire sinkhole trembled suddenly, and the light, that seemed to be as thick as paper, actually blocked Bai Zhong's shocking blow. Not only that, the huge force of the shock shocked Bai Zhong, who lost his balance and took several steps backwards. Each step hit the ground with a sonorous force, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Your Majesty, this light curtain is so hard! Bai Zhong felt his numb hands, and his face was filled with shock. What is that? Unexpected, Liang Xiao cried out. It seems that a stone tablet appeared. It turned out that although Bai Zhong's previous attack failed to split the palace in half, it instead blasted away the surrounding soil, completely revealing the entire palace. And in the collapsed soil, a deeply hidden stone tablet appeared. When Zhang Jiao saw it, he quickly led a few people to dig out the stone tablet from the ground and carried it to Yang Mucheng. I see. Yang Mucheng took a look and nodded. This palace has set up a kind of bloodline formation. Only the blood of the royal family of the Wei Kingdom can enter the palace. This is a taboo set by the ancestors of the Wei Kingdom, and it is also to protect the golden body and jade Buddha from outsiders. Take it away. No wonder the Crown Prince of Wei was so undecided back then. Without him, I would never have gotten the golden body and jade Buddha in this life. Yang Mucheng walked around the palace several times. I found that this piece of light almost enveloped the entire palace, without any blind spots. I heard before that the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom had very poor qualifications in the martial arts world, and was not very good at it. After practicing for more than 10 years, he could only cultivate his inner strength. Later, after he accidentally obtained this golden body and jade Buddha, he had the ability to reach heaven. Because, after the golden body and jade Buddha was exposed, countless people scrambled for it, which caused a great disaster. Such a treasure should be kept in such a strict place. Yang Mucheng nodded. Your Majesty, but we don't have the blood of the Wei family. How can we enter this underground palace? Liang Xiao frowned slightly. The formation is dead, but people are alive. I don't believe it. But I can't help but leave the great formation left thousands of years ago. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, stepped lightly with the sole of his foot, and directly left the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom behind. The stone tablet was crushed to pieces. Boom! However, this moment, the palace seemed to have a reaction. The light surrounding it seemed to be boiling at this moment, converging to a point. and then transformed into a pillar of light rising into the sky and blasting into the sky. Chapter 344. Clouds gather from all directions. Summit City. Tushan. Qin Gang headquarters. Many disciples were still acting as usual. While they were working and practicing, they suddenly saw a pillar of light rushing out of the sky in the direction of Dacian Kingdom. Almost correspondingly, a rainbow that penetrated to heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the retreat place of the ancestor of Tus Mountain, pouring out directly from the mountain and shooting into the sky. This is the birth of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure? Did it disturb the ancestor's retreat? Everyone's eyes widened. In the Chanhong, I vaguely saw a handsome young man wearing tsingy walking out of it. Boom! Thousands of clouds and mist flashed across the 100-meter-long sky in an instant, and quickly fell under the rainbow. At the head, an old man wearing white clothes with white beard and white hair fell to his knees with a bang and shouted, "Greetings to the ancestor. Get up. I have been in seclusion for 106 years. I have always been stuck in this half-step of the mysterious sea and cannot go any further. I didn't expect that I unexpectedly broke through today. What happened to the outside world?" The young man was shrouded in clouds and mist, and his appearance was looming. Seems ordinary, but once you take a look, it will be deeply etched in your mind and cannot be forgotten. Old ancestor, during the time you were in seclusion, Jiangnan County experienced great changes. Yang Mucheng, the emperor of the secular world, entered the martial arts world and bloodbath the capital of Jiangnan County. No one in the 72 cities was spared. The old man knelt on the ground and shed tears. Huh? Even the 5 Xian Yi grandmasters can't do anything to him. I didn't expect that there is such a genius in the mortal world. The ancestor of the Qin Gang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ancestor, why did you leave seclusion this time? The old man asked cautiously. I was inspired by the treasures of heaven and earth and broke through the shackles. The ancestor of the Qin Gang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the location of Daqiangua. That Ling Di Bao happens to be in Daqiang Kingdom. I will go get the treasure and kill Yang Mucheng on the way to restore peace to the martial arts world. After saying that, the ancestor of the Qin Gang took a step forward, and his whole person suddenly disappeared on the spot, as if he had never appeared before. The old man in white was overjoyed. Bloody Moon City. Werewolf Courtyard. This sect is located in a remote location, and no one cares about it. 220 years ago, it was the largest sect in Blood Moon City. But it is a pity that since the ancestor of the sect was at the end of life and death, no one in the sect can take on a big responsibility and has been squeezed out of the center of Blood Moon City. But the disciples of Zanlanjuan always have an unshakable monument in their hearts. Once the door of the ancient and dilapidated ancestral hall is opened, it will be the time for their Zanlanjuan to rise. This day, as usual, the master of the Wolf Warrior Courtyard came to the ancestral hall to offer incense. Squeak! Suddenly, the door of the ancestral hall, which had been sealed in dust for 220 years, suddenly opened. An old man with a withered face, like a mummy, walked out slowly. The master of the Werewolf Academy trembled, knelt down hurriedly, and shouted, "The 37th head of the Wolf Warrior Institute pays homage to the ancestor. Congratulations to the ancestor for coming out of seclusion. I wish the ancestor endless magical power and longevity. How many years have I been in seclusion? What happened during my time in seclusion?" the skinny old man asked. "Ancestor, you have been in seclusion for more than 220 years. Nothing much happened in the first 200 years. Only this year, a bloody storm broke out in Jiangnan County in the martial arts world." Zanlang Zhuanyuan the Lord quickly told us everything that had happened in the past few months. After finishing speaking, he looked at the ancestor carefully and asked, "Ancestor, why are you leaving seclusion this time?" "I was inspired by the treasures of heaven and earth, and I broke through the shackles. During the 200 years of life and death, I was still in a state of tranquility. How could I stand by and watch when such a person appeared in the mortal world? After I came out of seclusion, there were 3 things I had to do. The first, go to Dacian country to get the treasure. Second, go and see who Yang Mucheng is. Third, go kill Yang Mucheng." Wunyan City. An elegant man, with his hands behind his back, looked at the pile of heads of warriors from the 72 cities. "Old man, I'm still a step late after all." Zhongli Tianluo shook his head and sighed secretly. Same day, as promised by the ghost-laughing Buddha, he came to kill Yang Mucheng. However, due to a temporary breakthrough, it had to be cancelled and changed to a retreat. It took a full month to break through the final shackles and stabilize on the Xianhai realm. But unfortunately, Good Laughing Buddha and the others died, and their bodies were not found. At this time, far away in the direction of Dakian Kingdom, a shocking beam of light erupted. This beam of light condensed without scattering and soared into the sky.
The birth of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure?
Zhongli Tianluo narrowed his eyes slightly and said secretly,
This beam of light seems to contain some kind of power of the laws of heaven and earth. This beam of light covers 3,000 miles, and it may cover the entire Jiangnan County.
Huluhu. As soon as the thought in my mind came to mind, I saw a flash of cyan light, rising rapidly into the sky and flying towards the direction of Dakian Kingdom.
Ancestor of the Qin Gang? The ancestor of Werewolf Hall at that time? That is...
One after another, strong men who had not been in the world for a long time appeared one after another at this moment, which made Zhongli Tianluo unable to hide his surprise. He frowned slightly and thought,
It seems that these ancestors woke up because of the birth of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure and broke through their shackles. It seems that heavenly spirit and earthly treasure is by no means ordinary. I have to go to Dakian country to have a look.
In front of the sinkhole, the high-pitched beam of light shot into the sky and took 3 hours to dissipate. Looking at the beam of light that dispersed like glass, Zhang Jiao, Liang Xiao, and others were stunned.
Your Majesty, what on earth is going on? It must be that we do not have the blood of the Wei family. So this palace was shaken.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the distant sky.
I didn't expect that the birth of the Golden and Jade Buddha would cause such a big commotion. This light soared 90,000 miles away, and it must have alarmed the entire Jiangnan County. Right.
Liang Xiao smiled faintly, bowed his head and said,
Your Majesty,
the 72 cities in Jiangnan County are now the only ones in the saddle. After the battle in Wenyan City, all rebellions have been completely eradicated. Even if a strange treasure is born, they don't have the courage.
Come.
Ordinary warriors naturally dare not come here. But if they are some sect ancestors and the like, that is not necessarily the case. This beam of light contains a certain kind of power of heaven and earth. I don't know those old people who are involved in life and death. How many monsters will be affected by the power of heaven and earth and break through? If they don't come and stay peacefully alone, I will naturally not care about them. If they dare to come here, I won't let any of them survive.
There was a hint of chill in Yang Mucheng's calm words. Call! As soon as he finished speaking, several black shadows flashed across the horizon, flying rapidly through the sky. Some came flying in the air, some riding on a peerless monster, or some coming with swords. There were about 10 people, just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. For these old monsters, who have already broken through the Xianhai realm, the distance of more than 1,000 miles is just a blink of an eye. Snapped, snapped, snapped. There was a soft sound of feet hitting the ground, and the figures who came from Jiangnan County all fell down. In an instant, they were in front of the sinkhole and in front of Yang Mucheng. Chapter 345. The ancestors gather together.
Isn't this the ancestor of the Qin Gang? Old man, you are still alive? Haha. Ancestor of Werewolf Hall, you are not dead. How could I leave before you?
These are more than 10 people. Some may look young. Some may be old and frail. Some may have plump bodies. Or some may be skinny and shriveled. You can find pretty much the same characters in any bustling city in the world of mortals. But here, no one dares to disrespect them. These people were active 200 years ago, or even 300 or 400 years ago. They disappeared from the world because they were at the crossroads of life and death. But the test of life and death is not something ordinary people can sit through. Generally speaking, most of them are strong people who are about to expire, but are unwilling to perish and want to borrow their lives from God again. At the critical moment of life and death, their heartbeat, meridians, and blood flow will stop. The whole person is in a state of suspended animation. If you can wake up one day, you will break through the shackles, reach a higher level, and ask God to live for 100 or 200 years. If you don't wake up, you will turn into a puddle of lust in the long days, be buried in the dust, and disappear from the world. But it is difficult to find even one of the thousands of people who can wake up from the state of life and death.
The old guy from Wuyang Mountain isn't here?
The ancestor of the Qin Gang clasped his hands behind his back and looked around.
Of those people from 300 years ago, we are the only 11 left? I passed by Wuyang Mountain when I came here. That old guy died in the 3rd year after he was forced to sit at the crossroads of life and death.
An ancestor shook his head in regret.
It's a pity. If he had been able to support it for more than 100 years, when this spiritual treasure was born, he might be able to survive the life and death crisis like us.
Everyone was very sorry. But life and death are determined by fate. And wealth and honor are in heaven. After all, being in a life and death situation is robbing one's lifespan from God's hands. It's like changing one's fate against the will of heaven. How difficult it is. Those who have lived for thousands of years cannot wake up and are completely turned into withered bones. There are also moments when one enters the critical moment of life and death and falls completely. How can everything in the world be made by human power?
It seems that this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure is in this underground palace. Such a huge underground palace must have been built by a strong man in our martial arts world.
Right? The ancestor of the Qin gang carried it on his back. With both hands, he glanced at the palace. Outside the palace, there is a light curtain as thin as a cicada's wings. Although it is shallow,
it gives people a sense of weight and solidity.
Just destroy this palace and take out the treasures of heaven and earth.
An ancestor shouted impatiently.
Old man, the Baji sect's skills have a fiery temperament. You have been in the test of life and death for more than 300 years. And you are still as impulsive as a young man. This light curtain must have been set up by a powerful person in the Xianhai realm. You can't rely on external forces. Break.
Another ancestor laughed. This scene is so enjoyable. These ancestors and seniors didn't care at all about the crowds near the sinkhole. After reaching the realm of Xianhai, he is already like a dragon in the sky. Ordinary people in the mortal world are like ants to them. If they wanted to, they could kill millions of people.
You seem to have overlooked something. Right.
At this time, a crisp voice interrupted the conversation of the ancestors. Everyone's eyes immediately turned around. But they saw a young man in casual clothes with his hands behind his back, looking at them strangely. Behind the young man, there were several warriors, whose cultivation levels were generally above the Xianqi realm. There are even a few who have reached the mysterious liquid realm.
Are you the person in charge here?
The ancestor of the Qin gang glanced at Yang Mucheng.
Yes.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
Tell your people to stay away. We have to enter this palace later. This palace is a relic left more than 1,000 years ago. There may be some traps. You ordinary people should stay away and be careful. No bones left.
The ancestor of the Qin gang looked like he was scolding his disciples and waved his hand impatiently, telling Yang Mucheng to stay away.
If I get some treasure in the ruins, I might feel better and reward you with something. If you piss us off, be careful not to leave your body intact. You are brave. Do you know who is standing in front of you?
Liang Xiao was furious when he heard this and was about to scold him. But Yang Mucheng calmly waved his hand to signal him to shut up. Liang Xiao reluctantly stepped back. Yang Mucheng looked at the Qin gang ancestor happily and asked with a smile.
Do you know whose territory this is? This is the mortal world. It should have belonged to the Wei Kingdom once. However, I heard that the mortal world has been unified by Yang Mucheng. This is also the land of the Dacian Kingdom. Boy, why do you ask this?
The ancestor of the Qin gang frowned, lifted it, and looked at Yang Mucheng. Other people also looked at it with great interest. These old monsters were very quiet and thoughtful. This time, they came out of seclusion. Not only did they achieve a breakthrough, but they also encountered the birth of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. So they were very excited. If anyone had dared to talk to him like this before, they would have been slapped to death. Now, they are studying this light curtain, thinking about how to break it, and playing with this boy in the mortal world for entertainment.
You are the ancestor of the Qin gang. The Qin gang is located in Tuz Mountain and belongs to Jiangnan County. It can also be regarded as the territory of the Dacian Kingdom. And you are the people of the Dacian Kingdom. Right.
Yang Mucheng continued to ask with a smile.
That's right. That's the case for now.
The ancestor of the Qin gang nodded. Just for now. One of the purposes of their trip was to take the treasure in the palace. As for the second, it is to destroy Yang Mucheng. The Dacian Kingdom was founded by Yang Mucheng. Once this bloodthirsty emperor dies, the grand hegemony he established may also completely collapse.
The land in the 4 seas must be the king's land. The guest who leaves the land must be the king's slave. This underground palace belongs to me, and the treasures of heaven and earth in the underground palace also belong to me. Do you dare to take it?
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed.
Ha ha ha, there is nothing in the world that I can't take.
Hearing this, the ancestor of the Qin gang couldn't stop laughing. But before his laughter could stop, He was suddenly startled. His eyes widened in disbelief. And he looked at Yang Mucheng.
What did you just say? You just called yourself I. Could it be that you are?
At this time, the ancestors around him all looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. When they came, they found the young man. Apart from his extraordinary bearing, the other party didn't have any inner energy surging in his body. So I just glanced at it and ignored it. Even the time when his eyes fell on Yang Mucheng was longer than that of Liang Xiao and Zhang Jiao. Now, everyone's eyes widened when they heard Yang Mucheng calling himself.
That's right. I am the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom. Why don't you kneel down and salute me when you see me?
Yang Mucheng's voice suddenly rose. Like a thunderous thunderbolt. The ancestor of the Qin gang who was standing in front of Yang Mucheng was shocked by the sound and stepped back a few steps in fright. His eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Mucheng as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 346. What do I have to do to make you surrender? Is this the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom? The ancestors of the Qin gang and Zanlanjuan all looked at Yang Mucheng with their eyes widened. When they came, they also thought about Yang Mucheng's appearance. But now when they meet, they don't recognize him at all. Because the other party is really too young. Can such a level of cultivation reach half-step Xianhai? Many ancestors even took a few steps back. Unable to believe it. All the pride and self-confidence of being the first ancestor of this sect were completely torn to pieces and tortured to pieces in front of this young man. It took them hundreds of years to reach the half-step Xiankai. And they thought they were great. But facing a strong half-step Xiankai who was less than 20 years old, how could they be proud?
Are you Yang Mucheng?
The ancestor of the Qin gang closed his eyes and looked at him seriously. Yang Mucheng also looked at him. And with a move of his right hand, a servant immediately knelt behind him and asked him to sit down. The maid on the side also quickly handed over the brewed to Pei Yuan Dan tea. After taking a slow sip of tea, Yang Mucheng looked up at the ancestors and said with a smile,
I didn't expect that there are so many half-step Xianhai experts who are at the point of life and death hidden in Jiangnan County. Now that the heavenly spirit earth treasure has been born, you have also benefited from it and have broken through to the realm of Xianhai.
Everyone looked at him, wondering what he wanted to say. But I heard Yang Mucheng continue.
Although I have many warriors in the mystic liquid realm, most of them are in the early stages, and only a few have reached the midterm level. Some things are difficult to take on. I am currently considering establishing a dragon hall, and I lack some top warriors. You came just in time. Please submit to me.
The ancestor of the Qin gang only found it funny.
Yang Mucheng, don't forget, we came to kill you, and you actually asked us to submit to you?
The ancestor of Zanlanjuan on the side looked at Liang Xiao and Zhang Jiao and shouted angrily.
You guys are all strong men in the martial arts world. Are you willing to follow an emperor in the mortal world? As strong men in the martial arts world, you are where has the author's self-esteem gone?
Liang Xiao asked.
Ancestors, why do we warriors practice?
The ancestor of the War Wolf Academy said.
In the ancient times, the monsters and beasts in the 9 provinces were in chaos, and the human race practiced to open up a way for themselves. Nowadays, the human race is respected, and we practice to pursue the path to immortality.
Liang Xiao said again.
It took me 68 years to cultivate from an ordinary boy to the half-step profound energy realm. At this speed, it will take at least more than 50 years to reach the mysterious liquid realm. But after following the Holy Master, I reached the early stage of Xianyi in just 1 year. By following the Holy Master, I can pursue the path of immortality.
Hisses. Many ancestors only felt horrified by these words. It took only 1 year to reach the early stage of Xian liquid?
No need to talk nonsense with them. These guys are simply a disgrace to our martial arts community. They are willing to be the lackeys of this little emperor, instead of letting them be embarrassed and conspicuous. It is better for us to clean up the family.
The ancestor of the Qin gang shouted sternly.
Alas!
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
Are you scared?
The ancestor of the Qin gang raised his eyebrows.
Afraid?
Yang Mucheng raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the people in front of him, and shook his head.
11 Xianhai realm warriors. Each of them is a being who can dominate the county. If you all can follow me, Long Dang will definitely become my right-hand man. It's a pity that you are not convinced. It seems that I must kill you. It takes a few people to make you surrender. Boy, do you want to kill us?
At this time, a skinny old man shouted angrily. This ancestor's name is Su Liuzhen, and he comes from the Baji sect. The Baji sect practices the most powerful and most yang skills. So even though he is an old monster who is hundreds of years old, he has a very fiery personality. He was originally laughing at the joke. But after hearing these words, he couldn't bear it any longer and pushed away the crowd and walked forward.
You arrogant brat! Don't think that you can challenge us just because you have killed a few Xianyi grandmasters. We are all Xian High Realm experts. If you really want to take action, one of us can drown you with just one spit of foam. Then let's start with you.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids, looked at Su Liuzhen, and handed the teacup to Liang Xiao with a smile.
Hold it for me, and I'll kill someone. Please forgive me, Your Majesty.
Liang Xiao apologized.
What's your crime?
Yang Mucheng asked.
As a minister, I cannot solve the problems for the Holy One. Whenever there is rebellion, the Holy One has to take action himself. We are guilty,
Liang Xiao said.
These people are all old weirdos in the martial arts world. They have lived for at least 600 or 700 years. And you can't compare with them. If your cultivation reaches a higher level in the future, I can make you the master of the Dragon Hall.
Yang Mucheng laughed. And the whole people are already floating out. With this step, the situation suddenly changed from extreme stillness to extreme movement. Everyone only saw a flash of aurora crazily. And Yang Mucheng shot out like a bolt of lightning. There was a long wave of air behind him, which was a spectacle caused by the air being torn apart. Su Liuzhen felt cold all over. Yang Mucheng's speed actually broke the sound barrier. He almost covered the distance of several hundred meters in one step. Before Su Liuzhen could react, the punch was thrown in front of everyone, lightly hitting his chest under the shocked eyes of countless people. This punch looks light and does not contain any strength. But how can Yang Mucheng, who has been tempered by 2 dragon bloods, be underestimated? What's more, Yang Mucheng is determined to make these people surrender. So how can he hold back?
Crack!
At this moment, Su Liuzhen's chest collapsed rapidly. Terrible power poured into the limbs and bones along the fist. The power of this punch was so powerful and so fast that it shattered all the bones in Su Liuzhen's body in an instant. Boom! Su Liuzhen's body trembled, and a cracking sound erupted all over his body. His whole body was like a cannonball that was blown away, and he was directly shot out. He flew hundreds of feet backwards and hit the light of the underground palace under countless shocked eyes. On the screen, Su Liuzhen spurted blood mist all over the sky. The strong man in the martial arts world, who had reached the realm of Xianhai, fell to the ground with a body tempered by the Baji sect Ji Gang Ji Yang Kung Fu. When everyone looked at him, Su Liuzhen had collapsed on the ground. His body was like mud. Blood gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and he no longer had any breath. Rumble. It wasn't until Yang Mucheng withdrew his fists and stood up that the loud sound he had erupted when he broke through the sound barrier was heard. A booming sound, like an explosion of thunder.
This is the first one!
Yang Mucheng turned his eyes, looked at everyone with a smile, and said calmly,
I don't know how many people I have to kill before you surrender.
Chapter 347 Zhongli Tianluo. Half-step Xianhai. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they roared wildly. A boy who was half a step into the Xiankai realm actually killed an authentic Xiankai realm warrior with one punch. And he did so without any hindrance. This is simply an absolute crushing. Can I withstand that punch? Everyone, including the ancestors of the Qin gang, felt their scalps go numb. Yang Mucheng's punch was too fast, too fierce, and too cruel. Just the speed was already beyond their imagination. If they were put in Su Liuzhen's position, they would probably be killed with one punch, just like Su Liuzhen before.
Time!
Suddenly, a figure jumped out quickly. I saw a man who was as thin and cold as a poisonous snake, and he was writhing at this moment. However, instead of attacking Yang Mucheng, he ran away. Which of these ancestors is not a human spirit? Among them, Su Liuzhen's strength can be considered above average. And even he was killed. So someone weaker than Su Liuzhen. Doesn't it mean that he can't even take a punch from Yang Mucheng? So why not run away? Waiting to die?
Did I let you go?
Yang Mucheng raised his brows and slapped his right hand downward. This moment, I just saw a strong suction force erupting in the void, as if a black hole was being created. Countless pieces of gravel and soil rushed toward the sky quickly, mixed with jumping flames, and they were captured in the air in an instant.
No!
At the last moment, the ancestor fiercely closed his palms, and the inner energy in his body exploded wildly, trying to smash the giant palm that was struck in the air. However, this palm was a strike mixed with flames and the fighting spirit of the earth, and its power was several times greater than that of ordinary Xiankai realm warriors. I saw this palm pressing down crazily, slapping down directly with a devastating gesture, hitting the ancestor hard, and then slapping him from midair to the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded loudly, and where the giant palm fell, a huge wave was set off.
The second?
Yang Muchung slowly stopped his hand and said calmly. This understatement made everyone, including the ancestor of the Qin gang, feel their scalps numb and their whole bodies trembling. No one has ever been able to kill the warriors in the mysterious liquid realm as easily as ants. Yang Muchung's words were like the cold wind blowing from the nine netherworld, making them all feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar.
Are you surrendering or stubbornly resisting?
Yang Muchung looked at everyone with a smile.
No one answered. How about this? I'll kill another one.
Hisses. The ancestor of the Qin gang felt his scalp numb. They were originally excited to come to the mortal world to retrieve the treasure and kill Yang Muchung on the way. From the word,
by the way,
it can be seen that they don't care much about Yang Muchung at all. After all, a half-step Xiankai warrior, no matter how strong he is, can he still turn the world upside down? There are a total of 11 Xianhai realm warriors among them. But now, Yang Muchung has really turned the world upside down. At this moment, they even feel that I am a piece of fish and everyone is a knife. Surrender or die. Many people were already secretly shaken in their hearts.
Yang Muchung, do you really think that there is no one in our martial arts world?
Just when the ancestors were already desperate, a distant cry came from the horizon. I saw a young Confucian scholar walking leisurely, with a sword on his back. Every step he took seemed slow, but was actually fast. When he lifted up, he was slow and leisurely. But when he fell, he was already 100 feet away. In this way, after 10 or so steps, we arrived at the Tianqing from the junction of heaven and earth.
The next time Zhongli Tianluo comes, I've met all the ancestors.
The young Confucian scholar bowed to everyone, and then raised his hands to Yang Muchung.
I have met Emperor Yang. Zhongli Tianluo?
Liang Shao bared his teeth and took a breath of air.
Do you know him?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows.
I have heard of his reputation when I was in Kanglan sect. Zhongli Tianluo is not from the Shangqing dynasty, but a genius from the Tuotian Palace in the Great Wilderness dynasty. He was in the Meridians at the age of 8, and in the Xuanqi realm at the age of 12. At 26 years old, some people estimate that he will be able to reach the Xianhai realm before he is 40 years old.
Liang Zhao's voice trembled slightly. Yang Muchung nodded. The footwork used by the opponent before was indeed something that only warriors in the Xianhai realm could use.
Before the age of 40. In the Xianhai realm? When we were at the point of life and death, such a genius was born?
The ancestor of the Qin gang looked shocked.
Tuotian Palace ranks among the top 3 in the Great Wilderness dynasty. Its territory is several times larger than that of the Holy Qin dynasty. It is not an exaggeration to be able to cultivate such a genius.
The ancestor of the War Wolf Academy nodded secretly. All the ancestors looked at each other and were secretly happy. The Xianhai realm warriors like them, who waited for a life and death battle before breaking through, were naturally inferior to such geniuses. Maybe they can be saved.
No matter how talented I am, I can't compare to Emperor Yang.
Hearing everyone's praise, Zhongli Tianluo slowly shook his head.
Yang Di reached the half-step Xianhai at the age of 16. In the martial arts world, some people even think that he is the reincarnation of an old monster, calling him Yang Lao Imo, Yang Lao Wei. According to Yang Di's talent, I am afraid that he will not be born before the age of 18. Then you can reach the Xianhai realm. What are you doing here?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows.
Yang Emperor, do you know the Laughing Ghost Buddha and the One-Eyed Dragon King?
Zhongli Tianluo said.
So it's them? They have been killed by me. Are you here to avenge them?
Yang Muchung nodded.
That's right.
Zhongli Tianluo pointed his right hand, and with a clang sound, the long sword flew out from behind and landed in his palm. A churning inner energy surged out of the body quickly, covering the body like a flame. The originally bright sword became extremely blue at this moment. The tide of sword intent slowly spread along the sword body. Even under this terrifying surge of sword intent, some small stones around Zhongli Tianluo were affected by this, and slowly floated up under this terrifying killing intent. What's more, he was crushed into powder by this killing intent.
Then the third one is you.
Yang Muchung nodded. The ancestors of the Qin gang were almost scared out of their wits, and they only needed to add a little more fire to subdue them. However, the strength of people like the ancestors of the Qin gang is not too strong in the Xianhai realm, and even if they are killed, their deterrence is not too great. Now Zhongli Tianluo's strength is not bad. He is stronger than many ancestors. so he can be used as a target to scare the monkeys. He turned his eyes, glanced at the Qi gang ancestors, and said,
"Don't even think about escaping. If you dare to escape, I will kill you."
After finishing speaking, he put his hands behind his hands and looked at Zhongli Tianluo.
"Let's start. Let me see what you are capable of, and how dare you come here to act wild. You will regret this."
Zhongli Tianluo's eyes turned cold, and a blast of extreme light erupted. The next moment, the azure blue sword in his hand actually burst into light. Chapter 348 Everything Can Be a Sword. Phew! At this moment, a strange force passed through the field, and the ground trembled violently for hundreds of meters in radius, and countless stones flew up quickly under the influence of this force. These pebbles are as small as peas and as big as rocks, and they all suspend in unison. Sieve! 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 While these stones were suspended in midair, they shot towards Yang Macheng.
"This is Tuotian Palace's sword controlling technique,"
the ancestor of the Qin gang shouted with wide eyes.
"Everything can be turned into a sword. Maybe he can really defeat Yang Macheng."
The ancestor of War Wolf Academy clenched his fists. Excited, but, compared to everyone's excitement, shock, and surprise, Yang Macheng looked indifferent. When he killed the two ancestors earlier, Zhongli Tianluo also saw them. If he didn't have enough strength, how could he dare to fight against himself? Facing the rocks that were coming violently, Yang Macheng slowly shook his head.
"Is this all you have? These little tricks are of no use in front of me. It's better to show your true skills. Otherwise you will have to stop at this. That's it."
As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his long sleeves brought up a hurricane. The strong wind roared, flying sand and rocks, and a white air wave rose up like a huge ocean wave and crashed forward. There was only a crackling sound, and the rocks that came towards the hole exploded in an instant and turned into endless powder. In the midst of talking and laughing, the boats and oars disappeared into ashes.
"Since you want to see it, I'll let you take a good look."
Zhong Litian closed his eyes. Although he knew Yang Macheng was scary, he didn't expect him to be so scary. In just one swing, his own starting move was shattered. He narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted in a cold voice,
"Get up!"
Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled.
"That is?" He gathered all his sword intent together.
"Look!" I saw that there was a sudden bulge on the ground that was originally flat. Deep in the earth, there seemed to be a dragon rolling, and there was a rumble, and the whole earth burst open. A huge sword made entirely of rock was billowing continuously at this moment. It seemed as if an invisible hand was slowly pulling out this huge stone sword from the earth. Rumble. The sound resounded. The giant sword was pulled out, and countless pieces of soil, sand and stone fell from the giant stone sword, hitting the ground with crackling sounds. Hisses. Looking at this giant stone sword, everyone felt their scalps go numb.
"This kid's sword-wielding skills are enough to compete with those of the elders from Tuotian Palace."
The Qin gang ancestors' eyes widened.
"I have seen the seniors of Tuotian Palace perform this sword technique before. The stone sword they summoned was more than 30 meters long. This Zhongli Tianluo is actually not inferior to that senior."
The elder of War Wolf Academy Zhu gasped, and couldn't help but tremble.
"Maybe he can really fight against Yang Macheng."
A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's hearts. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Zhongli Tianluo's sword controlling technique was not over yet.
"Rise!"
His eyes widened angrily, and he drank again. Base! Another stone sword rose from the ground.
"Get up again! Get up again!"
The third handle, the fourth handle, the fifth handle, the sixth handle. A total of 12 huge stone swords tumbled out from the ground. Each stone sword was more than 30 meters long. Outside the huge sinkhole, it seemed to be transformed into a huge and terrifying forest of swords. These huge stone swords seemed to be controlled by pairs of invisible hands, hanging in the air from to the sky and the earth.
12 giant stone swords.
The ancestor of the Qin gang almost broke his teeth. So does everyone else. They never imagined that there would be such a genius.
There have been talented people from generation to generation, and each has led the way for hundreds of years.
The ancestor of Zhen Lanjuan felt that a hero was in his twilight years. He shook his head helplessly and sighed.
After 200 years of life and death, this is no longer our era. As the saying goes, there is no Jiazi in the mountains for thousands of years. We old immortals who have lived for 600 to 700 years are not as good as these younger generations. I wonder if this move can kill Yang Macheng. You will definitely die.
The Qin gang ancestor clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Even if I face this move, I have no power to fight back. We just need to quietly watch this kid being killed.
As he spoke, Zhongli Tianluo pointed his sword in his hand. Suddenly, the strange power controlling the giant stone sword surged wildly at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the 12 giant stone swords were already rushing towards Yang Mucheng with a rushing wind.
Come!
When the speed came, it brought with it a powerful wind that swept across the sky. They even blasted away existences such as the ancestors of the Qin Gang and the ancestors of the Werewolf Academy.
You should step back first, and I will take action.
Yang Mucheng glanced at Liang Xiao and others behind him. He knew that if he didn't speak, these people would not leave even if they died.
Yes!
Everyone quickly retreated. Yang Mucheng, who had put all his worries behind him, faced the huge stone sword sweeping over him.
Forget it. Let's not use
Tai Mountain travel record. After killing Kai Tao and taking control of the entire Jiangnan County, the hidden mission of
a small celebrity
was completely completed. Yang Mucheng was also lucky. He directly drew a restoration talisman and asked him to complete
Tai Mountain travel record.
After hesitating for a while, Yang Mucheng gave up the plan of using this low-level martial arts. After all, this move consumes too much. Although Zhongli Tianluo can be killed without a doubt, there is still an underground palace waiting for him to explore. He didn't want to waste too long.
Just use the simplest way.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his right hand to the sky. A stream of bloody starlight quickly gathered in his palm. The holy dragon blood sword appears. He looked down at the sword in his hand, took 3 breaths, and then raised his head. The moment Yang Mucheng raised his head, the long hair behind him danced wildly without the wind. His whole aura also surged at this moment, as if he was an unsheathed divine sword. Boom! At this moment, flames and earthly fighting spirits surged from his body. A strong pressure turned into a terrifying wave of air and surged out.
Dang! 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 Dang!
The moment, the 12 stone swords rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. They seemed to have hit an invisible wall and stopped suddenly at this moment. No matter how much Zhongli Tianluo urged, he could not move forward one step further.
I don't believe it!
Zhongli Tianluo gritted his teeth and stepped forward with his feet. The internal energy that had reached its limit actually surged again. Base! 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 The 12 stone swords also surged with terrifying arrogance at this moment. It was like clusters of golden flames covering the sword body. The next moment, the power of the stone sword grew crazily, crackling. Even under the bombardment of the giant stone sword, the space seemed to have turned into glass, with mottled and shining cracks erupting. This terrible crack swept in all directions, and there was only a bang sound, and it completely exploded. The giant stone sword that originally stopped shot away again, even faster and more terrifying than before. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yang Mucheng.
Yang Mucheng! Go to H.L.
Zhongli Tianluo's eyes widened angrily, and veins appeared on his forehead. Ha. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, slowly raised the holy dragon blood sword in his hand, and then slashed it down with a fierce slash. Chapter 349, Exploring the Underground Palace. I have a sword that I can use to kill everyone in the world. I have a sword that can destroy the immortal Qinquan. I have a sword that can kill the eternal Buddha. I have a sword that can kill millions of demons. Call. This sword struck out a 30-foot sword beam, like heavy rain falling, like flashing thunder, like the Milky Way turning down. Wherever the sword light struck, 12 huge stone swords exploded. And then, this sword, which was as fast as thunder, struck towards Zhongli's fall with the force of the sky that could destroy everything.
No!
Zhongli Tianluo's eyes widened, and at the last moment, he hurriedly raised the long sword in his hand to block this thunderous sword. But this sword was too fast and fierce.
Clang!
The long sword in his hand broke at this moment. The sword light continued unabated, slashing along his forehead to his feet. I saw a bottomless sword mark, nearly 100 meters long, spread out from Yang Mucheng's feet and pointed in front of Zhongli Tianluo.
How? How is it possible?
Zhongli Tianluo's eyes widened. He looked at Yang Mucheng, looked at the sword marks on the ground. His body suddenly separated and crashed to the ground. Even if he died, he would not have thought that Yang Mucheng could break his sword control skills with one sword. Take the energy and blood of these 3 mysterious liquid realm warriors into your body.
How are you thinking about it?
Yang Mucheng let go of his right hand, and the holy dragon blood sword turned into a bloody glow. He looked at the 9 ancestors around him with a smile.
Follow me, and I can protect you from pursuing the road to immortality. Follow me, and I can protect you from being bullied by others. I will only give you 3 breaths. If you don't have an answer after 3 breaths, just die here. My patience is limited. 1.
Yang Muchung protracted his tone and raised a finger. The ancestor of the Qin gang looked around and knew that the situation was over. He sighed and accepted his fate. The first one fell to his knees with a bang. His head hit the ground hard. And he shouted,
Forefather of the Qin gang, Yi Shujin has met my emperor. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live.
Someone took the lead. No matter how reluctant others are, there is nothing they can do. They looked at each other, and they all knelt down and shouted,
Ancestor of the War Wolf Academy, Yao Chen has met my emperor. Ancestor of Suoxin Island, Wu Jian has met my emperor.
The 9 ancestors were either fearful, trembling, unwilling, or helpless. But after a moment, he still chose to kneel down and surrender. Killing Xianhai Realm warriors is like killing chickens and dogs. If you don't surrender, you will die. How could they have the courage? The ants are still alive. Let alone these old monsters, who have lived for hundreds of years. If you are not greedy for life and afraid of death, you will not fight the life and death test that is only 1 in a million.
Get up!
Yang Muchung glanced at everyone. He naturally knew that these people were simply afraid of his own methods and were forced to surrender. If a more powerful being came over, they would still be rebellious. If you want them to work for you, you can only let them know the details of Dacian country and let them realize one thing. It's not that he forced them to come and surrender, but that they wanted to follow him crying and screaming.
Thank you, Lord, for your grace.
The ancestors felt desolate in their hearts. Originally, they were all absolutely supreme beings in this sect. But now they have become other people's ministers. Even if it means asking them to stand up, they have to thank you.
If you follow me, you are my people. You just need to remember one thing. You must obey my orders. Even if I ask you to die, you must not hesitate at all. This is a rule. You don't have to obey other people's orders in the future. I will set up a dragon hall specially for you, and it will be under my jurisdiction only. Let's go and see this underground palace with me.
Yang Muchung said lightly. He doesn't care whether everyone has heard it or not. Anyway, the ugly words have been told before. If you violate the taboo in the future, don't blame him for the murder. Walking down the sinkhole, we came to the door.
Open the barrier.
Yang Muchung glanced at the ancestors following him and raised his brows. These old guys were used to being the powerful leaders of a party. But now they were not used to being reduced to other people's lackluster status. They didn't react for a while. It wasn't until Yang Muchung opened his mouth that they suddenly understood and began to deal with this barrier.
Your Majesty, a few days ago, we found a broken stone tablet in the Imperial Palace of Weigua. Because the characters on it were broken, it took a long time to restore the content. Please take a look.
Zhang Jiao handed over a scroll. Yang Muchung nodded, reached out to take it, and looked at it carefully. This is the benefit of being an emperor. You don't have to worry about anything, and someone will naturally arrange everything for you. If you are a lone ranger, not to mention restoring the words on the stone tablet, even using such a large project to dig out the underground palace is also a difficult problem. However, the martial arts world is vast. There will eventually be something that his subordinates cannot handle. And at this time, only Yang Muchung will take action personally.
Sure enough, this underground palace is the mausoleum of the ancestors of the Wei Kingdom. And it is also where the golden and jade Buddha is stored.
Yang Muchung threw the scroll away. Zhang Jiao's face was full of doubts.
Your Majesty, since the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom has greatly increased his strength with the golden body and jade Buddha,
why doesn't he use this golden body and jade Buddha to bless his descendants and let them embark on the path of cultivation? The golden body and jade Buddha are so numerous that the patriarch of Wei only got the chance by chance. He also tried to let his descendants understand the secrets from the golden body and jade Buddha. But in the end, instead of being able to rise, he ended up falling. It is precisely for this reason. And there are people in the martial arts world who covet this golden and jade Buddha. When the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom fell, he was afraid that this object would attract martial arts masters. So he sealed it in this underground palace. Only direct descendants of the Wei family can enter. I don't know. What does this golden and jade Buddha look like?
Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back with endless expectations in his heart. Boom! There was a burst of explosions. There was just a click sound. and the light curtain covering the underground palace suddenly burst into a large crack. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the crack spread rapidly, and in a burst of crackling sounds, it turned into a sky full of the flowing fireflies slowly disappear. Squeak! Almost at the same time, the closed stone door of the underground palace slowly opened, as if a pair of invisible hands were pushing the door open. A desolate wind surged out wantonly from the palace, blowing Yongmu's growth and fluttering, and his robes rustled.
Interesting. The wind contains murderous intent. Is this a warning to non-direct descendants of the Wei family not to enter it? An old man who has been dead for more than 1,000 years still dares to pretend to be a ghost.
Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped behind the door with a smile. Yi Shujin, Wu Jian, and Yao Chen looked at the dark underground palace and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They just felt that the palace was like a ferocious beast lying there, sleeping, and would kill them at any time. Swallowed. But when Yang Mucheng went in, they also wanted to see what the treasure that had been sealed for thousands of years was. So they bravely walked up. Chapter 355 Elements Formation. Da-da-da. In the huge palace, there was silence and no sound. There was only the sound of Yang Muqing's crisp footsteps. Several ancestors, including the masters inside, were too frightened to say anything. They were sneaking around like thieves. But he was as generous as strolling through his own garden. Snapped. Suddenly, a soft sound sounded quietly. This moment, Yang Mucheng just felt dizzy for a while, as if he had experienced a turbulent change. When he opened his eyes, his pupils couldn't help but shrink.
Is this the underground palace?
Several people who followed also followed, and when they saw this scene, their eyes widened and they couldn't believe it.
This? How can it be? Where is this?
This is not the space of a palace, but the location where everyone appears is in a deep forest, surrounded by an undeveloped virgin forest. Each large tree is several meters thick and reaches into the sky. Various strange creatures living in the forest make strange sounds, which makes people feel creepy. Yang Muqing's eyes were like torches, piercing through the dense forest and looking into the deepest part. I saw, in the clouds and mist at the far end, a huge palace appeared vaguely.
It seems that the underground palace in the sinkhole is actually just an entrance. The real mausoleum of the ancestors of the Wei Kingdom is in this area. After all, the existence of the martial arts world can actually set up another one in the palace.
A cave. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly.
Your Majesty, please think twice.
Just when Yang Mucheng was about to step forward, Yi Shujin quickly stepped forward.
Look! In the southeast, northwest, and northwest, there are woods, lakes, sword mountains, lava, and hills respectively. They correspond to the 5 elements formation of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. If we rush and rashly, we will probably be crushed by the 5 elements formation. Press. 5 elements formation? If it were you, how long would it take to break through this formation?
Yang Mucheng withdrew slightly and asked calmly.
As little as 3 years.
As many as 10 years.
Yi Shujin was startled when he saw Yang Mucheng looking towards him, and quickly explained,
Your Majesty, the 5 elements formation, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, forms a cycle of the heavens. This area, although the world was created by the ancestors of the Wei Kingdom, it has already formed a small world. It is endless because of the 5 elements formation. Once the formation is forcibly broken, this world will be crushed.
At this time, Wu Jian also said quickly,
Your Majesty, and this is only the outer 5 elements formation. I observed the valley before, and found that there is an even more terrifying Yulong formation there. These formations can only be used wisely, not necessarily powerful.
Yang Mucheng sneered.
Outwit? Enemy? Only weaklings like you can find such an excuse. Let's see how I break the formation.
3 years. 10 years? Yang Mucheng can't wait any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward. Yi Shujin and the others had mixed feelings. Their cultivation had reached the Xianhai realm, and they had a high status, and were respected by everyone no matter where they were in the Shangqing dynasty. Now he is being scolded as a weak by a young man. But they had no room for rebuttal.
Your Majesty!
Yi Shujin saw Yang Mucheng coming forward and quickly exclaimed.
What are you doing?
Wu Jian on the side quickly pulled Yi Shujin and whispered.
Don't forget that you are the ancestor of the Qin gang and a strong man in the Xianhai realm. Do you really want to be this little emperor's lackey? No. Didn't you see that this little emperor is too arrogant? How can he listen to you and me?
Yachin also nodded repeatedly and said,
Yes. Since he wants to break into the 5 elements formation, let him go. Wouldn't it be better if he died in it? But, can this 5 elements formation kill him?
Yi Shujin asked.
That's natural.
Yachin grinned and said with confidence,
Our Zenlanjiwan was once a sect that was at its peak. 400 years ago. The sect elders, sect masters, and ancestors and I. More than 10 strong man in the Xianhai realm once entered a secret realm. The 5 elements formation in that secret realm was twice the size of this place. Guess what? Except for me and the ancestor. The whole army was wiped out, and no one was alive. Even the ancestor of our sect died from serious injuries in less than 3 months after escaping from the secret realm.
Hisses. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Is this 5 elements formation so terrifying? Then wouldn't it be true that Yang Mucheng had no return and would definitely die? Yachin narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice,
Let's retreat a little. Yang Mucheng is about to trigger the big formation, lest the big formation is triggered by then. We will also be implicated.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire forest began to squirm crazily at this moment. The huge primeval forest seemed to come alive. Countless dragon-like roots were quickly pulled out of the soil by towering ancient trees, and quickly gathered in midair to form a huge palm. Carrying it, the rolling hurricane was photographed with horror.
Snort!
Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and raised his palm to greet him. With a bang, Yang Mucheng took a step back, and the giant palm was smashed into pieces.
Broken with one move?
Yi Shujin raised his eyebrows.
Has this 5 elements formation expired after thousands of years? Why can't it even catch his palm? Don't underestimate the power of this 5 element formation. Once the 5 elements of heaven and earth form a cycle of reincarnation, they will be endless. No matter how high your cultivation level is. If you fall into it, you will only be consumed to death.
Yachin he gritted his teeth and said,
Look, the other 4 sides have also been triggered.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the lake in the south suddenly started to turbulence and boiled. Countless lakes surged rapidly, rolled up, and fell from the sky. These lake water are highly condensed water droplets, each drop weighing hundreds of kilograms. When this lake water falls, its momentum is no less than that of a huge wave sweeping the world. A piercing sound of swords erupted from the Sword Mountain to the west. I saw streaks of light rising rapidly, and countless sharp swords mixed with the lake water were shot towards this place. The lava in the north is billowing like an erupting volcano. The roaring flames swept in from the sky. The monstrous flames contained a high temperature that could melt steel. The surrounding space crackled with fire, and even the eyes and sights of everyone became distorted and blurred at this moment. On the central hill, the ground squirmed like seawater. Countless rocks and soil condensed in midair, turning into a huge meteorite that smashed down crazily with an attitude of destroying everything. The 5 elements formation: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, is endlessly alive. If you don't die, you will fight endlessly. This secret realm of defending the country is an endless battle.
What a 5 element formation!
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with light. He laughed and walked forward. Chapter 351 Meeting the Jade Buddha. Boom! The pure lake water hits the ground, and every drop can blast a half-meter deep pit into the ground. Each of the sweeping swords can crush anything within a few meters. Anger, rocks, surged wildly, as if the sky was falling apart. Yang Mucheng walked away without paying any attention. But as you go deeper, the power of the 5 elements formation becomes greater. The terrifying attacks change into various forms, almost endless.
Just walked away like that?
This scene made all the ancestors speechless.
But until the magic circle is broken, he can't walk to the central palace at all.
Just saying. Yang Mucheng stopped suddenly. But the 5 elements formation did not stop because of his actions. On the contrary, the offensive became more and more fierce and terrifying.
It's really endless. In this case, I will break your 2 positions first so that you can't cycle every day.
He looked sharply. It landed first on Jin Mountain to the west. Metal defeats wood. Wood defeats earth. Earth defeats water. And water defeats fire. And fire defeats metal. Yang Mucheng pointed a finger with his right hand, and the flames erupted from the volcanic lava swept up quickly and transformed infinitely. Under his furious fighting intent, they rolled up crazily and rolled up like a fire tornado, rushing towards Jianshan Mountain.
Boom!
The 5 elements formation seemed to be angered. In the Sword Mountain, there was a harsh sound of swords, and countless sharp swords hanging upside down in the void flew into the air at this moment. condensed rapidly, and quickly blasted towards the fire tornado in an attitude of tearing the air.
Still want to resist?
Yang Muchung laughed loudly and spread his right hand into a giant palm. And the galloping fire tornado suddenly transformed into a giant palm following his movements. And slapped forward. A billowing heat wave swept across. Enough to burn gold and boil iron. The sword that was shot was instantly burned into a pile of scrap metal and fell from the air.
Boom!
The next moment, Sword Mountain erupted.
No! 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 No!
Thousands of long swords flew directly out of the mountain. Countless sword lights flashed rapidly. The cold light is wanton. Like stars flashing. The terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky and spread out like a tide. It's like a supreme sword master using the supreme sword technique.
Snort!
Yang Muchung snorted coldly and pressed his palm suddenly. In an instant, the huge flaming palm smashed down into the sky, hitting the Sword Mountain heavily. Boom! A huge wave of terrifying flame swept out crazily, rolling like an army of thousands of horses. Countless long swords hanging in midair were directly burned to ashes. The 5 elements formation circulates around the sky. Sword Mountain was broken, and the rest of the area was completely depressed.
Break!
Yang Muchung's tongue was as bright as a lotus flower, and he drank suddenly, like a huge thunder that shook the sky. The boiling lakes, surging forests, collapsing hills, and noisy lava also completely stopped. And all of this quietly turned into nothing and disappeared. Looking at this world again, everyone found that they had not gone anywhere. They were still in the underground palace from before.
It seems that the previous 5 elements formation was just an illusion.
Yang Muchung nodded secretly.
How is this possible?
Yao Chen's eyes almost bulged out, looking at Yang Muchung as if he had seen a ghost.
He actually broke through the 5 elements formation. And he did it so easily. How is it possible? What else can he do?
Yi Shujin smiled bitterly and shook his head. From the moment he knelt in front of Yang Muchung, he had completely surrendered. Unlike others, he was a little unwilling.
He is only half a step into the mysterious sea now. So he is so terrifying. What if he reaches the true mysterious sea realm? Have you ever seen someone who has mastered the 2 great wills at such a young age like him? Maybe following him, we only then can we pursue the path to eternal life.
Everyone was silent for a while. When he came back to his senses, he found that Yang Muchung had gone deep into the palace. They quickly caught up with him. But see, the halls of the palace were deserted. Just as everyone walked in, there was only a pop sound, and the lights suddenly lit up. The strange thing is that the burning fire is actually green, and when the flames jump, they actually emit bursts of beautiful and deep singing sounds.
1,000-year fire. Mermaid lamp?
Wu Jin cried out.
What is that?
Yang Muchung was confused.
Holy Lord! There is a kind of shark among the great demons. This kind of shark is half human and half fish. Their tears are like pearls, and their songs are beautiful. And the fat on their bodies is used as lamp oil, which can last for thousands of years. Therefore, there will be many strong people hunting them. Kill the shark. Refine it into an oil lamp and place it in your tomb as an everlasting lamp.
Wu Jin said respectfully.
Moreover, after being refined into an everlasting lamp, as long as the lamp is lit, singing will sound.
Yang Muchung nodded slowly. But he did not expect that such a big demon still existed in the martial arts world.
Oh my God! Is that? No. The Patriarch of Wei is not dead.
At this moment, a cry sounded. I saw, in the center of the main hall, on a throne made of gold and jade, an old man with a gray beard sat there. His eyes were slightly open, as if he was sleeping, and occasionally light came out of his eyes. The whole body is old and decayed, but the muscles are still there. It doesn't look like it has been dead for thousands of years and turned into a pile of withered bones. As the ever-burning lamp turned on, the entire empty hall became completely bright at this moment. Everyone looked around and suddenly took a breath of air. Turned out to be, the surroundings of the huge palace were actually filled with bones. Even the bones have been piled up to form a mountain peak.
When the ancestors of the Wei Kingdom were building this mausoleum, they summoned 100,000 craftsmen from the Wei Kingdom. The whereabouts of these craftsmen have been unknown since then. And now it seems that they are all buried in this tomb just as I imagined.
Yang Muchung shook his head slowly. The imperial family is like this.
As for the ancestor of Wei Gua, he is dead long ago.
Yang Muchung used the emperor's chi technique to look at it. How could there be any cloud energy in the body of the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom? As for him sitting cross-legged, with occasional rays of light shooting out of his eyes. It must be that he is unwilling to perish, and is sitting at the crossroads of life and death in this palace. But how can the reincarnation of heaven, and the barrier of life and death be broken so easily?
Call!
After hearing Yang Mucheng speak, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Think about it too. Even warriors in the Xianhai realm only have a lifespan of 800 years. Only when you reach the Golden Elixir realm can you have a life of 1,000 years. 500 years of life and death is the limit. If you cannot break through it in 500 years, your soul will be destroyed. This Weigua ancestor has been in this palace for more than 1,000 years. How can he still be alive? Looking again.
Why not?
Although the appearance of the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom remained the same, his breath and heartbeat were completely gone. It is only because the body does not decay that it gives people the feeling that they are still alive.
It seems that is the Golden Buddha and Jade Buddha.
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and fell on the hands of the patriarch of the Wei Kingdom. But see you. The other person was sitting with his heart in the sky. But he was holding a Buddha statue in both hands. Chapter 352. It seems like Buddha is a devil. The Golden and Jade Buddha is half a man tall. The whole body is made of glass like jade. And it looks like a skeleton, sitting with his hands clasped together. It looks like the corpse of an eminent monk who passed away. The strange flowing fireflies are constantly flowing along the outer layer of the skeleton, looking like gold but not gold, like jade but not jade.
Really?
At this time, an ancestor shouted.
What's wrong?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Your Majesty, I once heard the sect's predecessors mention the origin of this Golden and Jade Buddha. In fact, it is not a heavenly and earthly treasure. It is the corpse of a certain powerful man in heaven and earth who died, because it is like gold and jade. That's why it's called the Golden Body and Jade Buddha. That's how it turned out to be. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly.
It's not a treasure of heaven and earth, but a corpse. So what's the use of it? Your Majesty, the stronger the warrior is, the stronger the body will be. The ancestor of the Wei Kingdom is just like us in the Xianhai realm. His bones can exist for more than 1,000 years after his death. This Golden Jade Buddha has also existed for at least thousands of years. Nian must be possessed by a strong person who has surpassed the formation pill and even reached the state of becoming a god. There must be some laws contained in these bones.
Yang Mucheng looked forward. I just saw that the flowing fireflies swirling around the Golden and Jade Buddha were actually tiny talismans. It seems to contain some kind of mystery.
Bring it to me.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
Yes.
An ancestor respectfully accepted the order and stepped forward. Just when the opponent's palm was about to touch the Golden and Jade Buddha, a burst of fierce light erupted from the originally transparent bones. A shock like lightning and thunder appeared from the Golden Body and Jade Buddha. Boom! Immediately afterwards, he saw a horrifying wave of air sweeping out of it, spreading crazily in all directions. The ancestor only felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer on his body. Before he could even let out a scream, he was already shot out under the gazes and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the Golden Jade Buddha. But he saw that the corpse seemed to be alive at this moment. Countless small talismans surged out rapidly, and I felt a strange force quickly pass through the field. 100,000 corpses inside and outside the hall began to crackle, and they quickly transformed into a huge forest of bones. And these white bones gathered together crazily, forming a huge palm in midair. Then, he waved his palm in front of him. In an instant, strong winds sprang up, creating terrible strong winds. Ah! Screams sounded. At this moment, the bodies of the 9 ancestor-level figures suddenly trembled and were directly blasted away by the strong wind. The figures were like cannonballs being discharged, crashing directly through the palace and flying out.
What?
As for Yang Mucheng, when the strong wind hit, he quickly raised his arms and stretched them in front of him. But even so, the speed of the wind was too strong and fierce, and it made his whole body feel as if he was struck by lightning. His body suddenly trembled, and he took a few steps backwards, and the soles of his feet wiped out 2 terrible footprints on the ground. Golly! The Golden and Jade Buddha did not move at all. But the Patriarch of Wei, who was sitting cross-legged on the throne, suddenly trembled and convulsed as if he had been electrocuted. The next moment, he stood up slowly under Yang Mucheng's surprised gaze.
This Golden and Jade Buddha is really weird.
Yang Mucheng folded his arms, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. He could feel that although the Golden and Jade Buddha was a powerful man who had fallen thousands of years ago, there was still a trace of instinctive consciousness left in his bones. Now he is taking control of the corpse of the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom and takes action. Click, click, click. The ancestor of the Wei Kingdom, who had been dead for more than 1,000 years, moved like a puppet. Every time he took a step, his whole body made a terrifying sound. After taking 3 steps in a row, he suddenly stopped. The ancestor of the Wei Kingdom suddenly raised his head, and his slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Tang! Almost at the same time, he stepped with the sole of his foot. There was no earth-shattering sound, no terrifying burst of power, but he turned into a terrifying shadow, like a cheetah, and rushed towards Yang Macheng. The moment he rushed in front of him, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Roll. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and the soles of his feet dug into the ground. A surging force rose from the ground and poured into his limbs. He faced the attack of the Patriarch of Wei and slapped it away with one palm. Outside the sinkhole, Zhang Jiao, Liang Xiao, and Baizhong stood outside, quietly looking at the underground palace. Do you think those old guys will attack the Holy One in the palace? After all, they are all the ancestors of the same sect, and it may not be that easy to make them surrender. If the Holy One breaks the formation, these old people will. What should I do if something stabs me in the back? Liang Xiao asked worriedly. How can these people be the opponents of the Holy Sage? The Holy Sage can kill them with a wave of his hand. How can they have the courage to rebel? Baizhong said with a smile. Boom! At this moment, a burst of explosion sounded wildly. However, he saw 9 figures shooting out as quickly as cannonballs. A loud sound of dong 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 completely penetrated the wall. Even after it penetrated, the remaining power remained unabated, directly blasting away. On the cliff of the sinkhole, the 9 figures were almost completely embedded in the rock at this moment. What happened? What happened in the palace? Baizhong exclaimed and quickly looked towards the palace. The moment everyone looked at it, an earth-shaking loud sound suddenly erupted. And then, they saw a circular wave of air visible to the naked eye rushing madly directly from the center of the palace. Wherever the air wave passed, the huge underground palace exploded rapidly at this moment. And countless broken walls were directly blasted out at this moment. And Baizhong and others were also thrown away in embarrassment by this wave of air. They quickly got up and looked forward. What? This look was shocking. I saw Yang Macheng and the Patriarch of Wei standing in the center of the palace, holding hands with each other. Starting from the 2 people, the surrounding ground cracked crazily. Large cracks spread uncontrollably, almost covering a radius of 800 meters. Wherever his eyes passed, everything around him was shattered, and nothing remained, but only the golden and jade Buddha was suspended in midair, as if nothing had happened. The whole body exudes a strange luster, like a demon or a Buddha. Boom! The Patriarch of Wei State suffered a huge force. His whole body trembled, and he shot stiffly towards the back. Since it was just a mummy, there was no fear of pain at all. He stepped heavily on the ground with the sole of his foot, completely removing the force of Yang Mucheng's punch, and stopped. At the same time as he stopped, he clapped his palms, and there was a pop sound, and a terrible force surged up, shaking the surroundings. Wow! The numerous white bones shattered by the air waves quickly began to churn and condense again under the surge of power. Chapter 353 Mysterious Scroll. Bones gather. It was surging, and even more turbulent at this moment, forming a Shura that was completely made of countless white bones and had green-faced fangs. But I saw that Shura sitting cross-legged behind the Patriarch of the Wei Kingdom, with his hands in a Buddhist pose, and his arms slowly unfolded like a peacock spreading its wings, and it turned into a 1,000-armed Shura. What on earth is it? Isn't the Patriarch of Wei already dead? How come he still has such strength? Could it be that he has broken through the barrier of life and death? Yi Shu Jin and Wu Jin looked at the 1,000-armed Shura rising slowly, and felt their livers and gallbladders burst. This huge Shura elephant is a full 210 meters high, suspended in midair, casting a huge shadow, almost blocking the sky and the sun. The tidal wave of murderous intent slowly emanated from the body of 1,000-armed Shura, almost turning into reality. The ripple slowly poured out, making people's scalp numb. Not good! Yao Chen was so frightened that he trembled all over and stepped back repeatedly. Some ancestors were filled with fear and wanted to run away as soon as their inner strength changed. But Yang Mucheng's next words made these people stay in place immediately, as if they had been cast a mobilization technique. I will kill whoever dares to escape! Yang Mucheng looked back, and Sun Han's eyes swept across the 9 ancestors. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try!
Everyone's hearts trembled. They felt cold all over. And Yang Wuqing's eyes told him that this sentence was definitely not just a joke. If they dare to escape, they will die immediately. At this moment, I had no choice but to stand there and look at the thousand-armed Shura, which was completely composed of bones. TSK. This scene is a long story, but it only lasts a moment. At this moment, thousand-armed Shura completed his transformation. A strange green light shot out from the hollow pupils. Following this burst of green light, thousands of palms slapped down rapidly in an instant. The diameter of each giant palm reaching the sky reached more than 10 meters. And when it hit the ground, it made the earth tremble wildly. Boom! 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 Terrible explosions resounded wildly. It was as if the entire earth was regarded as a giant drum. And the giant palms that fell like rain were the drumsticks that crashed down crazily. Every time it is taken, it seems to hit everyone's heart, making everyone's scalp numb and their hearts trembling wildly. However, what is even more shocking is that Yang Mucheng actually stood on the spot, steadying his horse, and a pair of fleshy palms frantically moved towards the giant palm that thousand-hand Shura had taken. One is as big as a mountain peak. One is as small as an ant. Yang Mucheng used his disproportionate body to withstand thousand-armed Shura's attack. If you look carefully, you can even see that after Yang Mucheng slapped it with his palm, the huge white bone palm suddenly trembled, and it suddenly burst into cracks. After the 108 palms of Inch Fist were blasted away, the cracks quickly gathered on thousand-armed Shura's body. Boom! Such a powerful counterattack seemed to offend the Golden Jade Buddha. I just saw that the Golden and Jade Buddha burst out with a strange light. And in an instant, Shura's thousands of palms were smashed down crazily. Humph! How dare you do something wrong with a dead body? Tie mountain travel record. Yang Wuqing's eyes widened angrily, and he clapped his right hand forward. Boom! In an instant, he saw that the whole earth was shaking crazily at this moment. Xian even saw that the originally flat ground exploded with a click. And then the earth swelled, and 5 faint stone pillars slowly rose up. Immediately, the speed increased sharply, transforming into a giant palm with a diameter of 100 meters, and was shot directly. After all, it is a low-level martial arts skill. Although Yang Mucheng is still unable to master its full power, the power of this palm is earth-shattering. When thousands of bone palms hit the boulder palm, it was like waves hitting the rocks and bursting instantly, turning into bone powder and dust. You dare to pretend to be a ghost in front of me? I don't care if you are a Buddha or a devil. Just crush them all to me! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge palm clapped down. Thousand-handed Shura, including the Patriarch of Weigua, were all smashed into powder under this palm. Hisses. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, trembling all over. It's actually tying mountain travel record. Isn't this an incomplete technique? He actually completed it. With this palm, thousand-hand Shura was shattered. Previously, he also prayed that Yang Mucheng and the thousand-handed Shura would die together. But he didn't expect that the thousand-handed Shura would be smashed into pieces by a palm. However, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that they had not escaped before. If they really escaped, they would probably be beaten into pieces by Yang Wuqing's palm. Right? How about the Golden Buddha and Jade Buddha? Maybe it was destroyed too. Everyone quickly looked into the field and saw that the dust slowly dispersed. But they saw that the Golden and Jade Buddha was still floating in the void. But the previously flowing light and talismans on the body had disappeared, and the Golden and Jade carved skeleton was also covered with cracks. Then, there was a click and it exploded. Although, the explosion of the Golden Buddha and Jade Buddha does not mean that everything is over. I saw that the bones were broken and 2 things emerged from the exploded body. The first one is a cyan inscription, slowly turbulent, floating in midair, with hurricanes surging around it. Fighting spirit! Yang Mucheng showed a hint of surprise. But he didn't expect that there was something like this hidden in the Golden and Jade Buddha. He retracted his right hand and took the fighting spirit of the wind into his palm. This moment, he just felt that the wind around him seemed to be much more friendly to him. With a slight twist of his right hand, a small tornado slowly floated up. With a slight flick, the tornado disappeared into nothing. It seems that the Patriarch of Wei got the Golden Body and Jade Buddha, and it was not without purpose. It seems that he also understood the essence of the Gale fighting intent. But because the Gale Wind fighting intent was imprisoned in the Golden Body and Jade Buddha, so he didn't really get it. But now it's easy for me.
What is this second thing?
Yang Muchung looked around. But he saw that the second thing was a double-handled scroll.
To be able to be imprisoned in the golden body and jade Buddha with the same fighting spirit as the Gale. I guess this scroll is not a simple existence. Right.
Get the scroll. The scroll was not set up with a formation as he imagined, but slowly unfolded with a pull. A burst of golden light flashed, and the writing in the scroll slowly swam up into the void like tadpoles, condensing into individual fonts.
This is...
Yang Muchung only glanced at it, and fell into shock.
How can this be?
Yi Shujin and Wu Jin glanced over and took a breath. Chapter 354 Immortal Sect. The content of the scroll is not some mysterious technique, but the notes left by the golden and jade Buddha during his lifetime.
I have been enlightened since I was a child, with mediocre qualifications and little progress. I accidentally got a scroll of scriptures left by my predecessors, practiced for 136 years, and finally achieved the golden elixir path. The scriptures say, the road to immortality is long, and the ancient times are not the end. So he travels far and wide in search of the path to immortality. So he is known as the Wandering Immortal Master. In the autumn of the 260th year, I reached the realm of divine transformation. Although I made a breakthrough, my heart felt desolate. After traveling for 130 years, I could not find any trace of the path to immortality. In the 496th year, I realized the state of nirvana, but my heart became more and more frightened, and there was no sign of the path to immortality. In the year 3128, my cultivation has ended in the middle stage of Tiansheng. I can't go any further. I have to sit at the end of life and death in order to break through and find the path to immortality.
The vast 10,000 words record all the experiences of Yu Xian during his 3,128 years in office. After traveling across Kyushu for 3,000 years, I found no information about the Immortal Road.
What exactly is this Immortal Road?
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He finally understood all the origins of this golden and jade Buddha's past and present lives. Unexpected, however, he saw that the vast golden characters suddenly changed and condensed into a vast pattern of stars. Among the misty stars, another handwriting appeared. The ancient chaos is not the end. The vast stars are the beginning. Shilin surrenders to the dragon and bows. The fairy gate opens wide to welcome you. Then, this poem trembled suddenly, turning into countless fireflies and slowly disappearing.
Xianmen?
Yang Muchung frowned. He looked at Yi Shujin and the others and said,
You are all old monsters in the martial arts world. Have you ever heard of Master Yu Xian and the Immortal Sect?
Several ancestors looked at each other for a while and shook their heads. Yi Shujin took a few steps forward and said cautiously,
Your Majesty, I know. Explain.
Yi Shujin nodded and said hurriedly,
There are a few records in our Qinggang. This vast Kyushu is just a drop in the ocean for the entire world. Beyond Kyushu, there is still a fairy world. What Master Yu Xian is looking for is probably it is the door to the fairy world.
I see. Human world. Fairy world. But for now, it's too early to consider those issues. Moreover, how can Master Yu Xian alone find the path to immortality? Slowly putting away the scroll, Yang Muchung came to Wu Jin. Snapped. He slapped Wu Jin so hard that he trembled and fell to his knees. Then he came to Yao Qin and received the same slap. He beat 3 or 4 people in a row until their teeth fell out and their faces were covered with blood.
Do you know why I hit you?
Yang Muchung looked at the 4 Yao Qins.
I know.
Wu Jin was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He understood that Yang Muchung was settling accounts after the fall, because they had prepared to escape when Yang Muchung was fighting.
This slap is just a small punishment for you to improve your memory. If you dare to act rashly again without my order in the future, even if you escape to the underworld, I will cut you into pieces. Remember. Are you staying?
Yang Muchung said quietly.
Remember.
These 4 ancestors were very aggressive and did not dare to resist. They kowtowed repeatedly and kept shouting that the Holy Spirit would forgive me. It wasn't until Yang Muchung spoke that they breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's go. Follow me back to the palace. I will arrange your next things.
Yang Muchung glanced at the 9 ancestors. Everyone stood up and then followed Yang Muchung to the capital of Dakian. Although Yang Muchung had been away for 2 or 3 months, it was business as usual in the country. Under the Dakian law, although the level of not picking up lost things on the road is not reached, the level of not closing the door at night is not much different. The roads between various cities have also been paved, and with the implementation of the relocation plan, there is a lot of excitement. As for the corruption incident, no official dared to continue it. Each city has inspectors sent directly from the palace to sit on duty. Once there is any trouble, it will be dealt with strictly. Every time a corrupt official is killed, the whole world will be notified, making officials even more afraid to be corrupt if they have money. In the palace, Yang Muchum listened to the report. Now, what he is most concerned about is the Royal Academy.
Your Majesty, the Royal Academy has recruited more than 300,000 disciples this time, and the masters will be appointed by masters from the Inner Circle and the Black Flag Army. It has initially started to get on the right track,
Xiaorong said.
So many people?
Yang Muchum was also slightly surprised. He had originally estimated that the first batch of disciples would number only 10,000 at most, and he had already achieved his goal. But I didn't expect that there were so many people. Xiaorong smiled and said,
Your Majesty, you don't know something. In the past, corrupt officials were rampant in Dakian's country, and bandits were causing chaos. It was really difficult for ordinary people to have a full stomach, let alone have a meal. Meat. Now that the country is peaceful and the people are safe, when the people hear that their children can even join the Black Flag Army after completing their studies, they want to go to the Royal Academy and even change their age privately, hoping to join. Disciple, this amount is still under our control. If we don't control it, it might even double. Good.
Yang Muchum nodded. He has been in the martial arts world for such a long time, and he understands the probability of promotion for some warriors. Of the more than 10,000 people who practice martial arts, perhaps half will be able to achieve inner strength. When they reach the Tomai realm, there may only be more than 1,000 people left, and less than 10 people will be able to advance to horizontal training. As for the higher level of profound energy, I'm afraid it's only 1 in a million. After concentrating for a moment, Yang Muchum continued,
I established the Dragon Hall today. Yi Shujin, Wu Jian, Yao Chun, these 9 ancestors of the sect are the first members of the Dragon Hall. The Dragon Hall is not under the jurisdiction of anyone. It only obeys my orders and handles some difficult issues in the martial arts world. In addition, the Royal Academy, Black Flag Army, Alki Master, and Dragon Hall adopt promotion selection. Students who reach Hinglian Realm can join the Black Flag Army. Black Flag Army students who reach the Xianqi Realm can become Alki Masters. As for Alki Masters who reach the Xian Liquid Realm, they can enter the Dragon Hall. Students, Black Flag Army, Alki Masters, and Dragon Hall members have different treatment. Students are the lowest, and Dragon Hall members are the highest. In addition, I will announce a few more small things. Wu Guijian will serve as the leader of the forging department. He is a forging master himself. Follow us. Fighting and killing is a waste of talent. As for the members of Longtang, I will give you a small task first, which is to find ways and means to reconnect Wu Guijian's veins. Yang Muchum glanced at a few people and said,
I'll give you a month. If you can't find it, come and see me.
Yes. Yi Shujin and others trembled when they heard the sound. This was their first mission, and it was no less dangerous and difficult than the life and death test they had been on before. Fortunately, there is still about a month left, so I have to finish it even if I risk my life. Looking at each other, they quickly walked out of the palace and flew towards the location of the Jiangnan County capital. Chapter 355 Master Danqing. In the next few days, Yang Muchum went up and down with peace of mind. It would be reassuring to have some free time to guide everyone in their cultivation. Or from 72 City, the capital of Jiangnan County, was also continuously transported back. If it had been before, the forging department might have just stared at it. But now that Wu Guijian, the forging master, has joined, it is possible to mass-produce low-grade Xian-level armor. Certainly, this batch of armor will first be supplied to Longtang, and then continue to be supplied to Alki Guards and the Black Flag Army. Yang Muchum deliberately arranged these departments into a ladder shape. Only in this way can these people be motivated to work hard and forge ahead. The eliminated soldiers and armors were given to the martial arts community and sold to major counties. Yi Xianer is responsible for this matter. The domestic spies who were responsible for searching for information about fighting intentions also brought back a lot of information. But after all, these spies are only halfway warriors. How do they know what true fighting spirit is? After Baizhong and others went to investigate the news they brought back, almost all of it was false, which actually made Yang Muchum happy. Yang Muchum did not punish these spies, but asked them to investigate more when they got the news. Every month, there will also be various kinds of city lords, who collect heavenly and earthly treasures from their jurisdiction as tribute. These treasures naturally become the nourishment for Yang Mucheng's ancient sky-swallowing heart. But what puzzled Yang Mucheng was, he had absorbed the energy and blood of 3 Xianhai powerhouses before, and coupled with so many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, he should have reached the Xianhai realm anyway. But unfortunately, this time, there was no sign of a breakthrough.
Are we going to be like those ancestors and face life and death?
While Yang Mucheng was concentrating on how to break through the Xianhai realm, several ancestors who had left the sect also had sad faces.
Ancestor, are you back?
When Yi Shujin appeared among the Green Gang, all his disciples were excited.
The ancestor is back. Doesn't that mean Yang Mucheng has been killed? Old Demon Yang is finally dead. And our Jiangnan County no longer needs to be divided into the Dacian Kingdom. That's right. A small emperor in the secular world also wants to rule and occupy our martial arts world.
Countless disciples rushed to say goodbye.
Inform the gang elders and gang leader for an urgent meeting.
Yi Shujin frowned and said quickly, after a stick of incense, the top brass of the Qin gang have already gathered. These senior officials all looked at their ancestors with eager anticipation. They had already vaguely guessed that the ancestor would definitely announce that old Demon Yang had been beheaded.
The Holy One gave me an order to find means and methods that can cut off tendons and regenerate meridians. I have been sitting in the barrier of life and death for more than 200 years. And I don't have a deep understanding of the martial arts world. Everyone here. Does anyone know? After I verify it, I will reward you generously.
What? Yi Shujin's words shocked everyone.
Ancestor, who is the Holy One?
An elder was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, and he couldn't help but ask.
Yi Shujin said, of course it's Emperor Yang.
The elder said again,
but didn't you go and kill him?
Before the elder finished speaking, he had already expected the result. The rest of the higher-ups were also in a state of desolation. 11 ancestors went to kill Yang Mucheng, but not only failed to kill him, but they were subdued by him. And even more so, came back to complete the mission?
Okay, don't talk nonsense. Your Majesty only gives us a month. Does anyone know how to cut off tendons and regenerate them?
Yi Shujin glanced at the shocked crowd and waved his hands angrily. After such a reminder, everyone came back to their senses. The elder from before said with a wry smile,
Old ancestor, there is a Shangchuan Valley 800 miles away from our Qin gang. In the valley lives a Master Dan Qing, among the Jiangnan County capitals. He has the highest level of alchemy, so he must have the means. However, Master Dan Qing has a withdrawn and eccentric personality, and he never gets along easily with others. I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. Whether there is no clue or there is a clue, I am going to give it a try.
Now that he had learned the news, Yi Shujin naturally did not want to stay in the Qin gang for a moment longer. Just when he was about to walk out of the hall, he suddenly stopped, looked back at the elders and said,
From today on, I don't want to hear you calling the Holy Lord by his name anymore. If I hear you, just help me.
Wait!
Call. After saying that, a group of shocked elders were left behind. With a stamp of their feet, they quickly flew into the air and flew towards Shangchuan Valley. Quiet. There was dead silence in the entire hall. It wasn't until a while later that everyone came back to their senses.
What on earth is going on? Why did the ancestor just go to the mortal world and his whole person changed? Could it be that the ancestor of the Qin gang, a strong man in the Xianhai realm, was so willing to be a little emperor's lackey?
Question mark. Check. Hurry up and find out what is going on.
Except the youth gang. This is true for several major gangs such as Zanlanjiwen and Wufeng faction. Fortunately, Yang Mucheng did not cover up what happened that day. They even simply let it spread to deter potential old monsters in Jiangnan County. When the news spread, everyone was completely stunned.
Are you kidding me? Old Demon Yang actually killed 3 powerful men in the Xianhai realm. Even the strongest Zhongli Tianluo was turned into a meat paste without even being able to sustain 3 moves in his hands? There are a total of 12 Xianhai realm powerhouses. Except for the 3 who died. The others have chosen to surrender.
Oh my god! When this news spread, everyone was shocked. Some people even looked up to the sky and screamed. The existences in the Xianhai realm have been subdued by Yang Mucheng. How many people dare to challenge him? It is a sure thing that Jiangnan County will become the territory of Dacian Kingdom. Even if it is placed here, no one dares to take it. Certainly, this news also reached Shangchuan Valley accidentally. Oh! An elegant middle-aged man looked at the letter in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and then snorted coldly.
It's really embarrassing. I thought these reclusive old guys could deal with old Mo Yang. But I didn't expect that they actually chose to surrender. It really disgraces the face of our martial arts community.
He flicked his right hand lightly, and the paper in his hand shot into a stone pillar with a bang sound. 3/3 of the way into the stone.
Has the letter been delivered?
The elegant man took the teacup and looked at the boy beside him.
Back to master. The letter has been delivered to the hands of Lei Guisher. Lei Guisher will come to Shangchuan Valley in the near future. He has even brought dozens of Dachi masters from the Shangqing dynasty. This time, he must be killed.
Old Demon Yang.
The boy grinned and said.
When Master Lei learned that his 2 junior brothers and his master were killed at the hands of old Demon Yang,
the 3 corpse gods almost jumped out of anger.
Just as the elegant man was about to speak, a sudden loud sound came from outside the valley.
Yi Shujin, the ancestor of the Qing gang, would like to see Master Shangchuanga Danqing.
A cold light flashed in the eyes of the elegant man, and he sneered.
This shameful old guy actually dares to come to my Shangchuan Valley. If this is the case, then I will clean up the door for the martial arts world.
Chapter 356. Capture Old Demon Yang to make elixirs. Shangchuan Valley. This is a vibrant valley with temples stretching across the valley, just like a fairyland on earth. Yi Shujin stood cautiously outside Shangchuan Valley. This place was not like other alchemy sections. The alchemists were unable to recruit worshippers from the outside world. The master of the valley, Master Danqing, was a powerful being. Moreover, in the entire valley, there is also the weak water universe formation left by the previous valley master. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you have to be careful when you come to Shangchuan Valley. Otherwise, with a wave of Master Danqing's right hand, thousands of people will be destroyed. Millions of tons of weak water will hit you. Even if you are the reincarnation of a true immortal, you will die here. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps sounded slowly. Yi Shujin was stunned and looked up, only to see an elegant man in a robe walking slowly, followed by 2 boys with hair tied in buns. There is no doubt that this elegant man is Master Danqing.
Yi Shujin, why do you want to come to Shangchuan Valley?
Master Danqing looked at him with a half-smile.
I heard again that Master Danqing has methods for breaking tendons and regenerating meridians. I want to come to Shangchuan Valley to seek medicine. If Master Danqing is willing to allow it, I will definitely get nothing in return.
Yi Shujin hugged his fists and said loudly,
I am the ancestor of the Qing gang.
Master Danqing narrowed his pupils and sneered.
You are also Yan Lao's lackey. I was thinking about how to clean up the martial arts world. But I didn't expect that you would dare to come to my door and ask for medicine? Give it to me. Stay here. You?
Master Danqing waved his right hand lightly, and in an instant, there was a burst of flying sand and rocks in the Shangchuan Valley. Countless flying flowers and fallen leaves were swept by the strong wind and gathered into a big dragon in midair. It opened its big mouth and rushed towards Yi Shujin.
Rumble.
The big dragon flew close to the ground. Although it had the body of a leaf, it was no less than a real dragon. The place where the body was crushed actually created a deep trajectory. The rocks and trees were directly smashed by the waste, and in an instant, they were thrown in front of Yi Shujin. When it hit in front of him, the dragon swung its giant tail and swept in like an army. Yi Shujin rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of him. Just hearing a dong sound, he was pulled out 7 or 8 feet away.
Master Danqing, everyone has his or her own ambitions. Whoever I follow seems to have nothing to do with you. Right? Although the master is from the secular world, his cultivation and strength are no less than those of our masters in the martial arts world. What qualifications do you have to clean up the family? Yi Shujin felt his numb arms, and was secretly annoyed.
In our eyes, people in the mortal world are just ants. No matter how powerful they are just ants. As the founder of a gang, you actually follow people in the mortal world. Doesn't it disgrace us in the martial arts world? Everyone can clean up their doors.
Master Danqing snorted coldly and said proudly. He formed a mark with his hands, and another burst of flying sand and rocks formed. Several hurricanes formed in the Shangchuan Valley. One hovered in midair and stirred the leaves into an eagle with spread wings. Another hit the ground heavily and transformed into a tiger. The 3 transformed wild beasts had their eyes narrowed and stared at Yi Shujin, as if the wild beast had seen their prey.
Cleaning the portal?
Yi Shujin raised his eyebrows and sneered.
When the Holy Master comes in person, I want to see if you still have the guts to say that. Master Danqing, since you are unwilling to give me the elixir,
then leave here. Next time, I must bring people here and burn your Shangchuan Valley.
Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shujin tiptoed and quickly ran towards the distance. He didn't expect that this would happen. Don't fight hard. Master Danqing occupies a favorable location. And he has the
weak water universe formation
behind him. I can't resist it alone. I have to summon Wu Jian, Yao Chen and other ancestors to come together when the time comes.
Want to leave? How can it be that easy?
Master Danqing laughed.
If old demon Yang dares to appear in my Shangchuan Valley, I will kill him anyway. As for you, just stay.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Master Danqing narrowed his eyes. I saw him blast forward with his right hand, and the three beasts he transformed into suddenly roared out with strong winds at this moment. As soon as the eagle spread its wings, it flew several miles directly above Yi Shujin. Its sharp claws suddenly buckled down and grabbed Yi Shujin's shoulders. Click! The sharp eagle claws were like steel nails, piercing directly into the body and buckling on Yi Shujin's shoulder blades. At this moment, he felt like the world was spinning, and he lost his balance and was hit hard by the eagle.
Damn it. I won't fight you head on. But you want to kill me?
Yi Shujin was furious. If he were not afraid of the strength of the weak water universe formation, he would definitely turn around and fight Master Danqing head on. But unfortunately, the chess move was one move away. Master Danqing sits in the Sichuan Valley, and for hundreds of years no one has dared to offend him, precisely because of his absolute strength. A Xianhai realm warrior reaches the end of his life at about 800 years old. But Master Danqing is at least more than 1,200 years old. He is taking heavenly and earthly treasures and elixirs all the time. His strength is naturally several times stronger than ordinary Xianhai realm warriors. Seeing Yi Shujin fall to the ground, he even snorted and grabbed forward with his right hand.
Wow!
A harsh sound was heard, and 5 dark chains quickly came out like snakes, heading directly towards the Yi Shujin Suo.
This is the Xianming lock. Not good.
Yi Shujin's eyes closed, feeling something bad. Xuanming's imprisonment lock is a top-grade yellow-level magic weapon. Although its level is not too high, its confinement power is extremely strong. What's more, with 5 chains coming out at once, even he may not be able to avoid them. As soon as his palm hit the ground, Yi Shujin took off in the next moment and fled quickly. But the Xianming prison followed him crazily and wrapped around his body. Strange to say, once the chain was on his body, Yi Shujin felt that the inner strength of his body was like a stone cow falling into the sea, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably while he was still in midair. Damn it! Yi Shujin cursed secretly, quickly gathered all his cultivation, and fired his right hand towards the sky. Suddenly 8 rays of light flew towards Werewolf Hall, Feihu Mountain and other places. After sending the message, his whole body hit the ground heavily,
actually asking for help.
Master Danqing smiled instead of angry, and nodded.
Are you planning to call Yao Chen and Wu Jian? Okay. Just in time to save me from having to deal with them one by one. If they come here in Shangchuan Valley, let's see how I can catch them all.
No longer looking at Yi Shujin, Master Danqing looked at the 2 boys beside him and said coldly,
carry him to the valley, and wait for the other 8 ancestors to arrive. I will capture them together, and use their blood as a primer for the elixir. Then I will use old demon Yang's heart and liver as the main medicine.
Chapter 357, Heaven-Winning Good Fortune Pill. Dakian. The Royal Palace.
Still no breakthrough.
Yang Muchen stood up slowly. In the past few days, he had consumed almost half of all the elixirs and treasures of heaven and earth stored in the palace. But he was still far away from reaching the Xianhai realm. No matter how many herbs there are, after being taken into the body, they are like a drop in the ocean. It is still far from enough to fill the gap between the half-step Xiankai and the Xiankai realm. If you want to reach the Xianhai realm, you need the energy and blood of at least 70 or 80 Xianhai realm experts. But where can you find them?
His brows furrowed. Even if you don't have enough Qi and blood, you can do it if you have a powerful enough heavenly spirit and earthly treasure.
After all, it's still the mortal world.
Shaking his head secretly. In the eyes of mortals, most heavenly and earthly treasures grow on cliffs and steep abyss. For example, ginseng and snow lotus. But as everyone knows, these things can only be regarded as inferior in the eyes of warriors. The real heavenly and earthly treasures are protected by monsters, and even great monsters. For example, this is the case with the previous Platinum Eternal Lotus. How can ordinary people pick such real treasures from heaven and earth?
Hey, what is this?
Sighing secretly, Yang Mucheng looked at the memorial he had corrected in front of him. And suddenly his eyes lit up.
Shangchuan Valley.
This memorial was reviewed by the previous emperor of Dacian Kingdom about 10 years ago. The content of the narrative is roughly: a herb collector mistakenly entered Shangchuan Valley to avoid a snowstorm, and found that the valley was full of flowers, birds, fish and insects, and the scenery was like a paradise. He even met a fairy boy by chance in the Shangchuan Valley, and got an elixir from his hand. After taking it, he was immune to all diseases, and became extremely powerful.
Ha ha. Mortals are ignorant.
Yang Mucheng smiled. The reason why there is a blizzard outside, but the Shangchuan Valley is prosperous, is because of the isolation formation set up in the valley. As for the fairy boy, he is probably an alchemy boy. As for the elixir, it is naturally an elixir. These things are extremely common in the eyes of warriors, but seem a bit horrifying to ordinary people.
By the way, Shangchuan Valley seems to be in the capital of Jiangnan County, because it does not belong to one of the 72 cities, nor does it belong to any force. I have never cared about it. Maybe there is something about Shangchuan Valley. Ling Bi Bao.
Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately started searching. But these were memorials from more than 10 years ago. How could they be so easy to find? It took him more than half an hour to find a little bit of information.
Is there a 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng in Shangchuan Valley? This is a high-grade Xian-level treasure of heaven and earth. If I can get my hands on it, I will be able to break through the shackles and reach the true realm of Xianhai.
After throwing away the memorial, Yang Mucheng was overjoyed. After all, it was clear that he was only one step away from breaking through. But he was stuck at this point for half a month, which made him annoyed and headache. How could he not be happy now that he had found hope? Get out of the palace. This time, Yang Mucheng only brought Lu Yaoer with him. Yang Mucheng gave her the spirit gathering bead he had obtained before, and by taking various elixirs and heavenly and earthly treasures, Lu Yaoer's cultivation level also reached the mysterious liquid realm. Although I can't do it alone, I can still be considered a small achievement. This time he went to Shangchuan Valley. He was just patrolling incognito, and he didn't bring too many people. 2 people were enough. From Dacian Palace to Shangchuan Valley, the journey was 1,623 miles, which would have taken an ordinary person several months. However, the 2 of them traveled very fast, and it only took 2 days. They had already arrived near Shangchuan Valley.
Just find a restaurant to sit down and relax,
Yang Mucheng instructed.
Yes,
Lu Yaoer responded. The restaurant was full, and there was no seat for the 2 of them. Lu Yaoer threw a few black stones and told the table of warriors to get out. After cleaning up, Yang Mucheng sat down. Even so, there was still a steady stream of people rushing towards the restaurant.
Why are there so many people around Shangchuan Valley?
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. When they flew from the sky, not only were there a large number of people in this restaurant, but there were also many warriors gathering outside Shangchuan Valley. From a distance, it looked like a migrating ant colony.
I heard before that it seems that Master Dan Qing, the owner of Shangchuan Valley, is preparing to make elixirs,
Lu Yaoer said.
Alchemy? What kind of elixir can bring so many people here?
Yang Mucheng was puzzled. Lu Yaoer hurriedly went to inquire. After a while, he came back and told me that this was what happened. Master Dan Qing posted a hero post 3 days ago, calling all the warriors in Jiangnan County to come and watch the alchemy. As for what kind of elixir to refine, the hero's post did not tell him. But the existence of Master Dan Qing is unusual, because he does not belong to any of the forces in the 72 cities. And he is the only one in the entire valley who can speak. Apart from Master Dan Qing, there were only about a dozen alchemy boys in the valley, Lu Yaoer said.
Master Dan Qing is said to have lived for more than 1,200 years. Not only does he belong to the early stage of Xianhai, he is also a high-level alchemist of Xianhai. His status is higher than Wu Guijian's previous position, because he is an alchemist. Master, the relationship network is complicated. One person is a powerful person, but this person is extremely low-key and never steps out of Shangchuan Valley.
Yang Mucheng drank tea and nodded slightly.
1,200 years old. In the early stage of Xianhai, it seems that Master Dan Qing really has some tricks. Ha! This time Master Dan Qing posted a hero post that really exceeded everyone's expectations.
A burst of hearty laughter came from outside the tavern. I saw a pot-bellied man following the crowd holding an ivory folding fan. This man didn't have much cultivation, but he had many guards around him, most of whom were at the half-step Xianhai realm. And there was also a strong Xianhai expert. He was dressed gracefully and luxuriously, and his status was obviously extraordinary.
Second Prince, this is inevitable,
a guard said flatteringly.
Master Danqing always keeps a low profile and never contacts the outside world. Many people come to ask for medicine, but they are rarely seen. If he hadn't posted hero posts this time, even some people think that he is already at the end of his life. Shut up!
The pot-bellied man frowned, glanced at the guard, and said,
Master Danqing has a good relationship with the Imperial Advisor of the Shangqing Dynasty. If the Imperial Advisor of the Shangqing Dynasty hears this, even I won't be able to protect you. However, once 8,200 years old, Master Danqing is probably about to reach his end. What he is refining in his heroic post this time is the Tian Fortune Pill. Heaven-winning creation pill?
Hearing the name of this elixir, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, and there was a hint of ominous omen in his heart.
Second Prince, that heaven-winning creation pill is not ordinary. It requires the blood of at least 9 Xianhai realm experts as the medicine introduction, and the heart of another strong person as the main medicine, and combined with various heavenly and earthly treasures. It can be refined, made of. Master Danqing, where did he capture 9 powerful people in the Xianhai realm?
The guard looked puzzled, but Yang Wucheng's expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 358 Entering Shangchuan Valley. The Heaven-Winning Good Fortune Pill. This is a top-grade Xian-level elixir that cannot increase your cultivation or strength, but it can increase one's lifespan by 300 years, which is called taking one's life from the hands of heaven and earth. Yang Mucheng had just sent out the 9 ancestors of Longdang to find a way to cut off the tendons and regenerate the veins. Master Danqing was about to refine the heaven-winning creation pill, which had to make people a little suspicious.
Lu Yao, let's go!
Yang Mucheng stood up. Lu Yao was also startled and quickly followed.
Second Prince, look at that girl!
A guard with sharp eyes saw Lu Yao.
This is a stunning beauty. Can I catch it for you? Wash it, and send it to your bedroom?
The second prince's eyes lit up, and he was about to nod when he suddenly saw Yang Mucheng in front of Lu Yao, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His expression changed quickly, and he turned around and shouted,
Shut up! Someone! Drag this guy out who is talking nonsense and slap him for 20.
The two sides passed each other. Yang Mucheng turned back thoughtfully, took a look at the pot-bellied middle-aged man known as the second prince, and then withdrew his gaze and walked out of the tavern. This moment, the second prince felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast, and there was a bone-chilling chill all over his body. It wasn't until Yang Mucheng left that the chill slowly dissipated.
Second Prince, how could you let go of such a stunning beauty so easily?
Another guard couldn't help but ask. The second prince of the Shangqing dynasty is a hungry ghost in lust. What kind of woman can escape his grasp? It's really crazy to let such a woman pass by without being moved. The second prince frowned and shouted in a low voice.
Shut up! All of you! This time Master Danqing posted a hero post. All the old monsters who had been hiding in the Jiangnan County capital came out. If you are talking nonsense if you get into trouble, I'll let you walk around without food.
Looking at Yang Mucheng's disappearing back, the second prince calmed down for a moment and said hurriedly,
You guys, follow me and see where that kid went just now. Remember, don't startle the snake. Follow him from a distance and don't let him go. The other party discovered it. Yes.
Although the guards were confused, they quickly followed him. Who is this boy? How could there be such a terrifying aura? The second prince thought to himself. I thought there was no one as strong as Leijuan in the world. But I didn't expect this kid's aura to be even more terrifying than Leijuan. The Leijuan he mentioned was Wu Jianyang's disciple, and the elder brother of Sun Yanfei and Su Yefeng. He is also the national preceptor of the Shangqing dynasty.
Second Prince, that boy just went directly toward Shangchuan Valley.
At this time, a guard came back and reported. The second prince's eyes lit up, and he picked up the ivory fan in his hand.
It seems that Master Danqing won't be so peaceful this time when he refines the heaven-winning fortune pill. Let's go and rush to Shangchuan Valley with His Highness to see what happens.
Shangchuan Valley. Crowds of people. Those with low strength are excluded from the crowd, and only those with high strength can enter the valley. Some people simply flew with their swords, stepped in the air and hung in the air, watching the movements in the Shangchuan Valley from a distance. Lu Yao released her breath and pushed around. forcing the crowd to separate and squeeze out of an alley.
What are you doing? Why are you squeezing? Don't you have eyes? Do you dare to make trouble here? You?
These crowds, who were pushed away, were furious. However, when they saw Yang Muchung with a gloomy face, they couldn't help but jump with fear, even if he was glanced at by the other party. It seemed as if his blood was about to freeze. He immediately shut his mouth immediately, not daring to say another word.
Your Majesty, please calm down. Maybe Master Danqing arrested someone else?
Liu Yao advised in a low voice.
If that's the case, forget it. But if it's really the old guys in Longdang who were caught by Master Danqing, don't blame me for going on a killing spree.
Yang Muchung clenched his fists and looked slightly cold.
I want to see how many people are involved in this matter.
But see you. In the center of Shanchuan Valley, in front of a huge stone platform, an elegant middle-aged man sat there with a coffee table in front of him, slowly drinking tea. From time to time, his eyes scanned the crowd under the stone platform, and occasionally he looked up at the sky. There are many futons placed under the stone platform. Only those with high strength and noble status can sit here. Yang Muchung squeezed into the crowd and glanced at them. However, they saw an old man with a long beard and white beard talking and bragging to the people around him.
You don't know that there are many restrictions on refining this heaven-winning fortune pill. The blood of 9 powerful people in the Xianhai realm must be refined at noon. The blood is taken at the right time and sealed with a secret method for 7 days until it solidifies before it can be used. The heart of another strong person as the main medicine must be taken out while the other person is alive, and must be put into the alchemy furnace at noon on the 7th day. Middle. There cannot be a slight delay in time. If there is any delay, this heaven-winning fortune pill will not be refined.
Many people around showed a look of surprise and raised their hands.
Senior, I didn't expect you to know so clearly. There are quite a few strong men in our Jiangnan County. After all, he is a half-step Xiankai, an old monster who has lived for 600 years. He naturally knows a lot more than us.
Everyone was talking. Suddenly, a delicate arm directly grabbed the boastful old man, lifted him up from the futon like a chicken, and threw him 7 or 8 feet away with another swing. Far away, he fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked quickly to see who was so bold, but they saw Yang Muchung, who had a gloomy face, sitting on the futon without saying a word.
You little beast! How dare you take my place?
The old man fell to the ground, smashed to pieces. He raised his head and saw Yang Muchung sitting on his futon. He suddenly became furious and cursed.
Do you know who I am? When I was practicing, you were still in your mother's womb. And how dare you compete with me for your position? Not just in the mother's womb? I'm afraid this kid's ancestors weren't born yet.
Someone laughed.
I don't know where this kid came from. How dare he be so bold and make trouble here?
Some people sneered and watched the fun. People are divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. Only those with strong strength can sit on the futon at the front and enjoy alchemy. Those with weak strength are not even qualified to enter Shanchuan Valley. If you want to grab a spot here, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yang Muchung frowned and punched away from afar.
Boom!
A dull sound suddenly sounded, and the old man's chest sunk directly. His eyes protruded, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and he slowly knelt down on the ground.
Quack!
Yang Muchung snorted coldly and sat down on the futon as firmly as a rock. At this moment, the crowd around him felt chilly. Chapter 359 Murderous Intent breaks out. A strong man who was half a step into the Xiankai realm was beaten to death with a simple punch? Almost at the same time, the warriors around Yang Muchung immediately backed away, forming a vacuum zone.
Who is this kid? Dare to kill people in Shanchuan Valley? Isn't this strength too terrifying?
Everyone exclaimed.
It's him!
Some people also recognized Yang Muchung. At this moment, they felt cold on their foreheads and trembling all over.
Who is he?
Someone asked. But those warriors who recognized Yang Muchung kept their mouths shut and did not dare to speak another word.
Second Prince, that boy killed someone.
At this time, the second prince also came with his bodyguard Shanshan, and he saw the scene when he came.
It's too scary.
Many of the guards felt chills all over their bodies.
It seems that as I guessed. The alchemy in Shanchuan Valley this time will definitely not be that simple.
The second prince clutched the folding fan tightly and looked towards Yang Muchung.
How
could Master Danqing not notice what was happening right under his nose?
Master, That kid killed someone,
a boy whispered.
kill him, kill him.
Master Danqing raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Yang Mucheng lightly, and then withdrew his gaze.
These people are just fighting for a good position to watch the alchemy. As long as they don't cause trouble, that's fine. If they dare to make trouble, I will catch them together and kill them.
Slowly putting down the teacup in his hand, Master Danqing glanced at the sky and said,
The time is almost up. Let's get started.
Get up slowly. At this time, the originally noisy Shangchuan Valley suddenly became quiet. Everyone knows that the highlight is coming.
Everyone. Master Danqing, I am sending out a hero post to the world this time to let everyone come and watch the grand event of me refining the heaven-absorbing creation pill. The 9 Xianhai realm powerhouses, whose blood was taken this time, are its rebellion in our martial arts world. Using them to make elixirs is just to clean up the family.
Pa pa pa. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Master Danqing slowly clapped his hands. Immediately, the stone platform under his feet suddenly trembled, and 9 stone pillars slowly rose from the stone platform. On each of the 9 rising stone pillars, there is a Xianhai realm strongman bound with Xianming imprisonment. These 9 people, if not Yishu Jin and the others, who else could they be? However, they seemed to have been drugged at this moment, and they were all tied to the stone pillars in a sleepy posture. This moment, Yang Mucheng's face was extremely gloomy.
Your Majesty!
Lu Yaoer was also shocked.
Should we take action? Wait!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice,
I want to see how many people have joined in besides Shang Chuangu, who is involved in this matter. When the time comes...
Yang Mucheng didn't finish his words, but the meaning contained in his words was an unrestrained and crazy killing intent.
These 9 people are the 9 members of the Dragon Hall newly established by Mr. Yang Laoma. Today, I will use their blood to control the Yao Yinzi to refine the heaven-absorbing creation pill.
Master Danqing's voice sounded slowly throughout the whole place. Hisses. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they heard the identities and origins of these 9 people. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at Master Danqing in disbelief.
Master Danqing, you must be too courageous. Yes, he actually dared to attack Yan Laomo's people. If this matter reaches the ears of Yan Laomo, Yang Laomo is afraid that his Shangchuan Valley will be completely razed to the ground. We'd better leave as soon as possible. This heaven-winning good fortune pill has nothing to do with us. Don't let the old devil Yang know about it by then. Xiaoho will settle the score and include us too.
Many people were trembling in their hearts and already had a faint intention of retreating. The bloodbath of 72 cities by Yang Mucheng was still fresh in their minds. Even if they were given 8 courages, they would not dare to get involved in this matter.
Ha ha!
Master Danqing burst out laughing when he heard everyone's words.
The medicinal ingredients for my heaven-capturing creation pill are 9 powerful members of the Xianhai realm, who are members of the Dragon Hall. Don't you want to know what the main medicinal ingredient is? Could it be old Demon Yang's heart?
Someone guessed.
That's right.
Master Danqing nodded heavily and said,
I have already sent a letter to Reborn. Reborn has led a large number of great masters from the Shunqing dynasty to Shangchuan Valley. Will arrive in 3 days. At that time, he will go to the mortal world to capture Yang Mucheng. And I will take out Yang Mucheng's heart in front of everyone and use it to refine the heaven-winning creation pill.
Pa. The second prince suddenly retracted the ivory folding fan in his hand. His eyes widened and he couldn't help but grinned and said,
Master Danqing is so brave. He actually dares to attack Yang Mucheng.
The second prince did not live in the palace these days, but also traveled to many areas of the Shunqing dynasty. He had only been in Jiangnan County for about 7 or 8 days. But the talk about Yang Mucheng in the streets made him realize how terrifying this person was. A whole county was occupied by him, leaving so many warriors with no ability to fight back. This kind of thing may not even be possible for the Shunqing dynasty. But Yang Mucheng did it, and the other party came from the mortal world.
It seems that this matter has been spread to the dynasty. Otherwise my father would not agree to Reborn leading the inner masters to come.
At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said,
Master Danqing, you have captured Yan Laomo's people. Aren't you afraid that Yan Laomo will come to kill you?
Yes. Many people looked at Master Danqing. Jiangnan County has been completely controlled by Yang Mucheng, and many warriors have accepted their fate. After all, the opponent's strength is too strong and his methods are too terrifying. If you touch his people, can he still spare you?
He dares.
Master Danqing sneered and said,
I give him 8 courages. but he may not dare to break into my Shangchuan Valley. In my valley,
there is the weak water universe formation that I set up after 300 years. If he comes, I will definitely let him come back. When the time comes, Reborn will come here. I will go with him to the Dacian kingdom to capture Yang Mucheng alive.
Master Dan Qing was full of high spirits and anger. He raised his hands and said loudly to everyone,
"Wait until I capture Yang Mucheng. At that time, I will also invite you to come and watch how I will disembowel him and take out his heart and lungs."
Finished. He glanced at the sky and laughed loudly.
It's noon. The time has come. Let's see how I draw blood.
However, just when Master Dan Qing was about to take action, a faint voice suddenly sounded.
Really? If I come, will you never let me come back? Are you going to go to Dacian kingdom to capture me, disembowel me in front of everyone, and take out my heart and lungs? Now, I am standing beside you in front of you. I want to see what you are capable of.
Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. The suppressed murderous intent finally broke out at this moment. Chapter 360. Is he old demon Yang? I want to see what you are capable of. These words caused a deathly silence in the entire Shangchuan Valley, and everyone looked at the young man with wide eyes. At first, when Yang Mucheng killed the boastful old man Bamboo Xianhai, many people secretly speculated on his identity. It was just because Master Dan Qing wanted to refine elixirs that he didn't pay special attention to it. Now, when he announced his identity, everyone was shocked.
Aren't you asking me who he is?
A warrior looked helplessly at his companion, shook his head and said,
He is Emperor Yang, the old demon Yang you call, the new master of the entire Jiangnan County, the kingdom of Dacian, today's Holy One. No. How is that possible? How could he be old demon Yang?
His companions widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief.
Old demon Yang shouldn't be like the rumors. In rumors?
The warrior shook his head. The rumored Yang Mucheng is more than 3 feet tall, like an ancient giant, with a green face and fangs, and 8 arms on his back. Drink wine with people's hearts, and cook with babies every day. But no one expected that Yang Lao Mo was just a handsome boy about 16 years old. If no one saw it with their own eyes, no one would be able to connect this young man with Mr. Yang.
Snapped.
The ivory fan in the second prince's hand suddenly hit the ground, and he looked at Yang Mucheng in shock. He couldn't come back to his senses for a while.
He is old demon Yang.
This moment, he only felt that his scalp was numb and his whole body was cold. The guard who wanted to capture Lu Yaoer and give it to the second prince was even more frightened. This young man can easily kill the terrifying existence in the Xinhai realm. But he actually dares to covet his woman? Shangchuan Valley. Most people who didn't know Yang Mucheng looked like this in shock. Everyone froze in place.
Why don't you kneel down when you see the Holy One?
Lu Yaoer raised her eyebrows.
Why are you still standing there?
The warrior sighed, looked at the stunned companions beside him, quickly waved his sleeves, knelt down directly in front of Yang Mucheng, and shouted,
See, Your Majesty?
At this time, the crowd came back to their senses, and a large number of warriors knelt down one after another. At first, the cries of long live were sparse and few, but after a moment, they gathered into a cry that soared into the sky.
Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. Second prince, what should we do?
The guards were panicked, and most of them knelt down. They were really eye-catching standing here.
Kneel.
The second prince gritted his teeth. Although his guards were not bad in strength, they might not even be able to protect themselves under Yang Mucheng. If you don't kneel, are you waiting to die? He looked helplessly at the scene in front of him and smiled bitterly in his heart.
I'm afraid my father, the emperor of the Shangqing dynasty, would not be so feared when he came to Shangchuan Valley.
Master Dan Qing looked at a large group of people kneeling down in the Shangchuan Valley. He couldn't help but be stunned until he was shocked to wake up by the roaring sound that reached the sky. He looked down upon Yishu Jin and the others precisely because they were from the martial arts world, and it would be too shameful to submit to a little emperor from the secular world.
Now, this large group of warriors all knelt down after learning Yang Mucheng's identity. How could Master Dan Qing not be angry? He roared angrily.
Everyone, get up. No kneeling. You are strong men in the martial arts world. It is so unbecoming to kneel down for a boy from the mortal world. It is simply too embarrassing. Get up.
But no matter how he shouted, these warriors all knelt at Yang Mucheng's feet and did not dare to move. If Yang Mucheng didn't speak, how could they dare to move?
Your Majesty?
At this time, Yishu Jin and the others, who were tied to the stone pillars, were also awakened by the roaring sound. They stared at this scene in stunned silence. When they saw Yang Mucheng in the crowd, they immediately shouted,
"Holy Lord! Be careful! Master Dan Qing is full of tricks! We were captured because we fell into his trick!"
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and remained indifferent. Boom! He grabbed forward with his right hand, and a huge surge of force emerged. The chains binding the 9 people suddenly burst open at this moment, and the 9 people suddenly lost their support and fell to the ground.
"You have disappointed me so much. You failed on your first mission, and you were all captured by others. What use do I need from you?"
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed.
"Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me."
Wu Jin and others knelt down and begged for mercy. Boom! Yang Mucheng raised his foot and directly kicked Wu Jin, who was closest to him, 7 or 8 feet away. He was knocked upside down and vomited blood. But Wu Jin didn't dare to move at all. He quickly stood up and knelt on the ground again, kowtowing and begging for mercy.
"After I kill Master Dan Qing, I will teach the 9 of you a lesson."
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed and fell on Master Dan Qing.
"You have captured my people, and you still want to kill me? How brave! It seems that my previous methods were not thorough, and there are still people who came to rebel. Is this Master Dan Qing? Today I want you to become a dead person."
Master Dan Qing glanced at the crowd kneeling on the ground, his eyes fixed on Yang Mucheng, and said in a cold voice,
"Yang Lamo, do you really think of yourself as the 9th master? We martial arts warriors will not obey heaven or earth, let alone a little emperor like you in the mortal world. I originally planned to take these 9 people blood, and then captured you alive. I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. Today I will disembowel you in front of everyone and take out your heart and lungs."
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Master Dan Qing reach out with his right hand, and in an instant, he saw several black shadows rushing towards Yang Mucheng at an extremely fast speed. When everyone looked around, they saw that the black shadows were actually chains as thick as arms. They were all dark and glowing with agile spiritual power. After flying out from Master Dan Qing's hand, they were as flexible as a snake. Quickly passing through the void, he ran towards Yang Mucheng.
"Holy Lord, be careful!"
Seeing this scene, Yi Shujin looked shocked and shouted quickly. Not only him, but also several other ancestors quickly shouted. If it were a real battle with real swords and guns, they would have leveled the entire Shangchuan Valley. But Master Dan Qing has so many weird magic weapons that it is almost impossible to guard against them. Especially the Xianming prison. Once sealed by this chain, you can no longer mobilize your inner energy and can only become a fish to be slaughtered. Huh? But the speed of Xianming's imprisonment was too fast. It arrived almost instantly, and in the eyes of countless people, it quickly wrapped around Yang Mucheng's body.
Caught?
At this moment, this thought came to everyone's mind.
So simple?
Chapter 361. Old Demon Yang's order is as fierce as sea water. Yang Mucheng stood there, with the 5 Xianming prison chains on his body tightly blocking his limbs. And the terrifying half-step Xianhai realm aura in his body was also weakening crazily at a rapid speed at this moment. Master Dan Qing made a cold sound and slowly withdrew his right hand.
Yang Mucheng, how much more ability do you have? The 9 powerful men of the Xianhai realm in your Dragon Hall were all sealed by my chains and couldn't help but be captured. You shouldn't have appeared in my Shangchuan Valley.
Master Dan Qing looked at Yang Mucheng proudly, as if the overall situation was decided. He has lived through 1200 years. I don't know how many powerful people have made elixirs for them. Every time a strong person comes to make elixirs, he will be given all kinds of weird magic weapons. This Xianming prison lock was made by a forging master and can lock the highest Xianhai warriors.
Caught?
Many people looked at the scene in front of them in stunned silence, as if he couldn't believe that Yang Mu was captured like this. However, these warriors did not dare to jump up and applaud. After all, Yang Mucheng's strength is too terrifying. Now the overall situation is undecided. Without seeing the result, even if they were given great courage, they would not dare to get up. They could only kneel here and secretly watch the battle.
No matter how powerful old Demon Yang is, I'm afraid he won't be able to break free from the 5 Xianming prison chains.
Right, someone whispered.
That's not necessarily the case.
Some people shook their heads quickly.
Master Kai is so terrible. Even after he used High Mountain travel record, he was killed by old Demon Yang. If he was so easily tied up by the 5 Xianming binding chains, Yi Shujin and the others wouldn't do this either. Surrender to him easily.
Many people secretly raised their heads to take a look at the battle situation, and then immediately buried their heads.
Did you rely on this method to capture the 9 masters of Zhenlong Hall?
Yang Mucheng lowered his head and glanced at the chains on his body, with a trace of disdain in his eyes.
If that's all you have, then it's over.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Yang Mucheng's body actually penetrated the suppression of Xian Ming's imprisonment and burst out wildly. The terrifying force caused the ground beneath his feet to crack open inch by inch.
This,
Master Danqing's eyelids twitched.
No wonder you were able to make Yi Shu Jin and the others surrender. It really wasn't that simple. In that case, let you taste my 36 clavicle nails.
I saw him taking out a small wooden box from his arms. In the small wooden box, 36 dragon-shaped nails as thick and long as thumbs were neatly placed. He slapped it impressively, injecting inner energy into it. Immediately after seeing it, 36 clavicle nails surged up rapidly, turning into phantoms and shooting towards Yang Mucheng. The targets of these 36 clavicle nails are exactly the 36 meridians in Yang Mucheng's body. Once penetrated into the body, they will completely cut off the surge of internal energy. It's like a river has been cut off. No matter how powerful you are, you can't use it. When the time comes, coupled with the effect of the Xianming lock, it will be enough to make Yang Mucheng unable to stand up.
Snort!
Just when the 36 clavicle nails hit Yang Mucheng, he snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and immediately heard a click. The 5 chains were quickly filled with cracks at this moment, turning into countless fragments and flying out. At the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye also surged out rapidly.
Ding! 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 Ding!
The clavicle nail hit the air wave, as if hitting a piece of invisible glass, and suddenly suspended in the void. No matter how fierce this clavicle nail is, it can't take another step forward.
Go back to me!
Yang Mucheng waved his right hand. Under the fierce fighting spirit, the shocking wind surged rapidly, and the 36 clavicle nails blasted away crazily towards the location of Master Danqing at a speed several times more terrifying than when they came.
Hiss!
Seeing this scene, Master Danqing's scalp went numb. But after all, he is an old monster with more than 1,000 years of history. How could he only have such a small amount of magic weapon in his hand? He gritted his teeth and quickly took out a shield from his arms. The shield was only the size of a palm. When it fell from midair to the ground, it had transformed into the size of a door panel and about the thickness of a palm. Duo! 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 There was a harsh sound, and 36 clavicle nails shot into the shield one by one, almost piercing the shield. The sharp nail tip was only a hair's breadth away from Master Danqing, and it penetrated him. But, although Master Danqing escaped this disaster, the 2 alchemy boys beside him did not survive. The remaining clavicle nails penetrated directly through their bodies, turning them into a hornet's nest on the spot. The powerful force of the clavicle nails blasted their dilapidated corpses hard and smashed them to the ground. Crush! In the Shangchuan Valley, countless warriors felt their hearts go cold. They almost cheered when Yang Mucheng was locked by Xian Ming's imprisonment chain. When Yang Mucheng was targeted by 36 clavicle nails, they almost cheered. But now, he just waved his hand and completely destroyed all the plans of Master Danqing. This kind of terrifying strength is worthy of the name of Old Demon Yang.
Terrible!
Such a thought flashed through the minds of countless people. Some warriors, who had previously shown joy and excitement on their faces, turned into ostriches at this moment. They wanted to hide their heads in the ground, for fear that Yang Mucheng would discover them and kill Master Danqing before coming to settle accounts with them. Master Danqing's expression suddenly became serious. To be honest, Yang Mucheng's strength was beyond his imagination. This half-step of Xuankai's cultivation is already comparable to that of a real Xiankai expert. Or even stronger.
You are worthy of being Old Demon Yang. But I underestimated you. Since these magic weapons and the like can't deal with you, it seems I'll have to do it myself.
Master Danqing clenched his fists, his long hair dancing in the wind, and his robe seemed to contain several wind eyes. And he began to stir wildly. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Shangchuan Valley trembled at this moment. Countless fallen leaves on the ground writhed crazily under this terrifying momentum, forming a large green ocean in the shocked eyes of countless people. Accompanied by the wind, was like rolling waves crashing towards Yang Mucheng. Every time the green waves hit the ground, it made a depression in the earth, and countless cracks spread crazily and swept out. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yang Mucheng. At this moment, It rose up to a height of dozens of feet, and was photographed heavily.
His!
Looking at the monstrous waves, countless people were trembling with fear, and their faces were pale. Some warriors were even paralyzed. If they don't hide, they will be killed by the waves in the next moment. Hide? But they have no guts at all. Old Demon Yang's orders were as fierce as sea water, and they did not dare to offend. Even if death is imminent, he can only kneel down where he is. Chapter 362 Weak Water Universe Formation.
That is!
The second prince looked at the huge blue sea coming from this place, and took a breath of air.
This is the blue sea to the sky. Even Lei Xuan was amazed by this move. I didn't expect that Master Dan Qing would be the one to suppress the situation once he made it. It seems that even he is not sure of defeating Yang Macheng.
The second prince's scalp was agitated. Numb. However, what shocked him even more was not Master Dan Qing's move, but the power of Yang Macheng. He originally thought that when this attack came, the Shangchuan Valley would be in chaos, and everyone would panic and run away. But now that it really appeared, he found that he was completely wrong. Everyone was kneeling on the spot. Behind Yang Macheng, Lu Yaoer stood there quietly. If we say that Lu Yaoer is Yang Macheng's confidant and cannot escape at this moment, it can be justified. But the 9 ancestors of Longdang were conquered by Yang Macheng by force. Faced with this situation, should they run away? Not only did the 9 ancestors not escape, but thousands of warriors in the entire Shangchuan Valley were kneeling on the ground, daring not to move a step. No matter how powerful the waves were, they didn't dare to move.
Is this the terrifying thing about Yang Macheng? Old Demon Yang? These warriors would rather die than dare to disobey his orders.
The second prince put his head on the ground, filled with fear.
The Holy Qing dynasty is adjacent to the Dacian kingdom. This is the biggest mistake of the Holy Qing dynasty.
Boom! As soon as the thought came up, the huge wave suddenly stopped. Looking carefully, the big wave was still half a foot away from Yang Macheng. It's like hitting an invisible barrier, unable to move forward any further.
What a powerful force of blood!
Master Dan Qing narrowed his eyes. The stronger the warrior's body, the stronger the power of qi and blood. Some warriors with strong physical strength, even if they don't use their inner strength to block on rainy days, the rain will not hit their bodies, and will be completely isolated by the power of qi and blood. But that's just ordinary rain. And this? He had gathered the surging inner energy to transform into the blue sea and the sky. But it was actually blocked by this force of qi and blood.
Watch how I can cut through the power of your blood.
There was a dull roar in his throat. Master Dan Qing waved his right hand, only to see that the monstrous waves suddenly collapsed at this moment, and broke into pieces of green leaves. These green leaves flew out, causing bursts of piercing screams, like sharp knives rushing towards them. Don't look at the shapes of these green leaves, and they are even damaged. But with the inner strength poured into them, they are enough to take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. Puff! 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 The void resounded. Sharp blades flew past, and there was a harsh sound of the air being torn apart. Boom! Just when these countless green leaf blades were about to hit Yang Macheng and completely cover him up, there were 2 tiny flames dancing slowly in the void. The flame seemed weak, like a candle, as if it would be extinguished with a gentle blow, but it grew several times in an instant. The moment it came into contact with the air, it was like being thrown into a piece of gasoline. With a sound, a terrifying and shocking fire rolled wildly. The next moment, flame shot up into the sky, and countless green leaf blades were completely swept away by this terrifying flame in an instant. Everyone felt a burst of fire rising up in front of their eyes, and saw that the green leaves in the sky were already covered in flames. A fire dragon with a majestic and ferocious face waved its huge dragon claws, tearing apart the monstrous flames. And in an instant, it was in front of Master Dan Qing. Boom! The giant dragon bit down and swallowed Master Dan Qing directly. The huge impact of the fire dragon completely destroyed the entire huge stone platform, and the rolling heat wave plunged the entire valley into deathly silence. Crush! This is an absolute crush. Everyone just knew that Yang Macheng was powerful, but they didn't have an accurate measurement in their hearts. But now he is just standing here, leaving Master Dan Qing helpless. That was an authentic Xiankai realm warrior, and he was so suppressed by a half-step Xiankai that he couldn't get up. Glancing at the crowd of people kneeling behind him, Yang Macheng raised his brows. Think back to the beginning, when he came to the martial arts world. No one knew about him. But today, he is already in a state where everyone in the world recognizes you. This is the Emperor. This is the 9-5 Lord who controls the world.
These people?
Lu Yaoer asked in a low voice.
Let them kneel down and wait until I kill Master Danqing. Then I will settle the score with him,
Yang Mucheng said lightly. What made him calm down a little was that although these people were invited by the hero post, not many of them were involved in the refining of the heaven-defying creation pill. Otherwise, at that time, he would really consider whether to bloodbath the entire Jiangnan County again to let these people improve their memory. Withdrawing his gaze, Yang Mucheng looked forward. But see, the cursed dragon sky fire swayed and slowly disappeared in the air. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years. It is still difficult to kill him with a single blast of cursed dragon and sky fire. At this moment, the flames dissipated, and Master Danqing's figure gradually emerged. At this moment, he no longer had the elegant look he had before. His whole body was burned by the fire. His face was dark, and he was extremely embarrassed.
Yang Mucheng, I'm going to kill you!
For the first time in more than 1,000 years. How could Master Danqing endure this situation? Boom! As soon as he stepped on the sole of his foot, his whole body was turned over quickly. Like a strong wind. Like a cheetah. Like thunder roaring in. And he was already rushing towards him in an instant. His hands spread out with fangs and claws. As if the sharp claws of a wild beast were attacking. More like they were going to tear Yang Mucheng into pieces at this moment. However, facing his mad dog-like attack, Yang Mucheng only responded with a slap. Snapped! With a heavy slap, Master Danqing and Master of Shangchuan Valley suddenly flew out. His whole body flew out like a top and hit the ground heavily, causing him to vomit blood.
Master Danqing, do you only have this little ability? If you don't have any more, I will kill you.
Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the other party quietly. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. However, for Yang Mucheng, it is indeed the case. He wanted to kill someone, but even the Emperor couldn't stop him.
Kill me!
Master Danqing covered his swollen cheeks, suddenly came to his senses, and burst out laughing at this moment.
Ha! Yang Mucheng, you actually said you wanted to kill me? Do you think you really have it? Is this your ability? I have already said that you should not appear in my Shangchuan Valley. Even if Lei Zhuoran comes, he will not dare to make trouble in my Shangchuan Valley. Since ordinary moves can't deal with you, then I'll let you see my real trump card. Weak Water Universe Formation.
Chapter 363 Yang Mucheng. Are you convinced? Weak Water Universe Formation. Master Danqing's eyes burst out with infinite light, and his 3,000 long hair billowed wildly. At this moment, he was already like a monstrous demon in the world. Following his words, the originally cloudless sky turned gloomy in an instant. Thick dark clouds like a carpet quickly covered the top of Shangchuan Valley, and the whole world turned gloomy.
Not good.
This moment, the warriors in the Shangchuan Valley finally changed their expressions. They can ignore the vast blue sea and the various martial arts skills of Master Danqing, but they dare not ignore the surging heaven and earth.
Is this the Weak Water Universe Formation?
The second prince almost crushed the ivory folding fan. This formation is the trump card of Master Danqing. It is precisely because of the existence of this formation that his Shangchuan Valley was not eaten by those warriors who were like wolves and tigers. Countless warriors were intimidated and did not even dare to challenge Master Danqing. From this, we can see how terrifying this formation is. Rumble. Among the clouds, lightning bolts like crazy snakes shuttled rapidly. Every time they flashed, the dim Shangchuan Valley was illuminated for a while, and the expressions on everyone's faces were clearly illuminated. Surprise, shock, astonishment, fear, trembling, and despair. Master Danqing's body was slowly suspended in the air under this terrifying force. His blood-red eyes were staring at Yang Mucheng, and his cold voice sounded like it was blowing from the Nine Netherworld. Cold wind.
Yang Mucheng, the Weak Water Universe Formation has been completed. Your life is like an ant in my eyes. As long as I wave my hand, I can kill you in a flip of my hand. But I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to. I have been forced to this extent, and I am worthy of the name of Old Demon Yang.
Master Danqing laughed wildly with pride, and the sound resounded throughout the Shangchuan Valley, even more like rolling thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums and making their blood surge. But his voice suddenly turned cold, and his eyes became extremely gloomy and terrifying.
But it's a pity that everything ends here. Yang Mucheng, before I die, let me ask you one more question. Are you convinced?
Huh? At this moment, countless eyes fell on Yang Mucheng. Agree or not? Master Dan Qing has only opened the weak water universe formation 3 times in his 1,200 years of life. For the first time, the elixir in Shangchuan Valley matured, attracting the top 100 warriors to covet it. That night, more than 40 Xianhai realm warriors from the major counties of the Shunqing dynasty sneaked into the valley, hoping to kill Master Dan Qing and obtain the elixir. In the end, he was strangled by the weak water universe formation. The second time, a high-class demon from the Xianhai realm prepared to seize Shangchuan Valley as its lair. After more than 100 warriors invited by Master Dan Qing failed to stop him, he launched a large formation to strangle the demon. For the third time, he used martial arts to make friends with Lei Zhuoran, the imperial advisor of the Holy Qing dynasty. But Lei Zhuoran was defeated. The formation was opened 3 times, and 3 times it was a complete victory. You can die on the weak water universe formation. It is enough to rest your eyes, and it is enough to be convinced. Just when the thunder was surging, just when Master Dan Qing was asking questions, just when everyone's eyes were gathered, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. His eyes fell on Master Dan Qing, and a clear and loud voice spread throughout. Although the sound in the entire Shangchuan Valley was not loud, it completely covered up the vast and endless thunder.
Submit? Master Dan Qing, you think too highly of yourself. You want to strangle me even if you break the formation. And you also want me to surrender? See how I break your formation today, flatten your Shangchuan Valley, and then crush you to ashes.
Hisses. This cold voice made everyone tremble. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and looked towards Yang Mucheng, as if his ears were broken, not believing what was coming from Yang Mucheng's mouth.
How can old demon Yang say such words at this time? Couldn't he take a look at the situation?
A warrior shouted in his heart.
The weak water universe formation has been activated. How can you, old demon Yang, have any room to turn around? Regardless of whether you accept it or not, I will crush you to death. Is it possible that you can still turn the world upside down?
A warrior secretly shook his head. Far away, the second prince was stunned and looked like he couldn't believe it.
Humph. Old demon Yang really thinks he is invincible. He dares to speak so brazenly in front of the weak water universe formation. You know, even Lei Guisher was defeated by the weak water universe formation. Even if he wants to reverse it, can't he?
A guard whispered. The other people also nodded repeatedly, as if they had seen Yang Mucheng being crushed into powder the moment the weak water universe formation was activated.
Maybe he really has the possibility to crack this weak water universe formation.
The second prince's eyes narrowed.
I don't know why, but I just feel like this.
Several guards looked at each other and smiled, secretly mocking in their hearts. Although the second prince has a noble status, his cultivation is extremely poor. He knows nothing about fighting, and he knows nothing about the weak water universe formation. The outcome of this battle has already been decided.
Is it?
Master Dan Qing closed his eyes and shook his head slowly.
Old Mo Yang, you really can't shed tears until you see the coffin. If that's the case, then I'll let you see the power of the weak water universe formation.
As soon as he finished speaking, he squeezed his right hand to form a seal. Boom! A violent thunder that tore through the sky suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire Shangchuan Valley. At this moment, a huge amount of rain fell immediately, hitting the ground with a crackling sound. The rain did not look like normal, but it was completely black. It fell rapidly from the sky and hit the ground, but it was like meteorites that made deep pits in the ground. Before the warriors in the Shangchuan Valley could react, they were already covered by the rain. This black rain actually possesses unimaginable power. It penetrated the internal energy shields of each warrior on the spot, and at the same time penetrated the bodies of these warriors that had been tempered for thousands of times, knocking them out, killed to the ground. The flat Shangchuan Valley was suddenly bombarded with pits and messes, and blood mixed with black rain turned into a strange color. And the place where the rain is most dense is with Yangmu as the center. Boom! 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 Every drop of rain seemed to be filled with the power of millions of people, like a flying arrow, suddenly hitting Yang Mucheng's position wantonly. Yang Mucheng stood on the spot. An inner energy surged up and turned into a shield in front of him. When the rain fell on the ground, there was a sound of gold and stone hitting the ground, just like the sound of a blacksmith's hammer hitting the iron felt. Endless sparks erupted.
Yang Mucheng, are you convinced?
The master of painting is making seals with his hands, and his eyes are wide open.
You are not qualified to surrender to me.
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head.
Okay, I'll let you try the second transformation of my weak water universe formation. The flood is overwhelming.
Master Danqing's eyes burst out with infinite light, and his hands were already blasting out rapidly. Chapter 364 One Mountain. 1 Sea. Boom. A terrifying force quickly emerged from Master Danqing's body and crossed the Shangchuan Valley. At this time, the black rain that originally covered the sky no longer fell straight down, but quickly gathered behind Master Danqing, transforming into a huge black wave. This is different from the previous leaves. Each drop of these black rainwater is the essence of water. Each drop weighs hundreds of kilograms. It is even worse than what Yang Mucheng encountered in the Five Elements formation. What's more, such a pouring down is enough to sweep across the entire Shangchuan Valley in an instant.
Master Danqing! He wants to kill us all!
Seeing the raging water rising crazily, countless warriors felt their hearts trembling.
Master Danqing! What do you want to do?
Some warriors asked hysterically.
What are you doing?
Master Danqing snorted coldly.
You are such disgraceful people. You are simply bringing shame on our martial arts world. What are you doing with waste like you? Today I will completely bury you and Yang Mucheng. He waved his right hand and saw that the black tide was constantly surging and turbulent. In an instant, it had already risen to more than 100 meters, and then it was pushed forward towards the vastness. Wherever it passed, numerous warriors were crushed to pieces. Rocks, trees, rockeries, houses. The tide passed by rapidly in a destructive manner, leaving nothing behind but a smooth road wherever it passed.
This old guy actually wants to kill us too. Kill him. That's right. Is it lawless to rely on the weak water Qingquan formation? Kill him and break this formation.
At this moment, countless warriors let out angry roars and rushed towards the overwhelming tide. However, seeing this scene, Master Danqing just raised the corner of his mouth, showing a hint of contempt. He flicked his right hand slightly, and the huge waves hit the ground violently, splashing countless black waves. This wave was like a blooming flower of death. It burst out in an instant, and drops of rain flew out from it, sweeping up the oncoming crowd of warriors. I saw a drop of black water shot into the forehead of a warrior, penetrated with a bang sound, and blasted out from the back of the head. It hit a mountain wall in the distance without losing force, blasting the hard stone wall into pieces on the spot. Meters of deep pit. Another warrior saw the black water coming. His eyes closed in fear. He quickly raised his hands, and quickly raised them in front of him with a pure inner energy. But there was a muffled sound of bang, and this drop of black water directly tore apart the warrior's internal energy shield, pierced his hands on the spot, and hit his chest, knocking him directly. Whole kill. Bursts of muffled sounds of puff, puff, puff resounded, and in an instant, the many warriors rushing towards them were like dumplings, falling directly from the sky.
Your Majesty.
Lu Yao's pupils narrowed slightly, and she shouted urgently.
That's all. These warriors are my people after all. I naturally can't watch them being slaughtered like this.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. He originally wanted to calculate the strength of this weak water universe formation,
but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Shaking his head, Yang Mucheng slowly walked towards the incoming wave. His eyes opened slightly, and a bright light emerged in them.
Tai Mountain travel record.
Boom! He took one step forward, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly rose several feet, as if the earth god was turning over the thick soil and building mountains crazily. After more than 10 steps, a 100-meter mountain peak rose up under his feet. Looking down, the high black tide was all at Yang Mucheng's feet. The waves are roaring, and the mountains are turning. This mountain and the sea are so close.
Since you refuse to accept it, I will kill you completely.
Master Danqing looked at Yang Mucheng, who was climbing to the sky, and suddenly clenched his right hand. In the next moment, he saw the black water sweeping away transformed into reality at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of countless people it transformed into a shocking black tiger. Roar! The roar shook the mountains and forests.
Oh my god!
Countless people watched the changes in the weak water universe formation. Their hearts trembled, and they almost couldn't breathe. Many warriors present had already guessed how terrifying this weak water universe formation was. Even if there are thousands of guesses, only after you actually see it do you realize how poor your imagination is. Such a weak water formation is enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Enough to allow Master Danqing to stand for 1,200 years, and no one dares to compete.
You must win.
At this time, pleading eyes fell on Yang Mucheng. Only then did they realize that Yang Mucheng was not a real murderer. As long as you don't offend him, he won't deal with you for no reason at all. On the contrary, Master Dan Qing was not unreasonable at all. Just because they surrendered to Yang Mucheng, they became lackeys and hawks? Lei Zhuoran is also a strong man in the Xianhai realm. As a national advisor of the Shangqing dynasty, he also surrenders to the dynasty. Why is he not a lackey? Master Dan Qing's actions actually aroused public outrage.
Your Majesty, kill this boy! If the Dacian kingdom has such a disaster, there will definitely be endless troubles. Kill him!
There were calls. Listening to this vast voice, Yang Mucheng slowly raised the corners of his mouth.
Master Dan Qing, have you seen this? Now you have betrayed everyone and become the target of public criticism. The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. These people have been blinded by you. When I kill you and clean up the house, they will naturally change their minds. Yang Mucheng, stop talking nonsense and just die.
Master Dan Qing's eyes opened angrily, and even traces of blood gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and his whole person looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Alas! Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. This kind of thing is stubborn and unrepentant. If so, then kill him. Just when countless eyes were focused on Yang Mucheng, just when the black tiger that swallowed the sky and the earth rushed toward Yang Mucheng raised his head fiercely. He grabbed forward with his right hand, only to hear the mountain peak under his feet tremble crazily, and countless rocks crashed down. The 100-meter mountain peak turned into a coiled dragon in the shocked eyes of countless people. Ouch! A burst of thundering dragon roars resounded crazily. At this moment, the huge body rose like clouds and mist, and in an instant, under the gaze of everyone, it quickly rushed towards the black tiger. And go! Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly resounded. Wherever the mad dragon passed, the monstrous black tiger was completely torn apart in an instant. The mad dragon rushed out without losing its momentum and rushed towards Master Dan Qing crazily. At this moment, the momentum is overwhelming. Chapter 365,000-year-old fallen ginseng. Roar. The roar of the mad dragon shook the sky. The air crackled and exploded at this moment. The peak surrounded by mountains on three sides of Shangchuan Valley trembled crazily at the terrifying roar. And the next moment they fell to the ground like piles of sand, making a loud trembling sound. Countless warriors covered their ears in horror and stared dumbly at the mad dragon that seemed to be soaring in the sky.
No!
Master Dan Qing's eyes were filled with fear, but his voice stopped abruptly the next moment. Boom! The mad dragon swallowed it, and a bloody mist filled the air. The master of Shangchuan Valley, who had dominated Jiangnan County for more than 1,200 years, and whose connections included the entire Shangqing dynasty, was dead at this moment. A flip. The mad dragon slowly fell, blended into the earth, and quietly turned into nothing. Quiet. There was deathly silence in the entire Shangchuan Valley.
He actually broke through the weak water universe formation.
When the second prince saw this scene, his eyes almost bulged out. Seeing Yang Mucheng's eyes sweeping over him, he buried his head heavily on the ground and did not dare to say another word. The rest of the warriors were like this. They never thought that Yang Mucheng could forcefully destroy the entire formation so easily. It wasn't until a moment later that they came back to their senses.
Terrible! Is this the low-level martial arts of the Earth level? Tai Mountain travel record? Not only was Master Dan Qing killed, his body was even left intact.
Countless warriors talked about it. Especially the final scene of the battle between Shilong and Water Tiger was deeply engraved in everyone's minds, and will be unforgettable for them forever. They couldn't find any other word to describe it except terrible. It wasn't until a moment later that he shouted,
"Long live my emperor! Long live! Long live!"
Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his back, enjoying the surrender of all the people. The second prince was in a daze, and he had no idea how he walked out of Shangchuan Valley. If it weren't for the fact that most of Shangchuan Valley, which had been shattered by the mad dragon, reminded him all the time, he wouldn't have believed that Yang Mucheng had cracked the weak water universe formation and killed Master Dan Qing. The same goes for several of his guards. I still haven't come back to my senses until now. I feel like I'm living in a dream.
Ready your horse.
Unexpected. The second prince came to his senses and shouted fiercely.
Second prince, do you want to return to the palace?
The guard asked quickly.
No. I'm going to find Lei Zhuoran.
The second prince closed his eyes and said hurriedly.
Master Lei Guo may not be Yang Mucheng's opponent. Even if he brings a master from the inner circle, it will be the same. Third Master Lei Guo, the Queen of Heaven, will come to Shangchuan Valley. I must intercept him now. Let him delay the attack.
Clenching his fists, The second prince looked at one of the guards and said,
Lu Xian, you have the fastest feet. Now hurry back to the imperial capital and tell your father everything that happened here, and ask him to tell all the masters in the palace.
Send them out. Let these powerful masters and languisher gather together to kill Yang Macheng.
Yes. The guard knew that this matter should not be neglected. So he hugged his fists and set off immediately. The second prince immediately got on his horse. He glanced at the dilapidated Shangchuan Valley and clenched his fists.
How could such a terrifying character appear in the secular world? Our holy Qing dynasty is in danger.
Shangchuan Valley. Yang Macheng sat leisurely in the Dantian Hall, drinking tea and reading Master Danqing's books. After reading an alchemy book, he threw it to Yi Shujin.
This old guy really has a lot of treasures. All the elixir recipes of Xuanjia are here. I was worried that the alchemy department couldn't refine the elixirs of Xuanjia. But I didn't expect this to happen. Yi Shujin, will you send this collect the elixirs, and send them back to the elixir department to hand-deliver to Huzong?
Yes,
Your Majesty.
Yi Shujin carefully put away the pill recipe and stood still. The other ancestors were the same, with their hands on their legs and their heads lowered, as if they were ready to be scolded. Obviously, the failure of the first mission and the fact that Yang Macheng came to rescue them made them feel uneasy. With Yang Muqing's ability to kill Master Danqing, they would not be able to escape from Yang Muqing's grasp even if they were turned upside down.
You guys have failed in your mission. Logically speaking, I should abolish your cultivation as a punishment. But I am still in the process of employing people. So let's forget it this time, and allow you to make meritorious deeds for your crimes.
Yang Macheng waved his hand and said, in fact, Yang Macheng really thought about the punishment of these 9 ancestors. But the master is hard to find. After killing him, the dragon hall that was finally built will be empty. In addition, when he fought Master Danqing, these 9 people knelt behind him and never moved a step. They were completely subdued. It would be a pity to kill them. It's better to keep them alive, which will make them work harder.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
When Yi Shujin and others heard this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and their hearts hanging in their stomachs immediately fell back into their stomachs.
Your Majesty, those warriors outside Shangchuan Valley are still kneeling there.
Yi Shujin said cautiously.
They dare not move without your order. Let them get up.
Yang Macheng said. He placed the teacup in his hand on the coffee table, then raised his head and asked,
Have you caught those boys who escaped?
Caught, Wu Jin said quickly. When Master Danqing and Yang Macheng were fighting, several alchemy disciples in Shangchuan Valley saw Master Danqing falling into a disadvantage, and they swept away many precious heavenly and earthly treasures in the valley and fled directly. How could Yang Macheng endure this? Just send someone to hunt him down. Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 or 8 boys were already thrown at Yang Muqing's feet by the ancestors of Longtang like trash. The ancestors stepped on each of them, trampled them directly to the ground, searched them all, and took out storage bracelets and rings one by one.
Where's the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng?
Yang Macheng took the bracelets and rings and looked inside, finding that there were indeed many elixirs. But the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng he had imagined was not among them.
What's the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng?
I don't know. A boy shouted. Yang Macheng frowned slightly and waved his right hand slightly. Immediately, Yi Shujin signaled. Without saying a word, he stepped down and crushed the boy's brain. Do you know? Yang Macheng looked at the second boy. There was hesitation in the boy's eyes, and he hesitated in his words. Yang Macheng moved his right hand again, only to hear another bang sound. And the boy's head was also crushed. Look at the third one. This time, Yang Macheng simply stopped asking and directly signaled that he would be trampled to death. Boom! Boom! There was another muffled sound, and only 5 or 6 of the dozen boys were left.
Among the 6 of you, only one can live. Whoever tells where the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng is, I will let him leave alive, and everyone else will die.
Yang Macheng picked up the tea bowl and said slowly,
I know.
As soon as he finished speaking, a boy shouted loudly,
Say it.
Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes, waved his right hand, and said casually,
Drag the others out.
Chapter 366 5 Thunder Formation. Listening to the screams outside the house, the alchemy boy knelt on the ground tremblingly and slowly revealed everything he knew. Deciduous ginseng is an extremely rare treasure. This is especially true for 1,000-year-old deciduous ginseng. When Master Dan Qing came to Shangchuan Valley, it was precisely because of a 1,000-year-old deciduous ginseng growing in the valley. The reason why Master Dan Qing was able to break through the lifespan limit of a powerful person in the Xianhai realm and live to be 1,200 years old was also because of this 1,000-year fall-leaf ginseng. He would sit on the 1,000-year fall-leaf ginseng every day when the sun rises to absorb it. The essence. It's weird. It's weird. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Why didn't Master Dan Qing eat this 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng? Holy Master, the power contained in the 1,000-year fall-leaf ginseng is too powerful. If you take it rashly, it is very likely that your body will explode." Master Dan Qing left this 1,000-year fall-leaf ginseng in order to wait until his life is about to end and use it again. "Take," the alchemy boy said cautiously. "The master never lets us alchemy boys get close to the Millennium Fall-Leaf Ginseng. And even that area is covered by a magic circle. I also accidentally discovered Master Danqing's weird behavior. And then I guessed that it must be the 1,000-year Fall-Leaf Ginseng. Take me there." Yang Mucheng stood up. "If what you say is true, I will let you go. If it is false, I will make your life worse than death." The alchemy boy trembled all over, did not dare to speak, and nodded quickly. Deep in the valley, an inconspicuous corner location, the alchemy boy stopped. From the outside, there seems to be nothing special here. Just like an ordinary garden. The alchemy boy's hands were slowly making marks in the air, and the scene of the brocade garden in front of everyone suddenly trembled and twisted, as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing it apart. "I see," Yi Shujin and others suddenly realized. "We have searched this location and didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that Master Dan Qing would actually arrange this kind of psychedelic array here." Wu Jin shook his head repeatedly. "No wonder we couldn't find this location at all. I saw that this illusion was slowly turbulent and slowly disappearing like a bubble in the garden. But I saw a ginseng quietly located in the center. Pieces of rainbow-like luster are constantly floating around. Even though they are far apart, they can still feel the surging spiritual energy in them." "Is that the 1,000-year-old ginseng?" Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with joy. As he spoke, he walked forward. "Holy Master!" the alchemy boy shouted when he saw this. "Master Dan Qing has set up a 5-thunder formation near the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng. Do not enter rashly. There used to be an alchemy boy who wanted to steal this when a millennium-old ginseng plant was born. It was killed by the 5 thunders." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a burst of light bursting out from the surrounding ground with the millennium fallen ginseng as the center. Waves of snake-like lightning quickly circled on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they surged crazily into the sky, forming a covering of dark clouds. Just hearing a bang, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly tore through the sky and struck towards Yang Mucheng crazily. This sudden flash of wild thunder reached its extreme in the blink of an eye. It was at this moment that he swallowed Yang Mucheng desperately. "Your Majesty!" The alchemy boy turned pale with fright. If Yang Mucheng was killed by the 5 thunder formations, he would also die. But, just when the thunder was about to hit Yang Mucheng, he suddenly waved his right hand, and the oncoming lightning exploded. Even if you can't get close to him within 10 feet, he has completely dissipated. "Humph! Your Majesty can easily break through even the weak water universe formation. How can you still be afraid of this 5 thunder skyblasting formation?" Yi Shujin looked at the pale boy with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions resounded wildly, and the violent thunder exploded before it even got close, turning into endless electric current and sputtering away. "Get out of my way!" Yang Mucheng was extremely annoyed by the appearance of this crazy thunder. He snorted coldly and grabbed the void with his right hand. There was just a bang sound, and the 6-pointed star where the light gathered suddenly exploded with a click, slowly falling down like glass. Taking 3 steps in one stride, he came directly to the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng. Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand and put it directly into his palm. "Yes, that's it!" Feeling the terrifying power contained in this ginseng, Yang Mucheng's frown finally relaxed at this moment. "With this thing, I will definitely be able to break through the shackles and reach the Xianhai realm." After taking a look at the anxious alchemy boy, Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said, "Let him go out." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The alchemy boy kowtowed and did not dare to stay for a long time. He got up and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Where is Leijuan?" Putting away the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng, Yang Mucheng asked lightly. "As early as when Master Dan Qing was preparing to take the blood of the 9 ancestors."
He heard that Master Dan Qing had written a letter asking Lei Zhuoran to come. So Yang Mucheng sent someone to investigate Lei Zhuoran's current position.
Still on the way. We will arrive in about 3 days,
Yi Shujin said quickly.
Your Majesty. This Lei Zhuoran is the national advisor of the Shangqing dynasty. He was able to defeat the weak water universe formation more than 30 years ago. Defeat. His cultivation level will be even more terrifying 30 years later. Moreover, he also brought more than 10 masters from the Shangqing dynasty. Why don't we return to Daqian Kingdom first? You want me to avoid it?
Yang Mucheng raised his brows and glanced at Yi Shujin quietly.
Don't dare.
Yi Shujin almost bit off his tongue and quickly shook his head. Although there is indeed such a meaning in his words. Lei Zhuoran is extremely powerful, and the other party has brought many powerful experts. So it is best to avoid him at this moment. Even if Yang Mucheng could absorb the 1,000-year-old fallen leaf ginseng and reach the Xianhai realm, he would have more confidence to confront Lei Zhuoran. But he did not dare to admit it at all.
I, Yang Mucheng, have never evaded or retreated before. Never before. Not now. And even less likely in the future. When Lei Zhuoran comes, I will definitely not be afraid of him. I will kill his master and 2 of him. Junior brother, have you ever been afraid of Lei Zhuoran? Forget it if Lei Zhuoran doesn't come. If he comes, this Shangchuan Valley will be his burial place.
Yang Mucheng snorted coldly.
9 of you. Protect me. I want to absorb these 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng and break through the Xianhai realm.
Chapter 367. Send an order and report the message. Yamada. A team of more than 10 people came slowly. The leader was a man with a strong back and a strong waist, sitting on a group of tall horses. He had a full face with beard and piercing eyes. From time to time, he would emit a burst of terrifying light, just like a man who watched the wolves and eagles.
Master Lei, after climbing over this mountain, it will take up to 3 days to reach Shangchuan Valley.
A golden-armored guard looked forward. Ha ha. Lei Zhuoran played with the riding whip in his hand and said in a cold voice,
I have been in the palace for a long time and did not care about worldly affairs. I didn't expect that such a bold boy would appear in the mortal world. Not only did he kill my master and 2 junior brothers, and actually annex the entire Jiangnan County. If I don't kill this son, I will never return to the palace during this trip.
Several golden-armored guards looked at each other helplessly. Although Jiangnan County is the territory of the Shangqing dynasty, in fact the Shangqing dynasty has long lost its ability to govern the Shangqing dynasty. If it hadn't been for Master Dan Qing's letter, I don't know how many people would have been kept in the dark about what happened in Jiangnan County.
Master Lei will definitely succeed immediately if he takes action,
a golden-armored guard said flatteringly.
What's more, Master Dan Qing has joined forces with you on this trip. It won't be easy to catch Yang Mucheng. By the way, Master Lei, Master Dan Qing has sent another letter. Read,
Lei Zhuoran said.
Yes.
The guard opened the letter and read the contents. Lei Zhuoran was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing.
Well done. Master Dan Qing actually captured all the 9 ancestors of Longtang, that boy Yang Mucheng, and even took their blood to make elixirs. It's simply wonderful. Wonderful.
Lei Zhuoran grasped the riding whip in his hand. Couldn't help but said with a proud smile,
After refining the heaven-winning fortune pill, you still have half of me. This kid Yang Mucheng can't escape the palm of my hand.
There is no warrior who does not pursue the path to immortality. But how many people can achieve immortality in the end? Even a strong person with golden elixir can only live for more than 1,000 years. When the time comes, it will turn into bones and lust. But if it is refined into a heaven-striking pill, it can add hundreds of years of life out of thin air. No wonder Lei Zhuoran is so excited.
Master Lei, what is the heaven-winning creation pill?
A guard couldn't help but ask.
It's a life-changing elixir that can defy the heavens and add hundreds of years to people's lives.
Lei Zhuoran was in a good mood, so he naturally explained happily.
This elixir was prepared by Master Dan Qing once. I found it in a fragment of an alchemy book, and I have never tested it. I don't know if it is true or not. The required materials are the blood of 9 powerful people in the Xianhai, and the heart of the 10th powerful person.
Hisses. Many guards gasped. Not only are Xianhai realm experts difficult to find in Jiangnan County, but even if you look at the entire Shangqing dynasty, they are all ancestor-level figures. This kind of elixir actually requires such terrible materials.
Let's set off.
Lei Zhuoran raised his riding whip and was about to move forward. Suddenly, I saw a small black dot in the distance approaching quickly.
Master Lei! Thunder Master!
There were bursts of shouts.
It seems to be the second prince,
A guard said.
The second prince has always been a playboy. And this time, he came to the capital of Jiangnan during his travels.
Another guard shook his head. In the Shunqing dynasty, the reputation of the second prince was not good. After all, you are also the prince of a dynasty in the martial arts world. If you are not diligent in practicing, you actually hang out among women. This is simply a shame to everyone. As everyone said this, they watched the second prince hurrying towards them.
Second prince!
Lei Zhuoran raised his brows, and there was no respect in his words.
When did you come to Jiangnan County? Do you know that Jiangnan County has been in chaos recently? And you don't have any cultivation. If you die outside the palace, what will happen? It's not good.
When the second prince heard this, he immediately frowned. Not only did Lei Zhuoran speak in a bad tone, but so did the several masters behind him, who didn't look at him seriously at all. This made him angry, and at the same time secretly sad in his heart. Yang Macheng is just an emperor in the secular world, but he has made many people in our martial arts world surrender. Even facing Master Danqing's attack, he knelt on the ground without daring to move an inch. On the other hand, what is it like in our martial arts world? A minister is not a minister. A king is not a king. No matter how cool I am still a prince. And you, Lei Zhuoran, and other masters like you are just our imperial masters and servants. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this? Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, the second prince looked at Lei Zhuoran and said,
Master Lei, are you going to Shanchuan Valley? Yes. How do you know?
Lei Zhuoran said.
I left the palace this time because I was invited by Master Danqing to capture Yang Mu in the mortal world. You can't go. I just came from there.
The second prince said quickly.
Yang Macheng is so awesome. His strength exceeds your imagination.
Lei Zhuoran smiled coldly and was non-committal. The golden armored guards burst out laughing wildly, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world.
Master Lei can still be afraid of a boy from the mortal world? To deal with that Yang Macheng, Master Lei can send him to his grandma's house with just one slap. What did you hear? The second prince actually said that Yang Macheng is powerful and his strength exceeds Master Lei's imagination?
Until then, Lei Zhuoran slowly raised his eyes, looked at the other party, and said,
Second prince, you are not high in cultivation, so you will naturally understand this. Yang Macheng is known as Yang Laoma in the martial arts world, and his strength is indeed extraordinary. But if you think that I will be inferior to him, you are totally wrong.
Stubborn and unclear, the second prince had long known that he would not be able to persuade the other party so easily. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said,
Master Lei, do you know about the weak water universe formation? Of course I know,
Lei Zhuoran said loudly.
36 years ago, Master Danqing and I discussed martial arts and fought with him for 3 days and 3 nights in the Shanchuan Valley. Later,
he activated the weak water universe formation, and I responded being suppressed by the weak water Qingquan formation. The battle ended in a draw.
Everyone applauded for this remark. The golden armored guards also looked at the second prince and spoke as if they were lecturing him.
Second prince, do you know that in the past more than 1,000 years, the weak water universe formation in Shanchuan Valley has only been launched 3 times? And every time it was a complete victory. Only Lei Shi and the weak water universe formation drew a draw. With Lei, the master's strength is enough to dominate the entire martial arts world. How can he still be afraid of a little Yang Macheng?
The second prince raised his waist, looked at Lei Zhuoran, and said with a sneer,
Master Lei, do you know that Shanchuan Valley has been destroyed? Master Danqing is dead. Yang Macheng has already entered the Shanchuan Valley.
When these words were spoken, the surroundings were silent, and everyone looked at the second prince as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 368 The Thunder Master is coming.
Hisses.
When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
Impossible.
Lei Zhuoran clenched his fists and said loudly,
I don't know what kind of strength Yang Macheng has, but I know Master Danqing very well. Although he is an alchemist, he also has the cultivation level of the early stage of Xianhai. He possesses countless magical weapons, each of which is extremely precious, especially the Xianming prison lock, which can be subdued even by Xianhai realm warriors. He also has the weak water universe formation. As long as he is in Shanchuan Valley, he is invincible.
The guards around him also looked at the second prince with puzzled faces, and couldn't help but murmured softly,
Could it be that the second prince was frightened out of his wits by Yang Mucheng? So that's why he said this? What kind of existence is Master Dan Qing? How could he be killed by such a boy? The entire Shangchuan Valley has been trampled to the ground. It's just empty talk. How is this possible?
Don't blame everyone for not believing it. This is simply too unbelievable. Master Dan Qing was originally a strong man from the mysterious sea, and with the weak water universe formation and many magic weapons. He was invincible as long as he was in the Shangchuan Valley. How could the entire Shangchuan Valley be flattened and killed?
I'm not kidding. It wasn't just me. There were tens of thousands of warriors present, who all witnessed the scene where Master Dan Qing was killed. In order to kill Yang Mucheng, Master Dan Qing even used the weak water universe formation, but still failed to stop Yang Mucheng's offensive, and was finally killed by Yang Mucheng with
Tai Mountain travel record.
The second prince looked at Lei Zhuoran quietly and said,
I have now divided my troops into 2 groups. I will inform you, Master Lei, while the other group will quickly return to the palace to ask my father to mobilize another group of powerful experts. Yang Mucheng's strength is too strong, and it is already beyond our capabilities. The scope of imagination. If you want to deal with this kid, you must kill it at once. Otherwise, if you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it instead. Lei Master, you wait here for half a month until the Alchemy Masters arrive. When the time comes, he Chi will attack together. We must kill Yang Mucheng at once.
Lei Zhuoran narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not an idiot, and the second prince's expression and demeanor did not look like he was lying to him. However, what surprised Lei Zhuoran the most was that Yang Mucheng was able to kill Master Dan Qing. And this was even when the opponent activated the weak water universe formation. This thing is simply unbelievable.
Snapped.
After a moment, Lei Zhuoran suddenly raised his head and smashed the riding whip in his hand. He glanced at the several golden armored guards behind him and said coldly,
Let's set off to Shangchuan Valley. Master Lei.
No! The second prince was horrified and shouted quickly,
Master Dan Qing has been killed. If Master Lei goes, I'm afraid this trip will be very unlucky.
Before he finished speaking, Lei Zhuoran shouted coldly,
What a joke. Am I afraid of Yang Mucheng?
He stared at the second prince with his eyes and sneered.
36 years ago, when I was still in the early stage of Xianhai, I could resist the weak water Qianquan formation without losing. 36 years later, I am already in the middle stage of Xianhai. It's easy to break through the weak water universe formation. You actually asked me to avoid a little emperor in the mortal world? If this matter spreads, how can I, Mr. Lei, have the dignity to gain a foothold in the martial arts world? And how can I have the dignity to become the national master of the Shangqing dynasty? Second prince, please keep an eye on me. This time I, Mr. Lei, go to Shangchuan Valley and will definitely pluck off Yang Mucheng's head and cut him into pieces in front of everyone in the martial arts world, crushing his bones and scattering ashes. Drive!
As soon as he finished speaking, he clamped his legs together, and the warhorse under his crotch let out a cry of pain, and immediately rushed away into the distance. But in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared on the top of the mountain. The second prince froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Several guards looked at the astonished second prince and shook their heads. One of them said,
Second prince, Master Lei is like a dragon in the sky, and Yang Mucheng is just an ant on the ground. If Master Lei wants to kill him, all he needs is a slap. If you don't believe it, you can come and take a look. Look at how Lei Master killed this boy. But,
the second prince said hurriedly. The guard shook his head and said,
It's nothing. Master Lei's strength is also extraordinary. He has mastered that thing. His current strength is dozens or hundreds of times higher than it was 36 years ago.
Growth of. Master Lei has really mastered it.
The second prince's eyes widened, as if he had heard something incredible.
That's right.
The guard nodded, raised his whip, and quickly chased after him. The second prince froze on the spot, looking at Lei Zhuoran and many other masters who were already walking away, and could not come back to his senses for a long time.
Has Master Lei already mastered such a thing? Now we have something good to watch.
The second prince narrowed his eyes.
Maybe Master Lei really might kill Yang Mucheng.
He raised his riding crop, whipped it hard, and quickly turned toward Shangchuan Valley. Shangchuan Valley. It was still crowded at this moment. That's right. Yang Mucheng ordered these warriors not to kneel, but did not say anything else. Therefore, if these people stay where they are, it is not good for them to leave or to stay. They can only stay where they are. However, These warriors had mixed thoughts at the moment. After all, Master Dan Qing wanted to kill them, but Yang Mucheng saved them.
Where's Emperor Yang?
Someone asked cautiously.
He is in Shangchuan Valley. Possibly in retreat.
Someone who knew the news responded.
What? Are you still in seclusion at this juncture?
Master Lei is coming soon. The man was shocked and shouted quickly.
Thunder Master? Which Thunder Master?
Some people were puzzled.
How many Lei Masters are there in the Shangqing dynasty? There is only one Lei Zhuoran. Emperor Yang killed Master Dan Qing this time. He also killed Lei Master's 2 junior brothers and his master before. Now Lei Zhuoran, I got the news and have come to the door.
The man shouted.
If Lei Master comes, I'm afraid there will be a battle that is more terrifying than the previous battle in Shangchuan Valley. But the key problem is that Emperor Yang may not be Lei Master's opponent. According to rumors, Lei Master has already got something like that.
One person who was relatively well-informed shook his head and said with a wry smile,
I know this matter relatively well. Yi Shujin also told Emperor Yang about the Thunder Master's attack. But Emperor Yang didn't care at all. He only asked the 9 ancestors of Longdang to protect him and prepare to break through the Xianhai realm. Hisses.
After saying this, there was a sound of gasping all around. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at the person who spoke in disbelief.
What did you say? Breaking through the Xianhai realm?
Does Emperor Yang not have the Xianhai realm yet? My cultivation level has not yet reached the Xianhai realm. But I can kill Master Dan Qing, who is in the early stage of Xianhai. And can I still destroy the weak water universe formation?
Thousands of doubts converged into endless shock at this moment. While everyone was discussing this matter, Yang Mucheng was already sitting safely in the secret room in Shangchuan Valley, preparing to practice for a breakthrough. Chapter 369 Auspicious Clouds Cover the Sun. Secret Room? Yang Mucheng took out the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng from the storage bracelet. As soon as this heavenly spirit earth treasure appeared, the entire secret room quickly became filled with luster. Inexplicable talismans are constantly flowing around the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng, slowly turbulent, giving it a beautiful appearance.
What pure power! This power is many times more powerful than qi and blood. Just by smelling the smell, I can feel that the speed of internal energy rotation has increased several times.
Previously, Yang Mucheng absorbed the energy and blood of Master Dan Qing and the warriors who died in the battle in Shangchuan Valley. But there is still no improvement at all. Half a step to the Xianhai realm. The step to the Xianhai realm is like a stream from the sky. Even with so much warrior energy and blood, it didn't improve him much. Before seeing the 1,000-year-old fallen leaf ginseng, Yang Mucheng was still a little uneasy, fearing that the power contained in the 1,000-year-old fallen leaf ginseng would not allow him to advance further to the Xianhai realm. But now, with this 1,000-year-old deciduous ginseng in hand, Yang Mucheng felt confident.
Let's start!
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands suddenly closed. A burst of internal energy surged crazily, and along with the fighting intent of the flames, it suddenly transformed into the purest flame, directly wrapping it in the Millennium Fallen Leaf Ginseng.
Condensation! Condensation! Condensation!
Waves of low shouts continued to resound. The power contained in the palm-sized 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng is as vast as the ocean. This purest power is constantly being released under the scorching flames, transforming into pieces of mist like mist, rendering the entire huge secret room into a fairyland-like existence. Melting at first, and then absorbing it is also a helpless method. When Master Dan Qing encountered this deciduous ginseng, it had been growing for more than 1,000 years. Now it is less than 2,000 years old, and the power within it has been solidified into a ball. No matter how confident Yang Mucheng was in his own strength, he would not dare to put it all into his body at once. Otherwise, instead of being able to break through his cultivation level, his body would burst. Just see, when the infinite spiritual power gathered to a certain extent, it began to condense at this moment, turning into drops of pure spiritual liquid. And this piece of spiritual liquid slowly appeared in the secret room. From the beginning bit by bit, to the end, it gradually formed a shallow puddle, and even formed a huge lake, until, when the 1,000-year-old fallen ginseng had been completely refined and turned into a spiritual fluid that was most easily absorbed by warriors, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes.
A lot of ectoplasm. These will definitely send me to the Xianhai realm.
In the martial arts world, spiritual liquid is an extremely precious existence, and every drop is made of the purest spiritual energy. But if the amount of spiritual liquid is small, it will naturally not be able to have a significant effect. But now, these spiritual liquids have gathered into lakes. One can imagine how huge the power contained in them is.
The ancient heaven swallowing technique. Receive! Receive! Receive!
Yang Mucheng shouted low, clasped his hands together, and clapped them hard. At this moment, the 18,000 pores all over his body opened crazily, as if he could breathe on his own. The next moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, and he began to crazily swallow the spiritual liquid in it.
So fast! This kind of growth in strength!
At this moment, even Yang Mucheng himself was a little shocked. The last time he showed such growth was when he killed Kai Tao and the talkers in 72 cities. But at that time, he was only at the peak of Xianyi, so he jumped to 2 realms in a row. But these days, no matter how much he absorbs heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, as well as qi and blood, he has not been able to feel the improvement in strength. But now, there is an extraordinary improvement in strength.
This time, I will definitely be able to reach the Xianhai realm.
Feeling that his cultivation and strength were as obvious as stepping up a level step by step, Yang Mucheng was extremely excited. He quickly closed his eyes and used all his strength to activate the ancient heaven swallowing technique. This pure power was continuously integrated into his body. Outside the secret room, the 9 ancestors put their hands behind their backs and surrounded the entire secret room like an iron barrel. Their alert eyes kept scanning the surroundings. The powerful aura they emitted was such that even mosquitoes could not fly within 100 steps of the secret room. Lu Yao was practicing on the side. At a certain moment, she suddenly felt something and opened her eyes suddenly.
Miss Yao, what's wrong?
Yi Shujin asked. This girl is Yang Mucheng's disciple, so he naturally doesn't dare to neglect her. When Yang Mucheng was in seclusion, he asked several people in Longtang to give some advice on Lu Yao's cultivation.
The Holy One seems to have made a breakthrough,
Lu Yao said.
Not yet.
Yi Shujin shook his head and said with a smile.
The Xianhai realm is the last level to enter the Ji Nim realm. It is known as the Death Pass. This means that countless geniuses will be stuck in this level. Even if you die, you can't break through. Yes.
Wu Jian on the side also nodded repeatedly.
The most remarkable thing about reaching the Xianhai realm is the auspicious cloud cover.
As he spoke, he pointed towards the sky and said,
When you reach the Xianhai realm, there will be auspicious clouds with a diameter of at least 5 miles above. When Zhongli Tianluo reaches the Xianhai realm, the auspicious clouds cover more than 10 miles. When Lei Zhuoran reaches the Xianhai realm, the auspicious clouds encompass 20 miles of heaven and earth. But you see, there are no auspicious clouds above our heads. So the Holy One has not yet broken through. How many auspicious clouds did you have when you broke through the Xianhai realm?
Lu Yao asked doubtfully. Yi Shujin, Wu Jian, and Yao Chen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yi Shujin said,
Miss Yao, no auspicious clouds appeared for us. We were sitting in the barrier of life and death, and were inspired by the golden body and jade Buddha to barely break through the Xianhai realm. We are considered to be the weakest group of people in the Xianhai realm. Breaking through the Xianhai realm in the realm. The bigger Shangyun is, the stronger our strength will be. The 9 of us are still far away from the true Xianhai realm warriors. Only through practice or the supplement of heavenly spirit and earthly treasures can we be comparable to the real Xianhai realm. Realm warrior.
Lu Yao nodded. That's it. Although she felt something in her heart, it was hard to speak again after hearing these people's vows. He just asked in confusion.
Then, if you break through the Xianhai realm, how many auspicious clouds will there be? I estimate it's at least 30 miles.
Yi Shujin said loudly.
The Holy Master is a genius. When he was half a step into the Xianhai realm, he overpowered Master Dan Qing and forcibly broke through the weak water universe formation. Judging from his cultivation and strength, if he could break through the Xianhai realm, he is definitely at the forefront among warriors of the same level. That is...
Before she finished speaking, Lu Yao's eyes widened and she looked towards the secret room. I saw. In the secret room, a billowing auspicious cloud rose into the sky. Chapter 370 No Power to Resist. The auspicious clouds covered the sky and turned into a huge canopy, spreading out rapidly with the secret room as the center. At first, this auspicious cloud was only a few meters away and could not even cover the sky above the secret room. However, it quickly spread out in the blink of an eye and floated in the sky. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it quickly swept through the entire Shangchuan Valley. 10 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. Auspicious clouds hung in the sky, and a burst of chanting chants resounded in the sky.
Oh my god!
Yi Shujin was stunned. The entire sky was obscured by the huge clouds. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if there was no end in sight.
Is this the auspicious cloud? Is this the auspicious cloud that has broken through the Xianhai realm?
Outside the Shangchuan Valley, countless warriors were horrified. Previously, there is still some doubt in their hearts. Since Yang Mucheng has the strength to kill Master Dan Qing and the power to destroy the weak water universe formation, how can he be just a half-step Xiankai warrior? But now that this scene has appeared, they have to believe that it is true.
I didn't believe it before. It turns out that Emperor Yang really killed Master Dan Qing when he was half a step into the Xianhai. You are worthy of the title of Old Demon Yang. Half a step to the Xianhai realm is so terrifying. What if he reaches the real Xianhai realm? Why is this auspicious cloud so big? So scary.
Countless people were amazed. But more people are curious about the scope of this auspicious cloud. The same goes for Lu Yaoer. She stared blankly at the sky, at the vast expanse of auspicious clouds that covered almost the entire sky.
What does this auspicious cloud from the Holy Spirit mean? Is it very powerful?
After a moment, she came back to her senses and couldn't help but ask. After all, she was still in the mysterious liquid realm and couldn't understand what this auspicious cloud represented.
What do you think?
Yi Shujin's eyes widened. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said,
Zhong Litian is one of the geniuses in the martial arts world in the past 100 years. And Shan Yun is only 10 miles away. When Lei Zhuoran broke through the Xianhai realm, Wu Jianyang once helped him, and Shan Yun covered the sky for 20.
What do you think this auspicious cloud represents?
He looked at the clouds and couldn't help but said,
Historical books have recorded that among the warriors who broke through to the Xianhai realm, the largest Shan Yun was only 50 miles away. There was only that one person. But the holy Shan Yun was twice as big as that person. You think this means that what are you wearing?
Although Lu Yaoer didn't understand yet, she couldn't help but nodded when she heard what Yi Shujin said.
This,
Lei Zhuoran and others, who were getting closer and closer to Shangchuan Valley, were suddenly startled. The entire sky went from light to dark almost instantly, as if there was no pause at all and no time for people to react. When they looked up, they saw a layer of clouds, centered on Shangchuan Valley, like a tide, rapidly advancing in all directions. Not only their side of the world, but also the more distant sky.
What is this cloud?
The golden armored guard's eyes widened. He took a breath of air, and even his voice trembled.
This is Shan Yun. This is Shan Yun from the period when he broke through to the Xianhai realm,
said a golden armored guard.
With such a huge auspicious cloud, could it be that Yang Mucheng made a breakthrough? This auspicious cloud is 100 miles long. If we wait for him to break through, I am afraid that no one in the Xianhai realm can defeat him.
Lei Zhuoran even narrowed his pupils. There are many ways to judge the strength of a Xiankai realm warrior. For example, the level of cultivation, the strength of qi and blood, and sometimes even miscellaneous things such as exercises, martial arts, and magic weapons. But there is only one thing that can best judge the strength of Xianhai realm warriors, and that is Shan Yun.
Bailey Shan Yun. This is simply unheard of and unseen.
His heart was trembling.
If we let this continue, I'm afraid it will be a great disaster to our martial arts world.
The second prince looked at Lei Zhuoran and saw a hint of fear in the depths of Lei Zhuoran's pupils. He couldn't help but sigh and shook his head secretly.
Lei Master, I have long advised you to wait where you are, waiting for me to summon the masters in the inner circle to go to Shangchuan Valley. Now Yang Mucheng's breakthrough is imminent. Before he reached the Xianhai realm, he was already so powerful. If he breaks through, so what?
Some of the golden armored guards, who had never paid attention to Yang Mucheng, also shut their mouths at this moment. Notice, these golden armored guards were clamoring all the way here to be the first to chop off Yang Mucheng's head. But now, before reaching Shangchuan Valley, just seeing the auspicious cloud that the other party produced when they were about to break through, they became completely mute. Where is the fierceness that was used to kill Yang Mucheng before?
So what if I break through to the Xianhai realm?
Seeing Lei Zhuoran's silence, the second prince thought he was going to change his mind and wait for reinforcements to arrive. But at this moment, Lei Zhuoran smiled coldly. He looked at the second prince quietly and said loudly,
Second prince, I think you are scared to death by Yang Mucheng. If he doesn't break through to the Xianhai realm, I can kill him. If he breaks through to the Xianhai realm, I can still kill him.
Lei Zhuoran rolled his eyes and laughed coldly.
However, as long as I, Lei Zhuoran, am here, I won't let him break through so easily.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Zhuan tiptoed. A terrible shock was heard, and the war horse under his crotch was bombarded and fell to the ground because it could not withstand this terrifying force. In the eyes of the second prince and the golden armor guards, it turned into a puddle of mud, and along with this terrifying explosive force, Lei Zhuan's entire body shot up into the sky. With a swing of his arms, he turned into a purple escaping light and rushed toward Shangchuan Valley crazily. Everyone felt that there was a blur in front of their eyes, and Lei Zhuan had already disappeared into the sky, heading towards the center of the auspicious clouds. Boom! It wasn't until Lei Zhuan disappeared that his terrifying crackling sound that broke through the sound barrier came wildly. The second prince stared blankly at the sky, looking at Lei Zhuan, who was flying like a meteor, rushing toward Shangchuan Valley at all costs, and even completely shattering the air as it flew by. He came back to his senses after a moment, and said leisurely one sentence. "It's great fun, second prince. Who will win between Master Lei and old Demon Yang?" At this time, the golden armored guards were also a little unsure. Just this auspicious cloud made them realize how terrifying Yang Mucheng was. This is more than 5 times what Lei Zhuan did when he broke through. If these two people fight, who wins? Who is responsible? Master Lei is already in the middle stage of Xianhai, and he has mastered that thing again. Even if Yang Mucheng breaks through to the realm of Xianhai, I'm afraid he won't be his opponent. Maybe Yang Mucheng can be slapped to death. Ha ha! A golden armored guard interjected. The second prince snorted coldly, looked at the guard like he was looking at an idiot, and then said, "Master Lei may not be able to resist at all in this battle." Chapter 371 Ruz to the ground. Boom! Laser skimming. Lei Zhuan transformed into a terrifying thunder and lightning, rushing from the sky. Wherever he passed, it seemed as if the entire sky was completely torn into 2 halves, and the huge auspicious clouds were shattered as he passed by. The rolling thunder resounded through the sky at this moment, shaking the eardrums. That is? Countless people raised their heads and looked at the rushing light. Yang Mucheng, Lei Zhuan, am here to take your life. In midair, the sound of shouting resounded, coming from far to near, vast and continuous. Boom! The purple light surging with strong internal energy was like a lightning flashing across the sky. In just a few breaths, it flew directly from the junction of heaven and earth to the sky in Shangchuan Valley. That's Lei Master? The national master of the Shangqing dynasty. Lei Zhuan. Lei Zhuan is here. Didn't he say that he still has 3 days to reach Shangchuan Valley? Why is he here now? Old Demon Yang is still in seclusion. If Lei Zhuan comes to kill him at this moment, I'm afraid it's the end. No one in the sky or on earth can stop Lei Zhuan from killing old Demon Yang. In the mountains and valleys, countless warriors raised their heads amidst the roaring shouts and looked at the purple light flying rapidly from the distance. Not good! The expressions of the 9 ancestors of Longtang all changed. Yang Mucheng was in the critical period of breaking through the Xianhai realm, and Lei Zhuan unexpectedly arrived in advance. If he really disturbed Yang Mucheng's retreat, I'm afraid he would be in big trouble. At that time, Yang Mucheng would even become obsessed, and his cultivation would be completely ruined. Just when countless eyes noticed the flying purple light, when the 9 ancestors were extremely vigilant, and amid the terrible howling wind, Lei Zhuan had already arrived in the sky above Shangchuan Valley. When this purple escaping light flew over Shangchuan Valley, it did not stop. Instead, it headed directly towards the secret room where Yang Mucheng was retreating. At the same time, the shocking and thunderous shouts also came out at this moment. Yang Mucheng, you killed my junior brother, killed my master, and now he has killed my best friend Master Dan Qing. I will not kill you today. I swear. Just when this vast roar came, and when the light surged and the wind rolled, Lei Zhuan in the sky reached towards the void with his right hand. Rumble. A terrible thunder roared. And at this moment, the entire sky trembled. In the auspicious clouds, countless electric snakes jumped up quickly at this moment, and converged crazily towards Lei Zhuan's palm. Under the stunned eyes, these electric snakes gathered crazily, forming a circle. The lightning spear with a handle several feet long was fired directly towards the secret room. Call! The sharp whistling resounded crazily, and the lightning spear created a shocking hurricane, directly lifting all the people inside and outside Shangchuan Valley hundreds of meters away. The warriors who were thrown away did not bother to get up, but looked towards the position where the lightning spear fell. All of them looked horrified. Is this going to kill Emperor Yang, who is in seclusion?
Lightning spears flew down. It even brought up a gust of wind like a knife. This gust of wind swept across the entire Shangchuan Valley. Rockeries, trees, buildings, everything swept by this gust of wind was torn to pieces in an instant.
Formation!
Yi Shujin gritted his teeth and shouted sternly. Boom! A crazy inner energy rolled out of his body desperately, forming a pillar of light. Almost at the same time, Wu Jian, Yao Chun, and the other 8 ancestors also quickly exploded with all their inner strength. 9 beams of light soared into the sky, and the moment they reached 100 meters high, there was a sudden shock, turning into fireflies all over the sky and slowly falling down, suddenly covering them like a big bowl. Not only covering the 9 of them, it was protected, and the entire secret room was also wrapped in this stream of light. Then, the lightning spear hit the flowing light shield hard. Boom! 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 In an instant, the terrifying internal energy contained by the lightning spear and the streamer shield collided directly, and a shocking explosion resounded throughout the Shangchuan Valley. When the internal energy exploded, a wave of air visible to the naked eye swept out crazily, enveloping the entire Shangchuan Valley in an instant. Countless people just saw a dazzling bright light flash out, and immediately couldn't help but close their eyes. It wasn't until the strong light dissipated that they looked forward again. Seeing this, it didn't matter, but everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Shangchuan Valley, once a paradise-like garden with lush gardens, has completely disappeared. Everything in sight was razed to the ground at this moment.
We're all killed? The 9 ancestors of Longdang worked together, but they couldn't block this Leijuran's attack? Could it be that all 9 ancestors and Emperor Yang were completely wiped out by this blow?
The warriors who were thrown away looked at Shangchuan Valley in shock. The once vast plain was completely flattened at this moment and turned into a smooth plain. As for the secret room located in the center of the valley, it was still wrapped by a thin layer of streamer shield. The 9 ancestors were standing or kneeling. Their clothes were torn, or their orifices were bleeding, and the streamer shield was full of cracks.
Blocked?
Everyone looked forward. However, when I looked at it again, I was shocked to see that the streamer shield was damaged. This was just one blow, and the shield released by the suppressed 9 ancestors was almost shattered. What if Leijuran struck again?
Presumably, the 9 powerful men in the Xianhai realm who were conquered by Yang Macheng are you.
Leijuran closed his eyes and grinned.
What a scum of our martial arts world. You actually took refuge in a little emperor from the mortal world. If that's the case, then I will kill you and Yang Macheng together.
As soon as he finished speaking, Leijuran's expression turned cold. I saw his hands quickly forming a mark. As the mark emerged, countless surging electric snakes continued to shuttle out of the clouds above his head. In an instant, they quickly rose up and transformed into a snake. Crazy thunder, as thick as a bucket, followed by crazy smashing down. This moment, the sky and the earth are one color, condensed into one. Everyone felt their eyes suddenly light up, and their eyes were almost unable to see. Faintly, one could only see the violent thunder striking the streamer shield. With a click sound, the cracked streamer shield immediately turned into fragments and disappeared abruptly. The 9 ancestors spit out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, and were directly knocked away by the power of the violent thunder. And the secret room they had been guarding was completely shattered at this moment. This time, there was deathly silence inside and outside Shangchuan Valley, and time seemed to have stopped. Chapter 372, 100 times more auspicious clouds. The secret room turned into nothing. Where the secret room once was, a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters had formed. Rolling gravel rolled down the edge of the pit, making a crackling sound. The strong wind blew by, bringing with it a desolate scene.
Your Majesty!
Yi Shujin looked at the location of the secret room, his face as white as paper.
Impossible!
Lu Yaoer felt her eyes go dark and almost fainted. Countless people looked at the location of the deep pit and couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
Look! Shan Yun! The auspicious clouds are broken.
In the sky, the auspicious clouds covering 100 miles in radius turned into dark clouds that slowly dissipated like a clear sky after rain. What does that mean? Breakthrough failed. Yang Macheng was beheaded. Emperor Yang, who disrupted the martial arts world, was actually killed while in seclusion?
This?
The second prince looked at the sky dumbfounded. The auspicious clouds dispersed, and rays of sunshine fell from the clouds.
Second prince, the auspicious clouds have dispersed.
The golden armored guard glanced at the sky, and his half-smiling expression fell on the second prince.
If you don't understand what it means when the auspicious clouds disperse, then I will tell you. If a warrior breaks through the Xianhai realm, this auspicious cloud will be absorbed into his body. However, if there is no breakthrough, the auspicious clouds will completely dissipate. Now, there are only two possibilities for this auspicious cloud above our heads to happen. The first is that Yang Macheng fails to break through, and the second is that Yang Macheng is killed by Master Lei.
The golden armored guard grinned.
Lei Master has mastered the wild thunder fighting spirit and can control the wild thunder of heaven and earth. With his strength, how can he not kill Yang Macheng?
The other guards also laughed.
Yang Mucheng's Bailey Shangyun certainly sounds horrifying, but if Master Lei takes action, how can he survive? The dazzling bright light erupted in Shangchuan Valley earlier. It must have been not only Yang Macheng who was killed, but the entire Shangchuan Valley was probably completely razed to the ground.
The second prince looked at Shangyun. Although their positions were different, and although he and Yang Macheng were in a hostile relationship, he still didn't believe in his heart that the boy who was like a god and demon could be killed so easily.
What?
Suddenly, a strange scene reflected in the second prince's pupils. The guards who were still laughing had their mouths wide open and looked at the sky in disbelief. Original. The auspicious clouds that were about to dissipate were unexpectedly under a strange force. Instead of being completely shattered, they condensed again at this moment. Shangchuan Valley. Boom! The purple light disappeared, revealing a tall figure. He was the national master of the Shangqing dynasty and the eldest disciple of Wu Jianong, Lei Zhuoran. At this time, Lei Zhuoran's body was filled with powerful and terrifying inner energy, and just the aura escaping from his body surpassed everyone else's. He turned around and fell directly from midair, landing in the Shangchuan Valley that had been razed to the ground. Da-da-da. In the dead silence of Shangchuan Valley, only the crisp footsteps of Lei Zhuoran could be heard slowly. He was seen walking slowly towards the 9 ancestors with his hands behind his back.
I heard that when my second junior brother Su Yefeng wanted to kill Yang Macheng, he swore that he would kill everyone who had anything to do with Yang Macheng. Unfortunately, he was not good at studying and died at the hands of Yang Macheng. As his senior brother, I naturally have to help him realize his wish. Since the 9 of you have chosen to be Yang Mucheng's lackeys, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Lei Zhuoran grinned, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. His eyes fell on Yishu Jin first, and his voice suddenly sounded.
But don't worry. I will never let you die so quickly.
Boom! With this kick, he stepped heavily on Yishu Jin's chest. With a click sound, Yishu Jin's whole body exploded crazily. This terrifying power was diffracted and shook the earth. A terrifying crack.
Let him go!
Wu Jin shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lei Zhuoran's eyes change, and he suddenly rushed to his side. At the same time, a kick suddenly shot out, hitting Wu Jin's shoulder hard. A burst of terrifying power poured into Wu Jin's body, kicking him until he spat out a mouthful of blood mist and flew more than 10 feet away.
Does anyone still dare to speak?
Lei Zhuoran put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Everywhere he looked, everyone felt cold.
Lei Zhuoran, as the national advisor of the Holy Qing dynasty, you don't dare to fight against the Holy Lord and conduct a sneak attack while he is in seclusion. What qualifications do you have to show off your power here?
Lu Yaoer wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up stubbornly.
Who are you?
Lei Zhuoran asked with narrowed eyes.
I am Lu Yaoer, and the Holy Master is my master.
Lu Yaoer sneered.
Whether it is Master Danqing, Wu Jianong, or Su Yefeng, they all fight against my Holy Master openly and honestly. And you, as the Holy Master, it's really sad and deplorable that the Imperial Guards of the Qing dynasty made sneak attacks like villains. Yang Macheng is your master?
Lei Zhuoran looked at Lu Yaoer with a look of surprise.
You have actually reached the mysterious liquid realm? It seems that Yang Macheng is not only terrible in his own cultivation,
but also quite capable in teaching his disciples. One hand. Among the more than 100 disciples under my sect, none of them have the highest level of cultivation yet than a Xianqi master.
Appreciation is appreciation. But the chill in Lei Zhuoran's eyes did not subside at all. On the contrary, it became stronger and stronger. Yishu Jin and others looked at Lu Yaoer with worried faces. The purpose of Lei Zhuoran's attack was to kill Yang Macheng. How can it be possible for you to talk to him about morality? Really? The next moment, Lei Zhuoran sneered.
Yang Macheng killed my master. Since you are his disciple, I will kill you first.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. and his right hand stepped out like an iron pincer, grabbing Lu Yao's jade-like neck directly and lifting her up into the air. The 5 fingers were slightly withdrawn, and immediately 5 ferocious fingerprints appeared on Lu Yao's neck.
I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy and become my teacher, I will spare your life.
Lei Zhuoran sneered.
Since the Holy Emperor ascended the throne, he has never bowed his head to anyone. As his disciple, I will never bow to anyone. Lei Zhuoran, you can either kill me today, or I will return after learning. I will definitely kill you to avenge the Holy One.
Lu Yao's face turned pale. Although Lei Zhuoran strangled her neck and almost suffocated her, she didn't show any fear. Just because she is Yang Muqing's disciple. If he bows to Lei Zhuoran just for some threats, doesn't this mean that Yang Muqing is inferior to Lei Zhuoran?
If that's the case, then I'll crush your throat.
Lei Zhuoran narrowed his eyes.
What?
However, just when Lei Zhuoran was about to kill him, he was suddenly startled and looked at the sky in disbelief. Originally, the auspicious clouds that had gradually dispersed in the sky quickly condensed again at this moment. At the same time, a terrifying aura came crazily from the secret room that had been razed to the ground. Chapter 373 Crazy Thunder Attack. The broken clouds quickly recovered. Not only did they condense in an instant, but they also spread towards the surroundings in a more rapid manner. 100 miles. 130 miles. 150 miles. 180 miles. 200 miles. Instead of dissipating, the auspicious clouds more than doubled in size at this moment, and the rising aura was constantly rising into the sky at this moment, rising rapidly like walking up a flight of stairs step by step. In the secret room that was blasted into a deep pit by the giant thunder, the dust slowly dispersed, and a figure slowly emerged. I saw that figure sitting cross-legged in the deep pit, with 5 hearts facing the sky, and the whole body was as white as jade, without any dust on it. It was as if the thunder that shattered the streamer shield and flattened Shangchuan Valley before was unable to cause any harm to Yang Muqing.
Hisses.
A chorus of gasping sound spread throughout the Shangchuan Valley. Looking at Yang Muqing in the deep pit, Lei Zhuoran was so frightened that he stepped back several steps. Lu Yao, who was holding it in his hand, was frightened and fell to the ground. He knew the power of the previous blow better than anyone else. Not to mention Yang Muqing, who is still in seclusion and has not yet broken through to the Xianhai realm. Even a true Xianhai powerhouse cannot resist it. But now this blow had no effect on him at all. How shocked was this?
How can it be? This blow? Unscathed.
A bunch of eyes looked into the pit. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. The power of the previous blow was such that the entire Shangchuan Valley was displaced to the ground. The 9 ancestors and 9 Xianhai realm experts were shocked to the point of vomiting blood. Yang Muqing was actually completely fine. Far away, the ivory folding fan in the second prince's hand hit the ground with a snap. And this time, it shattered into pieces. The priceless ivory folding fan was broken into pieces. But he didn't care at all. Instead, he sighed and shook his head slowly. Several golden armored guards also stared at the almost unbelievable scene with wide-eyed eyes. Second prince, where are you going?
Sudden. Someone noticed that the second prince tightened the reins of his horse, turned around and left.
Go back to the capital.
The second prince looked back at Shangchuan Valley and said helplessly.
While Yang Muqing was still in seclusion, Lei Zhuoran couldn't kill him. When he comes out of seclusion, how can Lei Zhuoran be his opponent? Yang Muqing didn't come to mess with our Shangqing dynasty, but our imperial advisor traveled thousands of miles to deal with him. I'm afraid it will be difficult to calm down. Now, I have no choice but to return to the royal capital and ask my father to send a special envoy to apologize to Yang Muqing. Otherwise, our Shangqing dynasty will inevitably follow in the footsteps of Jiangnan County capital in the future.
After the second prince finished speaking, he raised his whip and ran towards the royal capital, regardless of the attempts of several golden armored guards to stay. Along the way, I never looked back. He knows. So what if we look back? Everything has become a foregone conclusion.
Impossible.
Lei Zhuoran looked at Yang Muqing in the deep pit, his eyes almost bulging out.
I don't believe it.
Boom! There was a roar in the throat, and suddenly in the vast auspicious clouds in the sky, countless crazy snakes shone. And then I saw electric snakes that almost tore the clouds apart. These swift and violent clouds of electric snakes gathered together and transformed directly into a violent thunder with a diameter of 1 meter, which crashed down in an instant. This crazy thunder was several times more violent than before. And in an instant, it hit Yang Muqing's head like crazy.
Kill!
Lejuaran gritted his teeth and roared. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to it.
Can you block it?
The previous violent thunder leveled the entire Shangchuan Valley to the ground. But Yang Muqingdu was completely fine. They simply don't understand why. Now that the thunder has reappeared, all of them want to see what is going on. I want to see if Yang Muqing can remain unscathed under Lejuaran's attack like he did before.
Your Majesty!
Lu Yao shouted. However, at this moment, Yang Muqing was sitting there, with his eyes lowered, as if he was sleeping but not sleeping, or awake but not awake. Even when the crazy thunder was about to hit him, he didn't react at all, as if he was completely unaware. Boom! Just saw that the violent thunder flashed and stopped suddenly half an inch above Yang Muqing's head. It was as if it hit an invisible barrier and exploded with a bang. The huge thunder turned into countless electric snakes, shooting out in all directions, hitting the ground with crackling sounds. And the entire ground was filled with lightning.
Did he resist Lejuaran's attack like this before? What is that? I don't know. It should be a shield formed by internal energy and blood. Right. This shouldn't be a shield summoned by Yang Laoimo on his own initiative, but just his latent instinct. Ha! As expected of old Demon Yang. Even when he breaks through seclusion, he is unbeatable. This time, Lejuaran is in trouble. Yes, old Demon Yang was sitting there, despite Lejuaran's attacks, and was unscathed. If after the old demon comes out of seclusion, will Lejuaran still have a way to survive?
Countless people exclaimed. Ever since Master Dan Qing wanted to kill these warriors, they have completely integrated into the Dacian kingdom and regarded themselves as the subjects of the Dacian kingdom. Now seeing Yang Muqing sitting there, not afraid of Lejuaran's attacks, he could only feel a surge of hot blood pouring into his chest.
This is the true appearance of the Emperor.
There was only one thought in everyone's mind. However, Lejuaran was horrified.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't even kill a kid like you who is still in seclusion.
Boom! The next moment, he clapped his palms, and the inner energy in his body burst out. The terrifying infinite power surged out of his body desperately at this moment. And in an instant, it was like a flame, sweeping through his whole body. The robes are bulging, and the wind is turbulent. In the sky, countless electric snakes kept circling and intertwining, quickly converging, and transformed into a terrifying thunder dragon with a diameter of several meters long. The moment this thunder dragon was formed, it already let out a roar that shook the sky, with an attitude of tearing apart the space, crazily falling from the sky, and pounced towards Yang Muqing. Just when the thunder dragon was about to hit, Yang Muqing's lowered eyes finally opened at this moment. Chapter 374. I asked you a question. Why didn't you answer? Laugh. At this moment, he opened his eyes, like a god and demon opening his eyes. A violent and terrifying aura surged crazily from Yang Muqing's body, reaching a terrifying extreme in an instant. Almost at the same time, a hurricane swirled crazily around Yang Muqing's body, constantly twisting and changing. This hurricane was extremely weak at first, but in an instant it reached an astonishing extreme, converging into a sky-swallowing tornado. The auspicious clouds suspended in the sky were actually absorbed by this majestic tornado, which was a full 200 miles long, like a whale sucking water. And Yang Muqing's body is at the center of this tornado. It's like a monstrous black hole, constantly swallowing up this endless auspicious cloud. As the auspicious clouds entered the body, Yang Muqing's aura rose up crazily, like a huge tumbling wave, rising in vastness. Boom! Until the last trace of auspicious cloud is taken into the body. Yang Muqing suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of golden light shot out quickly from his eyes. Until then, the ever-increasing aura also stabilized at this moment. A wave of air visible to the naked eye, centered on Yang Muqing's body, spread out crazily. This scene is a long story, but it only lasts a moment. The crazy thunder that fell from the sky was hit by this wave of air, and was completely torn apart in an instant. Breakthrough! Lejuaran closed his eyes, and stared at Yang Muqing.
How can this be?
At the bottom of the pit, Yang Muqing slowly stood up. As he stood up, all the muscles and bones in his body made a crackling sound, looking at Shangchuan Valley that had been razed to the ground, at the 9 ancestors who were vomiting blood, and at Lu Yao who fell to the ground. Yang Muqing slowly narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent quietly filled the air.
Are you Lejuaran?
Yang Muchung asked in a cold voice. With his hands behind his back, he walked out of the pit step by step, stepping on the void with every step. When the soles of his feet fell, they stepped on the void and created a turbulent ripple. Each step directly crosses a distance of several meters, as if stepping on a stage, stepping on an invisible staircase, and walking out of a deep pit in an instant.
Why don't you answer my question? Are you Reborn?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes.
It's me. So what? How dare you talk to me like that? Let's see how I kill you.
Reborn's scalp was numb and his whole body was cold from being stared at by Yang Muchung. He shouted loudly and quickly grabbed the sky with his right hand. And the infinite electric snake charged again. But this time, the target was not Yang Muchung, but Reborn's palm. Countless thunderbolts gathered together, forming a purple spear 3 feet long in the palm of his hand, floating in the air.
Thunder!
Reborn shouted in a deep voice and held the purple sword. Just hearing a bang, the spear made entirely of lightning exploded in an instant. Countless electric currents kept rushing up, wildly hesitating in the void, bringing out a dazzling luster. Immediately afterwards, he threw his right hand forward, and the purple spear flew out quickly, creating a bright electric light in the void.
Pretend to be a ghost and die!
This violent thunder was many times more powerful than the previous attack. It was carrying endless wind and struck in front of Yang Muchung in an instant.
Your Majesty! Get out of here!
Seeing this scene, Liu Yao couldn't help shouting. They all doubted Yang Muchung's strength. But this Reborn was too terrifying. Especially this lightning spear is imbued with infinite power. Even a towering mountain might be torn into pieces by this spear.
You are Reborn! Great Shan!
Yang Muchung nodded, as if ignoring the lightning spear that swept forward. When the lightning spear struck, he slowly grabbed forward with his right hand and accurately grasped the lightning spear in his palm. No matter how much power is poured into it, Yang Muchung can't even move forward in his hands. With a gentle squeeze, he crushed the spear to pieces. The violent electric current bounced wantonly. Before it could get close to Yang Muchung, it was bounced away by an invisible barrier and smashed into the ground before disappearing.
What?
When Reborn saw the scene, his scalp felt numb. With such an understatement, his attack was crushed to pieces?
So, you were the one who injured the members of Zhilong Hall and Liu Yao?
Yang Muchung looked over indifferently, with a trace of killing intent in his indifferent eyes.
Yes,
Reborn said bravely. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. The coercion that emerged from Yang Muchung was like a mountain hitting his shoulders, smashing his whole body. There is an illusion of being unable to breathe.
In that case, I understand.
Yang Muchung raised his hands and looked at Reborn.
You are the one who leveled Shangchuan Valley. You are the one who shattered the secret chamber. And you are the one who wants to kill me. You are Reborn, a disciple of Wu Jianyang, and a close friend of Master Dan Qing. In this case, I cannot keep you. Can't you keep me?
At this moment, Reborn finally broke out. He stared at Yang Muchung with his eyes, and he couldn't stand the other party's tone and attitude anymore. He was obviously just a little emperor in the mortal world, but he acted like a heavenly emperor. Are you qualified? Are you capable?
I am going to kill you! Upbraid!
A sharp roar came from the throat. This roar did not seem to come from a human throat, but was like a thunderbolt from the sky. It made countless people's eardrums tremble. Their blood surged, and it was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Shot through the void, Liu Yao was shocked by this terrifying sound wave and stepped back continuously. It was Yi Shu-jin who held her back to steady her body. As for the other warriors, they rolled out like gourds under this sound wave.
Boom!
He stepped heavily on the ground with the sole of his foot, and a terrifying explosion sounded like crazy. His foot dented the entire ground, revealing a deep pit of tens of meters. Countless pieces of gravel and soil splashed out like crazy rain. With the help of this terrifying explosive force, Reborn's entire body at this moment had transformed into a shocking thunder beast, and he pounced towards Yang Muchung desperately. Faced with all this, Yang Muchung just flicked his right hand. Chapter 375 3 Great Intentions.
Get out of the way!
Reborn's charge was like a lion fighting a rabbit or a tiger pouncing on its prey. It's more like a wild dragon charging in unscrupulously. When he charged, he skimmed the ground, bringing up a white wave of air behind him, which seemed to tear the air apart at this moment. It wasn't shrinking to an inch or moving instantaneously. When everyone looked around, they could only see a rushing purple light, which was already rushing towards Yang Mucheng in an instant. This crazy impact seemed to completely tear apart all obstacles.
Oh my god!
At this moment, countless warriors could not help but gasp.
Your Majesty! Get out of the way!
Lu Yaoer shouted loudly. The eyes of countless people gathered at this moment. In an instant, it quickly landed on Yang Mucheng. Reborn was angry. Such power was already unleashed by him in a frenzied manner regardless of everything. Boom! They didn't see clearly what happened, but they saw Yang Mucheng twisting his right hand and flicking it. Then, Reborn, who was charging towards Yang Mucheng like a dragon tumbling and a tiger pounced, seemed to have hit something almost halfway, and shot backwards quickly. Its body shape is like a rolling gourd, bumping on the ground repeatedly.
What happened?
No one saw clearly what happened between the two parties. However, when Reborn got up from the ground, everyone saw that there was a depression the size of a fingernail between Reborn's eyebrows. And Reborn's originally crazy and bloodthirsty eyes turned into fear when he looked at Yang Mucheng. Scared, the national master of the Shangqing dynasty, Reborn, who possesses the cultivation level of the middle stage of Xianhai and possesses the fierce fighting spirit, is actually afraid of Yang Mucheng. The warriors around him couldn't believe it at all. Reborn was a well-known bloodthirsty maniac, and the only one he ever feared in the world was Wu Jianyang. But ever since Wu Jianyang's longevity was about to expire and his cultivation had declined, Reborn was no longer a person to be afraid of. Now, the appearance of Yang Mucheng has given him someone to fear again.
Did you see clearly? What happened just now? No. I only saw Yang Lama flick his right hand, and then Reborn rushed out, and then flew out again as if he was hit by something. Could it be that Yang Mucheng made a move just now? Does anyone know what happened?
Many people looked puzzled and asked around. At this time, among the crowd, a warrior who also possessed the middle stage of Xianhai looked at Yang Mucheng, with a hint of trembling in his eyes.
What a terrifying power! Just now, Emperor Yang didn't take action at all. He just flicked his fingers. At this moment, he gathered the surrounding air at his fingertips and blasted it out like a cannonball. I can also do this, but at most I can only to deal with some weak characters. Look at the scar on Reborn's forehead. If it were deeper, I'm afraid his head would be completely penetrated in this moment.
What this strong man in the middle stage of the Xianhai realm said directly caused the surrounding warriors to take a breath of air. Did Yang Mucheng really make a move before? It turned out that Reborn was pushed back with just one flick. Many people still can't believe it.
Yang Mucheng!
Reborn stood up slowly, blood flowing down his forehead, covering half of his face. The eyeballs showed hideous bloodshot streaks under the blood, making one's scalp feel numb just looking at it.
Your blow woke me up. Your strength is terrifying, beyond my imagination. However, you can never defeat me. Do you know why?
Reborn clenched his right fist, and heard a crackling sound, and clusters of lightning quickly emerged from the gaps in his fist. The bursts of lightning and thunder made him look like a thunder god who could control lightning. He slowly narrowed his eyes, looked towards Yang Mucheng, sneered and raised his fist.
Because I have the thunderous fighting spirit.
Hisses. Hearing these words, the warriors who were originally shocked that Yang Mucheng had knocked Reborn away with one finger suddenly took a breath of air, and their eyes widened.
The fighting spirit is actually the thunderous fighting spirit. Reborn is known as the #1 master of the Shangqing dynasty, and his reputation is certainly not unearned. But I didn't expect that he actually still has the fierce fighting spirit, with the will to fight. He is invincible.
Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Reborn slowly spread his hands, and then he saw pieces of lightning on his body jumping up quickly and flying in the air. Then under the shocked eyes of countless people, they quickly gathered into a suspended thunderstorm war spear. Such shocking martial arts and such terrifying fighting spirit shocked the surrounding warriors. Each of these thunderstorm war spears is 4 to 5 meters long, embodying the terrifying power of lightning.
You have no fighting spirit. You will never know how terrible this fighting spirit is.
Reborn raised his head proudly and looked at Yang Mucheng. At this moment, he felt that the feeling of having everything in the world in his hands came back again.
Master Lei finally used his fighting spirit.
The golden armored guard looked at this scene and couldn't help but say,
yes, Yang Mucheng is proud enough to be able to push Master Lei to such an extent.
One of the guards looked back and couldn't help but laugh.
What did our second prince say before? He said that Master Lei must die, and he was definitely no match for Yang Mucheng. But now,
look at Yang Mucheng. Master Lei is just using a little bit of fighting spirit left him stunned. unable to even say a word. Yes. It's a pity that the second prince couldn't see the scene.
A guard shook his head, seeming to be quite regretful. Just when everyone was frightened by the scene of violent thunder and fighting intent, a burst of gentle laughter came. Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh. Although the wound on her body still hurt a little, she was looking at Lei Juan like an idiot.
Little girl, why are you laughing?
Lei Juan asked in a cold voice.
If you don't tell me why, I will kill you first and then Yang Macheng.
Lu Yao glanced at Lei Juan with disdain, as if he saw a poor beggar holding a piece of silver in front of a wealthy businessman to show off. Raising the corner of her mouth, Lu Yao said slowly,
It's just a violent thunder's fighting intention. My holy lord also has fighting intention. Moreover, there are 3 kinds of fighting intention.
What? At this moment, Lei Juan's expression suddenly stiffened. He turned his head mechanically and looked towards Yang Macheng. But he saw Yang Macheng grinning, and a roiling aura crazily emerged from his body. Chapter 376 Yang Macheng's Strength. Boom! A billowing flame gathered behind Yang Macheng.
Is this flame fighting intent?
Lei Juan narrowed his eyes. Before he finished speaking, he saw a strong gust of wind emerging quickly, and in an instant, the flames were swept up into the air.
Fighting spirit?
Lei Juan felt like his scalp was exploding. The tongue was completely stiff. No words could describe his thoughts at this moment. However, what shocked Lei Juan even more was that large rocks under Yang Macheng's feet quickly rolled up and were involved in the flames. Flame fighting spirit. Gale fighting spirit. The fighting spirit of the earth. The power of the 3 fighting intentions quickly gathered, forming a mad dragon made entirely of lava above Yang Macheng. Terrible high temperatures rose, and the scorching air around him became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Old Demon Yang actually mastered 3 types of fighting intent. How can this be?
Fighting spirit is the most original force in the world. After possessing this original power, one can master a higher level and transcend the shackles of cultivation. However, there are very few people who can possess this kind of fighting spirit. Even among the powerful people in the Xianhai realm, not many people can do it. But now, Yang Macheng actually has 3 kinds of fighting spirit. How can this not shock Lei Juan? Even horrify him?
You are worthy of the name of Old Demon Yang.
Such an idea appeared in the minds of countless people. It is natural for a 16-year-old boy to be called an old devil, which makes people dissatisfied. In the martial arts world, there are many people with higher cultivation than him, and there are only a few who can crush him. But being able to have 3 kinds of fighting spirit is simply terrifying.
I don't believe it. All of this must be false.
Lei Juan burst out with a crazy roar, and hundreds of thunderstorm war spears floating behind him had already shot in front of Yang Macheng. Then, he flew up and squeezed the CLJ with both hands. Hearing a boom sound, the huge internal energy he possessed in the middle stage of Xianhai suddenly shook, and an internal energy like a rushing river came from him, swept out of the body. This huge internal energy caused the countless thunderstorm war spears to quickly circle, and they were continuously wrapped layer by layer. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, they transformed into a violent thunder dragon with a size of over 100 feet. Then, he pounced on Yang Macheng like lightning. But Yang Macheng smiled faintly and pointed with his right hand. Roar! Surrounding him, the lava dragon formed by the 3 great wheels rushed towards the violent thunder dragon. Boom! 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 In the Shangchuan Valley, countless warriors saw an astonishing scene. 2 crazy war dragons were desperately fighting and biting in midair. The terrifying flames and explosive lightning surged in waves, and the dazzling golden light erupted caused many warriors to close their eyes involuntarily. The violent thunder dragon, that was completely formed by thunderstorm war spears, although it was huge, was like a living target under the attack of the magma dragon and could only be beaten passively. After a burst of lightning and thunder, the magma dragon attacked hundreds of times. Each attack made the violent thunder dragon's body become smaller. In just a few breaths, the violent thunder dragon was already twice as small as before. Stop it for me! Yang Macheng grabbed it with his big hand, and a surge of internal energy was injected into the body of the magma dragon. At this moment, the magma dragon more than doubled in size, completely overtaking the violent thunder dragon at this moment. We can't do this. We must counterattack. Otherwise, I will definitely lose. Lei Juan gritted his teeth. He took out a pill from his pocket, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it hard. Feeling the power regathered in his body, Lei Juan grabbed the air with his hands
and exploded crazily again. Hundreds, thousands of thunderstorm war spears suddenly appeared behind him. Then, he clapped his hands, and the originally clear sky was once again obscured by thunderclouds. In the next moment, countless thunderclouds and storms continued to fall rapidly from the sky. Suddenly, the entire Shangchuan Valley was completely swept by a terrifying thunderstorm. The thunderbolt, the violent thunder dragon, and the thunderstorm war spear broke through the shackles in an instant and struck in front of Yang Macheng. Loud rumbling sounds continued, and just the aftermath of the explosion was enough to create a bottomless pit in the entire earth. This terrifying battle and astonishing scene caused countless warriors to quickly retreat to a safe distance before falling back down again. The power during the battle is too great. Once it is involved, not even the emperor can save it. Looking at the field again, they all felt shocked when they saw Lei Zhuoran, who was being bombarded by crazy attacks.
Is this the strength of Lei Guisher? He exploded with all his strength, and now he is desperate. I wonder if Mr. Yan will be pushed back by him. Look, old demon Yan is fighting back. That crazy thunder.
The lava dragon swung its body violently, and the meteorite thunder falling from the sky had already bounced away before it could land on it. And those thunderstorm war spears were swept away by the big tail of the lava dragon.
Oh my god! As expected of old demon Yang, he knocked down all of Lei Zhuoran's attacks as soon as he took action. The violent thunder dragon can't escape?
Countless people raised their heads at this moment and looked at the sky. I saw. The violent thunder dragon that was originally rushing towards Yang Macheng was not close, but the magma dragon quickly caught up with it. At the same time, I saw it open its big mouth and bit the violent thunder dragon directly on the neck.
Boom!
A terrifying power exploded crazily, deep in the eyes of countless people. The violent thunder dragon suddenly howled, suddenly transformed into countless fragments, and completely collapsed. At this point, Lei Zhuoran's last resort was completely shattered. After spitting out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, Lei Zhuoran fell directly from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Hisses. When the golden armor guards saw this scene, a trace of despair flashed in their eyes. Even though they were far apart, they could still feel that Lei Zhuoran's originally monstrous momentum was quickly reduced like a deflated balloon at this moment. Even until the end, it was almost weak and imperceptible.
Want to save?
One of the golden armor guards tightened his grip on the saber at his waist and asked in a deep voice.
Save?
The other person smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying,
Even Master Lei is no match for Yang Macheng. How many of us? Let's forget it. Even if he swarms us, I'm afraid he can kill us with one slap. Right.
Exhaling a breath, the guard said loudly,
Let's go back to the palace quickly. Tell His Majesty what's going on here, and let him make the decision. Walk.
Everyone turned their horses and quickly headed towards the capital of the Shangqing dynasty. At this time, Yang Macheng had already arrived in front of Lei Zhuoran. Chapter 377, Spread the word all over the world.
Cough, cough, cough.
Lei Zhuoran struggled to get up, but just such a slight movement caused wounds all over his body, making his whole body numb with pain. Roaring hysterically, Lei Zhuoran burned all his energy and blood at this moment, wanting to make a last stand. However, Yang Macheng raised his eyelids slightly and waved his right hand downwards lightly. It was as casual as chasing away an annoying fly. But when it fell in Lei Zhuoran's eyes, it was like an overwhelming dark cloud.
No!
At the last moment, Lei Zhuoran put up his arms to protect himself, and immediately took the slap alive. Just a click sound was heard, and the crisp sound of bone cracking sounded. Lei Zhuoran struggled to get up, his body trembling from the beating. Then he hit the ground with a bang, making the ground tremble suddenly, and making a dent in the ground. Dense cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Even this terrifying tremor set off a turbulent wind, blowing away all dust within 100 meters of the ground.
Wow!
Spit out a mouthful of blood. Lei Zhuoran's arms and knees were broken.
You hurt one of my people. Do you have any objection to me taking your life?
Slowly raising his hands, Yang Macheng looked at Lei Zhuoran quietly.
Yang Macheng!
Lei Zhuoran let out a roar and stood up again. However, Yang Macheng just raised his foot lightly and trampled him down to the ground again, unable to move no matter how hard he struggled. With a trace of despair flashing in his eyes, Lei Zhuoran shouted unwillingly,
The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. I, Lei Zhuoran, was defeated by you, old demon Yang, today, and I admit it. But don't think that you can dominate the martial arts world. There are many people who are stronger than me. And higher than you. There are more people. No matter how strong you are. I don't believe you can stop the Shang dynasty's army. When the time comes, the cavalry of the Holy Qing dynasty will attack. And you will be in a state of chaos. Without even a blade of grass growing.
Lei Zhuoran glanced at the countless warriors inside and outside Shangchuan Valley. And his voice suddenly became cold.
You rebellious people who took refuge in old Demon Yang should all die. I'm waiting for you on the road to H.L. Ha ha. Quack.
Yang Mucheng raised his brows, exerted slight pressure on his feet, and heard a muffled sound. The national master of the Shang dynasty and the great disciple of Wu Jianyang died. Boom. Just as Lei Zhuoran died, a burst of misty thunder burst out from his broken body. Countless electric snakes rose rapidly from his body, slowly gathered in midair, and transformed into a palm-sized lightning mark.
Crazy thunder fighting intent?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that by killing someone, he could actually plunder the fighting spirit from the other person. Wu Guijian did not mention this. Perhaps it is because people with fighting spirit are extremely powerful beings. Even if they cannot be defeated, they can easily escape. How can they be killed like Lei Zhuoran? He clenched his right hand and held the crazy thunder fighting intent in his hand. At the same time, he took Lei Zhuoran's energy and blood into his body. The more my cultivation level increases, the more energy and blood I need to absorb. Lei Zhuoran, a mid-level warrior in the Xianhai realm, only allowed me to improve a small step. According to this calculation, I have to kill at least 100 warriors who are in the middle stage of Xian liquid before I can improve my realm. Eyes narrowed slightly. The moment Lei Zhuoran was killed, the hidden mission of annexing the Holy Qing dynasty was also declared 2/3 complete, and a lottery opportunity was awarded. We will study the lottery later when we have time, and deal with the matters in front of us first. Yang Mucheng's eyes swept across countless warriors, and then landed on Lei Zhuoran's body.
The Holy Qing dynasty?
Yang Mucheng withdrew his eyes, looked to the other side, and slowly clenched his fists.
This time, I will take the lead. Where is the Dragon Hall?
Yang Mucheng shouted.
Here!
Yi Shujin, Wu Jin, and others knelt down with fists clasped.
I order you to go to Pingyang Commandery, Yejing Commandery, Qiufeng Commandery, to gather the spokespeople from the commanderies. I will meet them here in Shangchuan Valley. After 7 days, if I don't see anyone, I will wash these counties with blood. All?
Yang Mucheng shouted coldly.
Yes.
The 9 ancestors of Longtang immediately accepted the order and left.
Lu Yaoer,
Yang Mucheng said again.
Here.
Lu Yaoer stood with her hands in hand.
Go back to Daqian Kingdom and send my inner masters and the Black Flag Army. This time, I will swallow up the entire Shangqing dynasty in one breath.
The news about Shangchuan Valley spread overnight. Whether it is Master Danqing or National Preceptor Lei Zhuoran, they are absolute presences in the Shangqing dynasty, especially Lei Zhuoran, who was known as the first national player in the Shangqing dynasty, but still died in the hands of Yang Mucheng. This news, almost like a hurricane, quickly swept through the entire Shangqing dynasty, and spread towards the remaining dynasties in the martial arts world at an even faster speed. After this day, everyone remembered a title, Old Demon Yang, the youngest Xianhai realm warrior today. Some even believe that he will reach the Golden Core realm before he is 20 years old and rewrite the history of Kyushu. However, not many people agree with this guess. But it is undeniable that Old Demon Yang is definitely a very terrifying existence in the Xianhai realm.
Old Demon Yang dare not say that he is invincible. In this Holy Qing dynasty, I am afraid that no one can be his rival.
An ancestor of the sect shook his head and sighed after hearing the news. Then he announced,
Tianai sect has completely worshipped the Daqian Kingdom since then. Emperor Yang's orders cannot be disobeyed. If anyone dares to disobey, I will destroy his cultivation, expel him from the sect, and personally capture him before Emperor Yang.
It's not just Tianai sect. Taiyang Xiaowei, Hung Min, King Louis, the clan leaders and ancestors of each gang immediately issued orders. All the sects and forces that heard the news gave orders.
Don't provoke Yang Mucheng.
Some people already had a vague premonition. The Shangqing dynasty, which had lasted for 800 years, might change hands overnight. Certainly, there are also some sects and forces. Although they maintain a posture of awe, they still maintain a vague disdain for Yang Mucheng's desire to swallow up the entire Shangqing dynasty in one go.
Isn't Yang Mucheng's appetite a bit too big? Not only does he want to swallow up the entire Jiangnan County, but he also wants to swallow up the entire Shangqing dynasty. Don't forget, there are still 15 county capitals left in the Shangqing dynasty. That is, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. If he wants to swallow the Holy Qing dynasty in one bite, he will break his teeth.
At this time, all eyes were focused on the remaining 15 counties of the Holy Qing dynasty and the royal family of the Holy Qing dynasty. They wanted to see how they would respond to Yang Laomo's terrifying tiger-like momentum. And Yi Shujin has brought Yang Wuqing's first letter to the capital of Jilin County. Chapter 378. The Holy Qing dynasty is shocked. Jilin County capital. Main hall. Gong Xiaohai leaned on the golden throne, enjoying the lychees peeled by the maid while watching the dance music in the hall. The singers and dancers around him are all the most beautiful beauties in Jilin County. Only the talkative people in the county capital can be so luxurious.
Master Hai, someone wants to see you.
A servant came to report. Gong Xiaohai raised his brows, waved his hands, and snorted.
Didn't I say that I won't see anyone when I'm having fun? Yes, I'm going to drive him away right now,
the servant said quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shujin had already broken into the hall.
Oh, is it you?
Gong Xiaohai raised his eyebrows and recognized Yi Shujin. Hundreds of years ago, he and Yi Shujin met several times, but they didn't deal with each other, and there were even some minor frictions.
Ancestor Yi, I heard that you were in seclusion 200 years ago. I didn't expect that you were so lucky that you didn't die in the barrier of life and death and reached the Xianhai realm.
Having said that, Gong Xiaohai didn't care. Although Yi Shujin has reached the Xianhai realm, he is an authentic early Xianhai warrior. If he really wants to fight, the opponent is no match for him.
I'm here to deliver the letter.
Yi Shujin ignored Gong Xiaohai's joking words and took out the letter in his hand.
My master wants you to rush to Shangchuan Valley to see him within 7 days. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences.
Gong Xiaohai's eyes narrowed slightly. He circled his right hand and took the letter in Yi Shujin's hand into his palm. However, I saw that the letter looked ordinary and didn't even have a seal. Gong Xiaohai just glanced at it and lost interest. With a flick of his right hand, he threw the letter directly into the brazier and looked at Yi Shujin with a playful expression.
Old Ancestor Yi, I didn't expect that you would go back as you became more and more active. And now you are reduced to running errands and delivering messages for others. Why don't you come and hang out with me? Maybe I can reward you with a few bites of food.
Gong Xiaohai said with a smile.
As for going to Shangchuan Valley and reporting to your master, I won't go. I want to see what consequences he will have for me.
Yi Shujin watched Gong Xiaohai throw the letter into the brazier, but did not stop him. Hearing what the other party said, he couldn't help but sneer.
You are worthy of letting me follow you? The letter has been delivered. The words have also been brought. If you don't go to Shangchuan Valley in 7 days, you will be responsible for the consequences. Say goodbye.
Yi Shujin turned and left. He is from Longtang, and this time he represents Yang Mucheng. I have sent you the words. It is up to you whether you listen or not. He will not beg Gong Xiaohai. Boom! The moment Yi Shujin left the hall, the brazier suddenly exploded. I saw. The letter that was supposed to be completely burned to ashes was suddenly shaken, and the black and white writing on the white paper was transformed crazily at this moment, flying up like tadpoles quickly and gathering in the sky. Writing is formed.
Today I invite all the talkers from the 16 counties of the Holy Qing dynasty to come to Shangchuan Valley to discuss important matters. Anyone who doesn't come will be killed.
The handwriting slowly emerged one by one. Especially the last word kill was completely transformed by flames. The terrifying murderous intention almost condensed into substance at this moment, and a tide of madness emerged. Looking at the word kill, Gong Xiaohai felt his body tremble, and he actually felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if the owner of this letter would kill him in the next moment.
What on earth is going on? How could someone write such a letter full of murderous intent? As far as I know, the only one who is so terrifying is Lei Zhuoran. Could it be that Yi Shujin actually followed Lei Zhuoran?
Thinking in his mind, Gong Xiaohai quickly shouted,
Someone, go check Yi Shujin for me. Who have you followed recently?
Why check? This kind of thing is already known to everyone. All you need to do is ask. Gong Xiaohai's face turned pale little by little as he listened to his servant's report.
Old Demon Yang, how is it possible that such a monster appeared in the world when even Master Dan Qing and Lei Zhuoran died at his hands? This...
Gong Xiaohai felt his scalp numb. Gong Xiaohai was so frightened that he trembled when he thought of his previous attitude towards Yi Shujin. If the other party told Yang Muchung about this, let alone his words, the victim's position would not be guaranteed, and he would not even be able to keep his head. Tongue! Without any hesitation, Gong Xiaohai flew out and chased Yi Shujin.
Brother Yi! Brother Yi! I have offended you many times before. Please forgive me.
Gong Xiaohai looked at Yi Shujin with a flattering look on his face, without his previous indifferent attitude at all.
I didn't know that you had followed Emperor Yang. I was blind and looked down on others. I will definitely be there in 7 days for Emperor Yang's invitation. Please also say a few kind words for me in front of Emperor Yang. I still remember what you said before. You asked me to report to the Lord. I won't go.
Yi Shujin looked at Gong Xiaohai with a half-smile. Hearing these words, Gong Xiaohai almost knelt down. The master of the man in front of me was old Mo Yang, who killed Master Dan Qing, Lei Zhuoran, and bloodbath most of Jiangnan County. If this sentence really reaches the other party's ears, I'm afraid that even if he has 9 lives, he won't be enough to kill him.
Brother Yi, this is my fault. I didn't know you followed Emperor Yang.
Yi Shujin could not hide the pride in his eyes. If he came to the capital of Jinling County by himself, he would probably be beaten out by Gong Xiaohai. But now, he comes on behalf of Longtang, on behalf of Yang Muchung, and is no longer the old ancestor of the small green gang. No matter whether you are a talker in a city or a county, in front of me, everyone must surrender in front of Emperor Yang. The letters were delivered one by one to the county spokesperson. The expressions of everyone who received the letters were very different. Or surprised, or shocked, or scared, or uneasy. But no one dared to refuse the letter delivered to them. Just when all the 16 counties of the Shunqing dynasty were shocked by this, the second prince had already rushed back to the capital with his guards. Before he entered the palace, he heard a burst of silk and bamboo orchestral music and crisp and beautiful singing.
The merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of the country's subjugation, but she still sings the flowers in the backyard across the river.
The second prince looked like he hated iron, and even ignored the eunuch's obstruction and rushed all the way into the palace hall. At this time, the leader of the Shunqing dynasty and the ministers were chatting and laughing, unaware that a storm was approaching quickly.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The second prince broke into the hall regardless of the obstruction.
What? All the officials in the hall were shocked. The king of the country, Lin Yusheng, was even more furious and shouted angrily.
This second prince is extremely naughty. As a member of the royal family, he is not diligent in his cultivation. Instead, he is idle and obsessed with women. He has simply insulted our royal blood. This court, how can he come here? Although he is a prince, the country has national laws, and the family has family rules. If someone comes, drive him out.
Before he finished speaking, the second prince had already pushed away the eunuch who was blocking him, rushed into the hall quickly, and shouted,
Father! Something bad has happened.
Chapter 379 Unparalleled National Scholar. Joke.
Father! Something bad is going on. Jiangnan County was annexed by the Dacian Kingdom. Yang Muchung was so powerful that he wanted to annex the entire Shunqing dynasty. The Holy Qing dynasty is in danger.
After the second prince entered the hall, he shouted loudly. In the main hall, there was silence at first, and then a burst of ridicule broke out. A minister smiled and said,
Second prince, are you frightened by Yang Muchung? We have known about this for a long time. The great national master Lei Zhuoran has personally gone to Shangchuan Valley and is preparing to join forces with Master Dan Qing. Even if Yang Muchung has 9 lives, he will undoubtedly die.
Many ministers shook their heads secretly. The second prince is extremely naughty. The royal family has long been aware of this important national event. Is it still allowed for you to report? Who is Yang Muchung? Is it possible that he can threaten the existence of the Shunqing dynasty?
That's right. There are more than 30 great inner masters accompanying the Grand Imperial Master. Maybe Yang Mu can be killed just by relying on the Great Imperial Master without the Grand Imperial Master taking action.
A thin middle-aged man shook his head in disdain. The man who spoke was the second national master of the Shunqing dynasty. His name was Jian Yiqing, and he was also in the middle stage of Xianhai. But in terms of strength, he is not Lei Zhuoran's opponent. Lei Zhuoran went to Shangchuan Valley, and he stayed to take charge of the royal family. The second imperial master shook his head and said,
When it comes to killing Yang Muchung, the Grand Imperial Master's move is simply killing a chicken with a knife. Even I can easily kill Yang Muchung. If that kid hadn't killed the Grand Imperial Master's master with my 2 junior brothers,
If Master Dan Qing hadn't invited the Grand Master to come, it would have been me who took action against Yang Mucheng this time.
Turned out to be. Originally it was the Second Kingdom Master Jiang Yicheng who should have taken action. But due to Master Dan Qing's invitation, Lei Zhuoran took action himself. As soon as the second master finished speaking, there was a burst of flattery in the hall. The leader of the country, Lin Yusheng, also waved his hand and nodded.
My holy Qing dynasty remains standing because of my two national advisors. These two national advisors can truly be called unparalleled national warriors. With you two here, no one can shake my holy Qing dynasty.
What does a little Yang Mucheng mean? Maybe now, Master Lei has killed Yang Mucheng and is making dinner with Master Dan Qing.
The second prince sighed. He glanced at his father and the superior second kingdom master, and couldn't help but mock.
Guisher Wu Shuang? I'm afraid you don't know yet. Master Dan Qing is dead, and his Shangchuan Valley was flattened by Yang Mucheng. Master Lei is dead. His fighting spirit was taken away by Yang Mucheng. Even his head was crushed.
The second prince straightened up and took a step forward with each word. There was deathly silence in the entire palace hall, and the whole hall was shocked. He turned his eyes and landed on the shocked face of Master Ergua, and said slowly,
Master Ergua, I remember that your strength is not as good as Master Lei. Master Lei can do it within 100 moves. Defeat you. But Master Lei can't survive 100 moves in Yang Mucheng's hands. You should be lucky that it is Master Lei who goes to Shangchuan Valley this time. Otherwise, you will be dead.
No bones left. As soon as these words were spoken, the second state master trembled all over and took 3 steps back. The second national master once competed with Lei Zhuoran for the position of the great national master, but was defeated by Lei Zhuoran within 100 moves. There is nothing fancy about Lei Zhuoran's martial arts. Just a punch or a kick can imbue him with infinite power. He could only sustain more than 100 moves before being completely defeated. Then, Lei Zhuoran gained Quan Lei's fighting spirit, and his strength increased to a higher level. Now, even Lei Zhuoran, who had the fighting spirit of Crazy Thunder, is dead. What qualifications does he have to say the words to kill Yang Mucheng? Just thinking about it, a trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the second state master, and his whole body became cold.
Impossible!
Lin Yusheng shouted.
Father! Everything my son said is true. Nowadays, the name of old demon Yang is widely spread in the world. You only need to go out and ask. Even the children on the roadside will know about his existence.
The second prince raised his fists and said loudly.
Father! This time the Holy Qing dynasty is in danger. Yang Mucheng even wrote to the 16 counties of the Holy Qing dynasty, summoning all the speakers to prepare to annex the entire Holy Qing dynasty. Presumptuous!
Lin Yusheng patted the throne and stood up with all his strength.
Xu Zi is so bold that he dares to covet the 800-year-old territory of our Holy Qing dynasty. No matter how strong he is, if he can defeat one person, I don't believe he can defeat thousands of people.
Lin Yusheng took out a dragon talisman from his arms and handed it to the second kingdom master. He said in a cold voice,
Jiang Yicheng, I will pass on the dragon talisman to you and grant you military power. You must mobilize the 8,000 kamikaze warriors to kill all the rebels.
Capture Yang Mucheng alive.
Second Kingdom Master Jiang Yicheng looked at the dragon talisman and was shocked. Yes. Although Yang Mucheng can be invincible by one person or 100 people, can he be able to defeat the entire kamikaze army? Is it possible to defeat the Imperial Enshrined Masters? He hugged the dragon talisman with both fists and said loudly,
I obey the order. I will definitely capture Yang Mucheng alive and hang his head on the flag of the kamikaze warrior army to shock all the rebels in the Shunqing dynasty.
Father! No! The second prince was anxious and shouted quickly.
Yang Mucheng cannot be a tough opponent. His masters in the inner circle and the Black Flag army.
You traitor! Shut up! You are helping others and destroying your own prestige. It is simply unforgivable. Someone, drag the second prince down and throw him into the cold palace. He will never step out of the cold palace again.
Lin Yusheng shouted angrily. Immediately, 3 or 5 burly guards rushed up, grabbed the second prince, and dragged him out of the hall. But his unwilling voice still echoed in the hall.
Father! You will regret it. Yang Mucheng is far more terrifying than you think. Although the kamikaze warriors are the most elite soldiers of our Holy Qing dynasty, they are no match for Yang Mucheng's alchemy masters and Longtang.
The voice curled up and finally dissipated, just when the royal family of the Shunqing dynasty was dispatching troops and The talkers in the county capital were already rushing to Shangchuan Valley with their letters. A huge building had been erected in the Shangchuan Valley that had been razed to the ground. Here will serve as the venue for the meeting. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his hands and looked at the building that was built in just one night, and asked without looking back,
"Has the prescription been delivered?" "It's here. Hu Zong has already refined the bone-breaking and bone-breaking elixir for Wu Guijian to take. The muscles and veins in his hands and feet have recovered by 70%. But because the injury lasted too long, he still needs some time to recuperate,"
Lu Yao said.
"Great kindness."
Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction.
"As soon as Wu Guijian's meridians recover, he can start building Xin-level armor. Your Majesty, I heard that the Holy Qing dynasty has begun to dispatch troops and generals,"
Lu Yao said worriedly. After all, this is the first time that Dacian Kingdom has gone to war with a dynasty in the martial arts world. Although the Black Flag Army was victorious in every battle, she was still a little worried and panicked.
"What are you afraid of? The soldiers will stop you, and the water will cover you. The army of the Shangqing dynasty will not arrive here for at least a month. This month is enough for me to do a lot of things."
Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and fell rapidly in the distance, on top of several figures flying over.
"The person in charge has arrived according to the county capital. Let's go!"
Yang Mucheng turned around and walked towards the building. He was so majestic. How could he be allowed to greet these people? It was a joke. Chapter 380. Someone is causing trouble? There were a lot of people coming to Shangchuan Valley this time. Not only the talkers from the major counties and capitals, but also some ancestors, like Master Dan Qing, who were independent from the county capitals. What's interesting is that after these ancestors learned that Yang Mucheng had sent out the invitation, they all came out one by one, and came here with Long Tang and others. At first, Yi Shu Jin and other Dragon Hall members were somewhat panicked. After all, these people were not included in the invitation, and they were even more afraid that these people would come to Shangchuan Valley to cause trouble. But in this regard, Yang Mucheng only said one thing: let them come. Make trouble? Is Yang Mucheng afraid? On the contrary, he really hoped that if these people dared to cause trouble on his own territory, he would kill them all at worst. In the building, Lu Yao was making tea. Since he obtained the recipe for the Xuanjia elixir in Shangchuan Valley, Yang Mucheng no longer used a Peiyuan Dan to make tea, but directly used the Xuanjia low-grade Shinshio Good Fortune Dan to make tea. However, this elixir consumes too much material, and even the entire Dacian Kingdom can only refine 3 pills a day. These 3 naturally belonged to Yang Mucheng. When the elixir entered the water, it did not melt like the Peiyuan Dan, but instead dived into the tea bowl. Only when you look at it from top to bottom can you discover the difference of this Shinshio Good Fortune tea. The elixir is immersed in the bottom of the tea bowl, like a sun, and the huge spiritual energy makes the whole bowl of tea shine with golden light.
Your Majesty,
Lu Yao was about to hand the tea to Yang Mucheng, but she was suddenly stunned. I saw Yang Mucheng sitting in the corner, looking calm.
This is the fighting spirit of fire.
He turned his right hand, and a leaping red flame immediately burned in his palm. Inside the building, a steaming heat wave set off, and Yang Mucheng's side seemed to turn into a scorching crater.
This is thunderous fighting intent.
He turned his right hand again, and the jumping red flame suddenly transformed into a shining electric snake, which kept flying rapidly between the 5 fingers, and made a piercing scream as it moved. Immediately afterwards, there was the fighting intention of the wind, and the fighting intention of the earth. Yang Chanchan used all 4 fighting intentions he had mastered in turn, and then put them away. But his brows were still furrowed, as if he had something on his mind.
Your Majesty, what can I do for you?
Lu Yao asked after seeing that Yang Mucheng had calmed down.
It's about fighting spirit. This is the most original power. But I really can't figure out what kind of second level of fighting spirit can be integrated with this source.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and started from Lu Yao. He took the tea bowl in his hand and took a sip.
That's all. Don't think too much about it. I am only in the early stage of Xianhai now. Maybe everything will turn around when I reach the Golden Court realm.
Narrow your eyes. Yang Mucheng took a short nap. In the past few days, he was busy mobilizing troops and generals, and he didn't take much rest. It was only then that he rarely had any leisure time. He remembered that when he killed Lei Zhuoran, the system rewarded him with a lottery opportunity, so he put his whole mind into the system space.
The 6 major categories. I have just figured out some things now. Martial skills and exercises are the basis for improving one's strength. Elixirs, weapons, and magic weapons are things outside the body. They are indispensable. I have always thought that miscellaneous items are of little use. The most useless items are extracted most often. But it is relied on to improve the overall power of the country. I don't know what I can pull out this time.
Start the lottery. The huge pointer kept spinning, and finally stopped at the martial arts category. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Xian level low-grade martial skill God-Killing Finger. God-killing means, one kills the sky, the second kills the earth, and the third kills the gods and demons. This martial skill is divided into 4 styles. The first style is Dantian Finger. The second form is to destroy the ground finger. The third form is the immortal killing finger. The 3 forms are combined into one, which is the 4th form, God-Killing Finger. Note, the God-Killing Finger requires a late-stage Chenkai to be used. Coming out of the system space, Yang Mucheng looked surprised. In the martial arts world, there are very few existences above Xian level. Whether it is elixirs, weapons, martial arts, or techniques, even a county talker, such as Kai Tao, can only possess the fragments of a low-level Xian level skill. Only those beings like the dynasty might have preserved 1 or 2 complete techniques. If it were some weak dynasty, it might be difficult for them to see this thing. But what surprised Yang Mucheng was not the level of the 3-pointed divine finger, but the last note.
The 3-in-1 God-Killing Finger can only be used in the late stage of Xianhai. But the martial arts I have drawn before do not have this restriction?
After a moment of silent concentration, Yang Mucheng suddenly realized.
I see. This move is a fusion of all the essence of the 3-pointed divine finger. It brings all the inner energy together and explodes in an instant. It has high requirements on the warrior himself. If the cultivation level is not enough, it will damage the origin. Although the 3-point divine finger is only a low-grade Xian level martial skill, but the 3-movement God-Killing Finger has reached the middle-grade Xian level martial skill, and is even comparable to a high-grade Xian level martial skill. This is a trick that can be used when desperate.
Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. The God-Killing Finger. One finger is stronger than the other, and one finger is faster and fiercer than the other. Each finger is slightly different. Dantian Finger. This finger is strong and indestructible. The enemy-destroying finger. This finger is domineering and overbearing. Immortal Killing Finger. This finger is as fast as a spark of fire, moving with lightning speed. Just when Yang Mucheng was analyzing the differences between the 3 divine fingers, there was a noise outside the building. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure on his face, and said,
Lu Yao, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Don't they know I'm here? Your Majesty, it's Liang Xiao. He had a conflict with a spokesman from the county capital, and he was beaten.
Lu Yao said quickly.
Oh!
Yang Mucheng sneered.
The talkative people in these county capitals are really amazing. In their respective county capitals, the queens who are used to being local emperors come to me and dare to show off their power and attack my people. They are simply audacious. Lu Yao, please go out with me to see who is causing trouble here. Yes,
Lu Yao said respectfully. The 2 of them walked out of the building one after another, but saw many people surrounding them. In the center of the crowd was Liang Xiao. He clenched his fists and seemed extremely angry, but did not say a word. Standing in front of him was an old man with a long beard and white beard, wearing a long robe, and looking like an immortal. The old man was looking at Liang Xiao with a condescending attitude.
Who is this old man?
Yang Mucheng asked.
He is the ancestor of Kanglin's sect and the current talker of Ping'an County,
Lu Yao said. It turns out to be this old thing. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly and strode forward. Chapter 381. Do you really want to meddle in my business?
Why are you staring at me? Believe it or not, I picked out your eyeballs?
The old man put his hands behind his back and looked at Liang Xiao calmly. This old man's name is Zhang Shirkui, and he is the ancestor of the Kanglin sect. After Su Yefeng, the talker of Ping'an County, was beheaded by Yang Mucheng. He had the highest cultivation level in Ping'an County, so he took up the position of the talker. Now I stand here with a proud attitude. People around looked at this scene. Baizhang wanted to interrupt, but Zhang Shirkui glared back. After all, this old man is a strong man in the early stage of Xianhai. Bai Zhong and others are only at the Xianyang realm. They are a big difference in realm, and they are unable to move under the pressure of the other party.
What happened?
At this time, someone asked.
It turns out to be Gong Xiaohai.
Zhang Shirkui raised his fist towards Gong Xiaohai, cupped his hands and said,
This Liang Xiao is an outer disciple of my sect. It's a bit embarrassing to say this, But it's all because of Liang Xiao. A traitor.
After the old man slowly said it, everyone finally understood the reason for the matter. Turned out to be, Liang Xiao had an affair with one of his nephews named Shear and killed Shear's master. In order to avoid the punishment of the sect, the two escaped. There has been no whereabouts. Who knows that he actually escaped here and was bumped into by him? Therefore, Zhang Shirkuei wanted to deal with Liang Xiao by this sect. But who knew that Liang Xiao would dare to resist even if he refused?
He actually had an affair with his nephew and even killed his fellow disciples. This kind of person has his conscience eaten by dogs.
Gong Xiaohai shook his head and snorted coldly.
What are you going to do with him if you take him back? If it were me, I would kill this kid with just one slap. Yes. It's totally against the rules. I never thought there would be such a guy with a human face and a beast heart.
People around him shook their heads secretly, showing no shame to Liang Xiao.
Your Majesty?
Lu Yao whispered. The conversations of these people were not deliberately hidden, so she could hear them clearly.
I know about this.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
I met Liang Xiao and Shear when I was in Dragon Burial Mountain. At that time, they were pursued by a warrior named Zhang Tianyi. That Zhang Tianyi was the culprit. Liang Xiao was framed. Ancestor!
Liang Xiao clenched his fists and shouted unwillingly.
I am innocent! Zhang Tianyi framed me for all this. It was Zhang Tianyi who coveted Shear's beauty and killed Shear's master. I had no choice but to escape with Shear. Get out of the sect. You just need to go to the sect and investigate carefully.
Zhang Shirkuei raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly.
How dare you? Zhang Tianyi is my grandson. How can I not know his character? However, when you mentioned Zhang Tianyi, I want to ask you. Zhang Tianyi went to hunt you down, and there has been I haven't returned to Kanglin sect for more than a year. Did he die in your hands? Yes. Everyone can kill that beast Zhang Tianyi. Why can't I kill him?
Liang Xiao shouted. A trace of anger flashed in Zhang Shirkuei's eyes. Boom! A breath of Xianhai realm swept out from his body crazily, and the terrifying energy hit Liang Xiao's body hard, making him tremble and almost fall to his knees.
Traitor! How dare you speak so harshly? How dare you kill someone? Kneel down before me. If you don't kneel, you have no right to make me kneel.
Liang Xiao was trembling all over under the pressure of this breath, and even those who were close could hear a crackling sound from the bones on his body. The terrifying energy almost crushed his internal organs, and blood kept pouring out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. How could Liang Xiao kneel? Now that he has chosen to follow Yang Mucheng, he will only kneel to one person in his life.
If you don't kneel down, I will kill you.
Zhang Shirkuei roared angrily and raised his palm to slap it down. At this time, a clear voice sounded from the side.
Zhang Shirkuei, is it too childish to kill someone so hastily? What Liang Xiao said is true. Why don't you go to the sect to check? Maybe there is some misunderstanding?
Yang Mucheng took Lu Yao and walked slowly away from the crowd.
Who are you? Who dares to interfere in my family affairs?
Zhang Shirkuei raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly.
Liang Xiao is a rebellious disciple. He was born as a member of the Kanglin sect and died as a ghost of the Kanglin sect. I will kill you if I want. Where did you come from? Your hair is not even long, and you imitate others to meddle in other people's business. Gong Xiaohai chuckled and said,
Young people today regard themselves as old and young and think that I am the best in the world. When I came here, I also met one or two young people who dared to be disrespectful to me. I immediately slapped them to death.
The rest of the people also shook their heads secretly. Ever since Yang Mucheng appeared in the Shunqing dynasty, he stirred the hearts of many young warriors. 9 out of 10 young people regard Yang Mucheng as their idol, and they even vow to be the second old demon Yang. Presumably, this young man is like those people. Right? Nosy? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and sneered.
How dare you touch a hair on Liang Xiao today?
The trouble here had originally attracted the attention of many people. Now, there was actually a young man who dared to challenge Zhang Shirkuei, which made everyone turn their attention.
Who is this? How dare you challenge the ancestor of the Kanglin sect? He is so young and has no breath in his body. How can he be qualified to stand here?
Someone raised his eyebrows and sneered.
Who knows? I've never seen this kid before. He doesn't look like he's from the capital of the 16th county. He seems to have appeared suddenly.
Someone shook his head.
Then he will be in trouble. He has no backing, no strength, and he dares to challenge the leader of a county. If he angers Zhang Shirkuei, Maybe even the family behind this kid will be razed to the ground.
Someone looked at it happily,
joking. With such a young age and such magnanimity, he couldn't be Yang Lao Mo.
Someone looked at Yang Muchung carefully for a moment. Suddenly his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to interrupt anymore, and quickly took a few steps back. The warrior's words reminded many people. The young man in front of me looks exactly like the rumored Yang Muchung. Could it really be him? Gradually, the warriors who had gathered around seemed to have realized something and stepped back step by step, regardless of whether the other party is really Yang Muchung. This is Yang Muchung's territory, so it's better to be careful. No matter how brave they are, they don't dare to disturb Tai Sui.
You?
Gong Xiaohai was about to laugh when he heard Yang Muchung's words, when he suddenly saw the crowd disperse. He looked at Yang Muchung carefully, and his expression suddenly changed. However, Gong Xiaohai's reaction was quick enough. He nodded and said to Zhang Shirkui,
ancestor of the Kanglan sect, I think this little brother is right. You should go back to the sect to investigate this matter. You can't accuse a good person unjustly. And you can't accuse a bad person unjustly. Brother, how can you talk like that?
Zhang Shirkui couldn't help asking, as he didn't expect the other party to suddenly change the direction of the wind.
I'm just saying something fair.
Gong Xiaohai cupped his hands.
If I continue to act like this, I will sever ties with you.
After saying that, he didn't dare to stay here any longer and took a few steps back, as if he was staying out of it. Zhang Shirkui looked around strangely. He found that everyone was dozens of steps away from him, as if they were avoiding the plague. Monk Zhang Air was confused for a while. As the saying goes, those who are obsessed with the authorities can see clearly. Others can see clearly, but Zhang Shirkui may not be able to guess it. In addition, he was blinded by anger at the moment, and he did not think of Yang Muchung's true identity at all. Zhang Shirkui narrowed his eyes, looked at Yang Muchung fiercely, and asked in a cold voice,
Boy, do you really want to meddle in my business?
Chapter 382 I am Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back, not afraid of Zhang Shirkui's almost murderous gaze, and nodded lightly.
It's settled.
Click. As soon as he finished speaking,
Zhang Shirkui clenched his fists, his fingertip joints crackling, and his eyes were almost murderous.
Ha ha. I have been in Kanglan sect for so many years without paying attention to current affairs. I didn't expect to meet so many guys who are not afraid of death. You? A boy who doesn't even have hair. Are you qualified to take care of my affairs? Boy, I have killed him before. There are more people than you have ever seen. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Not to mention you. Even the elders of the family and sect behind you may not dare to talk to me like this. What qualifications do you have?
Zhang Shirkui stared at Yang Muchung playfully.
In the martial arts world, strength is the most important thing. Even if I kill you and everyone behind you, no one would dare to stop me. Who do you think you are?
Zhang Shirkui said with a proud smile. Kill the person first and kill the heart first. His greatest pleasure in this life is to watch the other person die in fear. Which of the people who had died in his hands was not righteous and high-spirited from the beginning? But in the end, didn't you still kneel at his feet like a dog?
Uh-huh.
But what surprised Zhang Shirkui was that after he said this, the warriors around him took a few steps back again, as if they were avoiding the plague, as if they had encountered something terrible.
This is old demon Yang.
Many people have already recognized Yang Muchung's identity.
Oh my god! Is it really him?
Some people felt as if their necks were being strangled, and they could hardly breathe.
Yes, I watched him trample Lei Zhuan to death with my own eyes. How can I still not know who he is?
A warrior looked over in fear.
This Shirkui is so stubborn that he actually offended Emperor Yang. Anyone can offend these people, but you can't offend Emperor Yang.
Some looked fearful. Apparently, they could already guess what will happen after Yang Muchung gets angry, and what kind of scene will happen.
I am Yang Muchung.
Yang Muchung raised his head and looked at Shirkui with a half-smile. As soon as he said these words, the proud smile on Zhang Shirkui's face suddenly stiffened, and he looked as ugly as if his parents were dead. His thousands of words are not as good as Yang Muchung's words. I am Yang Muchung. It's enough to suppress the talkative people in these 16 counties. And it's enough to suppress all the hidden old monsters in the entire Shangqing dynasty.
You.
Zhang Shirkui looked at Yang Muchung and couldn't hold back a word. He never imagined that the young man in front of him was Yang Muchung.
What's going on? What's going on?
How could what happened here not attract others' attention? But they saw Wu Jin walking swaggering while drinking. Recently, Wu Jin has been very proud of himself. He was not so majestic in the past. Since Yang Mucheng killed Lejuan, they, the members of Dragon Hall, have also followed the rising tide. Even beings whose identity, status, and cultivation level were far higher than him had to bow their hands when they saw him. Wu Jin enjoyed the fearful looks of everyone and walked into the crowd. Suddenly, a glance from the corner of his eye fell on Yang Mucheng, and he quickly restrained his previous attitude of being a fox and a tiger, and trotted all the way to Yang Mucheng.
Your Majesty, why are you here? I just wanted to report to you. Everyone from all the counties and cities has arrived. And some old monsters who are hiding in the world have also arrived. They are waiting to see you. There's no rush. Let them wait. I'll settle the matter here first.
Yang Mucheng put his hands on his back and looked at Zhang Shirkuei quietly. Wu Jin was stunned, fell on Zhang Shirkuei in front of him, and immediately shouted,
Zhang Shirkuei, you are so cowardly. What did you just do? He wants to kill my people.
Yang Mucheng said leisurely.
I want to stop him, but he asked me what qualifications I have.
Now, Zhang Shirkuei even wanted to die. Even Lejuan died in the hands of Yang Mucheng. What qualifications and strength does he have to fight against the young man in front of him?
What should I do? I can't beat you, so I have to run away.
As soon as this idea emerged, it immediately filled Zhang Shirkuei's mind. With almost no hesitation, he stepped on the ball of his foot and shot wildly into the distance. At the same time, Zhang Shirkuei burst out with all his energy and blood, and his whole body transformed into a terrifying bloody light, and he ran away desperately. Even the strong wind brought by the flyby caused the crowd around to stagger and sway. Escape! 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 Zhang Shirkuei's mind went blank. He knew that if he didn't escape, he would be dead.
How dare you run away?
Wu Jin cursed loudly and was about to pursue him. However, upon seeing it, Yang Mucheng sneered and pressed his right hand into the void. At this moment, the whole time seemed to have stopped. I just saw that the originally clear sky suddenly dimmed, and countless thunderclouds quickly gathered above the Shangchuan Valley. As Yang Mucheng pressed his palm, he saw countless electric snakes swarming in the thunder clouds. It seemed as if they were inspired at this moment. And directly above Zhang Shirkuei, a snake with a diameter of dozens of meters was formed. Mi's huge palm was followed by frantic filming.
This is thunderous fighting intent.
Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Although, they had already heard rumors that Yang Mucheng killed Lejuan and captured the opponent's crazy fighting spirit. But I still had some doubts and disbelief in my heart. But now after seeing it with my own eyes, I was trembling all over and dared not speak. Boom! Just hearing a loud sound, the blood-colored escaping light flying in the sky was knocked down from the sky like a fly by Kuang Lei's palm, and hit the ground heavily.
Hee hee! Your Majesty took action. It's really extraordinary.
Wu Jin's eyelids twitched, and he quickly patted the horse.
Stop talking nonsense! My palm only crippled Zhang Shirkuei's cultivation, but did not kill him.
Yang Mucheng withdrew his hand and looked forward. Several members of the Dragon Hall had already rushed over and dragged Zhang Shirkuei back after falling from the sky. Seeing Zhang Shirkuei's appearance, the talkers and old monsters present felt their scalps go numb, and a chill that penetrated their bones surged into their souls. But see, Zhang Shirkuei did not look as embarrassed and bruised as they imagined. On the contrary, it is the same as before. But the most shocking thing is that Zhang Shirkuei's cultivation is completely gone. Just like an ordinary person. For them, the ancestors and talkers, a perfect cultivation level is more important than their own wealth and life. You crippled his cultivation, which is 100 times more cruel than killing him or torturing him. A warrior who was in the early stage of Xianhai had his cultivation level destroyed by a slap in the face of every gesture he made. Isn't this too terrifying? Many people even secretly wondered whether they could escape the previous palm. But without exception, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Because they simply can't do it. At this time, Zhang Shirkuei, who was like a dead dog, was dragged in front of Yang Mucheng. Chapter 383. Do you have any objections?
Liang Xiao is one of my people. I am in charge of him. Do you have any objections? Even if Liang Xiao is not mine, I want to take care of it. Do you have any objections?
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at Zhang Shirkuei. At this time, Zhang Shirkuei could only kneel on the ground helplessly. Not even a trace of resentment in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to be resentful, but that he simply doesn't have the ability. When he still had the early stage of Xianhai cultivation, He could only run away when facing Yang Mucheng. Now that his cultivation has been abolished, he can only act like a dead dog.
I didn't kill you because you didn't know my identity. Ignorant people are not guilty. I destroyed your cultivation because you dealt with my people indiscriminately. Zhang Shirkui, are you convinced?
Zhang Shirkui trembled all over, like a frightened quail, almost shrinking into a ball. It wasn't until a moment later that he spoke.
Untouchable Zhang Shirkui. Surrender. Very good. The accounts must be settled one by one. Now that the previous accounts have been settled, let's calculate the fact that you slapped Liang Xiao.
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and fell on Liang Xiao. Said,
Liang Xiao,
it's good not to surrender in the face of power. If you had knelt down before, I would not have intervened in this matter. Even if you were killed by Zhang Shirkui, I would not have blinked an eyelid.
Thank you,
Your Majesty,
Liang Xiao said hurriedly.
My behavior has always been that I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will eradicate them. Liang Xiao, Zhang Shirkui slapped you. Do you know what to do?
Yang Mucheng asked lightly.
Kill.
Liang Xiao's eyes turned cold. If he had not followed Yang Mucheng, if he had fallen into the hands of Zhang Shirkui, he would have been worse off than dead. Now with Yang Mucheng as his support, he has nothing to fear in this life.
Just killing one person is not enough.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
Your Majesty, after killing Zhang Shirkui, I will definitely take people to Kanglin sect. I will make those who framed and hunted me pay the price.
Liang Xiao said loudly. Yang Mucheng nodded and said,
Remember, if someone dares to bully you and wants to sit on your head, no matter who the person is or what their identity is, just kill him. I will deal with it no matter what happens.
I'll take care of it for you. Of course, if you take the initiative to provoke others, I won't care if you are killed by them. Yes.
The masters of Alki and everyone in Longtang responded loudly. Liang Xiao's response was particularly loud. This response made all the warriors present feel chilled. This old demon Yang was too domineering. Not only that, his subordinates were also trained by him to be extremely domineering. After waving his hands and signaling everyone to leave, Yang Mucheng glanced at the county talkers and the reclusive old monsters, and said with a faint smile,
Previously, I handled some family matters and kept you waiting for a long time. Yes. I'm sorry for the bad reception. Please come to the main hall to get together.
How dare these warriors have any complaints? They just nodded and bowed. Maybe some people dared to complain before, but now they have completely disappeared. A strong man in the Xianhai realm was slapped in front of them, and his cultivation was destroyed. Do you dare to challenge him? Even if so many people came together, Yang Mucheng would just slap him a few more times. Enter the main hall. Yang Mucheng was the only one sitting in the huge hall. After taking a sip of tea, he glanced at the restrained crowd, and then said leisurely,
I am summoning you all here this time to discuss the matter of the Shunqing dynasty. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, and there is no room for two emperors in one country. I want to replace the Shunqing dynasty. What do you think? Of course I agree.
Gong Xiaohai hurriedly stepped forward and said,
The common people have also heard about the Dacian kingdom. The Dacian kingdom under your rule, the Holy One, has a peaceful and prosperous country and a peaceful and prosperous age. The royal family of the Shunqing dynasty has no ability to govern the 16 counties and capitals, nor can its people obey. If the Holy Spirit comes to replace the Holy Qing dynasty, the common people will definitely support it with both hands.
Take advantage of the situation. Yang Mucheng sneered secretly, did not speak, but continued to look at the others.
Chiofeng County. All agree. I agree. Agree.
How could someone who could be the talker of the county capital be a fool? Naturally. They all understood the meaning of Yang Mucheng's words. Everyone paused for a while and expressed their agreement. This is to ask all of them to submit certificates of allegiance and declare their allegiance. What's more, the situation is pressing, and they have no choice.
So, where are the ancestors?
Yang Mucheng asked again. It is only the first step for the people in the county capital to turn to him. But if you want to swallow the entire Shunqing dynasty in one go, there are still some unstable factors. Those are the guys who exist like Master Dan Qing. Yang Mucheng doesn't want anyone in his own territory to be able to become an independent emperor who can't be controlled by anyone. These people are time bombs. How could he tolerate them?
I agree. I agree. I agree.
These ancestors also nodded helplessly. Their strength is not as good as Master Dan Qing. Even Master Danqing was killed. So what qualifications do they have to resist? If he resisted, he would probably end up like Shangchuan Valley being razed to the ground.
No one refused.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. He was originally waiting for 1 or 2 people to jump out and challenge him. But he didn't expect these people to agree so easily.
In that case, I declare that the capital of Chiaofeng County, Pingning County, the 16 county capitals will be returned to my Dacian kingdom, and you will be my subjects. However, from now on, the county no longer needs a talker.
What? Many people, including Gong Xiaohai, were shocked. No need to talk to others. What does this mean? Is this taking away all their rights? This is natural. Now that there is an emperor, what else does the county need to do? If they are allowed to continue, over time, they will inevitably become as scattered as the Shangqing dynasty.
All the capitals of the 16 counties are under my jurisdiction. Naturally, I don't need you to do anything for me. Now, I give you 2 choices. The first is to go into seclusion. The second is to join my Dragon Hall.
Yang Mucheng glanced at everyone. This last sentence was the reason why he summoned the talkers from all 16 counties. He wanted to capture all the masters of the Shangqing dynasty and bring them into his own hands to enhance the strength of his Dacian kingdom. Moreover, the Dragon Hall was established not long ago and only had 9 people, which was not enough to intimidate other countries in the martial arts world. If these people are gathered together, the strength of Dacian country will make a qualitative leap.
Your Majesty, the common people have chosen to retire.
As soon as he finished speaking, a speaker stood up. The talker who spoke was Sun Jihong, the talker of Chiaofeng County. He and Su Yefeng are good friends. Although he knows that Yang Mucheng is too powerful to avenge Su Yefeng in this life, he will naturally not surrender to Yang Mucheng.
Your Majesty, the common people also choose to retire.
As soon as Sun Jihong finished speaking, 2 or 3 more people stood up. As talkative people in the county capital, they were used to living a life where the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. Yang Mucheng deprived them of their rights. Although they were not willing to accept it, they were even more unwilling to surrender to Yang Mucheng. Finally, some people were dissatisfied and started jumping out. He sneered secretly in his heart. Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and glanced at everyone.
There are 4 people in total. Are there any others?
At this moment, everyone in the hall was terrified. Immediately, all the county officials and ancestors knelt down and shouted.
The common people are willing to submit to the Holy Lord. Long live my emperor. Long live. Long live. Very good.
Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction, looked at the 4 of Sun Jihong, and said calmly,
Since the 4 of you have chosen to go into seclusion, I will not stop you. However, now that you are here, it is not that easy to leave. I am not a murderous person. In order for the 4 of you to retreat to the world of martial arts in peace and contentment, I will abolish your cultivation today. Do you have any objections?
Chapter 384. You have no joke. Do you have any opinions? This last question made Gong Xiaohai and other talkers and ancestors feel numb. Although these were words of inquiry, there was an irresistible tone in them. However, how could anyone ask such a question? This is even better than when you say to people, I want to kill you. Do you have any objection? Be even more ruthless.
Yang Di, you are too aggressive.
Sun Jihong slowly raised his head, with a hint of unwillingness and anger in his eyes.
You asked us to choose our allegiance, and we agreed. You deprived us of our rights, and we agreed. But if you want to abolish our cultivation, I would rather die than agree.
Yang Mucheng raised his brows and looked at Sun Jihong quietly, letting him speak. Sun Jihong was seen clenching his fists and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart.
For us warriors, our cultivation is our life. No, our cultivation is more important than our lives. To abolish our cultivation is simply more cruel than killing us. Emperor Yang, what I, Sun Jihong, said today I'm leaving it here. I will never allow you to destroy my cultivation. Even if you kill me, I won't agree. Me too. That's right. My cultivation level is as high as the sky. But this is the only thing I don't want to do.
The other 3 speakers also spoke. Notice, cultivation is the foundation of their foothold. Even if they are deprived of their rights by Yang Mucheng today and leave Dacian Kingdom and the Shangqing dynasty in the future, as long as their cultivation is still here, they will still have a chance to turn around in the future. In the martial arts world, as long as one's cultivation level is still there, there is still the possibility of turning around. If one day I get some unexpected encounter, my cultivation level will be higher than yours, Yang Muching's, and my strength will be greater than yours. It's not impossible. No matter how proud you are today, in the future I will come to kill you and make you surrender. But if Yang Muchung abolished their cultivation, then all these possibilities would be destined to be completely cut off. In this life, I can only be an ordinary person.
Very good. This is what I've been waiting for.
Yang Muchung looked at Sun Jihong quietly for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter.
You must understand that I am the king of a country, and I consider not only the individual, but the future safety of the entire Dacian kingdom. You are all strong men in the Xianhai realm. So if I let you go like this, if you have any evil intentions in the future, you will do anything to me. What should we do if our country is in trouble? Emperor Yang, I can swear this,
Sun Jihong said sternly.
I can swear that after I leave here, I will never harm Dacian country.
Yang Muchung shook his head and said,
I don't believe it.
Hisses. Everyone trembled when they heard the sound, and were frightened. It seemed that Yang Muchung was planning to kill them all. Everyone looked around and saw Yang Muchung continuing.
The so-called oath is too false and false. Between lovers, they said an oath of eternal love one day, but they can become life or death enemies the next day. Brothers said they will never give up, but I can kill you for a treasure in a blink of an eye. I don't believe your oath. Then what do you want?
Sun Jihong clenched his fists, and veins almost appeared one after another on his forehead. To be honest, Sun Jihong had this intention. It was precisely because of this that regardless of whether Yang Muchung asked him to be loyal or deprived him of his rights, he chose to swallow his anger. In his opinion, it would not be too late to come back for revenge after leaving Dacian country in the future and finding a place where he could practice peacefully for hundreds of years. But he didn't expect that Yang Muchung wouldn't give them a chance at all.
Let's do this. If the four of you can withstand one of my moves, I will let you go.
Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and said,
I only use one finger. Whether you are attacking, defending, united, or scattered, I only point out one finger. Yang Emperor, do you keep your word?
Sun Jihong asked hurriedly.
You have no joke.
Yang Muchung nodded. Sun Jihong's eyes flashed with joy, looking at the other three speakers. After a brief exchange of glances, these four people all showed their special skills.
Rise!
Sun Jihong closed his eyes and grabbed a shield from his arms. When he closed his palms, the palm-sized shield actually grew to 36 in the blink of an eye. Peace, forming a mark on his right hand. These 36 palm-sized shields quickly flew into the air, spinning around Sun Jihong's body like satellites. Sun Jihong was still uneasy with this magic weapon alone, so he took out another talisman, bit the tip of his tongue, and spit out a mouthful of blood essence.
Roar!
The talisman jumped out with a tongue sound, and actually ignited spontaneously in midair without fire. At the same time, it was like a black hole, drawing the spiritual energy from around the sky to surge in rapidly, under the rolling spiritual power. Coupled with the huge internal energy of his early stage of Xianhai, it quickly wrapped around his body, spiraled, and transformed into a phantom of a blue dragon that was dozens of meters long.
This is the 36 shields of Tian Gang. The top-grade yellow-grade shield is comparable to some low-grade Xian-grade treasures.
Gong Xiaohai closed his eyes, and couldn't help but exclaimed.
Each of these shields can block an attack. With 36 shields, no matter how powerful the fatal damage is, it will be weakened layer by layer. And in the end, it will have no harm. The Azure Dragon Shadow is the green dragon immortal body, and it is also a martial art comparable to the lower-grade Xian level. Its defense and recovery power are very amazing. Unexpectedly, this Sun Jihong is usually low-key and inconspicuous, but his strength is a little bit, not bad. Drink! Drink! Drink!
Just when Sun Jihong showed his trump card, the other three talkers immediately burst out with all their strength. The person who spoke in Tianming County's capital was to take out a turtle SH.L. The entire turtle SH.L seemed to be broken, but it was covered with inexplicable talismans. As soon as he put his hands together, the turtle SH.L turned into the size of a door panel and floated in front of him. Countless talismans fluttered up, wrapping his body like golden lines. From a distance, it looks more like a sleeping Xuanwu. Baixiang Commandery Capital's talker did not neglect him either. He opened his mouth wide and spit out flames. This flame did not burn the sky and the earth, but quickly gathered around him as if it had spiritual consciousness. Then, he flew up, squeezed the magic formula with his palm, and with a boom sound, the surging inner energy in his body swept out, and a shocking sound of birdsong resounded above the hall. This terrifying flame even formed a flying Suzaku, hovering in front of him and wrapping him in flames. However, the speaker in Xiaoliao County capital held out an inconspicuous little ice sword. As soon as this little sword appeared, a burst of rolling chill erupted, and there was only a sound of kakaka. Along the way, with the small ice sword as the center, patches of frost quickly condensed in all directions. Countless ice shields floated up and appeared around him. The talkative people in the 4 major counties all resorted to housekeeping tactics at this moment. A bunch of eyes fell on Yang Mucheng. Extremely complicated. Chapter 385: The Power of the Cave Heaven Finger. Tiangang 36 Shields. Green Dragon Immortal Body. Xuanwu Defense Formation. Suzaku Flame Formation. All kinds of magic weapons. All kinds of martial arts. Among the talkers who could be invited by Yang Mucheng, who was not a top-level existence in the Shangqing dynasty. Now that they are desperate, how can they hide it?
Now Emperor Yang is in trouble,
someone in the crowd whispered.
Although Emperor Yang is powerful, he is only a young man after all. He is too arrogant and does not take the world's heroes seriously. Just Sun Jihong is enough for him to drink, let alone the other 3 major counties. Talker?
Someone shook his head secretly.
Yes. Emperor Yang has made it clear that he wants to eradicate the roots and give others a show of strength. But if these 4 people can resist his finger, tusk, even if the layout this time is perfect, it will be in the end. There is a stain on the ending. In the future, other talkers and ancestors will not surrender to him wholeheartedly.
Someone looked at Yang Mucheng and whispered.
Let's see how Emperor Yang handles this matter.
This sudden change also made many people's hearts tremble. If the 4 of them, Sun Jihong, could really withstand Yang Mucheng's finger and finally retain their cultivation and leave Shangchuan Valley, then they could leave too. Wide sea diving. Sky high the birds to fly. You Yang Mucheng can't suppress us. Why should we be loyal to you? This thought came to almost everyone's mind.
Yang Emperor.
Sun Jihong gritted his teeth and dug his feet into the ground, entrenched in the earth like an old tree with its roots.
I'm ready. Is this your last trump card? Just because of this, you dare to challenge me?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, stood up slowly, and walked up and down. Wherever he went, the crowd dispersed and moved out of the way. Put your feet down and stand still. Yang Mucheng looked at the 4 people in front of him and saw that he didn't make any movement. He just raised a finger and pointed forward.
Dongtian finger.
This moment, the whole world seemed to be connected in a line. His finger seemed to penetrate the space, carrying an unparalleled strength, as if to smash all obstacles. And then he lightly touched the void.
What?
Many of the speakers, who were originally thinking secretly, felt a chill rushing to their foreheads. Their eyes widened, and they looked forward in shock. Buzz. This finger landed lightly on the 36 shields of Tiangang. There was only a slight tremor in the space. And then the 36 shields suspended outside Sun Jihong exploded from the outside in. This yellow-level top-grade defensive magic weapon was not able to stop it even for half a breath.
Boom!
There was a terrible explosion. The green dragon phantom surrounding Sun Jihong was directly penetrated 7 inches by this finger, and the huge body struggled and turned into nothing. But the power of this finger has not been eliminated, and the fierce and domineering force is blasted towards the rear without any weakening. Boom! 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 There were bursts of explosions. Whether it is a magic weapon or a martial skill, they are like a dream bubble, easily penetrated by the power of this finger. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread quickly, and everything dissipated invisible under the finger of gold and jade. The beams and pillars around the hall, as well as the tables, chairs and benches, and even the ground seemed to have been torn apart by a violent force. With Yang Mucheng's finger as the center, there were densely packed spider web-shaped cracks outwards. Phew! As a breeze from the outside blew in, the main hall with a radius of dozens of feet suddenly collapsed. Yang Mucheng and the 4 major talkers looked at each other and stood in the center of the ruins. The ancestors and talkers outside were a little stupid and looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Given their status, it's not like they have never seen Xian-level martial arts, but they have never seen such a powerful and terrifying finger. The power of this finger can be said to be indestructible and overwhelming.
Did Yang Di win or lose?
Gong Xiaohai swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking. At this moment, Countless eyes looked at Sun Jihong and the four of them nervously. But see! In the dust, the figures of the four people slowly appeared. Taking a closer look, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. The three speakers, Tianming County, Baixiang County, and Xiaoyao County, seemed to be frozen in place, still maintaining their previous postures. But blood kept pouring out crazily from their eyes, ears, mouths and noses, dripping on the ground, and dazzling bloody petals bloomed on the ground. The breath of these three people has been completely cut off, and they are obviously dead.
Where is Sun Jihong?
Everyone looked around quickly, but they saw Sun Jihong standing there, his eyes full of disbelief.
Yang Di, what kind of fingering are you doing? God-killing finger. The first type of cave heaven finger.
Yang Mucheng slowly retracted his right hand and said lightly,
There are 3 moves in this move. The second move is the enemy-destroying finger, and the third move is the immortal-killing finger. Of these 3 moves, one is stronger than the other. You are only worthy of letting me out. A formula. What a god-killing finger. Cave in the sky. Destroy the earth. And kill immortals.
Sun Jihong's voice became weaker and weaker.
Yang Emperor, you are worthy of the name of old demon Yang. I was wrong from the beginning. I am not qualified to fight against you at all. If you give me another chance to choose, I will definitely join Longtang. It's a pity. I have no chance.
As he spoke, he opened his mouth sharply and vomited out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The whole person suddenly lost the strength to support him, and suddenly knelt down under countless gazes, hitting Yang Mucheng heavily in front of him, his head hanging down and completely losing his breath. Sun Jihong was able to persist until now because he relied on the 36 shields of heaven to offset part of his finger strength. But even if it offset part of the cave heaven finger, it was still extremely terrifying. It not only shattered his internal organs, but also forcibly shattered all the muscles and bones in his body. Being able to persevere until now is the result of hundreds of years of hard work in his practice. Boom! When Sun Jihong knelt down, his knee hit the ground slightly, but it was like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone's hearts heavily. Yang Mucheng stood among the ruins with his hands behind his back, and his faint voice echoed through Shangchuan Valley.
Who else wants to go into seclusion?
The whole place was dead silent. No matter it was the talkers in the 16 counties, or the old monsters who were hiding in the world. No one dared to speak, and no one even had the courage to look him in the eye. The 4 people killed by Sun Jihong only used the cave heaven finger. Just the first move is so terrifying. What about the next 2 moves? Especially under this finger. Sun Jihong and the other 4 showed almost no resistance, which almost frightened their souls. Everyone understands. No one can stop this young man from swallowing up the entire Shangqing dynasty in one go. Chapter 386 Rapid Expansion. After today, there will be no more 2 masters in the Shangqing dynasty, and Yang Mu will be the leader. Yang Mucheng is arrogant. To ordinary people, the people gathered here are all heroes of the world. Whether he is a talkative person in the county, a powerful person in the Xianhai realm, or an old monster who lives in seclusion, no matter who he is a prominent and famous person. But under Yang Mucheng's gaze, these people all lowered their heads proudly, and did not even dare to look at each other. Even if there is infinite unwillingness in my heart, I don't dare to show it at all. This is only the first form of the god-killing finger. What about the second and third form? Everyone only knew that Yang Mucheng only knew a low-grade Xian-level martial art,
Tai Mountain Journey.
But they had no idea that the other party actually had a bigger trump card. If all 3 moves were used at the same time, how many of them, the bosses, talkers, and ancestors, could resist?
Submit or die.
Yang Mucheng never leaves any trouble for himself. It's okay to go into seclusion. Abandon your cultivation. No matter where you go, I will not care about you. But if you leave with your cultivation, I will never allow it. Looking at Yang Mucheng's eyes, everyone felt trembling all over. Alas, at this time, an ancestor couldn't help but sigh, stood up slowly, held his hands to Yang Mucheng and said,
Yang Emperor, today I serve you as my master. I am willing to join the Dragon Hall. I will never disobey you in this life. If you have second thoughts, I will be punished by heaven and earth.
As soon as he said these words, Gong Xiaohai was excited and shouted quickly,
Yang Emperor, I, Gong Xiaohai, serve you as my master and am willing to join Longtang. Di Yang, I am willing to join Longtang next time. Di Yang, please do it again.
One after another, The ancestors and the talkers were scrambling to get ahead, fearing that they would be a step too late. If Yang Mucheng knocked Zhang Shirkuei out of the sky with one palm and destroyed his cultivation, everyone still had a sense of luck. But now, he killed Sun Jihong and 4 other talkers with one finger, completely shattering the defense in their hearts. Even the top player in the Shunqing dynasty died in his hands. What qualifications do they have to challenge him? I'm afraid the only way to deal with Yang Mucheng is to invite someone from outside the Shunqing dynasty. If we say that they surrendered to Yang Mucheng before, and were willing to have their rights deprived, it was just a temporary measure. There was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts that they could take it back later. But this kneeling today was done sincerely, and I no longer dared to have the slightest hint of betrayal.
Di Yang is worthy of being old demon Yang. It's so scary.
Outside Shanchuan Valley, countless warriors looked at these big bosses, talkers, and ancestors groveling before a young man, surrendering and worshipping, and even felt that they had no regrets in this life. I have never seen such a wonderful event in my life. The battle in Shanchuan Valley ended here. It took more than a month from the time Yishu Jin and others were captured by Master Dan Qing to the time the speaker, the ancestor, surrendered. There were only a few hundred casualties, but all 16 counties in the Shunqing dynasty had changed hands. Today, in Shunqing, there is only a lonely imperial capital left. When will Yang Mucheng be able to level the imperial capital? And when will Yang Mucheng be able to completely replace the Shunqing dynasty? The remaining days, Yang Mucheng stayed in Shanchuan Valley to deal with things. Although the palace was shattered by his finger, such chores were simply a piece of cake for warriors. However, in less than half a day, a palace larger than before had been built in Shanchuan Valley. Although all 16 counties were nominally under his control, it would be impossible to fully digest them for a while. So Yang Mucheng simply took care of the matter here.
Your Majesty, Dragon Hall has now expanded to more than 60 people.
Lu Yaoer handed over the list.
So many?
Yang Mucheng was confused. There were only 32 talkers and ancestors who came to Shanchuan Valley that day, and he killed 5 of them. Even if the rest all joined the Dragon Hall, they would not reach 60. Moreover, some of the old monsters who were hiding in the world were not powerful warriors like Lei Zhuoran. Most of them were proficient in alchemy and forging. These people, Yang Mucheng directly sent them to the alchemy department and forging among the ministry. Therefore, it stands to reason that there are only 20 people in Longtang at most. How could there be as many as 60?
Your Majesty, it's like this.
Lu Yaoer smiled faintly and explained.
At the beginning, there were some old monsters who were hiding in the world and wanted to stay out of it. But after the battle in Shanchuan Valley ended, the news spread throughout the Shunqing dynasty. These old monsters, they could no longer sit still and asked to join Longtang. These old guys are really smart.
Yang Mucheng sneered. He naturally knew that there must be many people who were secretly disobeying his orders. It's just that he can't spare any time to manage it now. Yang Mucheng plans to wait until these 16 counties are completely annexed and digested, and then remove these nails one by one. At that time, they will die. But I didn't expect these people to take advantage of the situation so quickly.
The number of alchemy masters has expanded to more than 2,000. And their strength is above the mysterious liquid realm.
Lu Yaoer brought out another list, with a trace of worry on her face, and couldn't help but ask,
But, Your Majesty, alchemy will the rapid expansion of experts and Dragon Hall members lead to an unstable foundation. Naturally there will be some instability. After all, the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. However, I will find a way to make them surrender completely.
Yang Mucheng glanced at the list. After pondering for a moment, he asked,
How about all the mines and elixir gardens in the county capital?
The mines and elixir gardens are the foundation of the country, and the veins of the country. How could Yang Mucheng tolerate others getting involved?
It has been completely sealed. When the mine and elixir garden were taken in, some local forces complained and wanted to resist. The ancestors of Longtang killed some people, so they didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore.
Lu Yaoer smiled. She pondered for a moment and then said,
Your Majesty, Gong Xiaohai wants to see you. He said he knows about the second level of fighting intent.
Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his brows and suddenly became interested.
Let him in!
Lu Yaoer raised her voice loudly, and Gong Xiaohai, who was waiting outside the hall, trotted all the way and quickly came to the front. He was about to kneel down and shout Long live the Emperor when Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said,
Stop talking nonsense. You say you know regarding the second level of fighting spirit. Let's talk quickly. Where is this second level of fighting spirit? Your Majesty, I don't know the specific location of this second level of fighting intent, but I know that there is one place, and that is the Tuatian Palace in the Holy Ape Dynasty.
Gong Xiaohai did not dare to play with the tricks anymore, and said quickly.
Tuatian Palace?
Yang Mucheng thought thoughtfully.
This name sounds familiar. Shonli Tianluo is a disciple of Tuo Shengong,
Lu Yaoer said. Yang Mucheng suddenly realized. Chapter 387 Tuatian Palace. The Imperial Tomb. After Gong Xiaohai's explanation, Yang Mucheng had some understanding of Tuatian Palace. Turn out to be. In the martial arts world, there is a theory of separation of church and state. This is the case with the Shangqing dynasty, where the sects and sects had nothing to do with the royal family. The royal family could not order sects and sects, so the major counties were outside the imperial power, just like the vassal states in ancient times. Although they were nominally ministers of the emperor, in fact they did not obey the royal family at all. However, if there is separation of politics and religion, then there will be a country of. This Holy Ape Dynasty is one of them. The Patriarch of Tuatian Palace is the Emperor of the Holy Ape Dynasty. The elders in this sect are the civil and military officials of the Holy Ape Dynasty. Every year, the most outstanding young men from the Holy Ape Dynasty are sent to Tuatian Palace for training. So, although the Holy Ape Dynasty and the Holy Qing Dynasty have the same land area, the strength of the Holy Ape Dynasty is far greater than that of the Holy Qing Dynasty, even several times as many.
Then where is the second level of fighting spirit?
Yang Mucheng asked.
The Imperial Tomb in Tuatian Palace,
Gong Xiaohai said.
The reason why Tuatian Palace can rule the entire Holy Ape Dynasty is precisely because of this Imperial Tomb. Warriors practice and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After death, their cultivation will naturally be returned to heaven and earth. But in Tuatian Palace, because of the existence of this royal tomb, there is a different result. Countless Tuatian Palace generations have a strong man in the Xianhai realm might not have much cultivation before he died, but he entered the Imperial Tomb and dispersed all his cultivation. However, Tuatian Palace has existed for more than 1,000 years. At least 10,000. There are other powerful people in the Xianhai realm, and there are even those in the Golden Core realm. 320 years ago, a strong man of the Golden Core realm with the second level of fighting intention entered the Imperial Tomb and has not come out yet. So, if you want to know about the second level of fighting intention, or even in order to gain the second level of fighting spirit, the only way is to enter the Imperial Tomb to find out.
Yang Mucheng nodded and looked over.
Gong Xiaohai, are everything you said true? Your Majesty, what Wei Chen said is absolutely true. If there is even half a lie, my life and soul will be destroyed, and I will never be reincarnated.
Gong Xiaohai knelt down in fear and swore to the sky.
I was once a member of Tuatian Palace. As an outer disciple, I heard these things mentioned by the elders of the sect. Unfortunately, I am not qualified enough to enter the Imperial Tomb to see what is going on.
I see. Yang Mucheng motioned for Gong Xiaohai to continue.
There are outer disciples and inner disciples in Tuatian Palace. Only the most outstanding disciples are qualified to enter the Imperial Tomb.
Yang Mucheng was shocked and couldn't help but said,
You have Xianhai cultivation, but you can't enter the Imperial Tomb?
Gong Xiaohai looked ashamed and said,
Your Majesty, the strict system in Tuatian Palace is not as simple as you think. I am now 461 years old, although I have broken through to the Xianhai realm. In Tuatian Palace, my qualifications can only be regarded as ordinary. Those who are truly qualified to enter the Imperial Tomb are those who can reach the mysterious liquid realm or even the Xianhai realm when they are over 100 years old. For example, Shonli Tianluo, who once died in the hands of the Holy Lord, had already reached the late stage of Xuanya when he was 50 or 60 years old, and was considered an absolute genius in the sect. Then he entered the Emperor's tomb and realized some mysteries, thereby breaking through the shackles and reaching the Xianhai realm. Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. If the Imperial Tomb is captured, wouldn't the strength of Daqian Kingdom be even higher in the future? And a steady stream of powerful men in the Xianhai realm will be produced?
Very good. After razing the palace of the Shangqing dynasty to the ground, I will raise my troops to attack Tuatian Palace.
Yang Mucheng said loudly. Hiss! These words made Gong Xiaohai's scalp numb. He quickly shook his head and said,
Holy Lord. No. You must not. What's going on?
Yang Mucheng asked.
There are countless Xianhai realm warriors in Tuatian Palace, and the current sect master, the leader of the Holy Ape Dynasty, even possesses the cultivation level of the Golden Core realm. Even if we all come out from the Dragon Hall, we still won't be able to fill the gap between the opponent's teeth.
Gong Xiaohai said after saying this. He saw Yang Muqing's face turn cold, and he suddenly trembled with fear. As the saying goes, being with a king is like being with a tiger. There are many people who get beheaded after saying the wrong thing. What's more, is it this old demon Yang? Just when he was worried, he heard Yang Muqing say thoughtfully,
You are right. Although my Dacian kingdom is not weak now, it is still far behind those established dynasties in the martial arts world, especially when there are powerful people in the Golden Core realm in Tuatian Palace. I have also heard that
if a golden core enters my belly, my fate is determined by fate.
However, do you think there is any other way? Enter Tuatian Palace? Or even enter the Imperial Tomb?
Gong Xiaohai condensed for a moment, and then said,
Your Majesty, Tuatian Palace recruits disciples regardless of origin or origin. I have a plan. If your Majesty is willing to compromise and pretend to be an ordinary person to enter Tuatian Palace, with your strength and qualifications, you will definitely become an inner disciple. At that time, you will have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Tomb.
Pretend to be an ordinary person and enter Tuatian Palace? Yang Muqing lowered his eyes and remained silent. Lu Yao frowned slightly and said,
Gong Xiaohai, why did you let the Holy Emperor hide his identity and enter Tuatian Palace? There are so many powerful people in Tuatian Palace. What if you intend to betray?
Gong Xiaohai was shocked and shouted hurriedly.
Wei Chen just said what he was thinking. Although the Holy Ape Dynasty and the Holy Qing Dynasty have the same land area, their strength is very different. Tuatian Palace is the capital of the entire Holy Ape Dynasty. The location is extremely tightly guarded. It is difficult for anyone who is not a disciple of Tuatian Palace to enter it. And the people who guard the Imperial Tomb are 9 Xianhai Grandmasters and 3 half-step golden pills, and a strong man in the Golden Core realm. The disciples of Tuatian Palace are not only from the Holy Ape Dynasty, but also from the crown princes and princesses of many martial arts countries, as well as geniuses from other countries. The prince of the Shunqing Dynasty is practicing in Tuatian Palace. If the Holy One does not believe it, if so, you can definitely send someone to investigate. If Wei Chen tells a lie, he is willing to be punished by 1,000 swords.
Lu Yao was about to speak, but Yang Muqing waved his hand and said,
If Gong Xiaohai intends to harm me, there is no need to explain it in such detail. He only needs to encourage me to go to Tuatian Palace. There is no need to work so hard. I have written down the Tuatian Palace you mentioned. After a while, I will go there in person. Let's take a look at Tuatian Palace.
After saying that, Yang Muqing looked at Gong Xiaohai.
You should know the price of deceiving me. I have 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. Everything we say is true.
Gong Xiaohai said hurriedly.
Lu Yao, give me tea.
Yang Muqing nodded.
After drinking this cup of tea, you can go down. I will call you when I go to Tuatian Palace.
Give tea? Gong Xiaohai had a wry smile on his face. Chapter 388 Giving Tea. Seeing the tea brought by Lu Yao, Gong Xiaohai felt a little disapproving. Why did he go all out to tell Yang Muqing about Tuatian Palace and the Holy Ape Dynasty? He just wanted to make a contribution at the beginning of the establishment of Longtang and make Yang Muqing look at him with admiration. But in the end, at the risk of losing his head, he actually got a cup of tea? You think I care about this cup of tea? Gong Xiaohai sighed secretly. This little emperor is still too young. Although his methods are sophisticated, he does not know how to use both kindness and kindness. In this way, no one will be willing to work for him. Why? The Holy Spirit gave you tea, but you seem a little unhappy?
Lu Yao came to Gong Xiaohai with tea.
Don't dare.
Gong Xiaohai didn't dare to show off. He took the tea bowl and said hurriedly,
I thank the Holy One for the tea.
Lu Yao knew that Gong Xiaohai was a little dissatisfied with the reward, but she did not try to expose it, but looked at him with a smile. I saw, when Gong Xiaohai opened the lid of the bowl out of boredom, his eyes that had been indifferent suddenly widened, as if he had seen something incredible. I saw a pill lying at the bottom of the clear tea. This elixir emits light, a dazzling golden light, like a fireball or a sun. All the medicinal effects of the elixir are trapped in the tea, and layers of ripples visible to the naked eye slowly spread along the tea bowl.
This is...
Gong Xiaohai swallowed, and his expression suddenly stiffened.
The Shinshio Good Fortune Tea. It is brewed with the Xiang-grade low-grade Shinshio Good Fortune pill. The entire Dacian kingdom can only refine 3 such pills a day. The Holy One has rewarded you with a bowl of tea.
Lu Yao said with a smile.
Are you satisfied with this reward? Satisfy.
Gong Xiaohai quietly felt the ripples outside the tea. Even if he just took a gentle sniff of the tea, he could feel the thirsty roar coming from his inner strength. He drank it without hesitation. At this moment, he felt as if he had taken a sip of boiling oil. But the hot feeling turned into coolness in an instant. It is indeed a low-grade elixir of the Xian level. Gong Xiaohai's heart trembled. Although he was a talker, none of the alchemists in the Shangqing dynasty had eyes higher than their heads. Most of the lower-grade elixirs of the Xian level are treasured by these alchemists as treasures. If you want to come, I'm afraid it will be harder than climbing to heaven. In the past 400 years, he had only taken low-grade Xian level elixirs twice. The first time, in Tuotian Palace, after all his efforts and almost losing his life. The elders of the sect rewarded him with one. And it was a defective one. The second time, at Master Donqing's place. For this elixir, he spent 18 years searching for heavenly and earthly treasures. In that furnace, a total of 4 Xian level low-grade elixirs were refined. But he only got one. Now, Yang Muqing's reward was simply too valuable.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I will go to the Mountains of Swords and the Sea of Fire for you.
Gong Xiaohai knelt down with his fists clasped. This time, he was no longer as casual as before.
Get up,
Yang Muqing said casually.
This kind of reward is nothing. This time the Shangqing dynasty is in my hands, and all the alchemists and blacksmiths have surrendered to me. The low-grade elixirs of the Xian level have been its nothing. In the future, I will reward you with middle grade, top grade, and top grade rewards as long as you serve me wholeheartedly. Yes.
Gong Xiaohai nodded heavily, thanked and left. It was not until the other party left that Yang Muqing turned his attention to Lu Yaoer and said,
Send someone to collect all the information about Tuotian Palace, especially the Imperial Tomb. According to the order.
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. His plan was very simple. If there was a loophole in Tuotian Palace, then he would lead the people from Longnang in and bring the Imperial Tomb back to Daqian Kingdom. If it was really as strict as Gong Xiaohai said, then he would have no choice but to find a way to sneak in. Things were arranged and another day passed. Only then did the Black Flag Army arrive. After being beaten passively time and time again, Yang Muqing naturally would not let the army of the Shangqing dynasty press in front of him. So this time he chose to take the initiative. The 60 ancestors of Longtang. There were more than 2,000 alchemy masters and 20,000 Black Flag troops. So they set off in such a mighty manner. Every day the army advanced. News continued to come from the front. How many miles did the kamikaze army travel today? How many bandits were wiped out today? How many more people were added? And where they stopped for half a day? These news everything, no matter how big or small, fell into Yang Muqing's hands.
The commander-in-chief of the kamikaze army is really a halfway monk. For a month, if the kamikaze army had been advancing at full speed, it would have walked back and forth between the Shangqing dynasty and Shangchuan Valley. But as a result, he has just left now. We have reached half the distance, and we have to take the initiative to fight.
An ancestor of Longnang shook his head secretly.
You don't know something. The commander of the kamikaze army this time is Jiang Yiqing, the master of the Second Kingdom. When he learned that he was named the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, he almost wet his pants with fear. How dare he confront the Holy One?
Another ancestor interjected, shaked his head.
Yes. Whoever meets this god-demonic opponent will have to bow down to him.
An ancestor glanced fearfully at the young man sitting on the war horse, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack.
Now I can finally understand why Yishu Jin and the others chose to follow the Holy One in the first place. Maybe only by following the Holy One can old bones like us have the possibility of seeking immortality and asking for the truth. Gong Xiaohai only provided a short piece of vague information about the Imperial Tomb. We will be able to get Shinshio good fortune tea if we make meritorious service in this battle. Won't there be a bigger reward?
Many people were secretly excited.
Yes. If you can kill Jiang Yiqing and come here with his head, I'm afraid the reward will be huge.
Some people are already looking forward to the kamikaze army. Although Yang Muqing pretended to be careless, he listened to everyone's conversation. The reaction of the ancestors made him couldn't help but secretly nod to each other. There are rewards and there are punishments. It's not enough just to conquer these people. You also have to give these people enough motivation and hope, so that they will willingly work for you. Otherwise, even if your knife is placed on someone else's neck, the other person will try to escape. The reason why I took the initiative to attack in this battle is to let Long Tang and these newly recruited alchemy masters taste the benefits. If you want to get rewards from me, you have to make meritorious deeds.
Those bastards people who live in the world will definitely feel dissatisfied when they see their companions receiving rewards. And they will also make meritorious deeds. After this battle, these Longtang ancestors will completely surrender to me, because I have given them enough benefits. They are simply reluctant to betray me.
Raise the corners of your mouth. Yang Muchung looked into the distance. Suddenly, he frowned. The kamikaze army was coming. Chapter 389, Deathly Violence Pill. Although there was no movement at all, Yang Muchung could already clearly feel the aura like a rolling tide. Under the influence of the Emperor's Qi watching technique, a blood cloud rose up where the sky and the earth met. It looks numb.
That is? Kamikaze warriors? The most elite army of the Holy Qing dynasty? Are they coming?
But see, the front end of the army was just a small black dot at first, but gradually extended into a black line. Wherever it passed, it was like a black ant colony, and a surging wave rolled in. This moment, the ancestors who were originally waiting for meritorious deeds suddenly widened their eyes and gasped.
Why are there so many people? This is at least 100,000. Right. Didn't you say that the kamikaze army only has 8,000 people? Even if all the palace guards come out, it will not exceed 10,000 people. Why did the number of people suddenly increase to such a terrifying level?
Everyone was secretly shocked. Although they were said to be powerful, no one had ever faced off against the royal family. Although the royal family of the Shangqing dynasty was extremely weak, it still had some foundation after all. No matter how powerful you are, you can defeat one person or 100 people. But can you defeat 10,000 people or 100,000 people? Kudu. Someone swallowed. If Yang Muchung hadn't been sitting there, someone might have taken advantage of the situation and prepared to escape.
Sure enough, as I guessed, these kamikaze warriors have delayed attacking for this reason.
Yang Muchung raised the corners of his mouth, with a trace of disdain in his eyes.
But no matter how sophisticated your methods are, how can you compete with me?
Turn out to be. The kamikaze army actually only had more than 8,000 people. Jiang Yiqing, the master of the Second Kingdom, also knew how terrifying Yang Muchung was. Therefore, this time they did not implement the essence of military excellence and speed, but instead deliberately slowed down the advance of the army. I specially passed by some cottages and bandit areas. Of course, Jiang Yiqing did not have the spare time to wipe out the bandits in these cottages one by one. The reason why he attacked these cottages was just to expand his military strength. 1, 10, 100, more and more strongholds were captured. So the number of kamikaze warriors snowballed, gradually growing to 280,000. Along the way, Jiang Yiqing attracted many people from the martial arts world in the name of eliminating rebellion. Jiang Yiqing's army today is divided into 3 levels. The first level is a death squad composed of bandits, etc. The second level is a free army composed of idle people in the martial arts world. At the third level, this is Jiang Yiqing's elite, complete kamikaze army.
Second master, look.
At the same time that Yang Muchung discovered the kamikaze warriors, the kamikaze warriors also discovered the area where Yang Muchung was located. Jiang Yiqing narrowed his eyes slightly, looked forward, and couldn't help but sneer.
It's just as I imagined. There are more than 20,000 people. No matter how strong Yang Muchung is, I don't believe he can resist our preparations for him this time. The decisive battle. Let the death squads charge first.
Jiang Yiqing waved his right hand. Immediately, the military advisor beside him raised a triangular military flag in his hand and pointed toward the sky. Just a bang sound was heard, and the sound like beating drums spread across the sky. The next moment, the sound of drums fell like raindrops. Strange to say, logically speaking, this kind of death squad composed entirely of bandits, and even death row prisoners should be extremely chaotic under such circumstances. But unexpectedly, at this moment, it turned out to be like an army that had been trained for a long time. When the drums were heard, at the same time, he was already like a wild beast, running madly towards the front. In fact, some bandits were lying on all fours on the ground and running towards them. These guys, with blood-red eyes and salivating mouths, rushed down from the dagger-sharp steep mountain crazily at this moment. There were nearly 200,000 people in total. Like a black tide, wherever it passed, it brought up a cloud of dust.
What's going on?
An ancestor in the Dragon Hall cried out.
There's something wrong with these people.
Other ancestors also had numb scalps. An army of 200,000. These are not strong ordinary people in the secular world, but bandits in the martial arts world. The lowest level of cultivation is internal strength. And the highest level is even horizontal training. If they really want to kill, even if they are weak, they will not be able to finish the killing. Maybe in the end, they will collapse from exhaustion and be captured alive by the opponent.
This is the death and violence pill of the Shunqing dynasty,
an ancestor shouted.
It seems that the Shunqing dynasty has really spent a lot of money this time.
Many people's eyes flashed with fear. The opponent's number is nearly 10 times more than his own. And these are just cannon fodder troops, used to consume your physical strength. Even if they come one by one, they will kill you until you are weak.
Deathly violence pill? So that's what it is.
Yang Mucheng grinned. Jiang Yiqing's actions are naturally under his control. The only thing that puzzled him was that whenever Jiang Yiqing captured a village, he would feed the bandits and gangsters in the village a red pill. But since there were no spies for him in the Shunqing dynasty, he knew nothing about the elixir. He only heard the exclamations of the ancestors, and suddenly realized it.
Your Majesty, what is this violence pill?
Lu Yao asked in confusion.
It is a fatal poison. After a warrior takes it, his strength will be more than doubled, and his speed, strength, and physical strength will be greatly improved. He will also become fearless of life and death, and will not be afraid of pain. He only knows kill people. But this pill is only effective for warriors below the Xianqi realm. After hearing specific orders, they will attack until they die from exhaustion.
After Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he let out a sigh of relief. Before, he has only fought against the mortal world. And this is the first time he has fought against an army from the martial arts world. To be honest, the trick played by the Shunqing dynasty was somewhat beyond his expectation.
Your Majesty, we better withdraw our troops quickly.
At this time, an ancestor couldn't help but tremble.
We can't fight these people head-on. We can't fight against strong enemies. We can only outwit them. The effect of this fatal violent pill is too terrifying. Although there are only about 200,000 cannon fodder troops, their combat effectiveness at this moment is comparable to that of a million-strong army.
Everyone advised. Million? More than a million. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. An army of 200,000 people who had taken the violent pill could kill an army of 1 million people. Kill them all. Even a strong person in the Golden Core realm can only choose to give in and avoid its sharp edge. No matter how strong you are on your own. How can you defeat these people?
Retreat?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, shook his head and said,
I will show you today what a real army is. Ma Ping.
Yang Mucheng's voice suddenly rose.
The general is here.
Ma Ping clasped his fists and accepted the order.
Lead the Black Flag army and annihilate them all.
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he spoke word by word. Chapter 390, The Wild Beast Comes Out of the Cage. Let the Black Flag army fight. These warriors who have taken the violence pill will eat up the Black Flag army, leaving no bones behind. The ancestors of Longtang and some of the new alchemy masters were afraid in their hearts, fearing that Yang Mucheng would also let them fight. This is going to die. Who can defeat this group of crazy soldiers controlled by pills? But see, the Black Flag army was not afraid at all. And the neat troops quickly spread out in front of the position. Instead of putting up a shield for defense as everyone imagined, he took out a long bow as high as a person from the saddle of Xianming War Wolf.
You have fear in your heart, so you dare not speak out and face it. Today, let my Black Flag army teach you what it means to march and fight.
Yang Mucheng's eyes circled around, and his voice resounded.
Remember, my army can only advance, not retreat. Shoot!
He raised his right hand high and swung it downwards. Phew! A trembling sound of bowstrings resounded in unison. And in an instant, the sky was covered with sun, flying out like locusts, flying towards the front like locusts blocking the sky and sun. The arrows rolling away were like terrifying dark clouds, covering the world in an instant.
Using bows and arrows can avoid frontal combat. But how many of these warriors can be shot?
An ancestor secretly thought to himself.
Yes.
Another ancestor had anxiety flashing in his eyes.
Bows and arrows are terrible when two armies are fighting, but they have no effect on such an army.
Why? Against an ordinary army, if you shoot an arrow, it won't kill anyone, even if it pierces an arm or a thigh. Even a warrior will be injured, ranging from injured to disabled. But no matter what, he will eventually be unable to fight anymore. But as for these crazy soldiers who have taken the elixir, even if you hurt them, even if it doesn't hurt their vital parts, they can still fight vigorously. It's a big enough shock that you can't kill the opponent with all your strength. Some ancestors could even imagine that some mad soldiers, who had been pierced through their bodies, pulled out the sharp arrows on their bodies, and then attacked without incident. By then, no matter how elite the Black Flag Army is, they will be frightened by this terrifying scene. However, an unexpected scene occurred. Puff! 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 These feather arrows are more powerful than anyone imagined. Even several times more powerful. Gong Xiaohai clearly saw one of the arrows shoot at a mad warrior. The crazy warrior just glanced at it lightly, and didn't even dodge. He just used his hands to block lightly, as if he didn't think about the possibility of getting hurt at all. If it followed its original trajectory, the arrow should directly penetrate the opponent's hand without causing much damage. However, at this moment, Gong Xiaohai closed his eyes, took a breath, and said in a voiceless voice,
"How is that possible?"
The arrow pierced the palm. The remaining power was not dissipated, and the terrifying power contained in it exploded at this moment. The entire palm of this crazy soldier, who had taken the elixir, was twisted into bones under the feather arrow. Immediately afterwards, the arrow blasted forward, and shot into the shoulder of the mad soldier with a puff sound. Terrible power exploded crazily, and the arrow was actually imbued with astonishing rotational force. It tore through the mad soldier's shoulder in an instant and crushed half of his body into pieces. In an instant, the right half of the mad soldier's body was completely torn apart.
Could this be an arrow shot by Ma Ping?
Gong Xiaohai thought to himself. The commander of the Black Flag Army, Ma Ping, should naturally be more powerful. If the arrows he shot were of such power, it would be normal. But when he looked at it, he was horrified to find that it was just an arrow shot by an ordinary soldier of the Black Flag Army. And every Black Flag Army member has the same archery skills. With one arrow shot, 10 of them will die. All the mad soldiers hit by sharp arrows had their limbs mutilated and shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, even the ancestors, who had killed countless people, turned slightly pale.
"This is what war is like,"
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
"Being kind to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. If we fall into the hands of those people, we will probably end up even worse."
This sentence made many fearful ancestors suddenly wake up. They had never seen such a battle involving more than 10,000 people, and they were a little scared for a while. But now Yang Mucheng's calm posture actually made them calm down completely.
"Your Majesty, I have a question. Why are the Black Flag Army's bows and arrows so powerful?"
An ancestor cleared his throat and asked calmly.
"It's very simple. My Black Flag Army uses completely unified armor. Even the bows and arrows are of low-grade yellow rank. The arrow shot will have extremely strong power and speed, and they will spin in the air, increasing the number of arrows, penetrating power. As for arrows..."
Yang Mucheng grabbed his right hand, and an arrow fell into his hand. However, he saw that the originally slender arrow had 3 rows of barbs densely packed like teeth.
Such an arrow shot out will be like a poisonous dragon diamond, tearing apart any defense. Coupled with the power of the long bow, warriors below the realm of Xuanqi have almost no defense.
Hisses. There was a gasping sound. Original. The ancestors still have disdain and contempt for the Black Flag Army. But now I understand how terrifying the Black Flag Army is.
Absolutely invincible.
An ancestor shook his head and sighed.
With the Black Flag Army in hand, no matter what kind of warrior or army they face, they will be crushed in an instant.
When everyone sighed. But he has never forgotten who created such an invincible team.
"You are worthy of the name of Old Demon Yang. He has no shortcomings,"
someone said secretly.
"There are still shortcomings. His shortcomings are the people around him. However, to the Holy Lord, those people are equivalent to the dragon's reverse scales, and they will die if they touch them."
The Aoqi masters and Longtang ancestors, who were previously timid and fearful, only felt a surge of heroic feeling in their hearts. Following the Holy One is the most correct choice for them in this life. Nearly half of the approximately 200,000 death squads had been killed before they even got close to the Black Flag Army. The plain was almost covered with a swamp of flesh and blood.
Jiang Yicheng can't sit still.
Yang Mucheng raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the distant kamikaze warriors, and said with a cold smile,
"This battle is over. The winner has been decided."
Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng grabbed his right hand toward the void. Blood and light gathered in the palm of his hand at this moment. And in an instant, it became the Holy Dragon Blood Sword. With the sword in my hand, I have the world. Yang Mucheng shouted loudly.
"Black Flag Army obeys orders." "Yes."
A loud shout echoed through the sky.
"Destroy these rabble. Charge."
Phew. He slashed it with his sword. At this moment, like a cage being opened, the 20,000 Black Flag troops were like beasts released from the cage, turning into a black tide and rushing into the army of pill-mad soldiers. Chapter 391 Monster Drum. The Black Flag army was like a flood that burst a dam. Unstoppable. Their performance perfectly explained what the elite journey is. Wherever they passed, the mad soldiers dispersed, like a pair of big hands, tearing open a huge crack in this group of enemy camps, who were not afraid of life and death. The scene was so spectacular that it is difficult to describe in words.
How on earth did they do it?
Jiang Yiqing's face turned pale. In his calculations, this crazy army should destroy everything in its way with an overwhelming attitude. He even imagined Yang Muqing's expression when he watched his army being completely eaten. Anger, unwillingness, trembling, fear. But now, these expressions that should have appeared on Yang Muqing's face instead appeared on his face.
Second Master, what should we do?
The Deputy General asked in panic.
Now the morale of the military is in great chaos. A rabble is a rabble, even after taking the violent pill.
Jiang Yiqing gritted his teeth. He understood that the two armies fought in an instant, and the powerful lethality displayed by the Black Flag army had already made everyone extremely frightened. If nothing happens, morale will drop sharply, and there will probably be a situation where no one dares to fight.
Drum roll. Violent.
Jiang Yiqing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. His goal was not to fight to the death with the Black Flag army, but to kill Yang Muqing. The king of a country can certainly boost the morale of the army if he leads a military expedition in person. But once the king dies in battle, the morale of the entire army will be wiped out in an instant.
Yes!
The deputy general shouted loudly and made a gesture. The kamikaze warriors behind him immediately staggered away. With a loud, rumbling sound, 8 behemoths walked out of the army. However, they saw that these 8 behemoths were a large monster similar to a rhinoceros. They were 3 feet tall and had a single spiral horn on their head. There is a war drum bigger than a millstone tied to the back of the big demon. In front of the war drum, there is a strong, shirtless man standing. In their hands, they hold 2 weapons made from the leg bones of the unknown big demon. Drumsticks. Boom! In a uniform movement, 16 drumsticks hit the war drum heavily, and a shocking explosion suddenly sounded. Only a ripple visible to the naked eye was seen, rapidly spreading out from the war drum. And in the blink of an eye, the terrifying drum sound spread rapidly. Almost at the same time as this wave of sound waves spread, the mad soldiers rushing forward crazily let out waves of roars that were neither human nor beasts. Immediately afterwards, they saw the muscles all over their bodies swell, and their clothes suddenly burst. The complex muscles are like old trees with entwined roots, and the veins of blood vessels appear on the skin like earthworms, squirming ferociously.
This is?
There was a burst of exclamation from the Black Flag army. They found that their arrows bombarded these mad soldiers without the previous destructive power. The feather arrows that could have penetrated 3 or 4 people in succession only pierced the skin and were stuck under the swollen muscles.
Stand up your shield!
Shocked. But Ma Ping was experienced in many battles. He did not panic at this moment, but shouted loudly, "Uh-huh!" At this moment, the Black Flag army quickly put away their bows and arrows, and raised their shields high. The huge shields carried gears and slots with each other, and quickly combined to form an indestructible steel wall. Just what all the Black Flag army thought, that these mad soldiers would hit the shield like a tide. An unexpected scene happened. The countless mad soldiers were like river water that encountered a fork in the road. And at this moment, they separated independently. The next moment, he rushed towards Yang Muqing's position desperately.
Your Majesty!
Seeing this scene, Ma Ping was shocked. But the Black Flag army's formation was complete, and they couldn't move at this moment.
Escort!
Gong Xiaohai trembled all over and shouted quickly. The ancestor of Longtang quickly stood in front of Yang Muqing, forming a human wall. But before the human wall closed, Yang Muqing pushed it away with both hands.
Get out of the way! I still want you to escort me. Can these people get close to me?
Raising his head, Yang Muqing looked at Jiang Yiqing from a distance and couldn't help but sneered.
To capture the thief, should we capture the king first? Your method is good, but unfortunately it is useless to me.
Boom! 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 The 8-sided drum beats wildly, and the clear sound waves spread to the extreme. With a thunderous beating of drums, the rushing soldiers seemed to have been beaten to death, and they were plundering like crazy. Jiang Yiqing raised his head. looked at the distant distance, and raised the corners of his mouth.
Beat the drum. Keep beating the drum. I want to watch these crazy soldiers tear Yang Machung into pieces. Yes.
8 strong men raised their drumsticks high and smashed them down crazily. No one knows. The most terrifying thing about this deathly violence pill is not its ability to fear life and death, but this final deathly violence. The pill is as its name suggests. When the war drum beats, any warrior who takes this fatal and violent pill will involuntarily burn their energy and blood, burn all their vitality, and explode with several times the power in a short period of time. Although, after the effect of the medicine ends, these warriors will completely die. But what does human life mean to him?
With so many elixir warriors charging forward, even I dare not confront them head-on. As long as Yang Muching's army is defeated, it will be time for the kamikaze army to attack.
Think of this. Jiang Yicheng looked to the rear. The kamikaze army was the most elite force of the Shangqing dynasty. It seemed that it would be easy to capture Yang Muchung alive this time. He thought to himself and looked forward again. However, in just this moment of turning around, a sudden change occurred. In the distance, Yang Muchung's eyes were shining brightly, like the most dazzling sun in the sky. Immediately afterwards, this dazzling light turned into countless flames.
Cursed dragon sky fire!
Yang Muchung's eyes opened angrily, and flames shot into the sky. Hearing a shocking roar of a dragon, he soon saw the rolling red fire converging into a lifelike wild dragon, speeding past the ground. The angry dragon roared and galloped, and wherever it passed, those pill-popping mad soldiers were instantly attacked by this rolling heat wave.
Ah!
The ear-piercing wailing sounds continued, and huge human-shaped fireballs fled crazily on the battlefield. But countless mad soldiers controlled by the sound of drums and elixirs still rushed in crazily at this moment, rushing in front of Yang Muchung almost instantly. At this moment, hundreds of people appeared, as if a pack of wolves were about to tear Yang Muchung into pieces, as if they were prey. Facing this wolf-like attack, Yang Muchung just smiled faintly, stretched out a finger and pointed forward. The second form of the god-killing finger. Destroy the earth finger. Chapter 392 Dian Blood Evil Formation. Counting them with one finger is like the play between relatives, without any power. When pointing out, it is light and fluttery. When he dropped his fingers, he was unparalleled in dominance. Everyone could only feel that with this finger. The air in front of Yang Muchung was suddenly broken, and a turbulent air wave of 100 meters long was brought up in the void. It's like a wild dragon swimming in the sea, breaking through the waves. Even the ground was torn apart by this finger, leaving a numb mark. Seeing Yang Muchung's slight touch, the surrounding Longtang ancestors couldn't help but change their expressions. Although they knew that there were 3 styles of the god-killing finger, their impression always only stayed on the cave heaven finger of the first style. Now the power of this second finger finally appeared, making them tremble.
Roar!
Controlled by the sound of the drum, the mad soldiers roared and were about to cover up Yang Muchung when this finger struck. Next moment, there was no terrifying power like a comet hitting the earth as everyone imagined. The overbearing and unparalleled earth-destroying finger rushed past like a torrential flood, tearing these incoming mad soldiers into pieces with such devastating force. The power of this finger did not stop, and it blasted into the camp of the mad soldiers. Among the tens of thousands of troops, a bloody path was created, almost piercing through the formation of the mad soldiers.
These pill-mad soldiers and the Free Army are just a mob. The really troublesome guys are the kamikaze warriors. You go ahead and attack. I don't want to delay it too long. Whoever can cut off Jiang Yicheng's head will be the winner. Great job.
Yang Muchung slowly closed his fingers. As the saying goes, kill people, kill your heart. The same goes for marching and fighting. Yang Muchung's attack with one finger had already broken people's courage. Those bandits who went crazy after taking the pill would even start to be afraid when they saw Yang Muchung turning over and dismounting. Yang Muchung slowly walked forward. The 2 armies were fighting, and the blood and flames of war that filled the sky did not leave a trace on his body. It seemed that what he was seeing was not a crazy fight, but a leisurely outing in spring. Wherever Yang Muchung passed, the crowds dispersed.
Hack me! Why not?
Jiang Yicheng clenched his fists and shouted angrily. The 8 drums behind him were smashed to their limit, but the countless mad soldiers didn't even have the courage to attack Yang Muchung.
Second State Master, although these crazy soldiers have taken the elixir and lost their minds, they still have some instinct in their hearts. Yang Muchung is so powerful. They have been frightened out of their wits and dare not charge any more.
the adjutant said with trembling heart.
Damn it! I don't believe it!
Jiang Yicheng clenched his fists, and Sinan's voice echoed across the battlefield.
Yang Macheng, your journey ends here. Kill!
Jiang Yicheng held a sword in one hand and shouted loudly. The rhythm of the 8 drummers behind him suddenly changed, and the drums actually became more exciting at this moment. The next moment, the free army roared, like a wild horse running loose, like a double-layered wave, following the mad soldiers and rushing towards them. Immediately afterwards, a rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the drummer fiercely pulled the reins in front of him, and the 8 rhinoceros-like monsters formed a square formation and rushed towards Yang Macheng. The big demons charged recklessly, not caring about their companions at all. They almost stepped on a piece of corpse and rushed to Yang Macheng. The mad soldiers and free soldiers who stood in front of him were all trampled into powder.
Boom!
One of the big demons was the first to bear the brunt. Before it got close to Yang Macheng, its thick hind limbs stepped heavily on the ground, and the ground exploded. The ground of several meters in radius sank directly, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. And this big demon was already using this terrifying power to leap up and crush towards Yang Macheng.
Snort!
Without even looking, Yang Macheng slashed slowly with the holy dragon blood sword, and saw a blood glow of more than 20 meters erupting at this moment. The mighty sword light was like a sword, and the Milky Way from the sky fell straight down to the world, slashing down in shock. Hisses. This scene made the drum beater tremble all over. He gritted his teeth, clenched the drumstick with both hands, and hit the drum with a dong sound. The sound of the drum was like a thunderbolt falling on the battlefield, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye spread along the drum. This wave of air actually formed a faint shield and enveloped him and the great rhinoceros demon from top to bottom. It was terrifying. The air wave is half a foot thick. Even when this wave of air was set off, it directly swept away the crowds of people in a radius of dozens of feet. Even after the shield was formed, the big demon continued to fall like a meteorite. But, no matter how much he struggled, he could not resist Yang Macheng's sword light. With a slash of the sword, it was like rain falling, like a strong wind attacking. And with a sound of crack, the solidified shield that was half a foot thick did not even last half a breath of time, and exploded directly. The sword light slashed smoothly, directly cutting the man and the big demon in half.
Is this the only trump card of the Holy Qing dynasty? Jiang Yicheng.
If you have any other trump cards, bring them out. Otherwise, I will hang your head on the military flag and rush directly into the Holy Qing imperial capital.
Yang Macheng slowly raised his head, looked at Jiang Yicheng, the 2nd National Division of the Shun Qing dynasty, and the commander of the kamikaze army had a pale face at this moment. He stared at Yang Macheng, and his cold voice directly covered up the sound of thousands of troops fighting.
Yang Macheng, do you really think you have a chance to win? You are totally wrong.
He changed the subject and his expression became extremely gloomy.
Taste my Dian blood evil formation.
He grabbed something from his arms and threw it into the sky. Everyone looked carefully and saw that it was a scroll. As it flew into the air, it seemed as if a pair of hands were slowly spreading it out. At this moment, a strange force quickly crossed the battlefield. Yang Macheng frowned. He felt that the blood in his body was beating uncontrollably at this moment. Looking back on the battlefield, those pill-mad soldiers suddenly let out bursts of roars, and the blood all over their bodies flowed out of their pores uncontrollably. In an instant, the blood was drained and turned into mummies. At the same time, the blood on the ground flew up, forming blood tornadoes that appeared on the battlefield.
This is?
Yang Macheng's expression became solemn. Jiang Yicheng raised his head, and the appearance of the Dian blood evil formation seemed to help him regain his confidence. He looked at Yang Macheng arrogantly, with a hint of superiority on his face.
Yang Macheng, as an emperor in the mortal realm, you are able to annex 16 county capitals, and you are able to control so many powerful people in the Xianhai realm. You can really be called the emperor of the ages.
But? Jiang Yicheng closed his eyes and looked at Yang Macheng.
The mortal world is the mortal world after all. You will never understand the horror of the martial arts world. Today your great cause of domination has come to an end. You, including all these lackeys who follow you, you must die here.
Jiang Yicheng's eyes turned cold. Chapter 393 Blood Rakshasa.
Condensation. Condensation. Condensation.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yicheng clasped his hands together and continued to make seals. With the battlefield as the center, a 100-mile radius was vast and moving. Pillars of blood rose rapidly into the sky, transforming into a 16-star formation. The Black Flag Army, General Aoki Master, General Longtang, and Yang Muchung were all defeated, wrapped in this Dian Blood Evil formation.
Yang Muchung. Do you know why dynasties in the martial arts world never start wars with each other easily? Do you know why even though our Shangqing dynasty is only a small, ninth-rate country in the world of martial arts, no one dares to bully us? What we rely on is this Dian Blood Evil formation.
Jiang Yiqing finished condensing the last hand seal, calmed down the turbulent inner energy in his body, and looked over.
This formation is a killing formation. The more people die, the greater the power. Do you think I am attacking strongholds everywhere and subduing bandits just to consume the power of the Black Flag Army? Wrong. Big mistake. Just to be ready to release this Dian Blood Evil formation.
Die. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he pointed his right finger forward.
Wow.
Endless blood surged up and condensed crazily at this moment, converging into a blood sword that was more than 10 feet long. This blood sword looks like it was made of blood jade. It is bright red and has a strange luster. The moment it was formed, it was accompanied by a clang of swords and a burst of blood rushing towards the sky.
So fast.
The sword was fleeting, appearing directly in front of Yang Muchung like teleportation, which shocked him. Almost acting instinctively, the Holy Dragon Blood Sword pointed forward and struck the blood sword. There was a
clang
sound, and sparks flew everywhere. The blood sword, which was completely condensed from blood, was as strong as gold and jade, and the power contained in it was even more astonishing.
Boom!
Yang Muchung's body trembled, and he was shocked by the blood sword and retreated towards the rear. His feet skimmed the ground,
leaving 2 traces on the earth. The blood sword, however, stagnated for a moment and then stabbed swiftly.
Escort!
Yi Shujin shouted loudly, and dozens of ancestors rose into the sky at this moment, bursting out with their strongest attacks, overwhelming the sky and hitting the huge blood sword, trying to intercept this terrifying blood sword.
Humph! I don't know what it means.
Seeing this scene, Jiang Yiqing grinned, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. I saw him pinching his right hand, and the rolling internal energy was injected into the Dian Blood Evil formation. Suddenly, the endless blood on the ground surged and surged. In the eyes of everyone, it actually turned into blood-colored arrows, blasting forward. The faces of the ancestors of Longtang changed, and they all sacrificed their strongest magic weapons and displayed their strongest martial arts. This Dian Blood Evil formation was so terrifying that under Jiang Yiqing's control, he was able to suppress more than 60 Xianhai realm experts with one person. Are you going to lose? Many people's hearts sank.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The ancestors in midair were hit one by one, like dumplings that were cooked in a pot, and they smashed to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere on the ground.
Yang Muchung, let me see how you die now.
Jiang Yiqing pointed again with his right hand. The next moment, the blood sword struck forward. Yang Muchung didn't dare to neglect, put his foot on the ground and jumped away quickly. Just hearing a bang, the blood sword fell to the ground like a meteorite, erupting with an astonishing loud sound. The entire earth collapsed like a pile of sand, forming a deep pit that was 100 meters deep.
This Dian Blood Evil formation is extraordinary.
Looking at the broken blood sword, it was reunited under the endless gathering of blood. Yang Muchung was shocked. He could feel that this formation was anything but ordinary. The old martial arts country is really scary.
Yang Muchung, with this little ability, you still dare to take on the idea of the Shangqing dynasty?
Jiang Yiqing looked down proudly, as if a dragon soaring in the sky looked down at the ants on the ground. A trace of amusement arose in his heart. It would be too boring to kill Yang Muchung like this. Jiang Yiqing raised the corner of his mouth and said with a half smile,
Yang Muchung, do you know that now your life is completely in my hands? As long as I move my finger, I can kill you. If you choose to kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I can let you go. Is it?
Yang Muchu became a pine tree, and the Holy Dragon Blood Sword turned into a piece of escaping light. Hiding in the void, he raised his head, looked at Jiang Yiqing, shook his head slowly and said,
I admit that this great formation constructed using the blood of thousands of warriors is certainly terrifying. But if you want to use it against me, it's still far behind. The Shangqing dynasty's trump card is certainly terrifying, but it's not enough in front of me.
Not enough. Yang Muchung's faint words fell on the scene, making Jiang Yiqing's face froze. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. The leaders and generals of the kamikaze army behind him were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter.
Old Mo Yang, have you lost your mind and gone crazy? This Dian Blood evil formation killed countless powerful people when our holy Qing dynasty was established. How dare you contend with it? I think this kid is too scared and starts talking nonsense.
Jiang Yicheng waved his right hand, and the noise behind him immediately subsided. With a long sigh, Jiang Yicheng shook his head, looked at Yang Mucheng with pity, and said,
Presumably, you still don't know how powerful this Dian Blood evil formation is? In that case, I will tell you about it. The founding emperor of the Shun Qing dynasty used the Dian Blood evil formation for the first time, killing 200,000 warriors, and opened up the territory of the 16 county capitals of the dynasty. The second time I used this formation, I killed a traitor. The traitor reached the late stage of Xianhai. This is the third time it has been used. However,
being able to kill old Demon Yang, who is famous in the Shun Qing dynasty, and those of you rebels who have taken refuge in old Demon Yang, will not disgrace the name of this Dian Blood evil formation.
Jiang Yicheng sneered. His eyes instantly became gloomy and terrifying.
Yang Mucheng, everything is over.
Boom! He clapped his hands together, and that strange and terrifying power surged out again. In an instant, the rolling blood was like waves in the rushing rivers and seas, rising and accumulating one after another. At the same time, a pressure like a god coming down from heaven spread crazily. Boom! 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 This time, everyone felt like a heavy mountain came crashing down, pressing heavily on everyone's shoulders. There was only a crackling sound, and even the feet of the ancestors of Longnang were crushed into the ground under this terrible pressure. Yang Mucheng, who was the first to bear the brunt, suffered several times, dozens of times more pressure than anyone else. But his body still stopped like a javelin without bending at all.
That is, oh my god, it's over.
At this moment, bursts of exclamations broke out wildly. I saw. The rolling waves of blood actually turned into a blood rakshasa that was 100 feet high and made entirely of blood under the eyes of countless people. Chapter 394 Immortal Killing Finger. Ouch. Blood rakshasa formed, and a monstrous howl of ghosts and wolves howled like crazy. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into hell on earth, so terrifying that it made people tremble all over. The terrifying sound-killing attack caused countless Black Flag troops to vomit blood, and the alchemy masters retreated one after another. I saw that the blood rakshasa had his hands clasped together, sometimes like the compassionate Guanyin in the purple bamboo forest, sometimes like the Shura who killed countless people in the sea of blood. As the saying goes, if Guanyin closes her eyes, she will not save the world. But if Rakshasa opens his eyes, he will see blood. The huge blood Rakshasa suddenly opened his eyes at the next moment, and slapped down his huge palm. This terrifying Rakshasa palm was filled with terrifying murderous intent, carrying a rolling wave of blood and slapping directly towards Yang Mucheng. Rumble. This palm slashed down crazily. Before the attack could reach him, he saw that the ground was already collapsing crazily, forming a huge and deep palm print. And Yang Mucheng is in this palm print.
This time, even if you go to heaven or earth, there is no way you can hide.
Jiang Yicheng roared crazily.
Your Majesty, hurry up and escort me.
Waves of calls resounded. However, when Rakshasa opens his eyes, his power is boundless. The terrifying pressure suppressed each of the Dragon Hall ancestors, and they were unable to move as if their bodies were tied with lead weights. They could only watch helplessly as the terrifying giant palm struck towards Yang Mucheng. This palm is too strong and terrifying. Even in front of this blood Rakshasa, every ancestor felt an irresistible attitude in their hearts. After all, this is a dynasty that has existed for thousands of years. How could it not have any trump cards?
Who can resist this bloody Rakshasa?
Everyone gritted their teeth, even breaking their teeth. Under the power of this palm, all the bones in their bodies crackled and seemed to be out of place. The internal organs were squeezed and seemed to be broken. Everyone is unable to protect themselves under this blood Rakshasa. Who has the ability to protect them? Jiang Yicheng's eyes widened. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Yang Mucheng being completely crushed to death when this palm was taken. Just when countless Dragon Hall, alchemy masters, and Black Flag army were exclaiming. Just when Jiang Yicheng glanced at him. Just when this unmatched blood Rakshasa palm fell.
I have the god-killing finger.
Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and looked at the blood Rakshasa with neither joy nor sorrow. Without the slightest fear in his eyes, his voice echoed across the battlefield, as if falling from the sky.
1 move can penetrate the sky. 2 moves can destroy the earth. And 3 moves can kill immortals.
Since there is no way to avoid it, and no way to hide, there is no need to avoid it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung stood with his hands behind his back and used his strongest killing move at this moment. He pointed his finger in the air, and a strong wind surged in an instant. A monstrous killing intent emerged from his body crazily. Under this overwhelming killing intent, Yang Muchung's entire body formed a huge shadow more than 30 meters high. At the same time, Yang Muchung's overall momentum was also rising. Even if the two armies were separated, Jiang Yicheng could clearly feel that Yang Muchung's overall strength was constantly improving and strengthening. This huge shadow also moved slowly following Yang Muchung's movements. The brewing is finally over.
God Killing Finger. 3rd style. Immortal Killing Finger.
Yang Muchung's right finger suddenly pointed forward, and the towering figure more than 30 meters high behind him also pointed forward at the same time. This finger seems to be able to penetrate the heaven and earth, as if it can kill immortals and Buddhas. The terrifying aura and the murderous intent that destroyed everything plunged the battlefield of more than 100,000 people into deathly silence.
What kind of fingering is this? Xian level martial arts? You actually know Xian level martial arts?
Jiang Yicheng was shocked. He looked at Yang Muchung and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis in his heart. But the next moment, he let out a hysterical roar, and bloodshot eyes flashed.
The Dian Blood Evil Formation can kill even the warriors in the late Xianhai stage. So what if you know Xian level martial arts?
Boom! 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 Roaring, the shocking offensives from both sides clashed in an instant, accompanied by the sound of a huge surge of internal energy. The immortal killing finger and the blood Rakshasa palm collided fiercely, causing a shocking explosion. Amidst the explosion, a ring-shaped ripple quickly centered on the opponent's position and spread crazily in all directions. The surging ripples are like thousands of troops rushing, like rolling tsunamis, unstoppable. The almost invincible blood Rakshasa's huge body trembled suddenly. All the power suddenly disappeared at this moment, and the body collapsed like a pile of sand. The height of more than 100 feet disappeared like a bubble in an instant. The scroll that was suspended in midair and controlled the existence of the Dian Blood Evil Formation was torn apart with a squeak sound and turned into countless fragments during the confrontation with this move. Jiang Yicheng spit out a mouthful of blood mist and took a few steps back, and his body was swept away by the huge waves generated when the two forces collided, and he fell to the ground with a crash.
How? How is it possible?
Looking at the torn scroll in the sky and Yang Muchung still standing, Jiang Yicheng's face was full of shock.
Absolutely impossible.
This Dian Blood Evil Formation can strangle hundreds of thousands of warriors, can kill late Xianhai warriors. It was the foundation of the Holy Qing dynasty, and ensured the prosperity of the Holy Qing dynasty for more than 1,000 years. As a result, he was completely torn apart in the collision of this move. This completely broke his cognition, and at the same time, it also broke the last expectation in his heart.
What are you still doing?
Yang Muchung retracted his right hand and looked at the stunned Longtang ancestors.
You actually cracked the Dian Blood Evil Formation? The 3rd form of the God-Killing Finger.
They were not surprised that the Dian Blood Demon Array could erupt with such terrifying power, because this is the last trump card of the Shangqing dynasty. An attack that uses the blood of more than 100,000 people. The power of this last palm is comparable to that of the peak Xianhai powerhouse. But Yang Muchung was only in the early stage of Xianhai, and he was able to break through the Great Evolution Blood Evil Formation with just the 3rd move of the God-Killing Finger. Looking at the scroll that turned into fragments all over the sky. Looking at the blood Rakshasa that turned into nothing. Looking at the Dian Blood Evil Formation filled with blood.
And looking at Jiang Yicheng, who looked pale and almost completely desperate. Every ancestor seemed to be in a dream, as if he had walked back and forth through the gates of H.L. It wasn't until Yang Muchung's voice sounded that they came back to their senses.
Kill!
A roar resounded, and the Longtang ancestors came out in full force. This moment, the kamikaze army was completely demoralized. From the moment the blood Rakshasa died, they no longer had the fighting spirit. There was a burst of neighing, roaring and exclamation of people on their backs. At this moment, they were completely defeated and fled in all directions desperately. And Jiang Yicheng, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, the second national advisor of the Shunqing dynasty, was captured alive on the spot, escorted by 2 ancestors, and thrown at the feet of Yang Mucheng. Chapter 395, asking to see the Supreme Emperor. Boom! Jiang Yicheng was thrown heavily in front of Yang Mucheng like a rag bag. He still wanted to struggle, but immediately several big feet stepped down, trampling half of his body into the ground. Yi Shujin and Gong Xiaohai grabbed Jiang Yicheng's hands, one on the left and the other on the right, and removed his arms with a click, leaving him unable to fight anymore. Immediately, the dignified imperial master knelt in front of Yang Mucheng like a dead dog.
Your Majesty, please sit down.
An expert in the field brought a chair from nowhere and asked Yang Mucheng to sit on it. As soon as he sat down, someone stood over bringing tea and water, and fanning himself to cool off. This scene looked like a battlefield where Shiro was killing people, but instead it looked like a moon-watching show in the garden of the harem. Taking a bowl of Shinshio creation tea, Yang Mucheng took a sip, and the internal energy that had been consumed by the immortal killing finger gradually recovered.
The 3 fingers of these gods are stronger than the other, and the internal energy consumed is getting stronger and stronger. No wonder the system will remind me that these 3-style god-killing finger cannot be used until the late stage of Shihai. If it is used forcefully, I am afraid that all the internal energy in my body will be completely drained in an instant.
Drink tea slowly and leisurely. While Yang Mucheng was running the ancient heaven swallowing technique, he absorbed the huge energy and blood power on the battlefield. It's a pity that although there are many bandits and thieves, due to the previous consumption of the violence pill, all the energy and blood in their bodies have been exhausted, and there is not much power left. As for the remaining free army and some kamikaze warriors, they cannot increase their cultivation too much, still stuck in the early stage of Xianhai. But Yang Mucheng's strength has improved a lot compared to before.
Your Majesty, this is the scroll that summoned the Dian Blood Evil formation before.
Yi Shujin brought the scroll. Although the scroll has been repaired and restored to its original state, it has lost any spiritual power, and is like a scrap. The formation cannot be summoned. Yang Mucheng took it curiously, looked at it carefully, and nodded.
I see. This Dian Blood Demon formation uses the warrior's energy and blood to attack. No wonder that Blood Rakshasa can actually explode into the peak of Xuanhai's strength.
Throwing the scroll away, Yang Mucheng looked at Jiang Yicheng.
Young Emperor, I have already lost. I only ask you to spare my life. In the future, I will serve as a frontline pawn for you. You are the Emperor of the Ages, and a little warrior like me, they are like fleas to you. You can crush them at will.
Jiang Yicheng sighed. He knew that the situation was over, and he did not dare to resist in the corner. So he quickly begged for mercy.
You asked me to spare your life? Let me ask you. If I fall into your hands, what will you do with me?
Yang Mucheng asked with a smile. This sentence made Jiang Yicheng tremble all over and turn pale. Do you still need to ask? Naturally. It was cramps, skin peeling, and torture until death.
It's okay if you want to live. I will give you a way to survive. Tell me everything you know about the Shunqing dynasty. I will think about it. If you hide anything,
you will die without a chance.
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
As for asking you to serve,
I don't need it. Jiang Yicheng felt sad and angry, but he had nothing to do. He was not even qualified to bargain, so he could only obey the orders honestly.
Your Majesty, the Holy Qing dynasty has no troops to dispatch. In the court, the only people supporting the dynasty are me and Lei Zhuoran. Lei Zhuoran died at your hands, and I was captured by you. All civil and military officials are worthless. By the way, the only general with the highest level of cultivation is Master Xuanye, and he can't resist your attack. On your trip, you can lead your troops and march straight in to defeat the Shunqing dynasty.
Jiang Yicheng knelt on the ground and bowed his head. Any more? Yang Mucheng continued to ask. Jiang Yicheng shook his head and said,
No more.
He lowered his head to hide the hatred in his heart. Although he is not Yang Mucheng's opponent, no matter how strong Yang Mucheng is, if he dares to lead his army and step into the palace, he will die. How could a dynasty that was able to stand firm in the martial arts world without falling down be taken down so easily by you? If this is true, not to mention the Shunqing dynasty being annexed by other countries, the rising powerhouses in the 16 counties will be enough to destroy the Shunqing dynasty. Yang Mucheng. Mr. Yang, let me give you a taste of the sweetness first. If you really arouse that existence, then it will be your death. I don't believe that existence can't deal with you. Jiang Yicheng sneered in his heart. Although he was defeated in this battle, He already knew the general strength of Yang Macheng. When he returns to the imperial capital, it will not be difficult to kill Yang Macheng.
I know.
Yang Macheng lowered his eyes, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said,
Now that it's done, then you go and die.
What? A hint of astonishment flashed in Jiang Yicheng's eyes. He raised his head suddenly and saw Yang Macheng kicking him away. This kick left a large afterimage. Before he could retreat, he was kicked in the chest by Yang Macheng, and then his whole body flew hundreds of feet against the ground. His chest exploded directly, killing him in an instant. Boom! It wasn't until Jiang Yicheng fell to the ground and became completely silent that the terrifying sonic boom sounded belatedly. A cloud of mist spread like a smoke ring and sounded like rolling thunder on the battlefield.
Hang his head on my military flag.
Yang Macheng looked at Jiang Yicheng, who was still staring at death, and stood up with a sneer.
Dare you lie to me? I have already given you a way to live. Since you don't want to live, I will help you. I naturally know what the palace of the Shangqing dynasty has.
Look up and look ahead. The battlefield was filled with blood and flames of war, and the broken flags of the kamikaze army slowly fell. Yang Macheng held a secret letter in his hand. This secret letter was rushed from 800 miles away from the imperial city of Dacian Kingdom. It contained some extremely secret and unknown secrets of the Shangqing dynasty. One of them is about the ancestor of the Shangqing dynasty.
I didn't expect that the founding king of the Shangqing dynasty is still alive. It has been more than 1,000 years. So he must have become too old and decayed. Right? Today, let the Dacian kingdom replace your decadent dynasty.
Yang Mu raised his long sword and said loudly,
Enter the Holy Qing imperial capital. Wu!
The low horn sounded and rolled away, and the army began to conquer the dust. Within the Shangqing dynasty.
Report. The kamikaze army was completely wiped out, and the 2 national divisions were killed. The Black Flag Army's advance continues unabated and marches straight into the imperial capital.
The eunuch's shrill voice echoed through the palace. Snapped. The teacup in Lin Yusheng's hand shattered.
How can it be?
In the main hall, the civil and military officials were in a panic, as if they were mourning their heirs. Lin Yusheng sighed, stood up slowly, and said,
It seems that we can only ask the Supreme Emperor to come forward. Come here. Help me bathe and change my clothes, and ask to see the Supreme Emperor. Chapter 396 Yang Macheng. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shower. Change clothes. Burn incense. This was originally a ceremony for every emperor of the Shangqing dynasty to worship heaven when he ascended the throne. But now it is used to meet people. Not only Lin Yusheng, but also all civil and military officials were like this. Imperial Suburb. Ancestral Hall. This is the place where the spirit tablet of the founding general is enshrined. And a radius of 300 miles is a restricted area for the royal family. As the saying goes, birds will fly away from thousands of mountains, and people will disappear from thousands of paths. However, Lin Yusheng came here with a large number of civil and military officials. He stretched out his sleeves and performed 3 kowtows and 9 bows at a place 300 meters away from the ancestral hall. As soon as he knelt down, all the civil and military officials followed him. Every time he kowtowed, he raised his head and shouted loudly,
Lin Yusheng, the 7th generation descendant of the Lin family, wants to see our ancestor.
As soon as he finished speaking, all the civil and military officials immediately knelt down and shouted,
Please see the Supreme Emperor.
The mighty sound spread throughout the restricted area of the royal family, making the leaves in the forest rustle. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared in Lin Yusheng's mind and said,
Didn't I say that this is my place of cultivation and no one is allowed to disturb it? This.
Lin Yusheng was stunned on the spot, completely shocked. This voice appeared in his mind, and even the civil and military officials could hear it clearly and clearly. However, he quickly came to his senses. It had been more than 1,000 years since the Supreme Emperor established the Holy Qing dynasty. How could he not have reached heavenly cultivation? This ability to transmit sound into the ears is simply effortless.
Ancestor!
Lin Yusheng banged his head heavily on the ground and wailed.
Now the Holy Qing dynasty is in great trouble and is in danger of annihilation. The unscrupulous descendants implore their ancestors to come out, eradicate the rebellion, and return the great land of the Holy Qing dynasty to us.
The voice was surprised and said,
Danger of annihilation of the country? I remember. There are still 2 national masters in the middle stage of Xianhai in the country. One of them has understood the fighting intention of Quang Lei. Could it be that these 2 people have left the Shangqing dynasty? Even if they have left the Shunqing dynasty? Since the two of them are not here, I have left the Dian Blood Evil Formation, which is enough to kill all rebels. So why do I need to take action? Ancestor,
Lin Yusheng wailed.
the great national master Lei Zhuoran is dead. The second national master Jiang Yicheng led the kamikaze warriors and led the Dian Blood Demon Array. They are also dead. Now, the rebels have marched straight in and are heading towards the Imperial City. Ancestor, if you don't take action, I'm afraid the Shunqing dynasty will be in danger.
Huh? The trees swayed for a while, but they saw that towering ancient trees with a diameter of several meters seemed to have grown legs, slowly getting out of the way, revealing a narrow path. At the end of the path, a handsome young man wearing linen clothes walked slowly. He had his hands behind his back and looked childish, as if he was only 16 or 17 years old. But in fact, he is an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years. The founding emperor of the Shunqing dynasty.
I've met my ancestor.
Lin Yusheng was overjoyed. The ancestor showed up, and this matter was bound to turn into a disaster.
I've met the Supreme Emperor.
Countless civil and military officials kowtowed and shouted. But see, the young Supreme Emperor walked over slowly. His voice was old and aged. His eyes were a little startled, and he couldn't help asking.
To kill two national masters and destroy my Dian Blood Evil Formation. Could it be that the other party has the realm of golden elixir?
Strong? Old ancestor. The other party only had the initial cultivation level of Xianhai. He only entered the martial arts world a year ago. He was once an emperor in the mortal world. After entering the martial arts world, he stirred up troubles. He first annexed Qingshui City, and then annexed the capital of Jiangnan County. Now all the 16 counties of the Shunqing dynasty are in his hands. This son's name is Yang Mucheng, and his nickname is Yang Lama. Although he is 16 years old, his methods are sophisticated, and he looks like a reincarnated old monster.
The young emperor frowned. He had founded the Holy Qing dynasty for thousands of years, and he knew the temperament of warriors better than anyone else. Most warriors are arrogant and will not surrender to others easily. To be able to swallow 16 county capitals, this man's methods are extraordinary.
Huh? You're just a little emperor in the early stage of Xianhai, being beaten at the door of your house by others. You really embarrassed the Wu Lin family.
Ancestor, Lin Yusheng wailed and knelt down, hurriedly saying,
It's not that we are not strong enough, but that Yang Mucheng is too terrifying. It was him who killed Lei Zhuoran, and it was he who shattered the Dian Blood Evil Formation. Even Master Dan Qing died in his hands. This child possesses the 4 great wills of thunder, earth, raging flame, and swift wind. Although he is only in the early stage of Xianhai, he has mastered 2 Xin-level martial arts. One is
Tai Mountain Travel Record,
and the other is Zhu. The emperor's expression changed. It is not impossible for a young genius to reach the mysterious sea realm at the age of 16 or 17. When he opened up his territory, he also killed some with his own hands. But having 4 great wills at the same time is unheard of and unseen.
Ancestor,
Lin Yusheng couldn't help being shocked when he saw the change in the emperor's expression, and shouted,
Are you not Yang Mucheng's opponent? Ha ha!
The Supreme Emperor laughed, but the excitement in his eyes became more and more intense, as bright and deep as the stars in the sky.
The 4 great wills are very good. I have been at the peak of this mysterious sea for more than 200 years. If I hadn't been able to leave this forest of eternal life, I would have gone out to travel in search of other wills. I didn't expect that there would be someone with the 4 great wills today. The little emperor came to my door, just in time to fulfill my wish. Ancestor, do you agree?
Lin Yusheng said excitedly.
But Yang Mucheng is too strong. Even the Dian Blood Evil Formation can't do anything to him. If you were alone, although the Dian Blood Fiend Formation can emit power similar to that of a strong person at the peak level of Xianhai, after all, there is a big gap between it and the real strong person at the peak of Xianhai. It is enough for me. What's more, this forest of immortality, this is my territory. Lin Yusheng, go and prepare 49 boys and 49 girls for me. I will use blood to build the eternal formation.
The Supreme Emperor said, and burst into laughter. The sole of his foot slammed into the ground. Suddenly, with him as the center, the immortal forest with a radius of 300 miles began to dance wildly, and countless towering ancient trees swayed, as if all the people were surrendering. Lin Yusheng was stunned. The power of controlling the immortal forest for 300 miles is probably comparable to that of the god of Sikhun in the void. If I were the Qing Emperor in my future year, I would be rewarded with a peach blossom. 3 days later, the Black Flag Army came to the city and pressed on the Holy Qing imperial capital.
That is?
Everyone was shocked when they arrived here. Gong Xiaohai, Yi Shujin and other ancestors were stunned and looked ahead, unable to recover for a moment. Although the Shunqing dynasty has gone through thousands of years of ups and downs, the imperial city is still brand new. The imperial city that stretches for 20 miles is magnificent and magnificent, with endless palaces, especially the imperial palace, which is extremely prosperous. But now, the imperial city is gone. What replaced it was a vast and ancient forest. Trees that are hundreds of meters high tower into the sky, and you can't see the edge at a glance.
This? How so? Who has the power to reach heaven and be able to turn the imperial capital of the Holy Qing dynasty into a forest sea in 3 days?
Questions kept popping up in everyone's mind. At this time, a misty voice seemed to come from beyond the sky.
Yang Mucheng, I have been waiting for you for a long time.
Chapter 397 Fuji Sword. Xiao Tianqing.
Who dares to call the Holy One by his name?
The ancestor of Long Tang was furious. After seeing Yang Mucheng's immortal killing finger, almost everyone regarded Yang Mucheng as a god and inviolable. Now someone actually dares to call him by his name. How can these ancestors endure it? Looking along the sound, the ancestor, no matter how furious he was, seemed to have been poured down by a bucket of ice water at this moment, losing all his temper. But they saw a young man standing quietly on a towering ancient tree that was 300 meters high. The young man put his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Mucheng's position quietly with a smile on his face.
Presumably, you are the founding emperor of the Shunqing dynasty.
Right. Yang Mucheng looked away.
It's me. I am Lin Chuheo. I heard that you are a genius that is unprecedented in this world. You have reached the early stage of Xiankai at the age of 16. And you have the 4 great wills.
The young man nodded slowly, waved his right hand, motioning everyone to look at the woods in front of them, and said,
In order to wait for you, I have set up the eternal formation here. I wonder if you, the Emperor of the Ages, have the courage to come in? Today, we are not competing with soldiers or generals. How about a king versus king? What if you win, I will naturally take the descendants of the Lin family and leave the Shunqing dynasty. If I win, I will take the 4 great wills from you.
Eternal formation? After everyone heard this, they looked towards the forest sea again. However, it turned out that this forest did not seem to grow out of thin air. Towering ancient trees dug deep into the ground, and their tangled roots were like giant dragons lying on the ground. In the dense forest, you can still clearly see the once neat stone slabs and glorious palace walls.
You are so presumptuous. You still have to make a choice?
A Dragon Hall ancestor shouted.
What qualifications do you have to fight against the Holy One? I will limit your 3 breaths. If you don't surrender, we and other members of the Dragon Hall they will swarm you and cut you into pieces.
Lin Chuheo put his hands behind his back and shook his head slowly, with disdain in his eyes.
Court death,
the ancestor shouted angrily. Kick! He kicked the ground, and his whole body transformed into a hurricane, rushing towards Lin Chuheo's position. The terrifying speed caused a shrieking sound, and even a green wave above the forest sea. Countless big trees were blown to and fro by this strong wind.
Oh! Who is he?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows.
Your Majesty, he is the ancestor of the Zhan Dao sect. His name is Xiao Tianqing, and his nickname is Fuji Dao.
Yi Shujin said.
Most of us old guys can't come out of seclusion. But Xiao Tianqing is different. He has been traveling around various countries, constantly challenging his opponents and pursuing higher levels. What is the Fuji sword?
Yang Mucheng asked. Yi Shujin smiled and said,
Xiao Tianqing has a famous stunt called Heavenly Sword Slash. This sword gathers all the energy and spirit at one point, and cuts it down in the air. It is very powerful. To deal with people, he only needs 1 sword to do it.
He never uses his second sword. So if he takes action with his nickname, even if he can't deal with Lin Chuheo, he will be able to knock him down from the air. I'm afraid it's not that easy.
Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly.
That is? Xiao Tianqing? I didn't expect that even he would seek refuge with Yang Mucheng.
Lin Yusheng, who was ordered to hide in the dark, and a group of civil and military officials stared at the scene with wide eyes. Just saw that Xiao Tianqing was like a bolt of lightning, breaking through thousands of forest seas, rushing out, and rushing towards Lin Chuheo. This scene made many people's expressions change drastically.
Is the Supreme Emperor his opponent?
A military attaché couldn't help but ask.
Lin Yuxing snorted coldly.
Are you kidding? To deal with such a thing, Ancestor can kill him with one slap. Real?
All civil and military officials quickly looked forward. I saw. Xiao Tianqing's figure was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. An ordinary person could only see an afterimage and hear a sound barrier that broke the wind, and could not capture the opponent's specific position at all. It even flashed continuously in the air, and was already forced in front of Lin Chuhao.
The strength is good, but you are not qualified to talk to me like this.
Lin Chuhao shook his head. I didn't see any movement from him, but I saw that the silent forest suddenly started to riot at this moment, like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened. A terrifying pressure crazily came from the depths of the forest.
What?
Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and cried out. But see! Towering ancient trees, at this moment, violently shook their huge trunks. The rhizomes that penetrated deeply into the ground were quickly pulled out of the soil, and then rose into the sky, tumbling up like tentacles, and rolled toward Xiao Tianqing.
Little tricks!
Xiao Tianqing snorted coldly, showing disdain. He drew out the broad-backed sword that was 2 meters behind him, and slashed horizontally. Hearing the roar of a sharp wind, he saw a blade of light sweeping across the sky. Those tree roots that had not yet rushed up were cut off like leeks. But this is a forest sea with a radius of hundreds of miles. In order to deal with Yang Mucheng, Lin Chuhao moved the entire
Eternal Life Forest
to the palace. How can he solve it with this sword? The next moment, endless tree roots rushed in like crazy, as if they were going to completely engulf Xiao Tianqing.
As long as I kill you, I'll see how you can control these trees.
Xiao Tianqing's eyes widened angrily, and blood boiled all over his body. At this moment, his momentum suddenly changed, like a rock soaring 90,000 miles, and all his energy and spirit were concentrated on one point of the knife. When the roiling momentum reached the commanding heights like a sea wave, it was suddenly slashed with a sword. Call! This knife was like lightning, tearing apart the sky. Countless tree roots were shattered by the sharp edge of the knife before they even got close, and they burst into pieces. And this sword brought with it supreme power, and slashed towards Lin Chuhao like it covered the sky and the sun.
As expected of the Fu Air sword.
In the Dragon Hall, the ancestors exclaimed.
With this sword strike, now Shizi's Supreme Emperor, Lin Chuhao, and his immortal forest will be split in half.
Yang Mucheng also raised his eyebrows. Xiao Tianqing's heavenly sword slash is very powerful. It is even 1/3 as powerful as his cave heaven finger. But Xiao Tianqing's sword can only be used once. After one strike, the energy, blood and internal energy will decline rapidly. If the enemy cannot be destroyed with one sword, then he will be defeated.
Lao Tang obeys the order.
At this moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly shouted loudly.
Rescue Xiao Tianqing.
What? The ancestors of Longtang were shocked. They originally thought that Yang Mucheng wanted them to attack the imperial capital and seize the opportunity to seize the last stronghold of the Shangqing dynasty. But who knew that the other party actually asked them to rescue Xiao Tianqing? Just when everyone was confused, Lin Chuhao smiled disdainfully when he saw Lin Chuhao facing this heavenly sword slash. He squeezed his right hand like a Buddha holding a flower, and a new green leaf flew from the branch into his with a snap sound. In the palm of your hand. Immediately, he flicked his right hand. Chapter 398 The Terrifying Ancestor of the Shangqing Dynasty. A flick of a finger. But the next moment, the power of the explosion was terrifying. That delicate leaf was like a cannonball being discharged from a barrel, causing a loud sound like thousands of steel needles hitting the ears. The horrified people could not help but cover their ears. Immediately afterwards, he saw the new leaves rushing out, and even bringing up a terrifying long dragon of clouds and mist in the void. This is the strange scene that erupts when the air is torn apart. Immediately afterwards, he hit hard on the rushing sword light. Boom! A sound like a mountain falling apart. Invisible air waves spread in all directions, and towering ancient trees were uprooted by the strong wind. Just hearing a bang sound, the sword light that condensed like white refining suddenly collapsed. Not only that, even the broad-backed sword in Xiao Tianqing's hand shattered in response, turning into countless fragments and shooting out. And those green leaves, which even a child could easily tear into pieces, tore through the void at a crazy speed that did not slow down, and shot heavily into Xiao Tianqing's shoulder. After spitting out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, Xiao Tianqing fainted on the spot and fell from midair.
Hurry and save people!
Only then did Yi Shujin come back to his senses.
Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!
The next moment, all 60 ancestors of Longyang rushed forward, either stepping into the void, flying with a sword, or flying in the air. They were all rushing forward at the fastest speed at this moment.
The ancestors of Longyang are coming out together.
All the civil and military officials screamed.
Humph. So what if they all come out together? If the ancestor takes action, how can they survive?
Lin Yusheng sneered. But see, Lin Chuheo was surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that these people would be so willing to work for Yang Maicheng. It should be noted that after he conquered the Shangqing dynasty, he also tried various means to bring domestic masters into the palace. But no matter how he used various means, these ancestors refused to surrender. I didn't expect these people to be willing to surrender to such a boy. A ball of jealousy arose in his heart, and Lin Chuheo's eyes showed murderous intent.
When I established the Shangqing dynasty, I called on the world's masters, but no one responded. Now you people actually surrender to a little emperor in the mortal world. If so, let's see how I kill you. Die to me.
His face darkened, and he formed a seal with his right hand. He only heard a rustling sound of leaves shaking. And then he saw that the leaves on the big trees were breaking free quickly, gathering between heaven and earth. The green sea swirls, and strong winds appear. A shocking giant sword made entirely of overlapping green leaves formed in midair, and then flew towards the people in Longyang.
Not good! Hurry up and form a formation to resist!
Gong Xiaohai shouted loudly. Uh-huh. 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 In an instant, the ancestors of Longyang who rushed out stepped on the void and turned from extreme movement to extreme stillness, just like a frozen scene. Then, loud shouts rang out, and bright inner energy burst out from the bodies of the ancestors crazily, transforming into terrifying pillars of light, rising into the sky with an astonishing gesture. The next moment, attacks all over the sky were blasting towards the leaf sword crazily.
Humph! The mantis is blocking the car!
Lin Chuheo flicked his right hand and heard bursts of explosions. The attacks of the ancestors turned into nothing at this moment. He actually suppressed the entire Dragon Hall with one person.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The terrible sound of falling to the ground resounded loudly. The ancestors spit out blood mist one by one and fell into the forest.
I don't believe it!
Yi Shujin slapped the ground with his right hand, and his whole body flew up into the sky. Almost at the same time, one ancestor quickly flew into the air, hovering in the sky, forming a strange five-pointed star formation.
Rise!
Yi Shujin drank. The ancestors of Longyang also drank together at this moment. This moment, the sky and the earth were connected in a line, and countless stars fell rapidly and converged into one point. Only a shocking sound of swords was heard, and the light converged on the sword. This sword is completely made up of light. It seems to be nothingness, but it is condensed into substance. It flew into the air and flew towards Yi Jian.
These guys are so desperate that they are willing to fight so hard for a little emperor. In that case, I will send you to the 9 netherworlds.
Lin Chuheo closed his eyes and pointed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, the leaf sword shined brightly, with a green luster, and then exploded out in an instant. The lightsabers condensed by more than 60 ancestors directly collided with the two superimposed Yi Jian. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions swept wildly, and a terrifying hurricane roiled desperately above the forest sea. The leaves fluttered, as if ripples were blooming, and then the speed of the ripples increased dramatically, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wow! Countless trees, at this moment, were smashed to pieces, and big trees fell to the ground. Along with the surging internal energy, the entire square inch was in chaos.
Wow!
Yi Shujin, who bore the brunt, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yes, they are indeed strong men in the Xianhai realm, but they only have the early stage of Xianhai. So how can they defeat Lin Chuheo, who is at the peak of Xianhai? And how can they defeat Lin Chuheo, who owns the entire immortal forest?
Woo!
A muffled groan sounded, and each ancestor trembled all over, convulsing like an electric shock. The terrifying strength and astonishing power of the leaf sword poured into their bodies, almost shattering their internal organs. Blood kept pouring out from the eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Just hearing a click, the lightsaber summoned by 60 Xianhai realm experts suddenly made a crisp sound. But they saw a crack spread rapidly around the sword body, followed by crackling all over the sword body. At the next moment, it suddenly collapsed.
Boom!
The lightsaber shattered, and the Longtang ancestors screamed, and were blasted away by the power, shooting out like arrows from a string.
Die to me!
Lin Chuheo's eyes turned cold, and he pointed his right hand forward. The leaf sword that shattered the Longtang formation let out a sword cry that resounded throughout the world. Without any stagnation, it struck towards the people of Longtang with even greater speed than before. This sword pointed forward, and the dense forest fell in one direction.
Well,
just when many ancestors were despairing, a soft sigh sounded. Yang Muchung, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't sit still. He stood up slowly, sighed softly, and took a step forward. At this moment, it was as if time had completely frozen. Chapter 399 Immortal Forest. Immortality. Take one step. As if teleporting, Yang Muchung suddenly disappeared on the spot. As if he had crossed the huge immortal forest in an instant. He shrunk to an inch and appeared in front of Yi Jian.
I have the god-killing finger. 1 finger to the cave. 2 fingers to destroy the enemy. 3 fingers to destroy the sky. Lin Chuheo, let me learn about your immortal forest and your eternal green formation.
Pointed out. The whole world was connected in a line at this moment. And the power of this finger was like a flash flood that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights, and suddenly broke through the embankment. The endless violent wind set off by Yi Jian tore apart. And under the shocked eyes of countless people, the white jade-like fingers quietly touched the tip of Yi Jian's sword. Silently, the huge leaf sword suddenly shook and turned into nothing in an instant. After this moment, the world seemed to be moving again. Boom! The exploding leaf sword was completely scattered, turning into countless leaves that fell rustlingly. This loud explosion made Yishu Jin and others suddenly come back to their senses from their hibernation. They looked at the young man standing proudly in the void with his hands behind his back. Their eyes filled with astonishment.
Stand back. You are no match for him.
Yang Muchung waved his sleeves.
Since he wants a king to fight against a king, then I will accompany him to fight. According to the order.
The ancestor of Longtang responded with his fists clasped, and quickly retreated towards the outside of the immortal forest.
Want to leave?
Seeing this scene, Lin Chuheo closed his eyes, and a strange force surged through the immortal forest. In an instant, the leaves that were falling from the air like rain suddenly gathered in the air with a more ferocious attitude at this moment. Roar! A shocking dragon roar resounded crazily, under the shocked gazes of everyone. The branches and leaves transformed into a green dragon. The scales were as big as door panels, and the body was hundreds of feet long. Even if the body was half bent, it still had the terrifying ability to block out the sky and the sun state. The dragon's horns are majestic, and its whiskers are dancing. Hisses. When the ancestors of Longtang saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts.
He wants to drive us all away!
Accompanied by the shocking roar of the dragon, the terrifying green dragon rushed out over the forest sea, like a blue lightning, rushing crazily towards the 60 ancestors of Longtang. As for Yang Muchung, Lin Chuheo didn't even look at it. Of course, what if the other party has the 4 great intentions? Is it possible that he can still be the opponent of a peak warrior like Xian Hai? After I deal with the rebellion of these Longtang ancestors, I will slowly deal with Yang Muchung and deprive him of the 4 great wills.
Lin Chuheo, you seem to have made a mistake. Right. I said.
Yang Muchung's slightly drooped eyes suddenly opened, and a burst of golden light burst out. He looked at Lin Chuheo and spoke word by word, his voice resounding through the everlasting forest, as deafening as rolling thunder.
Your opponent is me.
Destroy the earth finger. With 1 finger blast. At this moment, the extremely domineering aura spread and danced crazily. A ray of light as bright as a shooting star shot out in an instant, like the vast Milky Way falling straight into the sky. The astonishing light swept through the void, bringing up a tail feather like a meteor, which instantly hit the green dragon. Boom! This finger shot into the green dragon's mouth and shot out from the dragon's tail. The huge dragon body crackled, opened countless cracks, and then disappeared in an instant. Call. A strong wind passed over the immortal forest, causing ripples in the forest sea. Yang Muchung and Lin Chuheo stood looking at each other. Her long hair was raised and her robes rustled. The ancestors of Longtang stared blankly at the broken green dragon, and then at Yang Muchung. They did not dare to show any signs of neglect and quickly retreated towards the rear. But at this time, Lin Chuheo did not take action again. He stared at Yang Muchung quietly with his black and white eyes, and a moment later burst out into a burst of harsh laughter.
Okay. It seems that I have underestimated you. Without certain strength, How could you possibly get so many ancestors to surrender to you? But, no matter how strong you are, so what? As long as I am in this forest of immortality, I am an immortal existence.
Lin Chuhao looked at Yang Mucheng, jealousy growing in his heart. After more than 1,000 years of experience, he should have seen through everything. But this boy who suddenly appeared touched his heart, which was unwilling to be ordinary. After all, if you can create a dynasty in the martial arts world, how can you be a mediocre person? But now, a kid who suddenly appeared from the mortal world actually did something that he had never done before, which had to be unbearable for Lin Chuhao.
Since you have stood up, I will kill you first. Kill me, immortal?
Yang Mucheng was neither happy nor sad. He clasped his hands behind his back and raised a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth.
In that case, let me teach you about your immortality.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took another step forward. This step was like an instant movement across space. At this moment, a distance of dozens of miles was completely traversed by him. Everyone's eyes just felt blurry. And then, they saw Yang Mucheng disappear suddenly on the spot. And at the same time, he suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chuhao, and then pointed out again with a finger.
This is...
Countless ancestors only felt their scalps numb.
Immortal killing finger. Your Majesty wins.
Gong Xiaohai clenched his fists, and couldn't help but said excitedly, no one will doubt it. At this time, Yang Mucheng was much stronger than before when he killed Jiang Yiqing. And the power of the immortal killing finger was nearly doubled. This finger, even if the whole cannot kill Lin Chuhao, is enough to severely injure him.
What?
Lin Chuhao's eyes closed, and a hint of panic flashed deep in his eyes. He stepped back, preparing to avoid this finger. But Yang Mucheng's speed was too fast and too fierce, which exceeded his reaction. Almost as soon as he retreated, Yang Mucheng's finger gently touched Lin Chuhao's heart.
Boom!
A terrible loud sound resounded. The founding emperor of the Shunqing dynasty, the peak powerhouse of Xinhai. His body trembled, and he was shot out like a cannonball. The explosive body blasted away the air, leaving behind a columnar cloud of smoke. At the same time, Lin Chuhao's body shot out quickly, and hit one towering ancient tree after another. For a while, trees fell. The ground was shattered. The dust was turbulent, and internal energy surged. The huge everlasting forest fell into a state of shock and chaos.
Boom!
Just hearing a loud sound, Lin Chuhao hit the ground heavily, and the terrifying power spread rapidly. The earth suddenly collapsed, forming a terrifying existence that was 100 meters in diameter and looked like a crater.
Ha ha! Yang Mucheng, is this your immortal killing finger? It doesn't seem very good.
A burst of laughter resounded. The owner of this laughter is none other than Lin Chuhao. Chapter 400 Sinmu's Fighting Spirit.
Immortal killing finger. What a powerful force. Lin Chuhao was hit directly by this finger. Even if he is a 9-life cat demon, he is dead now. It is impossible to survive after receiving this finger from the Holy One.
The ancestor of Longtang couldn't help but be excited when he saw Lin Chuhao being blasted down from the sky with one finger. So what about the peak of Xinhai? He must die eventually. The darkness of the palace. All the civil and military officials looked at Lin Chuhao, who was blasted down with their eyes wide open, unable to recover for a long time.
How is it possible? The Supreme Emperor was beaten down? This blow is too terrifying. Is this the Xin-level martial arts skill god-killing finger? It's over.
Everyone looked pale and panicked. Even the Supreme Emperor died at the hands of Yang Mucheng. Who else can stop this wolf-like and tiger-like army of the great Xin kingdom? However, just when the ancestor of Longtang was excited, just when the civil and military officials of the Shunqing dynasty were trembling, a burst of sudden laughter came from the immortal forest. This sound was heard by Lin Chuhao, who had been bombarded from the sky before.
Come! Ha ha! Yang Mucheng, is this your immortal killing finger? It doesn't seem very good.
Boom! Along with the laughter, there was only a loud rumbling sound, and the ground in the everlasting forest trembled. A tiny seed sprouted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of seed grew to its extreme, transforming into an ancient tree, growing crazily. In just 3 breaths, it had grown into a towering ancient tree 300 meters high. And this towering ancient tree was like a big hand slowly lifting Lin Chuhao, who had been knocked down from the ground. But see, Lin Chuhao put his hands behind his back with a proud expression. It seemed that the previous immortal killing finger had no effect on him at all, and did not even cause him the slightest harm.
How can it be?
Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. He was a strong man at the peak of Xianhai. He had no defense and forcefully ate his finger. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But the other party didn't react at all.
Is this old monster really immortal?
Yi Shujin looked at Lin Chuheo and took a breath of air.
It's over. Even the immortal killing finger can't hurt him. Who else is his opponent?
The ancestor of Longtang stared at Lin Chuheo, who was laughing wildly. His face was pale, and he couldn't believe it. Could it be that this Lin Chuheo is a powerful person in the golden elixir?
Ha! Yang Mucheng is dead.
All civil and military officials were excited. Previously, they saw Lin Chuheo being knocked down with one finger. Everyone thought that the Shunqing dynasty was dead. But who knew that something unexpected happened?
I am immortal. How can you kill me?
Lin Chuheo spread his arms, and his arrogant laughter spread throughout the immortal forest. The shocking laughter was like rolling thunder. He stared at Yang Mucheng with a half-smiling expression, and slowly shook his head.
You are proud to be able to conquer the palace of the Shunqing dynasty. But this is your burial place. Immortality?
Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said,
Lin Chuheo, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. Presumably, your immortality has something to do with the immortal forest under your feet. Right.
Yang Mucheng looked at Lin Chuheo. Previously, his finger struck the opponent's body, and the power of the immortal killing finger had the illusion of being forcibly removed. This feeling is too fast. Only for a moment. So Yang Mucheng thought it was an illusion. But now that Lin Chuheo appeared in front of him without any incident, and combined with the previous considerations, it was easy to deduce it.
That's right.
Lin Chuheo didn't hide it either. He looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile and said,
I didn't expect you to be able to guess it, but so what?
Cursed dragon and sky fire. Yang Muqing's eyes opened angrily. A cluster of flames jumped out of his eyes, and instantly transformed into two pillars of fire. A burst of dragon roar resounded crazily through the void. Wherever he looked, the endless forest sea was directly burned to ashes. But in just a moment, hundreds of miles of everlasting forest were reduced to ashes. Phew! Seeing this scene, the civil and military officials gasped, with his eyes spitting fire. Could this guy be the reincarnation of the god of fire? Everyone in Longtang clapped their hands and applauded, now that they knew the origin of Lin Chuheo's immortality. As long as he destroyed this forest, he would have no way out. One more immortal killing finger will definitely kill him. However, Lin Chuheo, with his hands behind his back, quietly looked at the burned-out immortal forest without any intention of stopping him. He just shook his head slowly and sighed.
Yang Mucheng, have you ever heard of this saying, wildfire cannot be burned out, but the spring breeze will blow it again? If you want to break my immortality, you still can't do it.
He laughed loudly and shouted loudly.
Rise!
At this moment, Lin Chuheo was like the Qing emperor commanding hundreds of flowers. The barren hills of the everlasting forest that were burned into ruins were tumbling crazily at this moment. Towering ancient trees arched out from the ground like weeds, growing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were just seedlings at first. After a while, they transformed into trees with a diameter of several meters, even tens of meters, and a full 100 meters tall. The immortal forest reappears. It is still spreading for hundreds of miles, and it is still a vast forest sea.
Ha! Yang Mucheng, you are dead.
Lin Yushin clapped his hands excitedly and shouted as if he had been injected with chicken blood.
If you want to engulf our Shunqing dynasty, you must have that kind of ability. Today Shunqing, the imperial capital, is your burial place.
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, with a troubled look on his face. Lin Chuheo looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile and said with a smile,
Since you are going to die, then I will let you die to understand. This formation is called the Eternal Evergreen Formation. It is a formation that I discovered in an ancient scroll more than 1,000 years ago. Once this formation is used, there is immortality in the forest. All your attacks will be dispersed into this immortal forest. Previously, your immortal killing finger destroyed a total of 33 miles of trees. If it were any strong person at the peak of Xinhai realm here, he would be seriously injured even if he was not dead. But I have released all the power of this finger, replaced by everlasting forest. You can't kill me unless you destroy this everlasting forest. But you can't destroy this forest of immortality. Yang Mucheng. Do you know why?
Lin Chuheo asked.
Why?
Yang Mucheng asked with narrowed eyes.
What do you think this is?
Lin Chuheo raised the corners of his mouth. He slowly spread his right hand and saw a green inscription floating slowly in his palm. This green inscription exuded great vitality. Yang Muchung closed his eyes and said in surprise,
Tenmu's fighting spirit. Yes, it's the forest's fighting spirit. Now you know why. You can't destroy this forest of immortality?
Lin Chuheo clenched his right hand and took the forest's fighting spirit into his palm. He slowly shook his head and looked at Yang Muchung with confidence.
This everlasting forest is your burial place.